This cultivator woke up to find a girl sitting on him. The girl is Truong Bin Nhi, who unexpectedly became Tubok's bodyguard because she is a protective goddess. Tubok, indifferent, said he wasn't interested in protection or anything. Right now, his urgent problem is a sexy girl sitting right on his sensitive spot. He tried to wake up his little brother, but unexpectedly he was being pressed down, causing him pain and making him scream loudly. This feeling is so real, it definitely isn't a dream. Xiaobai gently touched his head in confusion, remembering that he had just stopped breathing. So why is he here with a normal person's body? Master, are you all right? Xiaobai is doing just fine, but I don't understand why Bin Nhi keeps calling you Master. I'm not into this cosplay thing. But according to Bin Nhi, Tubok is the heir to the Spirit Clan throne, the divine child chosen by Long Min. I couldn't process it with my brain. Bin Nhi eagerly explains to Xiaobai that the spirit race is a gathering of surviving humans, and the Spirit King is the ruler of humanity. Xiaobai is the one bearing the heavy responsibility of saving all of mankind. Xiaobai waved his hand. There's no way to believe in those reincarnation stories anymore. Now we have to trust science to save humanity. Bin Nhi decisively bit her finger until it bled. If the owner doesn't believe me, then I will show them proof. The smell of decay is what attracts the flesh-eating monsters around here, and when they see it, Tubok will surely believe me. The forest suddenly changed strangely, with hurried footsteps heading towards the two of them. When Xiaobai turned around, a sluggish horde of zombies had appeared out of nowhere. Xiaobai took a few steps back, unable to believe that one day he would see the living corpses from the movies in real life. But now, he had become their meal. Now Xiaobai fully believes Bin Nhi's words. He walks straight towards the zombies, deliberately distracting them so Bin Nhi can escape. Bin Nhi looked puzzled at his actions. With so many monsters, isn't the owner afraid? Xiaobai was so scared he almost peed himself. But as a man, he couldn't leave her behind and run away first. Bin Nhi saw his attitude and smiled happily, certain that Long Min had chosen the right person. Leaving Tubok behind, Bin Nhi raised her hand to the sky. Tubok froze, thinking it would be better to let Bin Nhi carry him and fly away. Back to these zombies. Look at how sluggish they are, like they've just taken drugs. If you run hard enough, they probably can't keep up. Just as I thought that, the zombies suddenly lunged fiercely at Xiaobai. Unconsciously, Xiaobai heard a voice coming from within him. Don't be afraid. Show me your courage. Xiaobai looked around in confusion, once again lost in a different dimension, when suddenly a young man with silver hair appeared before him. This is Long Min's soul residing inside Xiaobai's body. Out there, Bin Nhi is eagerly waiting. This seems like a test of qualification for Little White. If Long Ming's consciousness still remains, Little White would surely be able to defeat that entire mountain of zombies. Suddenly, a purple light emitted from within the zombies. The intense light with an overwhelming force pushed the zombies far away. Xiaobai stood up straight, feeling the power flowing through his body as small purple flames emerged from those zombies. Everyone gathered together and charged at Xiaobai. He hurriedly raised his hand to cover his face, thinking he was under a surprise attack, but his body felt strangely warm. Those flames are energy from the zombies, but somehow they are gathering on his body. Bin Nhi finally lowers her foot to the ground. According to her explanation, this is the characteristic of the skill that Xiaobai possesses, the Shadow of Infinite. It not only absorbs energy but also steals others' skills. It might seem a bit cowardly, but it seems that thanks to it, Xiaobai was able to cure his illness. Suddenly, Bin Nhi knelt down at his feet. Don't think too much about it. Bin Nhi is just begging Xiaobai to return to the elf tribe to inherit the throne. After everything that has happened, Xiaobai simply smiled and said, I'm not interested. I say that, but Tubok's legs keep following Bin Nhi back to the Spirit Clan. It's not because you're into girls or anything, it's just that Tubok's stomach kept protesting all the way here. Standing before these towering walls, Tubok remembered some Japanese manga. The only difference is that this place doesn't even have a door, so don't say you have to climb over your empty stomach to get in. Rest assured, this is just the protective system of the elf tribe. Only elves have the ability to open this city gate. Then Bin Nhi placed her hand on the wall, radiating concentric waves of light from her palm. A section of the wall suddenly moved up like a door, accompanied by a loud shout. The high-ranking residents of the spirit race, happy to see Bin Nhi return home, while Xiaobai, upon entering, was overwhelmed by the development of this place. Although it looks like a ruined wilderness from the outside, inside the underground city is fully developed, all thanks to the guardian spirits. The elf tribe is located at the center of a vast abyss, with 12 gates, and the guardians take turns watching over these 12 gates. The guards are all carefully selected elites, ranked from S to D based on their strength. Little White sighed. It's just guarding the gate after all. and his background is so shady. The two of them stepped into the city when a man's voice rang out. Bin Yi's market, you repeatedly disobey orders and cross the city walls. Do you think I don't matter? Black is questioning her. It's Chuang Tian, a level C guardian spirit. Bin Yi didn't bother arguing with him and only said she was searching for clues about Long Min. Chuang Tian's words were even more venomous, claiming that now Long Min only had his bones left. Hearing what my big brother said, everyone followed him and burst into laughter, making Bin Yi grit her teeth in anger. Since Long Min disappeared 3 years ago, Bin Yi had the chance to run out of the city and search for him, despite the guards saying that Long Min had already given up. Shobai stepped forward, unable to resist itching to teach them a lesson, starting with a sparring match to provoke them. Hey Gak Kong, you guys are about to gang up on a girl like that without feeling ashamed. Seeing that Xiaobai is an outsider and still so calm, Chuang Tian couldn't help but attack. His devastating punch shattered the ground into pieces as Xiaobai gracefully dodged the attack. After absorbing the energy, his body became much more flexible. A bunch of brats following Chuang Tian rushed forward to gang up on Tiobak, but they all immediately fell flat on their faces before even touching a single strand of her hair. It turned out to be because the gravity field expansion caused the gravity within a 5-meter radius around her to increase 10-fold in an instant. The S-rank gravity field skill can change the surrounding gravity, and this 10-fold increase means nothing to me. Chuang Tian shouted loudly before jumping into the air and attacking Tu Bak. This time, you didn't dodge and instead grabbed his fist with one hand. Chuang Tian suddenly felt something was off, as if his powers were being drained from his body. Just then, Little White grinned more wickedly than any villain. Ha ha, surprise, huh boy? Stop, quickly stop your hand. Chuang Tian tries to pull his hand back but can't move, only seeing a bright light emanating from between them. At the same time, somewhere within the fairy clan, an A-grade guard named Ho Yu Chi Noi from Vu Viet was talking with Duke Kola, a nobleman and guardian of the fairy clan. They both sensed the familiar energy that had not appeared for 3 years from Long Min. Meanwhile, Chuang Tian had become a withered, muscleless corpse, his face pale as he realized Long Min's infinite shadow concealment technique that Xiaobai had just used. Who are you really? I am your father, Xiaobai replied calmly, dropping her words. Filling her stomach was truly a difficult task. Even getting a bite was hard. Just as Bin Yi and Xiaobai had walked a short distance, 2 unfamiliar girls who knew Bin Yi suddenly appeared. This straightforward older sister is Long Min's bodyguard with the title of assassin, and there's also another guard who is a research scientist. Tubok didn't expect Bin Yi to have friends who are fighters ready to take her anger, but Bin Yi proudly boasts about her achievements. No need to bother the 2 ladies, the owner has taken care of it for me. So, Bin Yi called Tiobak the owner, and both of them looked suspicious. At this moment, Bin Yi finally introduced him as the successor chosen by Long Min, the one whom, even if they die, the 3 of them must protect to the end. He is our new master. That night at Long Min's residence, Xiaobai was desperately recharging with food while Zhao Gang was pretending not to notice, and Li Han was deeply suspicious whether her foolish child had mistaken the wrong person. Watching Tiobak devour all the food on the table, Li Han wondered how many years it had been since he last ate a proper meal and couldn't believe that Long Min's chosen successor was such a glutton. After he finished eating, Trash Cam finally took over the main task. She also couldn't understand why Long Min passed down the infinite shadow power to him. But once he was chosen, she definitely wouldn't let it go. Li Han also nodded in agreement. It's not easy for them to accept a new master, especially one as young and inexperienced as Little White. First, you must fulfill Long Min's last wish, which is to become the king of the spiritual beast race and eliminate all the man-eating monsters. Mentioning the king makes Little White feel exhausted, as after just having a good meal, he now has to bear this additional pressure. In the room, Xiaobai was training alone to burn off the food he just ate, wiping sweat and muttering in frustration. The king of spirit beasts, the king of spirit beasts. Everyone wants me to ascend the throne. What does that have to do with me? Of course it's related to you. Xiaobai turned around, eyes wide as he recognized the person in front of him. No one else but Long Min, sitting cross-legged on the chair, saw Tiobak recognize him and realized, you're not that naive. Although his body has died, Long Min's soul lives on forever. In other words, he is now just a fragile spiritual entity that can vanish with the slightest breeze, and only Xiaobai can see him. Xiaobai sneered, he went through so much trouble to bring me to this world and even invaded my soul. But in the end, there's only one reason. Are you planning to take over my body? The 2 of them stared at each other with sparks flying from their eyes, but that's not what Long Min needed. In a flash, he had already jumped onto your bed. Long Min brought Xiaobai to the Spirit Fairy Clan, just for a relocation. He granted you the most powerful strength in this world, endless rebirths, and the greatest power. Min? You are vying for the position of the Spirit Clan and have uncovered the person behind Long Min's assassination. Hearing this motive, Xiaobai's eyes became much more serious. I refuse. Too bad you have no right to refuse. A thick orange peel with sharp nails, Xiaobai has already guessed this scenario in his mind. Since Long Min could bring him here, he must also have a way to control him. Looking at Xiaobai pretending to be innocent on the outside but deep and unpredictable inside, Long Min found this young man truly interesting. I have sealed your power. As long as you fulfill my condition, the seal will be instantly lifted. Xiaobai felt that his body was perfectly normal, but Long Ming's tactics were extremely sinister. As long as you desire to indulge in the forest's pleasures, you will suffer unbearable pain and wish for death. If Xiaobai refuses, he will spend his entire life as a tool that cannot be used. After 10 minutes of inner torment, Xiaobai still couldn't believe that a king of spirits like Long Ming would use such a trick to force an outsider like him. Now he also wondered why he was chosen, when there must be many healthier people out there. So why did he not pay attention to them? Maybe for some reason he could only choose me. As expected, Xiaobai was right because his illness causes his body to waste away, turning it into a blank sheet of paper, which is the perfect condition for Long Ming to give him endless shadow power. Long Min gave Xiaobai a second chance at life, and he was very grateful. But the thing is, Xiaobai is a living person, not a tool for revenge for him. Long Min smirked, realizing that Xiaobai was smarter than he had thought. At that moment, Jia Chang was listening to Xiaobai's monologue through the machine, but she didn't understand a thing, and you are lost in deep sleep, only hoping that when you wake up tomorrow, you won't suffer from the curse of that old seal. Suddenly, someone opens your door. A cannon barrel is aimed at Xiaobai's face, and he, still dazed, screams in fear when faced with the devilish figure pointing a gun at his head. The pink-haired girl looked at you with a judging gaze. Are you the successor of the Infinite Shadow? Little White quickly raised his hand to defend himself. Whose child would break into a sealed bachelor's room like this? I'm not stupid enough to just accept it. Surely only someone with despicable tricks can attain Long Min Kak's power. Vuong Thi Vu is Long Min's adopted sister and is known as the Little Devil, tormenting others. Hearing Vuong Thi Vu say that, Tubut muttered to herself. Surely she's not my close confidant, is she? As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit with a barrage of bullets. The pillow behind him was riddled with holes like a honeycomb. Clearly state Long Min's situation here, or else your end will be just like that pillow. At first, Thi Vu was so cold and detached, but then she was crying and sniffling when she realized Long Min's soul was coexisting within Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai signaled her to stay calm, because if Long Min's enemy found out, he would be the first to be targeted, not anyone else. Long Min Kaka! Hoo! Thi Vu rushed to hug Xiaobai, but luckily you managed to stop her. Don't get so emotional and rush forward. I am Xiaobai, not your Long Min Kake. Seeing that Thi Vu believed her words, Xiaobai asked her to take her to a certain place tomorrow. The next day, Thi Vu sat alone guarding the entrance of the love nest, chasing away all the men who came here to play. Inside, Xiaobai is being surrounded by beautiful professional girls. Xiaokak, why are you so tense? Do we look like we want to eat you? Tubuk's face flushed with embarrassment, knowing he had to suppress the cursed seal of Long Min. A girl gently approached him. You close your eyes tightly, telling yourself not to be lustful or lose your mind. It won't hurt. What are you saying, Tiokak? The girl just exhaled into his hand, and Xiaobai couldn't hold back anymore. Then all he heard was his scream, echoing loudly. A moment later, Xiaobai opened the door, looking exhausted, as if drained, thinking to himself that Long Ming had created such a cruel seal. Next month, the elite team for the Guardian Spirit will be chosen again. And Thi Vu, seeing that Tubok has no plans, became quite curious. Tubok didn't want to be just an ordinary gatekeeper, but unexpectedly, becoming a Guardian Spirit is a requirement to become the Spirit King. Hearing this, Xiaobai stopped, not because he changed his mind, but because he needed to go deal with his sadness. Whether it's the Spirit Tribe or the Earth, it's the same. Just find a corner and there's always a public restroom. Just when Xiaobai seemed to lighten his burden, a ball-like creature with a human-like mouth rolled rapidly toward him. What kind of toy is that? It looks pretty interesting. As Xiaobai picked it up, a larger ball fell from the sky, and in front of him was a devil-level flesh-devourer monster, like a mother monster, leading a bunch of little monsters to hunt for food. Meanwhile, Thivu was lost in thought about why her Long Min Kaka chose someone as gluttonous and lecherous as Xiaobai to inherit, when suddenly a loud noise from the alley caught her attention. As she turned her head, the sight of Little White escaping the giant jaws of the devouring demon struck her eyes, and Thivu was so surprised that she forgot all about the candy, wondering why a level demon-level man-eating monster appeared in the city. Although Xiaobai dodged the big one, those little ones kept attacking non-stop, making it impossible for him to escape. Just as they got close, the small monsters were blown apart by Thivu's bullets. "Don't embarrass yourself, you perverted demon." Thivu, still smoking from his gun, sarcastically scolds Xiaobai. Thivu looked up to the distant rooftop where a figure was standing under the moonlight. Only someone capable of transforming a flesh-eating demon and bringing it into the city could do such a thing. "Is that right, grandmother?" Hearing Thivu call out 2 times "Tutu," Xiaobai didn't expect that old Long Min actually had a wife. But that woman only had an engagement with the Spirit King and wouldn't marry him until she turned 20. "I thought Thivu would have a sister-in-law, but Long Min refused before she turned 20. Stop talking nonsense. How could I marry that bastard?" The female spirit of the spirit race just landed, and Xiaobai's heart was pounding wildly. This woman looks exactly like Kraut from back then, who coldly rejected Xiaobai, so girls are inherently ruthless. Seeing Xiaobai standing frozen, Thivu thought he had been so frightened he lost his mind. "Goddess, so you also came to this world because of me?" While still dreaming, Xiaobai was suddenly slapped by Yuan Yuan and flew several meters away, taking with him the dream of sharing a life with his goddess. Thivu didn't expect Vian Vian to actually attack Xiaobai, because as soon as he kills him, the engagement will be instantly broken. How could I marry a guy who seeks pleasure in a love house like him? Hitting him means hitting my brother. As soon as Thivu finished speaking, she was bitten by the evil beast and had a piece shoved into her mouth. Before Vian Vian finishes dealing with Xiaobai, Thivu definitely won't be able to get out. She steps closer to Xiaobai, convinced that he is seriously injured after such a powerful attack. Suddenly, Xiaobai's hand shot out from the dust and grabbed Yuan Yuan's neck. She immediately stepped back a few meters, her mind filled with surprise. "Tao mới chỉ tới thế giới này 2 ngày mà gia cổ, thế sử dụng kỹ năng thanh thạo diện mức dung am chi vô hạn, dễ hấp thu củ và dập dò. Tao lanh lùng dùng dậy, nhớ củ va của viễn viễn mà tao nhận ra sự thật." If the gods still haven't sent a word of concern in 3 years, how could they have brought you to this world for your sake? Seeing that you already have someone in your heart, Vian Vian definitely can't marry you. Today must be your unlucky day. Xiaobai is no longer chasing after love. The reason she's so eager to eliminate you is really hard to understand because it's not just you but many others also aiming for the throne. Yet Vian Vian doesn't deal with those people. She even keeps you busy with your romantic escapades. "Don't tell me you're falling for me. Pretending to be innocent, do you think I'd actually look at you?" Vian Vian turned red with anger because the other 2 successors had already married. Her steps caused the ground to crack. From below, countless tiny devouring demons rush up to attack Xiaobai. Xiaobai is beaten unconscious and cannot fight back. Yuan Yuan confidently states that he will be crushed and shattered by these consuming demons. "I never intended to kill you. If you're so sure, then you've come to the wrong place." "Are you sure?" Xiaobai slowly sat up from the rubble. The surrounding devouring demons only had their withered, dried heads left after being absorbed by him. "Actually, I never intended to become the Spirit King." Xiaobai confesses, because he bears the mark of endless darkness, everyone forces him down this path without considering how he feels. Xiaobai has tasted death before, so in this second life, he just wants to live for himself. At that moment, the voice of the death vulture echoed from inside the devouring demon, its mouth gradually being forced open by her 2 hands. "Do you know why I use the great rifle as my weapon? It's because my ability is too powerful. The biting force of the devouring demon lord is over 200 kilograms. Yet, Thivu opened it with ease. Her cell enhancement ability can alter cell structures, allowing her to surpass human strength. After saying that, Thivu charged like a bullet towards Vian Vian, her body smashing the ground into a mess. Even if they are just stones, a single hit like that can crush them into pieces. Vian Vian leapt swiftly away, and for the first time witnessing Thivu's ability, she was also stunned. At this moment, she only had the final decision to determine victory or defeat. Lam Nguit Jitong suddenly opened a ring of light behind the orb. Both Xiaobai and Thivu immediately froze, their eyes vacant with only the whites showing. This Lam Nguit Qi Dong spiritual ability can activate joint techniques, control mind-eating monsters, and even harness the power of the moonlight to unleash enormous strength through the joint technique, capable of controlling even humans. Just as the tension reached its peak, a swift sword shot out from nowhere, waking Xiaobai and the martial artist in an instant. Truck Cam appeared just in time, delivering a strike while the target was distracted. Did Xiaobai ask for my opinion before trying to kill me? Yuan fell freely through the air. Luckily, Xiaobai caught her, or she would have been just a cold, lifeless body. A moment later, Vian woke up in a strange room, touching herself and finding no sign of wounds, even though she was sure she had been cut badly. Remembering the time when Track Cam appeared in pain, she briefly saw death itself, making her tremble. Even though she had no visible wounds, she still felt a vague, painful sensation that was really uncomfortable. But the important thing was that if she wanted to kill Xiaobai, she had to get past Kam Tai first. I still find it hard to understand how Kam Tai appeared at just the right moment. It turns out she was always secretly watching us. Outside on the balcony, Xiaobai is talking with the Track Cam. As a bodyguard, Track Cam must ensure his life. In this fairy race, there is more than just one Vian who wants to kill Xiaobai. Until the mastermind behind Long Ming's assassination is revealed, Xiaobai remains in danger. Moreover, the remaining two heirs are the most powerful figures in the elf clan, La's god of virtue and Long Min's older sister, the great celestial dragon Long Ningyan. The Track Cam couldn't understand why Xiaobai was so soft-hearted towards Yuan. If it happens again in the future, it'll be hard for you to keep your head. It's easy for her to say, but I can't just stand by and watch her die. Hearing that, Yuan was startled, surprised that her hero was Xiaobai, even though she had almost fallen into his hands before. She thought Xiaobai was far-sighted, but he saved her because she was his wife, fallen from the sky. At that moment, Yuan slammed the door open in anger. This damned guy, don't think that saving my life means I'll give you the divine treasure in return. Xiaobai's back is cold. She didn't expect that even in her second life she would still be rejected so decisively by the same person. Track Cam stands up, draws his sword, and threatens. If you want to fight, this time I won't hold back anymore. Yuan broke out in a sweat. Surprised that Xiaokai only used her pain to defeat her, no wonder she left no wounds. If Xiaokai always follows Xiaobai, she will have to think of another way. Suddenly, Yuan jumped into the air to summon the loned bird. From afar, a shadow like a giant bird flew over, making Xiaobai stunned. This human-eating monster from Yuan carried a different aura compared to the usual devouring demons. Yuan spun around and perched on Luandio's back, a high-level man-eating kwai monster, arrogantly calling out. Two little humans, and they dare to disrespect their master. Only high-level carnivorous kwais can understand human language, and this kwai makes Track Cam even more eager to kill. Seeing that you are not afraid and even want to kill me, I immediately shut your mouth. I, Xiaobai, am not someone others can interfere with when it comes to our marriage plans. Hearing what Vian said, Teobuk immediately understood the problem. Without her wanting to separate Track Cam from him, Senza also has some tricks up her sleeve. But the thing is, Track Cam really wants to pluck Lone Du's feathers, so he won't back down. Don't worry, Cam T. If she wanted to attack, she wouldn't have hesitated earlier. Senza also has her reasons, so he keeps his pain inside. After only Xiaobai and Yuan are left, he wants to know what she's thinking. Yuan coldly admitted that she had underestimated you, but also couldn't change the fact that you're just an unknown who relies on the endless shadow to climb to the throne. Vian doesn't care. Next month, the Spirit Clan will hold a selection festival for Spirit Guardians. If Xiaobai beats her in that festival and advances to become a Spirit Guardian, she will accept the role of the successor to the Spirit King. Even the Divine Warriors mentioned this festival, which made him curious. In the battle against man-eating monsters, casualties among the guardian spirits on the battlefield are inevitable. The Grand Assembly will hold 2 rounds of selection to choose outstanding new guards to replace those who fell in battle, ultimately narrowing down to 72 elite guards always ready to protect humanity. So that's how it is. If I beat you, then our engagement will be valid. Xiaobai combed his hair proudly. But Vian had to remind you not to get your hopes up too early, because becoming a guardian spirit is a basic requirement to succeed the Spirit King. Only when you become the Spirit King will the engagement become valid. The strongest guardian at level S would be a hero carrying the entire Spirit Clan on his shoulders, like Long Min. How can a man like him be compared to someone else? Hiebok felt like a thunderbolt struck him in a clear sky. Truly a karma, Long Ming, besides his white head and somewhat handsome appearance, is really a genuine underdog. Vian reminded Xiaobai that those eliminated in the first round would be banned from participating for life, which also means losing the chance to succeed the throne. So, are you still daring to come? Confronted with Vian's provocation, Xiaobai decided to go all in. A month later, in front of the Great Wall's wing, A scarred young man with a look like a runaway firstborn appeared, wearing two strange weights on his hands. It really feels like a high-class place. No wonder it's known for producing top spirit masters. This Fu Kui guy is a villager from Majiadonyi, a small village of spirit elves, and today he's come to the city to test himself. Standing in front of the large arena, Fu Kui thought to himself that this place was just the right size for his fists. Suddenly, someone fell to the ground, and the person responsible was a young, undoubtedly wealthy young master. "Don't use your dirty hands to touch me. I didn't mean to do it." The selection hasn't even started yet, but a fight has already broken out. The young man who fell immediately rushed toward the bespectacled young master. The young master in glasses simply raised his hands and froze that person with his extreme ice blast technique. Everyone around instinctively stepped back. That young man only lightly touched him, and he already responded so ruthlessly. Speaking of the extreme ice element of S-rank skills and the obsessive cleanliness that can only be attributed to S-rank. Great Heavenly Long Viduang, Long Min's grandson. Hey, it seems like he's very strong. Ma Fu Kui suddenly appears and places his hand on Long Viduang's shoulder. Everyone held their breath at this scene and this touch. Ma Fu Kui is the one who killed dozens of demonic-level carnivorous creatures last year, also known as the Battle Maniac. Fu Kui's hand suddenly burst into blazing red flames. He also possesses an S-rank elemental skill and wants to challenge Long Viduang's extreme ice element. Long Viduang glances sideways and lets go. A woman's voice suddenly rings out, making everyone fall silent like straw. "Are you all just wasting your energy, kids? You can fight after the selection ceremony begins." Vu Vit sat high above, casually watching them below. Long Viduang dusted off his shoulders, secretly wishing to wash away these filthy, bacteria-ridden fools. Today he came only out of curiosity to see the outsider inheriting the infinite shadow, Little Silver. As the moon rises high, the selection ceremony begins. Suddenly, Yuan raised her hand to announce that Totiubak still hadn't arrived. Long Viduang recognized her, curious whether she also came here because of Tiobak. Vu Vit also knows that the young Silver inherits the infinite shadow and defeated the sea-level dragon. But time is limited. I only wait for 5 more minutes. 5 minutes later, the shadow of the young Silver still hasn't appeared. Everyone there was speculating that he was just riding on the coattails of infinite shadow and didn't have the guts to come here to compete. While Yuan was still stunned, a familiar figure appeared. She smiled. "It seems you also know how to keep your promises." Everyone was angry after waiting so long just to see the Little Silver appear looking cooler than them, along with a team that specializes in illegal activities. Little Bai felt annoyed when things didn't go as he expected. Only Bin Yi and he were participating in the selection, and dealing with these troublemakers was enough for him. "If everyone has arrived, then get to the point. I hereby declare the official start of the Spirit Guardian Selection Festival." Vu casually spins his tiny pipe, secretly opening a teleportation door, a stark contrast to those who are all panic-stricken. This selection is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, they will be taken to a suburban location by a teleportation gate, and their task is to survive for 5 days within a designated area. Only those who survive will have the right to enter the second round of the selection. This method makes many people think they might become prey to monsters. The duty of the guardian spirit is to swear to protect the spirit hall with their life. If they are afraid, they can withdraw, and their right to participate next year is also guaranteed. So in this recruitment, there are definitely many others targeting him besides just the examiner. If you can arrive first and familiarize yourself with the terrain earlier, you'll have an advantage. Suddenly, Bin Ni felt uneasy, and Xiaobai advised her to stay calm, saying she would find her after passing through the traditional gate to regroup. Xiaobai confidently stepped forward, but his face froze when he saw that what was waiting for him was a carnivorous kwai, and it seemed his luck was just that bad. Xiaobai was transported to the Lost Relic, guarded by the Ice Arena, a high-level carnivorous creature, short and black, who dares to boldly enter my territory. The giant tentacle, several times bigger than Xiaobai, charged at him. Instead of dodging, he directly took the hit. The tentacle gradually lifts, startling the view from the Ice Arena as Little White braces with one hand. Even if his luck is a bit problematic, he still can't forget his main goal, which is to reunite with Bin Ni first. A series of tentacles rushes toward him again at twice the speed. This time, Xiaobai has to sacrifice his loose shirt to avoid these initial attacks. Xiaobai runs across his tentacles because his body is too large, making it hard to fight for a long time. The best strategy is to win quickly. Meanwhile, outside, the Three Sisters group was discussing Xiaobai, with Thi Wu worried that if he gets eliminated this round, he will lose his chance to compete for the throne. Trak calmly and confidently contradicted Thai Wu and Lai Han. Although he seems quite carefree, he is definitely not simple. Since the first day he arrived here, Little White has been extremely disciplined. Every day I follow the same strict schedule, from waking up to going to bed. I do sit-ups, push-ups, 100 squats, and run 100 laps, rain or shine, without fail. It can be seen that there is something inside Xiaobai's body urging him to act, or he will die. In other words, this is his fighting instinct. Meanwhile, the old View ice rink faced Xiaobai's punch and instinctively trembled. His punch made its entire body jerk as if electrocuted, with familiar purple flames emanating from him. Suddenly, a human body emerged from the ice of the old View, with green mist and eerie howls coming from its eye sockets and mouth. The green smoke spreads throughout the ancient ruins as Little White realizes it is signaling to attract other carnivorous creatures. Suddenly, the entire body of the ancient View ice field and that creature were frozen in an instant, and it was clear who was responsible. Long Vi Duong slowly approached to explain to him. It seems the old View ice field was just begging for help from its kind. At first, they were just human-level carnivorous creatures, but after eating too many people, they turned into this form. Xiaobai didn't care what he was saying. What mattered was that Long Vi Duong had just taken what was rightfully his. Long Vi Duong looked cold and respectful. If I don't act, the one surrounded by those carnivorous creatures should be grateful to me. No way, I need to find the healing potion quickly. Xiaobai isn't interested in men, but Long Wei Yang keeps pulling him back. The first round's rule is that it lasts 5 days in the designated area before you can advance to the next round. This also means that this ring allows contestants here to eliminate threats. Xiaobai chuckled. It seems he's looking for a one-on-one fight with him. At the same time, in the foggy forest, another young man with dark skin was teleported to a demon nest, and the device on his wrist kept beeping until he ran through an invisible barrier, causing him to explode instantly. At the same time, Bin Yi had just finished dealing with a group of demons and was hurriedly searching for Xiaobai, when suddenly the device on her wrist also emitted a beeping signal. This tracking device was activated when you entered the area. It's warning you not to leave. Vu Viet said the rule is to survive 5 days within the designated zone, so it seems if you go forward, you will be eliminated. While Bin Yi was searching for Little White, a man in a black cloak stood on a tree, watching her back and smiling strangely. Found you? Bin Yi is not someone to mess with. As soon as she sensed someone following her, she immediately stopped. Sneaking behind me, what do you want to do? The man in the black robe fell straight to the ground. He wasn't looking for Bin Yi for her sake, but for Xiaobai. Don't stay in the rain anymore. Lianahi suddenly knelt down. His gravity field was increased 30-fold, but his face showed no fear. In fact, he looked extremely delighted. At the same time, at Long Vi Duong's place with Xiaobai, he doesn't think highly of Xiaobai and doesn't even see him as a rival. Today, Long Vi Duong came here just to say one thing to Xiaobai. I hope you can keep on living. For someone so proud and aloof, saying such a silly thing makes Xiaobai confused. According to Long Vi Duong, someone wants you dead, but things are not as simple as Xiaobai thought. As soon as the rules were announced, Vi Duong had already guessed that this time's purpose was different from before and was meant to eliminate Little White. And the one who can modify the selection rules is not an ordinary person. If he wants a place in the Spirit Hall, Little White must survive this first time. Xiaobai kept wondering who Long Wei Yang really was and why he wanted to help him, until suddenly a numbing pain made him gasp for breath. Xiaobai immediately realized that the source was coming from Bing Nai and Li Nye fighting. Li Nye was no ordinary opponent. He could escape Bing Ni's gravity control and even cause her to be beaten to the point of heavy injuries. His abilities are of the lightning element, and he can even use lightning to alter his body's energy to counter her gravity. According to his registration information, he is just a retired soldier, and definitely cannot possess such strength. However, the stronger Li Nye becomes, the more Binin Ni cannot let him find Xiaobai. Even with injuries all over her body, she still has to stand up. Li Nye pulls out an electrified spear from his pocket. If you don't want to lead the way, I'll use your corpse to force him out. At the same time, Xiaobai was rushing towards Bin Ni at full speed, so fast that he knocked aside several people blocking his way. Bin Ni writhes on the ground, facing Liang Yi's cold-edged spear. At that moment, an elbow strikes straight into Liang Yi's throat, causing his neck to bend unnaturally, and he is flung backward, skidding across the ground. Liang Yi collapsed on the spot, and Tubok helped Bin Ni lean against a nearby tree, feeling guilty for causing her to end up in such a tragic state. Biekni shook her head, realizing that as her bodyguard she had failed to protect him and had instead made Tiobak worry about her. But she wondered how he could still find her in this vast forest. Even Xiaobai found it hard to understand. He seemed to be able to sense that Bin Yi was in danger and even pinpoint her location. Bin Yi nodded thoughtfully, while Lian Ye's body was transforming cell by cell, making cracking sounds as it reconnected. A gust of wind suddenly blows, making Bin Yi feel cold all over. Tuobak immediately offers his coat for her to use as a shield, while he stays behind to keep watch. For the past month, Bin Yi has been taking care of you and even got injured because of you. So these days it's fine for you to take care of her. Soon Bin Yi fell asleep as the cold wind blew through the night. Suddenly, a strange object fell to the ground and shot toward Xiaobai. Xiaobai immediately turned around and grabbed the thing, aiming at him. I was wondering why I didn't automatically absorb your energy. So you're pretending to be dead. Lin He withdrew the hand that Tuobak had just made into dirt. Earlier, he had extracted medicine from the carnivorous creature to keep himself alive. Lin Ye's arms regrew as before, and his entire body crackled with continuous sparks of electricity. Suddenly, a series of branches pierced out from inside his body, even his skin turning gray. This is the final form of Lin Ye, a resilient flesh body of a carnivorous creature, combined with his S-rank lightning ability, making his current strength the peak of B rank. You're dead for sure. Shut your mouth. Xiaobai rushes forward and lands a punch right in his face. All talk but no action. Lin Ye, still flying through the air after that powerful punch, was suddenly grabbed from behind by Tuobak, who pressed his hand against the back of his head, forcing him to the ground. And Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock and unconsciousness. If you are at the top of level B, then I am your great-grandfather of level B. The energy from him is being absorbed by Xiaobai's body. Lin Ye only then realized the terrifying power of the infinite shadow in that fleeting moment of his hazy consciousness, but he still couldn't understand how in just a month of sleep deprivation, Xiaobai could master the infinite shadow to such an extent. Previously, Lin Ye had undergone a terrifying experiment. The creature's drug was still in the testing phase, and its effects were not yet stable. Despite the strong rejection response, he remains determined to continue the experiment. Although he has overcome it, the human-eating creature inside his body has not yet chosen fully and cannot awaken the second power. In the end, Li Yi is still a failed product. To create an artificial predator with two powers, they still need one more thing. It is the essence of infinite darkness within Xiaobai's body. Returning to the present, Xiaobai, taking advantage of Lin Ye's consciousness, asks him how he transformed into a monster shape, while still maintaining his sanity. Do you think I will tell you? Lin Ye's provocative response successfully angered Xiaobai. According to his calculations, you basically can't be his opponent, but why did you develop beyond his expectations? There's no need to ask anymore. Of course, it's because Xiaobai is the protagonist. At this moment, heavy rain and thunder began to fall, making Li Ye smile cunningly. Do you know why there is thunder during a rainstorm? At this moment, Beach Ni wakes up and rushes to Tuobak's side, shouting warnings of danger. A gigantic lightning bolt strikes down from the sky right where Lin Ye is, while Tuobak is knocked far away. After a shock, the ground was torn open, and Xiaobai, with a bloodless face, looked at Bing Ni's motionless body lying in the hole. Lin Ye generated negative electricity that easily triggered the heavenly thunder, but he didn't expect Bing Ni to step forward and sacrifice herself for Xiaobai, disrupting his plan. But the lightning gave me enough energy. Even the heavens are pulling me back. What makes you think you can win? His arrogant look made Xiaobai furious, veins bulging. Are you so eager to die that you rush forward to avenge Bin Ni? Lin Ye fires several arrows from behind, piercing through Xiaobai's body but unable to stop him. Faced with a madman like Xiaobai, Lin Ye also doesn't know what to do. So he kept taking the 1,000-pound punch from him with no teeth left. Not stopping there, Little White kept punching until he couldn't lift his head anymore. I don't care who you are or who is behind you, I will drag each person out and settle the blood debt with blood. In the end, both of them fell asleep in the rain, not knowing what the sky and moon were doing. Earlier, during training with Bin Yi, she was curious whether Tuobak was truly determined to participate in the grand event. Although as a bodyguard she must ensure your participation, as a friend of Xiaobai, Bin Yi also doesn't want you to be in danger. Xiaobai handles people, and you might think they all see you as Long Ming's revenge tool, but in reality, Bin Yi truly cares about you. Bin Yi, not being a guardian spirit, also has the right to register, so she decided to go with Tuobak, so she wouldn't have to worry at home anymore. Meanwhile, at Lin Ye's base, they detected that his signal had disappeared. The woman couldn't believe he lost to a rookie like Xiaobai, unless their intelligence was mistaken. The old man with white eyes pondered with his hands on his hips. It's also possible that behind him there's a master who supports him that we don't suspect. However, according to the investigation, they only know about the 4 guards following Xiaobai. The old man orders her to quickly recover Li Ni's body so their plan won't be exposed. Now, in the wide forest, Yuan Yuan coldly looks at the unconscious Xiaobai. As long as she takes this opportunity to kill you, the engagement will be broken. Thinking it through, Yuan Yuan cautiously approached Xiaobai. Don't blame me, this is your fate. The Vian's hand clenched the blazing red heart, blood splattering everywhere. But it wasn't Xiaobai's heart, but an unlucky zombie nearby. The smell of fresh blood had attracted their entire family here. If Yuan Yuan hadn't passed by today, I fear the two of them sleeping down there would have already turned into corpses. After a thorough cleanup, Yuan Yuan had dealt with everything, leaving no one alive. Suddenly the ground trembled violently, and something was rising up in front of her from beneath the earth. A giant, furious zombie appeared. Taiquet Diaton is a demonic-level predator that can tear through the sky, smashing its hands down to make the ground explode. She rushes out of food shop and then kicks the platform to launch herself toward the demon king of earthly power. Expecting her speed to unnerve it, she is surprised when the demon king of earthly power swats her down like a fly. The carnivorous creature levels up based on the number of people it has devoured. Devouring 100 people elevates it from human to demon level, but this one's strength surpasses even that of a demon. At this moment, Vian realizes that Taiquet Diaton is a demon-level creature that has eaten over 1,000 people. Taiquet Diaton keeps muttering the words death sentence, then charges towards Vian. Vian braces himself, knowing this attack will hit both Xiaobai and Bing Ni lying there. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fists hitting as Taiquet Diaton strikes the wind echoes non-stop, and the earth shatters, pieces flying up with destructive force. After stopping, a large area of the forest was filled with big holes like torn skin. Fortunately, the three of them survived the devastating attack of the Demon Lord. A demonic-level male rhinoceros leans on its hand, enjoying itself as it endures the attack from the Earth Talisman Lord. Komochi the Punch is both powerful and solid, truly amazing. The fierce rhinoceros is the type that gets more excited the more it's beaten. Luckily, Vian managed to hold back and calm it down. Last time, Xiaobai saved her. This time, she's returning the favor. The fierce rhinoceros kept provoking the Earthquake King, wanting him to hit it a few more times. Seeing its kin mesmerized and distracted, the Earthquake King grew even angrier and delivered a straight punch to its face. The fierce rhinoceros staggered, its face crazed as if high, but it couldn't endure much longer. A few more punches would surely knock it out. Yuan drew another card, calculating the right moment in her mind. Follow the order and execute it. Taiquet Diaton throws a decisive punch but stops in midair. The eyes of the fierce rhinoceros man turned blue, a characteristic of the Lam Nguyen Chi Dong when their vision is synchronized. Taiquet Diaton's body couldn't move, but Vian's control only held it for 3 seconds. The orb looks like a giant pie with a huge hole right in the middle of its body. Taiquet Diaton collapses, and just as the orb is celebrating, a warning suddenly appears telling her not to rejoice too soon. This guy may have fallen, but he's not dead because the evil-level creature will awaken his supernatural power. And his power is the Doctor, which allows him to control and drain the life force of other creatures within his territory. No wonder the wounds of the Demon Lord are healing gradually, as other creatures are continuously supplying energy to it. In short, when inside the Demon Lord's domain, you can't completely eliminate it, so the best option is to seize this opportunity to escape. Today is the 4th day of the grand event, and Xiaobai hurriedly rushed to find Bing Ni, only to be met with a sight he shouldn't have seen. Xiaobai saw the demonic-level carnivorous fairy creature manipulating something on Bing Ni, and he looked at it with a bullet-like gaze. Yuan only appeared now. Surprising little white. She rolled her eyes and told him not to overestimate her power, because if she saw them being eaten by a creature and did nothing, she would have nightmares. Hearing Vian say that the little white fairy was healing Bin Yi, he asked if Bin Yi could recover, but Vian also didn't know for sure. According to theory, Bin Yi has already gone beyond recovery, but her heart meridian is very well protected. However, with such a severe injury, even if he recovers, his lifespan will be shortened. Xiaobai stood up abruptly, emitting even stronger lightning than Lin He. Please let her withdraw to take care of Bin Yi. The one behind this conspiracy, I will definitely personally bring him out. A month ago, Long Min voluntarily wanted to teach Xiaobai how to use the infinite shadow. The time for cultivation is very limited. How much you can grasp depends on your ability. The only thing is, they can only train during sleep, and this deception to fool others, Xiaobai already knew it in advance. Because as soon as he entered the spirit realm, he used infinite shadow qi and became the target of everyone. If he went out to train now, he would definitely meet an unexpected death. Xiaobai guessed that Long Min would want him to indulge in a luxurious and decadent lifestyle every day, blinded by wealth like a peacock. And because of the marriage contract, he wanted to eliminate him. Long Min had surely figured it out. If Xiaobai rushes to sign up for the grand event, the intention to compete for the throne will definitely be exposed, and before the event even begins, he will already be hunted down. As a passionate young man, participating in the selection because of the Saintess's appearance is exactly what he desires. Long Min is becoming increasingly obsessed with Xiaobai, who is only 18 but already sees through his intentions. He's definitely no fool. On the final day of the tournament, Xiaobai is still lying in wait for his prey. According to your guess, Lion Hei's people will definitely send someone to clean up his body so he won't be found. As expected, Manhwa, the woman in the red dress, has arrived. True to her reputation as a master weaponsmith, she used a chain from afar to drag away Lian Hei's body. A human-made carnivorous creature being beaten like this makes me really want to meet Xiaobai to broaden my horizons. Who dares to call him that? Here I am, a bolt of lightning rushing toward Mo Wen. Xiaobai arrogantly steps forward, concentrates energy in his index finger, then winks and unleashes it. Although it was the first time trying, it wasn't too difficult. I have fully mastered this guy's ability. The dust cloud is Manhwa's divine weapon Bakdo, whose ability allows her to change the form of weapons at will. She was only ordered to clean up the corpses, but unexpectedly she was ambushed by Little White. Little White unleashed his power, tearing apart every piece of fabric on his body. Her lightning is stronger than anything Lian Hei has ever summoned from the heavens. Seeing that Xiaobai had just absorbed Lian Hei's ability and unleashed such a powerful surge of electricity, Mo Wen became even more interested. This time she has to test how strong he really is. Mo Wen transforms his weapon into the Azure Dragon's flame and launches a fierce attack. Tiny White blocked Manhwa's spear with lightning. If she dares to attack him with her weapon, he will create one to fight back. Manhwa shifts into a fog bullet form. Both she and her weapon vanish without a trace. After disappearing, she teleports away from Xiaobai and adopts a rifle form to snipe from a distance. To be called an assassin, a person must have perfectly flawless hands without sweat or trembling. When carrying out an assassination, they must smile arrogantly, and even when they make the slightest mistake, it's time to strike. Once she makes up her mind, she won't turn back, and Manhwa coldly fires the bullet straight at Tubok. After hearing the gunshot, Tubok immediately spreads his legs and stomps firmly on the ground. The stone beneath your feet shoots straight up, blocking the bullet's trajectory, and at the same time your face reveals a fierce expression. Found it! Manhwa's face turned pale with disbelief that a single stone could alter the trajectory of a bullet. Xiaobai clenched both fists, lightning crackling around him as he formed a spear. Yu, with a stance even more precise than a javelin thrower, rapidly and forcefully pulled the spear toward Manhwa. Although it wasn't the first time witnessing Xiaobai use lightning as a weapon, Manhwa felt that this time the power was completely different from before. She hurriedly changed her holy shield form, but it was useless. Her shield form was pierced through by the spear and shattered into many pieces. Ma Wen sat lost among the wreckage, a master of weapons but shattered by Xiaobai's attack. This is the feeling of humiliation. As she stood stunned, Xiaobai slowly approached, unfastening his belt with both hands, snapping her back to reality. What are you doing by taking off your belt? What do you want to do? Even if you're not sure who's giving the orders behind the scenes, killing someone directly would be a waste. Tubok's suggestive words made Mo-ngan understand them differently. Now he has taken off his belt. Tonight, under the full moon, if he doesn't do something, he won't be a real man. Mohan's mind was filled with images of adults. Today she not only felt humiliated by Xiaobai's defeat, but also lost her innocence as a girl. Unable to bear the scene, Mohan burst into tears and shouted loudly, "Stay back, aren't you here to find out who my boss is? I'll tell you if I want to." According to her, the one behind it all is the director of the Science Research Institute, Liu Qianvu. Little White is curious about what this old man is doing, fighting over the Spirit King at such an age. It turns out Liu Qianvu's goal isn't the throne, but the infinite dark energy ability within Little White's body. To explain, we must start from the origin of supernatural powers. Whether it's supernatural abilities or flesh-eating creatures, they all originate from the meteorite bestowed by the gods, which is now housed in the Scientific Research Institute. The director exploited the energy of the meteorite to transform a group of psychic soldiers into carnivorous creatures to create warriors with dual abilities. Unfortunately, the experiment failed, and although they gained the flesh of the carnivorous beings, they were also affected by their bloodthirsty nature. So they sent the rejects to assassinate Xiaobai. No wonder they couldn't kill him. However, the experiment failed not because the soldiers couldn't control it, but because the power of the meteorite wasn't complete, so they couldn't obtain supernatural abilities. Isn't it true that my powers could make that meteor's energy complete? After listening for a while, Xiaobai also guessed that Liu Jianwu had discovered the meteor's inner core with two nuclei, light and shadow. The light core grants blessings, while the shadow core steals them. Only when these two cores unite can the meteorite unleash its full power. And the dark seed of infinity is actually the dark core of the meteorite that the old man has been searching for all along. Mangmon told Xiaobai everything about Director Liu's actions. Only by extracting the dark core from his body could the director create artificial meat-eating creatures with dual powers, and Xiaobai was a bit confused about what he was going to do with those things. Mangmon told you that it could strengthen the Spirit King's army and fight against the invading hordes of monsters outside the city. Hearing this, you were truly speechless. She actually believed such nonsense without any awareness. Thinking about it, he calmly said he has a friend working at the research institute, and that he will find a way to verify her words, so it's best not to mess with him. Then he turned to leave. Seeing this, Mangmon was a bit confused. Was he planning to kill to silence? Are you just going to keep walking like that? Xiaobai shrugged indifferently. What else could I do? Does she expect what just happened to be certain? Mangmon remembered her earlier thoughts, her cheeks flushing instantly as she hurriedly shook her head to deny it. Just then, a powerful punch suddenly rushed toward her from behind, and she urgently shouted for Xiaobai to be careful. However, you weren't scared, just casually raised your hand to block that punch. The creature was stopped by your arm, its body trembling uncontrollably, not expecting a low-level being to be able to block its fist. Its strength has fully recovered, so could it be that its innate ability has malfunctioned? Xiaobai heard this and chuckled softly. Oh, don't doubt yourself, it's not your fault. What it doubted was your ability. You used infinite shadow energy to start absorbing its power. It hadn't even had time to understand what was happening before its strength was drained by you. Before long, it looked like a withered, dry branch. Makangon watched this scene with a hint of joy. Because this is the infinite shadow, even the demonic-level predator had no power to resist. But what she didn't expect was that not only the carnivorous creature, but even the surrounding plant life was being absorbed by Xiaobai. A single flick of his hand had absorbed an entire vast forest, and his strength was increasing exponentially. After dealing with the evil beast, Xiaobai turned to leave, as the 5-day deadline was approaching, and he didn't want to waste time here. But before he could take a few steps, Mo Yan called him back, claiming it was because he forced her to reveal the director's secret. She would be killed if she returned like that. Hearing this, you turned back and asked what she wanted. She hesitated for a long time, then softly asked you to take her along. As soon as she heard that, Little White really couldn't speak. She must be crazy. The one trying to assassinate her is her, and she spared her life, and still wants her to go along. Is she losing her mind? At the same time outside, time was slipping away quickly. The testing period was almost over, and Cora stood on the castle observation deck asking how many people were left. Vuvit nearby responded without hesitation, stating that in the first round there were a total of 33 contestants, currently 8 still showing signs of life. This number truly disappointed her. Only 8 people. Vuvit heard this and smiled softly. No need to be disappointed too soon. She has news that will make him happy. That news is that 3 high-level demon creatures in the selection area have all been eliminated. Kula heard this and truly smiled with satisfaction, then asked who had taken the action. Vuviet checked the signals and identified 3 people responsible for killing the creature. One was Bing Fa Fei Hon, Wei Duong, the second was Di Nge Hua, Ma Fu Kui. The remaining one is, of course, Amchi Vo Han, Xiaobai. After hearing these 3 names, she once again curled her lips into a faint smile, full of meaning. A little while later, the clock finally struck 12. The time had come, and the door officially opened to welcome people back. In the misty forest, Little White was standing in front of the space door, turning to look at Makangon beside her and ask, "Is she really sure she wants to go back with me?" She nodded without hesitation. At the same time elsewhere, Yuan was also preparing to return. With Bin Ni lying still and silent beside her, she snorted coldly. The Little White One hasn't returned yet. From the lost relic, the Yang also begins to enter the space door to go back. At Fu Kui's death zone, he is now sitting among a mountain of corpses, watching the door open with some dissatisfaction, feeling he hasn't played enough and it's already over. But just then, a giant creature suddenly appears in front of him. Fu Kui immediately stood up, facing the creature before him. Not only was he not afraid, but a fighting spirit also appeared in his eyes. He felt very lucky to have that net leading to the door. At this moment, the creature let out a deep, hoarse sound, and the gap behind him was the passage leading to the spirit palace. Fu Kui, completely unguarded, accepted it because he felt no threat from the creature before him. Or rather, he was confident he could handle it. But he was mistaken. The creature in front of him was not something easy to devour. Once it confirmed that the door was what it wanted, it immediately told him to get out of the way, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. In just a moment, Fu Kui felt as if his body had been sliced by countless blades. Immediately after, the empty land suddenly flashed with a blinding light. When the light gradually faded, Fu Kui finally stopped gasping and knelt on the ground, his body still trembling uncontrollably. The killing intent from that creature was so strong that just one look made his body unable to breathe. Where did this guy come from? Is he really a demon-level predator? But he quickly dismissed that thought as incorrect. The level of the demon-grade predator is so high that it eats a lot, making it very large, but this creature in front of me looks like a human. At this moment, Fu Kui suddenly thought of a possibility, that he had encountered a legendary divine-level creature. Thinking of this, he immediately realized that letting it enter the teleportation door would definitely lead to unpredictable consequences. Sensing the danger, he didn't hesitate and began unleashing the true dragon's blazing flames, and in an instant, the patterns of the fire dragon and the dark dragon covered his arm. He intends to use this move to end the creature in front of him and eliminate the threat. Hearing this, the creature sneered and responded arrogantly. On this side, Fu Kui quickly threw out 2 fireballs and then unleashed a powerful fire dragon flame directly at the creature. In an instant, the flames roared down like a waterfall, rapidly burning an entire patch of forest. With fierce momentum, it charged forward as if to burn everything, leaving scorch marks and small remaining flames wherever it went. Seeing the marks in front of him, Fu Kui finally let out a sigh of relief. This was a full-force strike, no matter who it was. As long as they weren't prepared, they would definitely turn to ash. But he rejoiced too soon. At this moment, the black mist spots appeared out of nowhere and surrounded him. He still didn't understand what was happening. The dark mist turned into a stream that seeped into his mouth. Before long, he had swallowed all the dark mist. By the time he opened his eyes again, the person occupying this body was no longer Fu Kui. The trial arena within the sacred mountain realm of Tianlin Din was filled with groups of participants appearing one after another. But 5 minutes later, Fu Kui stepped out of the space door and immediately saw the image of Kola on the screen. There is also a congratulatory message for passing the first survival test, but it also reminds them not to get complacent because the second round will be even more brutal. The top 8 contestants will advance directly and face each other, including the legendary swordmaster Fa Fong and the righteous warrior Long Nia Heng. The next are An Hao from the system, Koa Lap, and another is Mak Te Kan Vuong Lu Tuan Tan. Only the top 2 contestants will have the chance to become spirit guardians, and they only have a month to prepare, during which the high-ranking officials of the spirit realm will come to observe. Hearing this, Xiaobai, who was helping Bin Yi, felt a bit worried about whether her injuries would heal. But whether Mak Te recovers or not, the competition will still go on, and their matchups have already been arranged. No need for drawing lots, they will face each other directly. When the bracket was revealed, Vi Duong and Vian Vian's expressions changed beyond words. In the bracket, Xiaobai faces Kwa Lap Kak. Yuan Yuan must go up against Trong Bin Yi, Long Vi Duong competes with Lang Nia Hang, and finally Fu Kui and Mak Te Kan. The thing Yuan Yuan worries about is that Trong Bin Yi is injured, so even if she wins, it wouldn't be much of an achievement. It's just that she's still in the same group as Xiaobai, and she has noticed that he's matured. If they meet, she might actually be able to win next time. But if she loses, won't she have to keep that promise? Thinking of this, she immediately feels awkward. Xiaobai suddenly felt her gaze on him. He furrowed his brow and asked what she was thinking. But she immediately turned away. Who cares what he thinks? Yet inside he kept cursing himself for being shameless, turning his nose up in front of so many people in the square. On this side, Wei Yang is secretly watching Ma Fuchi. This guy and him are in the same group, but right now he feels that the other person doesn't seem the same as before. His intuition was right. Fu Kui is no longer the same. He has been taken over by a divine-level creature. At the same time, the creature within Fu Kui paid no attention to the gaze watching him, instead focusing on a place where a sound like the wind was coming from. When the aura emanating from that place seemed to be calling to it, it kept looking in that direction. It's been 10 years, a very long time has passed. It has searched every corner of the Great Lake, but found no trace of that thing. The only place left unsearched is the Spirit Palace. What it wants to find is indeed here, the place where the eating students and supernatural powers began, and what it seeks is the shadow of the Four. If it obtains it, a divine-level creature will break through the low-level bottleneck, and may also achieve the most perfect evolution, becoming the ruler of this world. A long day passed, and the next morning, at the Spirit Palace Central Hospital, where Bin Yi was receiving treatment, Xiaobai and his group surrounded the doctor, demanding updates, their aggressive attitude frightening the doctor. Mr. Huanglan said he had tried his best, but Bin Yi's condition showed no improvement. As soon as he finished, Xiaobai angrily broke his arm and asked in a dissatisfied tone if he had really tried to treat her. As the doctor was frightened by the crowd of Little White, a clear voice asked what they were doing. Bai Bak turned his head and looked back. Knowing this person, her name is Lai Han, a researcher and also his bodyguard. She brought good news. She knows someone who can save Bin Yi. Thivu frowned and asked who that person was. Li Han sighed helplessly. Maybe she wouldn't be able to find him. Bak Kam also looked a bit suspicious. Could that person be really powerful? Thivu also couldn't believe it, thinking the doctor might be even more powerful. But Lai Han told them that the person wasn't a doctor, but a level S spirit master, the strongest currently in the spirit hall. His mind energy has been cultivated to a state of transcendence. If he agrees to use it to heal the wound, Bin Yi could survive. It's just a pity he's retreated from the martial world and his whereabouts are unknown, so finding him won't be easy. Hearing this, Xiaobai's group became even more desperate. But luckily, Mango knew a lot about that person, including his age of 56, height of 1.88 meters, and that he was a V-level S spirit master, and a Niem Kilu Tong S. The level of his psychic ability was just the lowest N rank, yet he pushed it to the limit and eventually became a Tongs. After Long Ming died, he had the chance to take over the Spirit Palace. But he has always been capricious and indifferent to power, so he voluntarily gave up the leadership of the Spirit Hall. As a result, this right automatically transferred to Hurry-Her, and he himself built a house on the top of Snow Mountain, then withdrew from public life. Mongo kept revealing all the information he knew, leaving the group of little white people stunned. After a moment, Li Han finally reacted. Why does she know such details? This matter concerns Bin Yi's life, and we can't afford to trust her blindly. Mongo used to work for Dean Liu and had extensive secret intelligence, with clear information on opponents. Moreover, she has sent troops to support Xiaobai. As they are family, she wouldn't deceive them. Also, she told them that this Tongsu has a peculiar personality, so she isn't sure if he will save Bin Yi. In just a moment, the hospital corridor fell silent, so quiet you could hear everyone's breathing. After a moment, Little White finally spoke. I'm sure I found this Master Liu's aura, because saving Bin Yi, even if there's only a small chance, I have to try. The snowy mountain peak is surrounded by steep cliffs and covered in white snow all around, creating a magnificent scene. This is also the destination of Little White, who is carrying Bin Yi on his back. Step by step, I climbed to the top of the mountain, my footprints pressed into the snow. After hours of relentless perseverance, I finally stopped. Xiaobai looked up at the snow house in front of him and let out a small sigh of relief, finally arriving. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a creature playing with a snowman in the yard, making him gasp in surprise. And the creature also saw you, its eyes quickly filled with fear. Without hesitation, it turned and ran into the house, but as it reached the door, it was blocked by an exploding snowball. Then, Xiaobai also appeared in front of it, coldly asking what this little thing was running for. I saw it looked very familiar. After thinking for a while, I finally remembered it was the creature of Yuan, but this is the house of the Chi Flowmaster. So why is it here? Under your terrifying gaze, the creature could only whimper in fear. But at this moment, a deep voice suddenly came from inside the house, and it was the voice of a middle-aged man. That person accused you of barging into his house and even bullying his belongings. You're quite arrogant. Xiaobai was startled and turned around, only to see a man slowly stepping out. Mukha frowned and looked at you, calmly saying that this is not a place you should be in. The moment he appeared, Xiaobai felt an overwhelming pressure. He was very powerful, and even the snow melted before touching him, with a protective barrier around him, causing anything near him to dissolve like snowflakes. So he concluded that his strength was profound and unpredictable, perhaps the strongest among the spiritual peak. As he was pondering, another voice sounded, this time a woman's, calling Muha as father. When asked what he was doing, Muha nodded at the girl who just arrived and coldly said it was a little brat here. But Xiaobai was truly surprised. The person who appeared was actually Yuan, and she was also very shocked to see him, wondering why he was at her house. After hearing the 3 words of her home, Xiaobai was stunned. This place is her house, so this S-rank spirit guardian must be her father. Mukha is truly Vian's father, and because they are acquaintances, Xiaobai was allowed into the house. As soon as he sat down, he apologized for arriving so suddenly, but he also made sure to state his purpose. Bin Yi was injured while protecting him, and only Mukha, the spirit guardian, could heal her. Vian frowned upon hearing this, realizing he had come all this way just for a bodyguard. You don't care about her opinion. You firmly look at Mukha and say you are willing to pay any price, hoping he can heal her. But Mukha doesn't hesitate and refuses. Yuan Yuan wasn't too surprised. She had already guessed he would say that, only silently letting out a sigh. Xiaobai frowned at him, hesitating to ask why could it be that saving Bin Ni would drain his energy. Muha chuckled softly and shook his head. Saving her as easy as turning over his hand. But since they are not close, why should he help him? And he also finds it troublesome. If he saves her, won't everyone in the world come to his house for treatment one after another, forcing him to take on all that trouble himself? His words sounded reasonable, leaving Xiaobai with nothing to say, but Yuan Yuan had something to add. She turned to look at him and asked directly if he would help if she asked for more. Mukha frowned and waited for her to explain the reason, and she slowly clarified that it was because Bin Yi was her rival in the upcoming round, and she didn't want others to say she won without honor. Would Mukha believe this lie? Of course not, but what he wondered was why his daughter would help a stranger, and in the end, he still agreed to treat Bin Yi's injuries. The three of them carried Bin Yi, who was injured, into the room, and Mukha looked at her briefly before suggesting a solution. Using spiritual energy to hit the body directly will generate high heat, so you need to remove all excess items on the body and call Yuan Yuan to help. Xiaobai frowned at this, lowered his head shyly, wondering if he really had to laugh everything off. You really have to laugh. And Yuan Yuan quickly took off all of Bing Ni's clothes without waiting for anything. Muha knew it would be rude, but there was no other way, so he closed his eyes and focused his energy. Then he precisely targeted the back of Bing Ni's neck, and she immediately let out a cry of pain. Muha gradually infused his spiritual energy into Bing Ni's body, but soon he was startled. He didn't expect this girl to be a dual ability user. Setting aside his doubts, Muha focused his mind to heal Bin Ni. Xiaobai on the side dared not look and could only close his eyes, hoping that he could be able to heal Bin Ni. Yuan Yuan frowned and warned him not to look at that place. Time slowly passed by, and after a while, Bin Ni finally showed signs of waking up. She slowly opened her eyes, not knowing what had happened to her, but she felt very hot, as if burned by flames. However, this unrestrained sensation made her feel very strange. It wasn't until she realized she had nothing on to cover herself that she reacted, shouting and desperately searching for her clothes. She kept asking what they were doing to her, but she didn't know what was happening to herself anymore. Xiaobai finally felt at ease but didn't open his eyes to check, only able to thank him verbally, grateful for his timely rescue. Due to the commotion caused by Bin Yi and the darkness of night, Vian could only arrange rooms for the two of them, and she entered an empty room with the lights on. Then he spoke to Little White. "This is your room. Bin Yi will stay nearby." And as soon as Little White entered the room, she quickly lay on the bed. He also let out a sigh of relief. Everything was settled, and he could finally rest. He looked at Yuan Yuan sincerely and said thank you. Yuan Yuan was a bit surprised, then hesitated and asked if it was worth it for a bodyguard. Even she needs the support of a loaned umbrella to get home safely, yet you still let Bin Yi walk here alone. If a snowstorm hits, it's over. Risking your life for her, is it worth it? Little White nodded without hesitation. It was truly worth it. Bin Ni is not only a bodyguard but also a friend of yours. You've had a few friends and loved ones, but they all left you later on. At that moment, he realized that the person who truly cares about you is the one who won't hesitate to stand by your side even if the whole world abandons you. Bin Ni risked her life to save him, and he would also be willing to sacrifice his life to protect her. Yuan Yuan heard this and frowned, then turned around and pushed the door to leave, but before leaving, she reminded him to rest. Once Bin Ni was gone, she would take them down the mountain to a different place, outside on a wide balcony. Bin Ni stands alone here, watching the night snow. Thinking about what happened earlier, she couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. She never expected that because of healing her wounds, Xiaobai could do so much. Seeing the snow now, she seemed to recall the feeling of leaning on his shoulder. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice suddenly asked if she wasn't afraid of catching a cold in this strong wind. Bin Yi was surprised and turned around, feeling a bit shocked to see that Aha was still awake. He chuckled softly and said he was drinking milk tea. Aha took a sip of his milk tea and then suddenly asked a random question, asking her if she knew about dual ability users. Bin Yi frowned and looked at him with some confusion, wondering why he asked that. Seeing her expression, Yi Xia then slowly explained, "People who are struck by meteorites all gain a special ability, and some even have dual abilities, but the chance is only 0.000001%, and those are called dual ability users, and she is the second person, the dual ability user that he has encountered." Hearing this, she knew he had seen through her special trait. Manhwa frowned at her and continued speaking. If her injuries were on a normal person, they would definitely be fatal. But she still managed to breathe, so another of her abilities is to produce an effect of immortality. That ability is called symbiosis. Bin Yi was seen through by him and no longer hid it. Honestly, she and the parasitic spirit share a trait. If one side suffers a fatal wound, they won't die but will enter a near-death state. Hearing this, Manhwa felt a bit emotional. It is indeed very miraculous, but he was a bit puzzled about who the Zongxi technique practitioner was. Bin Yi explained slowly that the Zongxi technique would automatically choose someone she cared about to perform the spell, and the practitioner would share a mental connection with her. Recently, she became sure that the summoning symbiosis was with Tutyobak, who once said he sensed her danger and even knew her location, but she wouldn't tell Manhwa. Thinking this, she looked up at Manhwa and tilted her head, saying that because he saved her, she was telling him this in hopes he could keep her secret, and he nodded without hesitation. At this moment, Bin Yi suddenly spoke up and asked Manhwa to be Tutyobak's master. Manhwa was a bit surprised but quickly declined, saying that being a master was too complicated and he was very busy. Hearing this, Bin Yi sighed and apologized, saying she was rude. Manhwa thought for a moment and then calmly said that although he couldn't accept Tutyobak as a disciple, out of respect for his effort in climbing to the peak, he would give him a gift. The two of them then parted ways, and Manhwa went to fulfill his promise, calling Luandiu to take him and Tutyobak to a certain place. The deep school only said one sentence. You probably haven't seen the light of a meteor shower before, right? There are many ability users in the Divine Spirit Palace, so some abilities overlap, classified into N, L, S, L, S, S, L, and UL based on their rarity. And Manhwa knows that he has two abilities. One is Shadow Seal at UL level, and the other is Thunderbolt at SSL level. But neither are his innate abilities, which surprises him that he understands his abilities so well. At this moment, Musia turned to look at you again. Today he would give you a power entirely your own. Hearing this, Musia immediately understood that he wanted to take you to the Science Research Institute. So he might as well go and learn a bit about the former leader who wanted to kill him earlier. After a while, the two finally arrived at the Science Research Institute, but as they stepped through the gate, they were immediately stopped by the security guards. Manhwa felt a bit annoyed being pushed aside. It seems he's been away from the mountain too long and forgotten by others. Tsubai beside him didn't agree, thinking they have eyes but fail to see Mount Tai. The security team, hearing their whispers, showed impatience on their faces and shouted loudly to chase them away, saying the research institute was not a place they could enter. But as soon as they finished speaking, they suddenly felt their bodies lifted off the ground, and their faces instantly turned pale. But by the time they reacted, they saw two figures of Manhwa and Tutyobak opposite to themselves, both of them hanging upside down on the same hook, extremely panicked and shouting non-stop. They still thought it was Manhwa who did it and looked at him in fear, but Manhwa hadn't moved at all from the beginning. They didn't realize it doesn't mean Little White also didn't recognize. He's not doing nothing, even though his body doesn't move. But the spiritual energy seems to have a life of its own flowing through the air. No wonder the snowflakes can't get close to his body. This is the marvel. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly echoed from inside the research institute. This invisible aura of spiritual energy perfectly matches an unparalleled aura. Probably only one person in the world can do it. The two of them looked up and turned around, only to see an old blind man walking over with a cane. This is the spiritual master, V Cup S, Kim Vu. Recognizing Manhwa, he cautiously asked what he was doing here. Manhwa calmly explained that he has a friend whose abilities are not yet awakened and has asked Director Liu for help. Xiaobai was a bit surprised to learn that this blind man was actually the director. Manhwa gently smiled and said, "Don't underestimate his hypnotic power," then called Xiaobai to greet Director Liu. As soon as the name was mentioned, Kim Vu was immediately shocked. Why is he with Manhwa? This young man is quite clever and stubborn, clearly aware that he's being manipulated, yet he still dares to come forward on his own. Since Manhwa is backing him up, the situation isn't easy to handle, but Xiaobai isn't afraid and steps right in front of him. He casually said that he heard Director Liu has a very miraculous meteorite, whose light can awaken people's supernatural powers, so he asked Director Liu to help broaden his horizons. Kim Vu, clearing his throat, hesitated and said, "It's not that he wouldn't help, but every time the meteorite is used, it must be approved by the Lay's master, and he doesn't have that authority. But if the Little White is Manhwa's friend, he can also help him ask the Law's master for the meteorite." Little White knows he's making an excuse, clearly not wanting him to gain powers. If softness doesn't work, then better to try being tough with him. But before you could act, suddenly you felt a gust of wind sweep past you. By the time you react, Muha is already standing in front of Kim Vu, who fearfully steps back. What does he intend to do? Muha narrows his eyes and gives a warning growl. He's here now. Is Kim Vu deliberately showing him disrespect? Kim Vu felt a strong pressure, as if he was about to suffocate. And Zishu told him clearly that no matter what, he should not confront the person in front of him. Mukha now lowered his aura, casually saying he was indeed reasonable. The three quickly entered the research institute, with Mukha jokingly playing with Kim Vu as they went, making sure they wouldn't take the wrong path. Hearing this, he immediately claimed to be blind but not deaf, remembering every path in the research institute. Every door requires Kim Vu's command to open. If it were up to you, you wouldn't have made it this far. And the closer you get to Tianthak, the more intense the reaction of the hidden chi within your body seems to become. The three of them continued on, and before long, Liu Kim Vu stopped in front of a door. He turned to explain to the others that Tianthak was behind this door. Once inside, they had to follow his instructions. Mukha sneered at this, but when they arrived, he opened it without fuss. Liu Kim Vu felt a bit annoyed inside but didn't dare to show it, and started opening the door. Soon, the door was opened, but inside there was quite a lot of smoke billowing out. Mukha looked at this scene with a surprised frown. Only Liu Kim Vu was smiling proudly. After passing through the last door, what caught their eyes was a huge heavenly stone in the center of the heavily guarded room. Muha spoke, "So this is the heavenly stone that grants supernatural power. This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes." But upon closer inspection of the stone ring, Mr. Ngak paused and said, "It doesn't seem as special as I thought." Hearing this, he turned his head as if to confirm with Little White. He asked, "I, Xiaobai, said yes, right?" But no matter how much he called, there was no response at all. Kim Vu, standing nearby, silently thought to himself that light and darkness are inherently one. They always attract and pull each other. Having been exposed to this darkness so closely, Teobak must be enchanted by it. On this side, Xiaobai is almost using everything he has to overcome the surrounding dark energy, while Kim Vu silently continues to think. If he loses himself now, he will immediately merge with this meteorite. Then at the right moment, the meteorite will fully restore its energy, and I will be able to create the hunting army I've always dreamed of. The more I speak of my sinister plans, the more it takes over his mind, and his face gradually shows uncontrollable excitement. He whispered, "It's all thanks to you, Mukha. You were the one who brought this to me willingly." But to prevent him from achieving his goal so easily, after calling repeatedly without any response from Teobak, Mukha directly punched him in the face, causing Teobak's face to twist in pain. He just hit Xiaobai and then went home. Does this kid dare to ignore me? Does he understand what respecting elders means? Despite the boy's continuous cries of pain, the old man Kim Vu was speechless, unsure how to interpret this scene. Hit him to wake him up first. Mukha shifted to the sword Vu's shoulder to make Teobak's trembling body stand still in that corner. Mukha asked Vu, "Can you now activate the meteorite to help me?" He hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After activation, the massive power from the main generator made the wires glow brilliantly. It slowly approaches the meteorite, finally beginning to absorb a large amount of the electrical energy being transferred. After a while, the stone suddenly shines brightly, dazzling everyone here. Muha stared intently at it, silently wondering what kind of superpower Xiaobai would gain next. As for Sword Vu, as soon as he learned it contained a level no superpower, meaning he would have it too, it made him a bit confused. Teobak temporarily couldn't get used to this light, so he raised both hands to cover his face. After a brief blinding flash, he couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed the railing to steady himself. Mukha turned to ask him, "Is it over?" Chi-Yu hurriedly asked again and again, "How does the boy feel now? Do you feel any change in your body?" With a face covered in sweat, he replied softly that, aside from the blinding light, there was no special change, as if he didn't feel any new power emerging. "So, when you mentioned that you looked at Mr. Liu and asked, you didn't want me to have superpowers, so you must have found a fake meteor to deceive Mukha, right?" He immediately jumped up in protest. "This kid is talking nonsense. It's just that the first time he was exposed to the light of a meteor, so he will definitely awaken his supernatural power. And if there's a problem, it's his issue, not mine." Shobai shrugged as if he didn't know. "But I really haven't changed at all. If you didn't want me to have powers, then why did you deceive us with a fake meteorite?" Kim Vu fell silent for a moment, thinking to himself that this kid must have incredible strength, and he was just saying that to avoid trouble in front of me. At that point, Little White turned to Mukha and said, "If Mr. Liu doesn't want to see us, then we'll just leave. I know there's a bubble tea shop nearby. Let's go. I'll buy you a drink." This surprised Mukha, but he agreed right away. After saying that, the two kids immediately turned around and started chatting happily. Mukha said, "I just want to drink super sweet bubble tea." Little White replied, "No problem. I'll buy you both coconut pudding and grass jelly," leaving Mr. Kim Vu standing there stunned, not knowing what to do next. Despite his calm appearance, Jian Wu was furious inside. "You humiliate me again and again. Do you think I can't kill you with Muha here?" Thinking this, he drew his sword from his heavy sheath, vowing to himself to seek justice for himself. As he drew his sword to attack, he thought to himself, "If I strike now, no one can stop me today. I will kill you, right here." And then he immediately transformed into a terrifying figure. But he hadn't had time to do anything before Mukha detected him, and he only coldly called out, "Zhuanghua Lu." Then he turned to look at him with a fierce gaze. "Do you forget how terrified you were when I controlled your strength?" He immediately transformed into a terrified, trembling state and stammered in response, "Remember. Remember." At this point, Jian Wu quickly closed his weapon and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, since you both want to leave, I shouldn't force you." Xiaobai, standing beside him, broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, Mukha's murderous gaze just now was truly terrifying. Looking at Jian Wu's back, he could only think that if he had really acted earlier, he would have gone to the Nine Springs immediately. You looked back at Mukha, feeling confused, outwardly appearing harmless, but inside hiding an endless strength. You wondered silently, is Mukha actually the strongest person in this kingdom? A while later, Mukha and Tubok sat on the back of the flying beast as they returned from the research institute, with Mukha habitually buying himself a cup of milk tea. He took a long sip and walked along while drinking happily. Such a big cup of milk tea, he finished it in just one gulp. Xiaobai stood nearby, watching this scene in disbelief. He really finished the entire cup in one go. How much does he love milk tea? After drinking the milk tea, Mukha turned to look at Xiaobai seriously and said, now that only the two of them are left, he could finally see what kind of awakening ability Xiaobai has. Hearing this, Xiaobai's face immediately turned pale, and he chuckled softly. As expected, he couldn't hide anything from him. He didn't want the director to know his true situation, so he deliberately provoked him. But the strange power he just gained, he hasn't used it yet, so he doesn't know if it works. Mukha felt there was no big problem and told him not to move. He could observe himself, channeling his energy into two fingers, then pointing to the middle of his forehead. Immediately, Mukha entered a dark space where eyes kept blinking at him. Mukha carefully observed the space for a while before finally confirming. This is Xiaobai's psychic space, a dark spirit-type psychic ability used to control evil spirits in battle, and a very rare psychic power. However, we still don't know the true level of this evil spirit. As he was thinking, a giant figure approached from behind him. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a serious tone, "So this is the true form of the evil spirit, right? Tell me its name." Suddenly, a firm voice rang out. It was the demon god Atula. Outside, Little White waited silently for Mukha, but after so long, he still hadn't made any move. Could something have happened? At this moment, Mukha's expression was full of emotion, and he sighed repeatedly. Then he withdrew his hand and calmly said with admiration, "Your luck is quite unusual." Chubak sighed in relief. "So it's a not ordinary power, not the light of four within the core of the meteorite, right?" Mukha sneered disdainfully. "Are you dreaming? The light of four is the supreme treasure of the spirit palace, but your power is also very rare. Not only is it powerful, but also extremely destructive. So he spent some time taming it. And the more Xiaobai heard, the more confused he became. So what kind of ability is it?" Mukha hesitated for a moment before finally telling him that he possessed an SSR-level dark spirit ability called Atula, the god of bow. When Xiaobai heard this name, he was startled. The name was indeed a bit domineering. But Mukha chuckled softly and said, "What's so domineering about it?" He thought it was very cool, then carefully reminded him that a powerful Qithan is very strong, but its residual curse is too heavy, and overusing it can cause backlash. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, you shouldn't use it. This statement really shocked Xiaobai. It has been a month since Xiaobai awakened his new power, and many residents of the spirit realm have spontaneously gathered at the monthly arena. Today is the most important day of the year for them, not only because it is the finals of the selection tournament, but also because a level S spirit guardian will appear here. On the arena, Kola and Vu Viet were the first to arrive here. The spectators couldn't help but marvel, as it was their first time seeing real people, and many S-rank and A-rank guardians had also come to watch. On the high platform, Kola sat in his seat of honor, Vu Viet standing beside him, calmly saying that back then he was the highest authority in the Spirit Fairy Hall and didn't need to arrive so early. Making everyone wait and then appearing last would be more fitting for his status, but Kola said he liked waiting, like the moonlight passing through the clouds. Back then, I hoped the participants would shine and not let my expectations down. At this moment, Kola's hand moved slightly and there was a faint sound on the roof, but the person sitting up there was still so steady. Probably not many people in the spirit realm could do that. Thinking about it, Kula transforms into a liquid and slips through the roof tiles. Sure enough, he sees a man sitting there, and it's someone familiar. Muha. Kula suspiciously eyes him, wondering why he's interested in these matters. Could it be that because of your daughter's competition, you came here to watch? Mukha sat calmly, shook his head, and said, "That's not entirely the case." Then he casually offered the giant milk tea in his hand, saying mainly because the tea shop was having a discount today and also giving free tapioca pearls, asking if Kola wanted to have a sip. Seeing this milk tea, Kola's expression subtly changed, and he quickly declined, saying that drinking too much sugar would make him look strange faster. Mukhe heard this and stopped paying attention, happily sipping her bubble tea. At her age, there's no need to try to look better. You should enjoy a happy life. Down below, a beautiful woman stepped in from outside, her high heels clicking as she walked. The woman looked up at the upper floor and asked what the two people there were talking about. Vu Viet felt uncomfortable seeing her. Why did she come now? The visitor was Long Yen, the CEO of Van Suyen Energy Group, and also a V-Cup S spirit guardian. Long Yen raised her lips and asked, "Are you discussing who your son will become a spirit guardian with?" Vu Viet responded coldly with a sarcastic promise. "She's quite confident about Long V Duong, but I wonder if a mother like her sitting here will affect his development." Long Yen calmly sat down on the steps, smiling slightly and saying, "I am his mother. Supporting him is only natural. Why would it affect anything?" Vu Viet frowned and chuckled bitterly, his tone extremely sarcastic. "Duong, if you saw the person who abandoned his father here." At this point, Vu Viet stopped speaking, but Long Yen's face darkened in an instant as she shouted her name, causing Mukha and Kola to be startled by the sound. Do women always argue like this? Returning to the battlefield below, Long Yen glared at Vu Viet and warned sharply, "I think I've said enough. Just do your job as a referee well enough." Besides, Vu Viet didn't back down either, issuing an order with a single word. No need for her to remind him. The battle between the women seemed endless, with them constantly insulting each other until Cora couldn't take it anymore and told them to shut up while Mukha quietly moved aside. At the same time, below the stands, the confrontation between the two had reached the spectators' ears, leaving some wondering what deep grudge they had to fight so fiercely. A blonde woman sitting nearby takes a bite of corn before calmly saying that Long Yen's reputation is very bad. Rumor has it she became the CEO of the energy company by selling her beauty, having abandoned her seriously ill husband and son, with many people supporting her behind her back. Moreover, it seems that Long Yen doesn't really have any true ability. She only rose to S rank by borrowing Long Yen's reputation. At this point, the woman sighed regretfully, feeling sorry for young Master Long. He obviously grew up to be so handsome. How could he have such a terrible mother? Just then, a voice from behind the woman asked curiously, "Is he really that handsome?" The two girls turned their heads slightly and saw a man approaching them with a smile on his face. Are they complimenting his good looks? This is the Wind Eye, a level S spirit guardian. The blonde woman saw him and her heart immediately raced, her cheeks flushing red. She didn't understand why she felt this way, her body growing hotter by the second. Moreover, it seems she has lost control, constantly seeing embarrassing images in her mind and feeling very uncomfortable. "Someone, please help her." Seeing this, the girl next to her asked worriedly if she was okay, and everyone was also surprised. Is she really that infatuated with guys? Fong Nan chuckled softly, teasing with a smirk. This little girl is quite passionate. At this moment, a cold voice from behind him scolded him for being vulgar. Fong Nan subtly turned his head to look back at, and upon seeing the person, his face immediately changed. He chuckled softly, so it was Lily 4, and he asked if she wanted to try this little experiment of pleasure, but his charm had no effect. Lily 4 snorted and told him to shut up. He can try how many times he wants, but today his tricks won't work on me. She is Lily 4, the spiritual guardian of V-Cup S, a swordsmanship master, and she demands he help the girl with the spell. If he keeps provoking her, she will definitely punish him. Fong Yun heard this and curled his lips in disdain, wondering why he could never evoke her desire. Perhaps she's never had any fantasies in that area. Lily 4, hearing his muttering, would obviously not dare to tell him what he was saying, so he just casually said she was beautiful. Lily 4 snapped and told him to shut up. Seeing her reaction, Fang Nan smiled, so she also knows how to be shy. 1 second later, Wu Wei immediately announced that the selection festival officially began. He quickly invited the contestants onto the stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted in cheers and applause. Immediately after, the 8 contestants entered one after another. The contestants and Makangan upstairs also joined in Wu's cheer for Tubac. Hearing this, he turned around with a slightly displeased expression. What are these people doing? You turned to Bin Ni and asked where Li Han was and why she wasn't here. Bin Ni quickly explained that today was Li Han's shift at the research institute, so she couldn't come. Tubac frowned after hearing that. Director Liu knew full well that Li Han was his person and still kept her working in the research department. This old man is really sinister. He wants to take advantage of your distraction to do something bad. At the same time, Long Yen looked down at Vi Duong, truly missing him and wanting him to look at her just once. Vi Duong also seemed to sense that intense gaze, hesitated and turned his head, meeting her eyes. Long Yen was momentarily panicked, speechless. Vi Duong took the initiative to look at her. Could it be that he had forgiven her? Thinking this, she disregarded her image and cheered excitedly for Wu and Vi Duong. At this moment, Wu Viet announced the rules of the competition. The winning conditions for the selection event are very simple. First, knocking out or pinning the opponent for 10 seconds so they cannot get up. Second, the opponent admits defeat. Third, if a contestant has a clear, overwhelming advantage, the match will end. If a life-threatening situation occurs, the match will be immediately stopped. At this moment, Bach is constantly yawning, clearly very tired, and he asks if they can start now. Bin Ni saw this scene and immediately sighed. He's been feeling down lately, probably because he hasn't been sleeping well. A subordinate nearby noticed his state and also looked suspicious, wondering if he hadn't heeded the warning from that man. Wu Viet announced the rules and then invited the contestants to the rest area. The first match officially began between Xiaobai and Lacai. The 2 contestants quickly stepped onto the stage, and the match officially started. In the stands, a boy asked his mother if Lap Kak was very strong. His mother told him that he was a regular at the selection festival, and everyone said he was the strongest outside of the spirit guardian. Up in the stands, Lap Kak confidently frowns at Tubac. It's been 5 years. He has participated in the selection festival 5 times in a row without fail, always facing the strongest newcomers of that time. Originally, he thought he would face some super new talent like Duong or Fu Kui, but unexpectedly he met Tubac again. His skill can still suppress your infinite shadow, so he's confident he can win. Hearing this, Little Silver sighed helplessly. This guy is really stupid. You frown and look at him, who told him that you only have infinite shadow power. Hearing this, Lap Kak was not afraid either, and with a command, so what? No matter what other skills you absorb, you're only a newcomer who has only been exposed to skills for 2 months. He has fought hundreds of battles, so he's not afraid of you. As soon as he spoke, he quickly charged forward, and suddenly, countless circles appeared in front of the silver-haired boy. Seeing this, the people in the stands immediately froze in shock. This was Lap Kak's ability. Even with long body transformation skills and level 1 abilities, his speed is so fast that the naked eye can't see, only leaving dust behind. The young Silver frowningly observes, as the energy absorption method of the shadowy abyss has 2 types. One is that the opponent enters a state of death or unconsciousness, and the other is directly grabbing the opponent with their hand to absorb energy. Lap Kak is very confident in his speed. He definitely cannot be caught. As long as he maintains this state and waits for you to slip up, he will surely win. He truly believed it. That's why he thought this was his best chance, and without hesitation, he charged forward. But he was mistaken. Every move he made was watched by the Little Silver. The moment he charged forward, the Little Silver saw it and immediately turned around, locking eyes with him, causing him to panic and retreat. Moreover, his face was now covered in cold sweat. His heart beat so fast he felt like it might jump out. The spectators in the stands didn't understand what was happening and whispered in confusion, wondering why he suddenly stopped. Is he really giving in? They can't find a reason for him to stop the attack, so what's really going on? At that moment, no one understood the fear he was feeling. In that brief moment just now, he seemed to feel thousands of eyes watching him, like daggers piercing through his body, making him think he was hallucinating. He looked at the person in front of him, who appeared very normal but made his inner fear grow. Why was that? Xem ra hắn dạ dừng lại rồi, chẳng phải hắn từng khắc cầu sao lại dốt nhiễn bỏ cuộc. Lap Kak heard this and panicked. Everyone's enthusiasm was too much. If he hesitated, his perseverance would collapse. Even the fans who had been supporting him for 5 years disappeared, so he decided to take a risk. Thinking to himself, he narrowed his eyes at Little White and spoke slowly. This afternoon he had prepared for the noble and wealthy, but today he would break the tradition to let you see more. Little White couldn't help but smile softly at these words. Fine. Whatever moves you have, just use them. It's been half a day of fuss anyway.
Your arrogant attitude makes Lakak angry, so he quickly steps back to gather strength, ready to unleash his ultimate move and defeat you in an instant, so you better wake up quickly.
As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from Xiaobai's sight, and the spot where he had just stood was marked by a splash of water. In an instant, rocks and debris flew everywhere, making Xiaobai feel as if he were standing in a stone circle battlefield. Apart from the weakness of jumping too powerfully causing the rocks to explode, everything else is nearly perfect. So Lakak is very confident that this time Tubok will fall, and he aggressively swings a fist toward you. But before he could reach him, he was slapped away. I've tolerated him for half a day already. I give the order for him to keep jumping. Lakak was at his wit's end, beaten like this for the 6th time, truly frustrating. This scene left everyone in the stands speechless. In just a moment, the surrounding chatter erupted. A single slap defeated the legendary hero, and he didn't even use the infinite hidden strike. What's going on here? Xiaobei watched him fly away, smirked softly, and forgot to tell him that the highest level of B rank he had already reached a month ago. At this moment, the announcement sounded, and the winner of this match was naturally Xiaobai. A senior watching from above silently observes, noting that his spirit and steps are too reckless, although not yet clear this is a reaction to Atula. Hearing this, the second elder can't help but sigh helplessly, as he still can't control his fascination. The match ended like that, with Xiaobai winning, and he was naturally very happy. Next came the difficult showdown, the upcoming match between Yuan Yuan and Bing Ni. At the same time in the lounge, Tuan Tan watched the two women on the arena, his face suddenly turning red as he softly asked if this match was between the daughter of a fairy and a guard of Little White. Ngia Hang carefully inquired beside him who he thought had the better chance of winning. He thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly, saying it's not easy to say, only that these two are evenly matched. But what he's referring to as being evenly matched, no one really knows, and judging by his expression, it doesn't seem to be about strength. At this moment, Vian Vian stood facing Bin Ni, coldly saying that just because her father had saved her before, it didn't mean she would forgive her. Bin Ni had never thought that way. In this battle, she will fight with all her might, but as Xiaobai's bodyguard, she has never completed her missions. Thinking this, she looked at Xiaobai, who was smiling and cheering her on. Bin Ni nodded slightly in response, but inside she couldn't hide her thoughts. Every time she was in danger, it was him who appeared to help her. When she was humiliated, it was also him who stepped forward for her. When she was in despair, he was still the one protecting her. When she chose to carry him on her back up the snowy mountain, it was still him. She also wants to prove herself in front of him. Bin Ni can fight for her master too. The officer narrowed his eyes at her, a fierce fighting spirit evident on his face, and with a commanding tone, he said, "Come on, use all your strength to see who is better." As soon as she finished speaking, Bin Ni suddenly burst out, and then a huge stone shot up from the ground amid everyone's shocked eyes. Moreover, the giant stone was lifted into the middle of the arena, and the entire field suddenly fell silent. They all felt this was just too extraordinary. Almost the entire arena was lifted into the sky by her. Xiaobai saw this and felt no surprise, only worry, because such a large boulder was raised high. The energy expenditure exceeds expectations, surpassing Bin Ni's limits, and she won't be able to hold on. At the same time, Mukha is watching the battle and realizes Bin Ni's intentions. She poured all her energy into the main rock, aiming for a decisive victory. It seems she really wants to win this match in front of Xiaobai. At the same time, Yuan Yuan below looked up at the rock and was speechless. Can she really withstand the attack from this ancient stone? She is indeed a bit frightened, but she doesn't want to be overwhelmed by Bin Ni's aura. This must be her full-strength attack. This old stone is large, but with her speed, avoiding it shouldn't be difficult. As long as she dodges it, I win. But she didn't expect that Bin Ni would use regional gravity, directly increasing it by 100 times. In the blink of an eye, the body of Vian Vian underwent a transformation. Her body had no strength at all, kneeling on the ground in a panic. Wow, Bin Ni actually created 100 times gravity. She guessed her intention to dodge, aiming to slow her down and force her to surrender before the old stone fell. The old stone was growing larger and larger. If pressed down, it would surely be the end. But Vian Vian can't just let Bin Ni give up on her wish. She won't accept defeat like that. Suddenly, the old stone exploded and shattered into pieces. Shattered fragments like falling flowers scattered everywhere. The crowd in the stands could only raise their hands to brace against the force, which was too strong, and the ancient stone had already broken. Vian Vian won't die, right? At the same time, Xiaobai secretly observed the fight with a serious expression. Bin Yi. She's in trouble. Meanwhile, Mu Ha was very worried about his daughter, but believed she would be fine.
As the smoke cleared, Vien's figure appeared, unscathed and with signs of pleasure on her face,
even saying she enjoyed such intense attacks. Seeing this, Mu Ha understood why she was like that. She had connected with the fierce T-Rack. The black feeling of connecting with a carnivorous creature can temporarily grant the target's attribute value, but the downside of this battle is also quite clear. The target's personality will influence the person. At this moment, Yuan's face was flushed, her body covered in sweat, as if she had just gone through a fierce battle. She looked up at Bing Ni above, her voice full of seduction. Come on, attack her with the move you just used. The people in the stands couldn't help but feel emotional watching this. The young lady not only dodged the giant's attack, but even taunted her opponent, making this battle both thrilling and intense. But what she didn't expect was that Bing Ni actively Jaichu gravity. If she remained in this gravity state, she wouldn't be able to communicate with the fierce T-Rack at all. Seeing her not give up, was that why she did this? As she was thinking, she suddenly saw Bin Yi undergo a change. Bin Ni's body could no longer stand firm, staggering uncontrollably because the previous attack had drained all her stamina. That's why at this moment, she was aimlessly falling from the sky, unable to hold on anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena immediately gasped. Bin Yi has fallen, which means she has lost. The expressions of the three people in suits sitting nearby are also quite tense. If she continues to fall like that, it will be very dangerous. Fortunately, at this moment, Little White rushed out, and of course he wouldn't let anything happen to her. He held Bin Yi in his arms with one hand. Seeing her face already drained of all color, he couldn't help but sigh and remind her that it was just a competition. There was no need to risk her life like this. Bin Yi looked at him quietly and whispered an apology. He declined to comment on it and safely carried her down.
At the same time, it was immediately announced that contestant Bin Yi no longer had the strength to continue fighting, so the outcome was clear. Bin Yi had prepared for this match for a long time, but today, she lost. Vuvik was about to loudly declare the winner, but she was interrupted before she could finish. She conceded without hesitation, and Bin Yi was the winner of this match. Although she was very unwilling, if it weren't for Bin Yi removing the gravity restriction, she wouldn't have a chance and would definitely lose. Hearing this, Mu Ha nodded with satisfaction. Truly, a daughter of her father. Xiaobai also couldn't help but glance at her. Preferring to admit defeat rather than let Bin Yi concede to win this match, her pride was very strong, but Bin Yi was very happy. She reached out and pulled Xiaobai's shirt. He frowned, unsure of what she was trying to say. Bin Yi smiled contentedly, claiming she had won. You just realized what she meant and praised her, saying she's very strong, too. Hearing this, Bin Yi's energy instantly returned, and she clung tightly to Tubak. She was squeezing too hard, making him almost gasp for air. Seeing this scene, Bin Yi was so furious that she shouted out loud without caring about her face. Are you two done yet? Seeing this scene, Vu couldn't help but chuckle softly. My sister-in-law here is really jealous and possessive. Mongon, on the other hand, is jealous of Bin Yi, feeling that she must be very comfortable in that position, and she wants it too. With Vien's admission of defeat, Vu Viet announced that Bin Yi was the winner. Due to serious damage to the arena, repairs are needed, and the next match will be postponed by an hour so everyone can go rest. Up in the lounge, Tubak opened a can of water and took a sip, smiling at the two in front of him, saying they've already given up. Then she reminded them again that the competition is just a competition, and they shouldn't let it damage their friendship, and Bin Yi happily nodded in agreement. Only Vien remained silent for a long time before hesitantly apologizing, as she had originally planned to challenge you at the grand event, but now everything seemed to have been turned upside down. Although she can't compete with you, she also understands that your strength has far surpassed mine. So she acknowledged your status as the heir to the throne and the engagement as well. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out, directly attacking Xiaobai, who was caught off guard. Xiaobai turned around in surprise, and it was Lu Jianwu who had arrived. He ordered casually and responded indifferently. Isn't he here to specially congratulate me on winning the match? I can't believe it. Jianwu strode forward with his staff, grinding his teeth and cursing, feeling that you, who have a backing, would surely spare him from insults again. Hearing this, you couldn't help but frown. This old fox clearly intends to withdraw his hidden attack and shamelessly say such things in front of others. Seeing that you didn't respond, Jianwu slowly drew his sword, feeling confident that you had already gone down the mountain to buy bubble tea and wouldn't be coming back soon.
At this moment, he had made his move, wanting to see who else you might turn to. The editor glared at Jian Wu, his courage too great. You are the man betrothed to her. And Ping Ni also spoke up to support him. Don't even think about touching a single hair on his head. Jian Wu responded coldly, feeling sorry for you. Mukha isn't here, so you can only rely on Tiaokon Wong. Bai Bai also wasn't afraid, calmly asking if he was serious. This is the hall of the selection festival. The guards and spectators could all see. Performing a wedding kiss in front of so many people would likely stain the spirit guards. You dare to attack him, she will definitely hold you accountable, but he's not afraid because she truly manages the spirits well. However, he's not a spirit king, so she has no right to accuse him. In just a moment, as his stance changed, Xiaobai realized he was serious. Qi Wu fiercely swung his sword toward Xiaobai. But before they could reach you, a sound and clash of metal rang out. In an instant, both Yuan and Bing Ni's faces changed color because Qi Wu's sword had been blocked. He couldn't help but frown, thinking that the person coming might be the saintly swordswoman, Li Tu, but she immediately denied it. Although Li Tu's swordsmanship could barely compare to his, she had no reason to attack him for Xiaobai. Thinking so, he used his blind eyes to look towards the source of the sound and coldly demanded to know who was there, as he truly couldn't imagine anyone besides Li Tu who could block his sword. The visitor is Zhao Kai. She nodded and sheathed her sword, then promptly announced her name. Hearing this name, Jian Wu was taken aback. She was one of Long Ming's bodyguards, her first time gathering combat intelligence, and surprisingly, quite formidable. But then Thi Vu also carried his gun and approached, frowning at him defiantly, this blind old man they haven't settled accounts with yet, and now he's coming to them. Do they really think they're easy to bully, especially with Mo Ngan beside her, and her standing with Xiaobai, calling him out sharply? He recognizes this voice. But Ma Wenan spoke out to criticize him for his evil intentions, which have already caused the death of many innocent people, and this time she will no longer stand on his side. The three of them's stance clearly says that before anyone dares to hurt Xiaobai, they must go through them. As soon as he said that, Yuan and Bin Ni also spoke up together, wanting to protect Xiaobai. He was a bit surprised that they would defend him like that. Kim Vu, despite this intimidating aura, showed no fear at all, and loudly declared that a few dead men didn't scare him. He feared no one. But as soon as he finished speaking, his shoulder was suddenly seized by an arm. His body trembled in an instant, his heart pounding uncontrollably as if it wanted to jump out, because someone silently and instinctively appeared behind him, just with one hand making the old man's heart race. Except for that person, there probably was no one else. At this moment, a faint voice called out, accompanied by a swallowing sound, obviously the old man who couldn't handle the cold milk tea from the lower realm. The lower realm coldly looked at Liu Jianvu, frowned slightly, and chuckled softly. No one is afraid, huh? His tone was truly bold. Outside the arena, in a corner of the training ground, a childish voice kept calling out for senior brother in the forest. The boy happily ran up to Ma Fu Kui and excitedly said, "Finally found him. Where have you been all month? Training in seclusion to break through. I came to cheer you on." But Fu Kui didn't answer either. He just leaned against the tree and silently looked at the boy, seeing this scene. Chua Tai unexpectedly asked, "Isn't he the most caring of the little treasures, always giving the boy money whenever they meet?" But the boy didn't know that the person in front of him was no longer Fu Kui, but a carnivorous creature, planning how to deal with him. And at this moment, Chua Tai suddenly saw something, his face instantly turning grim. Fu Kui's hellfire seal is gone. It could only be opened at the moment of life and death. This was created by his master, using his hellfire ability to suppress his power, reduce damage, but now it's lost, so it's extremely urgent. The creature inside Fu Kui's body felt overwhelmed and was preparing to strike, but the boy didn't realize that he still thought he had convinced him to seal it again. And suddenly, Fu Kui's body staggered as if resisting something. His eyes still looked fierce, and after a moment he suddenly shouted, "Quickly run away! There's danger here!" His body kept trembling as the two souls inside clearly conflicted with each other, but before long his eyes opened again. Only inside his eyes were vacant, indicating that Fu Kui had lost and the creature had once again taken over his body. Chua Tai immediately stepped back in fear. The person in front of him was not his senior brother. Who was it then? The creature obviously did not answer, directly attacking the boy. A while later, at the arena, the stage had been repaired and the competition would continue. Up in the stands, after the earlier commotion, Ajia was standing next to Jianwu, sipping milk tea and speaking, "Old people should watch the matches with other old people.
"Don't cause trouble with the kids," he heard and pouted in protest. "I'm blind and can't watch the match. If you want to watch, just watch. No need to talk so much." Sword Vu immediately retracted his hand. "He doesn't dare." Xiaobai couldn't help but feel emotional after seeing this scene. Old Fox immediately became obedient when he saw a subordinate. The competing athlete blocking the way was King Maktai Khan, Tuan Than confronting Hellfire, Fu Kui. Tuan Than narrowed his eyes at Fu Kui and calmly said, "I know you're a highly regarded competitor in this tournament, but I, as the king of Maktai Khan, am not to be underestimated. He has a supernatural power that everyone dreams of, one of the most incredible abilities in the supernatural level. So when Fu Kui sees it, don't be scared or intimidated." Fu Kui calmly stands there watching him without saying a word, and he immediately reaches up to stroke his own hair. Immediately, his long hair suddenly split into two. He smugly frowned as he looked at Fu Kui, his hair capable of growing rapidly longer, each time forming into Maktai Khan's signature style. Because his hair is naturally very tough, its damage power and style are his weapons, definitely beyond his imagination. Even Muha is amazed, and the ability to grow hair quickly is quite impressive. His supernatural power isn't bad either, Jianwu muttered with a smile. "And I thank him." Fu Kui still said nothing. Tuan Than thought he was scared, so he loudly urged him to wake up and realize what his true skills were. As he finished speaking, he immediately attacked, the tangled hair on his head instantly turning into sharp sword-like strands, rushing toward Fu Kui. Unfortunately, before touching Fu Kui, a powerful flame shot out from his hand, rushing straight at Tuan Than, burning him all over. Fu Kui coldly glared at him. He had said too much. He wanted to tear his mouth apart. Tuan Than felt his sharp intent was about to tear him apart, so he directly raised his hand to concede defeat. This scene left the entire arena in shock. As an outstanding competitor, Tuan Than had no chance to counter with his deadly move. At this moment, Vu Viet's announcement quickly rang out. Since Tuan Than conceded, the winner of this match is Fu Kui. The next match is between the Soul Guardian Band and Vi Duong fighting against the Windbreaker Sword, a decisive battle. After Vu Viet announced the results, he glanced to his left, but there was no one there. The person she's looking for is Long Yen, but she has already run off somewhere. Probably not to look for Vi Duong. She's right, but right now she's in Vi Duong's resting room, though she hasn't gone in. She kept muttering to herself while hiding to practice inviting Vi Duong out for a meal. But as she spoke more nervously, she sighed knowing that Vi Duong was about to come out to the arena, and this was the perfect moment to talk to him. She must seize this opportunity. It is the crucial moment to restore their mother-child relationship. But she might not even be able to speak, afraid that Vi Duong still won't forgive her for what happened that year. It won't be like what Vu Viet said. She will affect her child's development. She keeps brooding alone like this, but he sees everything she does, and he's hesitating too. He takes out the only family photo of the three of them and falls into contemplation. They were once happy too, but that is gone now. He looked back again, just to ask if there was no problem, but he hadn't stepped out yet when Long Yen was suddenly slapped on the butt. Long Yen was a bit surprised, thinking it was Vi Duong, but as soon as that name was mentioned, the person behind immediately showed displeasure, complaining all day about that reckless kid. If he doesn't care about her, then why bother making himself unhappy? With him here with her, he still can't be satisfied. This condescending tone clearly belongs to Kim Trung Tuan, the eldest son of Nang Nguyen Van Xuyen Group. Long Yen immediately changed her tone and ordered coldly, "He's the one who dares to lay a hand on her." Let me clarify the situation. She is the CEO holding the fate of the Van Xuyen Group, her father's company, not a toy of his family. Hearing this, Trung Tuan immediately promised coldly, but he saw no difference. In 2 years, his father will be dead, and she still relies on him to maintain her position. The more Long Yen listened, the angrier she became, calling him a traitor and a disgrace, accusing him of wanting his father to die. Trung Tuan was about to protest when suddenly snow began to fall in the air. He immediately frowned in suspicion. Where could the snow be coming from? This snow was obviously a product of Vi Duong, who was controlling the Storm Eye to attack Trung Tuan. He didn't expect this and muttered in doubt, does he really dare to make a move against him? But he was wrong. Vi Duong truly dared to do it. The thick frost and snowstorm advanced towards him without hesitation, causing him to be thrown out in an instant, flying straight out of the arena. With everyone staring in horror, his body slammed onto the ground, causing debris to scatter everywhere. Yi Hung was immediately stunned when he saw him. What is happening? Could this be the eldest son of the Van Xuan Corporation? His family controls the main energy resources of the spirit realm, and under certain circumstances, they could even stand equal to the Spirit King. I didn't expect him to end up like this. This guy's guts are really big, but it wasn't Vi Duong who did this, right? Inside, V Duong, after making his move, also walks forward. Stepping onto the arena, Long Yen quickly calls him back. Her eyes filled with emotion. She never expected him to appear for her. She was very happy. V Duong truly still loves her. But V Duong shattered her illusion, telling her not to misunderstand. He only made a move because that trashy guy was blocking his way. V Duong slowly stepped out onto the arena, and everyone immediately cheered. V Duong has many fans, especially female fans, and their cheers are mostly from women. Because he is the son of S-rank guard Long Yen and the grandson of the former Spirit King Long Min, he is the most famous newcomer in this year's selection tournament. With his super handsome appearance, Long V Duong makes many sisters fall for him, and as soon as he appears, quite a few have already accepted him as their husband, even coming to watch his match. Seeing this scene, Lang Niahang immediately feels unhappy, and this fiery atmosphere just from stepping onto the arena stirs up the crowd's excitement.
His strength is impressive, and he's even good-looking, but his aura can't scare him. He has already thought of a way to win.
Thinking quickly, he immediately shouted that he wanted to sue. He accused Long V Duong of assaulting innocent spectators, especially since this person was the young master of Nang Nguyen Corporation, and such behavior completely violated the guardianship rules to protect the people. He wants to propose canceling his qualification to compete. As soon as he said that, the woman below immediately cursed at him, so he used this method to defeat Long V Duong. They really have no shame. Van Xuyen Corporation suppresses the people, and it's only fair they get beaten up. But Lang Nga didn't really care. Let them curse all they want, because nearly half of the funding for the Spirit Guardian is sponsored by Van Xuyen Corporation. Lord Korra will not offend the Van Xuyen Corporation just because of Long V Duong, so he will surely win this match. Unfortunately, he was wrong. After hearing his accusation, Lord Korra not only did not get angry, but also turned to Vu Viet beside him and calmly said he did not see Long V Duong attack. Vu Viet, did you see it? Vu Viet calmly said he also didn't see. Duke Kola nodded in satisfaction, then ordered Kim Trung Tuan to be taken to the hospital, and the competition continued. At this moment, Long V Duong, who had been listening to the discussion, finally spoke up, saying that if the referee hadn't said anything, they should start now. He used a weapon, and so did you, so it would be fair. He then took out a sickle with bone ice attached to it. Without saying a word, he immediately charged forward with the sickle, causing Lang Ngiahang to panic and quickly wave his hand to stop him. It was too late. The gleam from the metal reflected into his eyes, and upon closer inspection, his entire body had been pierced through by extreme ice. Long V Duong muttered, satisfied. It's over now. Lang Ngiahang can no longer move at this point. A gentle move to kill, so beautiful. The female spectators below cheered and admired, loving him more and more. Long Yen outside watched this scene with pride. Her son had grown so much. Truly, her pride. So, their match is the semi-final. The first semi-final between Xiaobai and Bin Yi. Xiaobai turned to look at Bin Yi beside him upon hearing the announcement, smiled and asked if they were ready now. Bin Yi chuckled softly and told him to rest assured. Then, before he could react, she raised her hand to forfeit the match. Xiaobai looked at her in surprise, suspiciously asking if she was serious. She nodded firmly, knowing she was no match for him, especially since she had already fought with all her strength in the match and had no more energy left. But he didn't believe her and pouted, saying, "You weren't planning to do that anyway when the comparison chart was announced a month ago, right?" Bin Yi blushed shyly when she was seen, her feelings clearly not hidden from him. The guard selection event only had 2 people, as long as she was sure the owner would reach the final round. So you will be promoted to a Spirit Guardian, and winning or losing isn't that important. Vu Vi didn't react much to Bin Yi dropping out and continued to inform that, according to the rules, Xiaobai will automatically advance to the finals. The chance to upgrade to a Spirit Guardian rank before others and the ranking of other Guardians will be announced after the finals. Kwa Lap Kak overheard this and was stunned, wondering why he had such good luck, with such a beautiful sister giving him this opportunity. The first semi-final round passed like that, and the remaining one will be between Long V Duong and Ma Fu Gui, with the winner of this match earning the final title of Guardian. As soon as the announcement finished, Ma Fu Gui raised his hand to the sky, seemingly ready to attack. This posture is a bit strange. Long V Duong frowned as he looked at the person in front of him. Isn't he aiming at him? While he was still thinking, Ma Fu Kui had already unleashed a flame. Loud roars began to echo in the sky. Within seconds, a fiery phantom dragon appeared above the clouds. Seeing the fire dragon soar into the sky, Little Silver Second couldn't help but marvel at how impressive it was that it had transformed into a form like this. Even Duke Korra was quite surprised, Someone with such strong energy truly is not simple. Long Viduang looked up at the fiery illusion in the sky, feeling a chill in his heart. He had just entered the arena and used a powerful move. This fire was overly confident. At this moment, the fire dragon grew even larger, carrying hellfire, making the atmosphere increasingly scorching. The creature inside Ma Fugui's body was very proud. This kind of energy was hidden within him, so sealing it away wouldn't be a waste. As soon as it finished speaking, a fireball was shot out from the fire dragon's mouth. The people in the stands looked on with expressions of panic. Wondering if this technique would affect them, Vu Viet asked Duke Kola if he should intervene to prevent danger to the spectators, but Duke Kola shook his head and refused. At this moment, on the stands, Ma Fugui's fire dragon shot a fireball towards Long Viduang. Long Viduang remained calm and told everyone not to underestimate him. Immediately after, he created an icy wall to block in front of him. Two elemental fire and ice dwarfs quickly clashed, one attacking and the other defending. Before long, the ice and snow wall was burned by the heat of the fireball and showed signs of breaking apart. Ma Fugui smiled smugly, thinking he could rely on this to stop him. Dream on. Then he shouted again for Long Viduang to go and die. Following his shout, the fireball exploded instantly, engulfing the entire square in smoke and flames. The spectators in the upper stands were frightened by the heat of the flames and hurriedly shielded themselves to avoid being affected. Long Ningyin and Vu Viet frowned as they watched the arena, but their expressions showed a little concern. On the arena, the smoke is gradually clearing. Ma Fugui gazes inside intently, shouting, "Yet there are still a few moments." Long Viduang is still standing firm, but his clothes are completely burned, and he looks around for Ma Fugui again. He spoke in a deep voice, and although the ice-crossing Bin Truong couldn't block his attack, it also created two openings. First, Bin Truong could block Ma Fugui's line of sight, but while Long Viduang was speaking, the figure in front suddenly shattered like water, revealing only a fragment of extreme ice. Ma Fugui saw this scene and immediately looked grim. This fiery guy. At this moment, Long Viduang was sneaking up from behind him, wielding a sickle, while still pointing out Ma Fugui's next weakness, which could buy him enough time. The sickle in his hand quickly swung down, but Ma Fugui dodged just in time. He snorted coldly, recognizing his own skill and realizing he had underestimated Long Viduang. But that's all there is to it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Fugui fiercely punched Long Viduang in the chest, causing him to be knocked back and spurt fresh blood from his mouth. Seeing this, Long Yen immediately panicked. Long Viduang's expression had changed. He has a serious cleanliness obsession, and now he is kneeling right next to his mouth, which he absolutely cannot tolerate. So, Long Viduang has been provoked. He bites his lip fiercely, his eyes full of murderous intent as he looks at Ma Fugui. He will not forgive the person in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the sickle in his hand slashed out, and Ma Fugui saw the sharp spiritual energy being unleashed, his face immediately changing. Long Viduang's attack directly shattered a layer of sharp ice on the ground, causing the earth to show signs of cracking as Ma Fugui squinted at the approaching ice. He commands with a shout, thinking this petty skill can still fight him, then directly catches the bone ice with his bare hands. In the blink of an eye, the bone ice shows signs of cracking and breaking. Ma Fugui gently applied force in his hand, directly shattering the bone ice. Long Viduang watched this scene, his eyes wide with disbelief. And he did it all without any supernatural power. He broke through his furious ice with his bare hands, thinking only VCUP-S could do such a thing. Hearing this, Ma Fugui's face suddenly showed a look of panic, and in the urgent situation, he used his own strength. The creature forgot that it was occupying someone else's body. Everyone around here is among the strongest fighters in the spirit hall. If exposed, they would definitely die. At this moment, a subordinate is also watching Ma Fugui, and has already noticed that he has a problem. The creature inside Ma Fugui's body initially thought he was one of the strongest contestants in this selection event. It used this body to infiltrate the Spirit Fairy Palace, even though its goal was not to win this tournament. Long Viduang here continues to strike, with the extreme ice of the Lian Huang constantly jumping through the air. Ma Fugui also uses his flames to resist, not wanting to lose to this newcomer, or else his reputation as a creature of fame would have to be hidden somewhere. Immediately after, a fierce battle between ice and fire broke out, causing the spectators to shift from excitement to fear. Thivu watched both of them, feeling a mix of admiration and doubt in his heart, as these two flames were both powerful enough to rival Qua Truong. If Xiaobai faced them, could he really win? Lily, too, on the stands, was also very interested. This level of competition was just the semifinals, and whoever was eliminated would be a pity.
Time passed like that, and their battle remained tense. Now they both retreated, both panting heavily. Mafugui squinted at Long Wei Yang. This kid is more stubborn than he imagined, but that's actually for the best. With Mafugui's skill, fighting to this extent is nearing his limit. If he concedes now, he won't be suspected, and his plan can proceed smoothly. Its kindred do not dare to attack the Spirit Hall because of their existence. The strongest combat power of the Spirit Hall, 10 level S Spirit Kings. She glanced at the stands. 6 of them have appeared here, except for Di Long Min, who is dead. Only 3 others are unaccounted for. So they probably have a mission on them since they didn't attend such an important event. That's why this is the moment when divine intervention is least monitored, and the fact that he has been inside this ancient corpse for a month is because of this opportunity. He just needs to raise his hand to admit defeat, then whether the gods know or kneel, they will take him away. Thinking this, Mafukui immediately wanted to raise his hand, but Long Viduong frowned at this scene, realizing it was not a fighting stance. Could he possibly be planning to... However, Mafugui confirmed Long Wei Yang's suspicion by suddenly raising his hand to the sky and directly surrendering, claiming he could no longer continue fighting. As soon as these words left his mouth, Long Viduong's face immediately turned ugly. He cursed fiercely. What surrender? Are you kidding? His strength was not just that. Could it be that he hadn't finished leaving something undone? Mafukui gently shook his head and calmly said that once Long Viduong avoided his old dragon breath attack, there was no longer a chance to win. Long Viduong still couldn't believe it. This fiery aura, known as the aura of combat, surrendering truly didn't suit his style. Mafukui gently shook his head and calmly said something, implying that people will grow up, and wasting all your strength on hopeless things is just too stupid. He has already conceded defeat. Long Viduong doesn't need to show mercy, and even plays dirty. After speaking, he turns and leaves. Long Viduong frowns as he watches Mafukui's back, lost in thought. This fiery skin is different from the first time they met, as if 2 different people. But no matter what, Mafukui's defeat is real, and the winner of this round is Long Viduong. The contestants who can level up to become Spirit Guardians in this tournament are the 2 analysts. Bin Yi is very excited about this battle. Tiubok's opponent is Long Viduong's nephew, so this will be a very spectacular fight. Tiubok is also secretly observing Long Viduong. He helped him in the first round, but the real question is why he wants to help him. Could it be because of Long Viduong? On the other side, Mafukui quietly left the arena. Could he have already manifested his form, since someone has been following him since he left the stadium? He questioned the person about what they really wanted to do. He turned around and saw a man named Ma Fu carrying a sack on his shoulder approaching, then looked at him and coldly said, "You're not Mafukui. Who are you?" Hearing this, the creature inside Mafukui's body was a bit shocked. Are you asking why he realized you're not Mafugui? Are you an acquaintance of his? The person in front of me immediately introduced himself as Mafugui's master. This man named Ma Fei is a level S spiritual warrior ranked 8th. The creature nodded in understanding. No wonder he recognized it. But if he had discovered it in the arena, then it really is quite dangerous. But he came here alone. Isn't he seeking death? As soon as it finished speaking, Ma Fei punched him in the face. Ma Fei shouted sharply, "Don't mess with him!" This punch sent Mafugui's body flying down the cliff. The carnivorous creature couldn't help but marvel. This punch was truly heavy. Does he not hold back against his disciple's body? On the cliff, Ma Fei didn't hesitate to throw the sack on his shoulder down, then leapt after it. He fiercely kicked Mafugui in the stomach, showing him how they truly trained. The carnivorous creature had no chance to resist and was knocked down by Ma Fei in one kick, falling uncontrollably to the ground. Mafugui's body slammed into the earth, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Ma Fei also quickly descended, and only then did the sack slowly fall from above, directly caught by Ma Fei's hand. Ma Fei glared at Mafukui lying among the debris and coldly warned, "I don't care what it is. I will immediately kick it off Fukui's body." While talking, he casually grabbed Mafukui by the ankle and pulled him out, then continued saying that if it didn't come out, even if it hid inside this body, he would still kill it without mercy. Mafukui's body was severely injured by Ma Fei, bleeding profusely and cursing him as a crazy man. Ma Fei also happily admitted that others said the same about him. But just at this moment, a blue light suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Mafukui's body vanished without a trace. Ma Fei looked at this scene with some surprise. When he appeared again, Mafugui had fallen onto a patch of ground. The carnivorous creature kept laughing smugly. It had won, even though it didn't know who the other person was. But who cares, as long as they are Yu Min prison guards. Then it will be trapped in the endless hell space.
slowly worn down by the human spirits I once devoured to death. Although there was some deception involved, the final Mountain Summit match has probably already begun, and its plan to seize the divine light can still continue. On the other side, at the arena, the final match has officially begun. Long Viduang narrowed his eyes at the young man and calmly said, "You have earned the right to be the host. This also signifies that your status as the heir to the throne is recognized in the Spirit Hall. Long Wei is not only his master but also someone we once relied on. He must help you pass this final test, so he wants you to show your true strength and prove to him that you deserve the position of Long Wei." Hearing this, Xiao Bai finally understood. No wonder he initially wanted to help him. It was because of this moment, to personally test his true strength. So he would show him the results of his training. As soon as you finished speaking, black-tinged lightning suddenly appeared in the sky and then descended relentlessly, enveloping the entire body of the young silver. Seeing this scene, Long Wei couldn't help but be shocked. This aura makes people feel terrified. And how is this possible, and how did he do it? He also managed to turn the SCP into black. It's not just him. Even the spectators in the stands are terrified by the terrifying aura emitted by Little Silver. They never expected him to possess such power. Hua Lapkak is also extremely frightened now, as he has felt that same feeling before. And this aura has driven him back in fear. Lu Tuantan also sighed and said that these flames are all monsters. In the arena now, everywhere is black aura flames controlled by the young master, making everyone terrified. Although Lu Qianvu is foolish, he still sensed the sinister aura you emitted and recognized it as the aura of the Atula demon god. So this is the skill that Tubok perceived. He has already summoned the demon god. Mukha also nodded in agreement. This is indeed the aura of Atula, no mistake. But Little Silver hasn't summoned the demon god, even though he doesn't know how he managed it. But he no longer doubted. He had combined these two types of abilities into one. Little Silver smiled at Long Viduang and asked with a raised eyebrow, "My cultivation results don't disappoint you, do they?" Long Viduang's face grew a bit serious as he nodded. "Indeed not ordinary. You managed to obtain Long Ming's secret technique. It's just good luck." Hearing this, Little Silver understood his intention, and the commander said, "You don't need to provoke him. A month ago he truly was no match for you, but now he's confident, and he won't use the hidden chi of the void in this competition." As soon as the words finished, his body vanished quickly and reappeared right in front of Long Viduang, revealing his true technique. His speed is very fast, but Long Viduang still reacts in time and quickly activates his Ice Spirit Shield. But unfortunately it's useless, and it shatters into pieces as soon as it appears. Little Silver's fist, crackling with lightning, fiercely struck Long Wei Yang's face, causing him to quickly dodge backward, secretly feeling grateful. His aura had completely changed, unlike in the first round, and this dark aura somehow felt very unsettling. At this point, he realized there was a bit of blood on his face, probably struck by the black lightning, but Long Viduang felt no pain at all. Even their eyes couldn't see clearly anymore, and the two of them suddenly stopped fighting. Seeing this, Makangon was a bit suspicious and muttered to himself, continuing the pursuit. Such a good opportunity. Why did he stop? Bachkum also looked a bit contemplative because not only was Xiaobai stopping, but both of them had also held back. Now, below the arena, after a long pause, Xiaobai finally spoke, saying that everything was over. Long Viduang also probably realized that his 5 senses had been seized by him, so continuing to fight would be pointless. He suggested he concede defeat because he had no chance of winning. Above the stands, Vu Viet looked at Duke Kola and spoke seriously, sensing that just a faint aura of evil could intimidate the opponent. Based on people's perceptions, this is the power of the Atula demon god. And Duke Kola nodded slightly. But Vu Viet was a bit confused. Aren't all evil spirits summoned with this kind of power? Why didn't he summon the demon directly? This is the perfect opportunity for you to establish your reputation at the Spirit Palace. Forcing the summonings of a demon god causes too much damage and can easily backfire. Dark Destruction is the most basic ability of demons and gods, making it very low risk. Merging the Dark Chaos with the Thunder Earth can increase your attack range, and just a small wound can secure your victory. This is the smallest sacrifice for the greatest benefit. Duke Kola thinks the Little White is a bit clever. Long Viduang remains silent at this moment, making the Little White a bit suspicious. Does he still want to fight? He can't even predict your position, so how long does he expect you to hold on? At this moment, Long Viduang suddenly spoke, but his hand pointed in a different direction. He asked why you were able to seize his 5 senses, and why you didn't take the opportunity to pursue and defeat him, instead giving him a chance to admit defeat. and you looked at his pointing direction with some dissatisfaction, saying you were on this side. I was about to explain, but Long V Duong interrupted. If you really lose this match, it's because you underestimated your opponent. Sure enough, at this moment, a circle of ice bones suddenly appeared around them, trapping the two inside. Xiao Bai looked around in surprise, searching everywhere, but he couldn't find V Duong's figure anywhere. Seeing this, you couldn't help but sigh and say helplessly, "You're really stubborn. I already gave you a chance to admit defeat. Why do you have to be so rigid?" I didn't want to fight you in the first place. He doesn't think that just freezing the entire arena can limit me. But V Duong showed no reaction at all. Only then did he remember that his 5 senses had been overwhelmed by his anger, and he couldn't hear what he was saying. At this moment, Wei Yang suddenly called out to him, then said in a deep voice that anyone who could push him to this point must be Long Ming, and he is the first to admit that he is very good at fighting. However, Xiao Bai made a mistake, because ice is his 6th sense. He froze the entire arena not to restrain you, but to sense your position. As he finished speaking, he began to draw out the ice in his hand. Then he shouted loudly for Xiao Bai to keep going, but following his cry, the ice shards suddenly gathered in one direction. This was his final move. Was his final? As soon as the words were spoken, the ice shards quickly fused together to form a holy sword of ice. Long Yen, watching from the stands, felt a surge of tension, and had already secured the reputation of the Guardian. Why bother risking your life like that? If something happens to him, what will she do? At the same time, Binai was also very worried about Tubok, silently praying for him to be careful and not get hurt. The moment the holy sword appeared, the entire arena erupted in chaos because it was the legendary Excalibur. The aura of this sacred sword was so cold it cut to the bone, driving everyone crazy, and no one expected the legendary sword to be in the hands of that young man. On the arena, seeing the sword full of aura before him, Little White remained completely unfazed, smiling softly. It seems he thought I was too simple. As he finished speaking, the ice beneath his feet shattered, and he regained his freedom. He sneered softly and said, "If you want to go all out with me, then try it. I also want to see who is tougher." As he finished speaking, a huge black ball appeared in his hand, and he threw it without hesitation. On this side, the Duong also didn't hesitate and controlled his sword to attack. In just a moment, the judge's sword and the divine eye orb clashed. Both Xiao Bai and the Duong also shouted together, trying to determine who is stronger. Seeing this scene, Yuan's face changed, as their abilities are evenly matched and continuing the fight could cause injuries, but La's subordinate is very eager to see who will be the final winner. At this moment, as the tip of the sword touched the divine eye, a loud explosion erupted instantly, dazzling everyone and making them dare not look directly. After a while, whispers and murmurs spread. Breaking apart, really impressive, these two are both incredibly powerful. But at this moment, small shards of light suddenly appeared from the sky and kept falling, leaving the viewers puzzled about what exactly they were. At the same time, in another part of the Spirit Hall, Li Han was secretly observing the battle between the young Silver and the Yang. She happily discussed that the young Silver had trained tirelessly day and night and finally achieved results. If he really could win, his rank as the top warrior would surely be very high. This moment, the research institute suddenly erupted with a loud explosion, and the ground kept trembling, causing Li Han to be greatly alarmed. It clenched its fist tightly and then punched down fiercely. In an instant, the door was shattered by it. It then stepped inside, and upon seeing what was before it, a satisfied smile appeared. It finally sees it. This is what it has been longing for, the light of grace. With this, it can break through the divine-level bottleneck and achieve complete evolution. The creature happily limped over to the stone in front of it, its target now within reach, but at this moment, a figure suddenly leapt out and fiercely swung a sword down, because the sword dance before had set a precedent. Anyone who entered this door voluntarily must die. The carnivorous creature frowned in surprise as it looked back. The person approaching was at most a level B, definitely no match for it, and a simple strike was enough to block his attack. A loud bang echoed inside the research area. The person had been pressed against the wall by the creature, which snorted in disdain. And just then, where did that nose come from? Disturbing it at this moment. After saying that, it immediately withdrew its hand, leaving a fingerprint on the other person's face that slipped and fell to the ground. Li Han quietly observed the situation inside, not daring to make a sound, constantly marveling inwardly. Master Wu was about to be killed. After all, he was the strongest B-level guard. Seeing the situation, Li Han knew that Fu Kui was focused on the meteorite, but Master Wu couldn't stop him. So how could she? She initially came here just to help Long Min and Little White in the Dean's school. She was only an employee, no need to risk her life over the Dean's affairs, so she decided to pretend she saw nothing. At the same time, outside the arena, V Duong was now able to open his eyes. He finally let out a sigh of relief. His 5 senses had been restored, but he was a bit suspicious. Was this the end of the time limit, or did Tiubok activate it voluntarily? But at this moment, he suddenly felt the energy in front of him being drawn away and gradually disappearing. He pointed at Xiaobai and questioned, "Didn't you say you wouldn't use the infinite shadow, so why did you go back on your word?" Tiubok also looked helpless, shrugged casually and explained that it was an automatic skill he couldn't control, so to make up for it, he had disabled the 5 senses on him. Hearing this, the young master immediately frowned, so it was him who activated it. Outside, Long Yen saw Xiaobai still standing there and immediately looked furious. It was all because of this damn infinite shadow. At the moment he caught the holy sword, Vuong Duong had no chance to win. Dark Qi Infinite can automatically release uncontrolled energy without obeying the owner's will. During the fight, Xiaobai not only does not deplete his energy, but instead becomes stronger over time, while Vuong gradually weakens. This match has ended. She truly couldn't bear to see the defeat of the young man, so she turned and left. But at this moment, a sudden explosion erupted. Xiaobai was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. The young lord was no exception. He was also drawn in by the explosion. Vu Viet frowned at Kola, his face tense as he mumbled a few words before falling silent. Kiem Vu couldn't see the source but still heard the noise, so he asked an elder nearby about the loud sound earlier. A subordinate hesitated and looked towards the source of the sound, then saw a powerful energy emanating from the research institute and slowly said it seemed like Kiem Vu's research room had collapsed. Such a large disturbance was naturally caused by the creature inside the wealthy body, and its plan had proceeded smoothly. It has captured the blessing light in its hand, and it's really hoping the SMAL level guards will arrive soon. But time is running out. The more it talks, the more confident it becomes, because this is what it has struggled to obtain for 10 years. Consuming the blessing light will grant it divine level power. Having said that, it immediately tried to put the blessing light into its mouth, but just then, Li Han suddenly changed her mind and made a move. She immediately cast a seal, using her skill to lock onto the target, which of course was the blessing light in Fu Kui's hand. Then, the blessing light suddenly flickered and vanished from his grasp in an instant. Fu Kui's movement paused for a moment, then suddenly vanished. A flash of hatred appeared in Fu Kui's eyes, and the predator was instantly deprived of its prey, which naturally made it very angry. It aggressively pressed its lips together and quickly turned around to search, soon spotting Li Han standing on the main observation platform. So there was still an unfallen ant. Li Han calmly turned to look at it and spoke indifferently, even though she didn't want to interfere with Director Liu's affairs as a member of the Spirit Pavilion. If she opened her eyes to see the noble attacking her and trying to take away the divine light of kindness from the spirit realm, I'm sorry, she couldn't do that, so in the final moment she changed her mind. The carnivorous creature looked at her with cold eyes and spoke, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me where you've teleported the meteor to." Li Han promised coldly. She couldn't let it know. As soon as she finished speaking, tendrils appeared in the hands of the wealthy, and seeing them rushing toward her, Li Han couldn't help but feel terrified. These weren't the tentacles she had used in the selection Dahui. Moreover, this cold aura is not right. It's not human energy, but she realized too late that she had been seized by the creature inside the treasure. The tentacles slithered into her body like frantic leeches, causing her to convulse uncontrollably. Han warns, "I give you one last chance. If you don't want to be killed by me, then quickly tell me the location of the meteorite." Li Han was choked by the tentacles, but still stubbornly said, "Does he think threatening her like this will work?" At the moment of action, she thought about the consequences. As long as she successfully activated the teleportation space, it wouldn't be able to kill her. Li Han took a deep breath and then bit Jiang, saying she had set up the barrier outside the light of grace before teleporting away. The barrier can cut off its connection to the outside. Hearing this, the creature immediately frowned, initially unable to sense the aura of the blessing light. Li Han heaved a sigh of relief. If it kills her, it will never find the blessing light. The savage creature commander snorted, glaring at Jiang and saying, "You're very clever. You hit right where it hurts. This can really save your little life." But that's all. As soon as the words finished, the tentacles began to tighten around Li Han's limbs, causing her to scream in pain. The carnivorous creature chuckled and ordered. The agony from the lock's grip was unbearable. "Tell me quickly where you hid the meteorite." But Li Han was not afraid, still sneering and mocking. "I have hidden it somewhere no one will ever find." At the same time, the housekeeper, upon hearing the sound of the explosion, immediately ran away. Because the light just now came from the research institute, she knew Li Han was still there before dawn, so she hurriedly ran over hoping Li Han would be safe. But at this moment, a sword aura suddenly brushed past her, startling her, and he also rushed over. Moreover, suddenly, the space emitted rustling sounds that startled her as she turned around and looked back. All she saw was that from this moment on, the atmosphere had turned red, and the madly flying flies were rushing toward her. Soon after, the figures of La and the two S-rank guards with Feng Nian and Lily Tu also arrived, and it seemed the situation was not looking good. A group of people hurried back to the research institute. A few minutes later, the housekeeper finally arrived. After observing for a while, she didn't see Li Han's body. She hurried inside and saw Chi Wu trembling, non-stop. As she approached, she heard him muttering tremblingly about her meteor and her blessing light, and she couldn't help but wonder if this blind old man had lost his mind. But when she looked down below, her eyes suddenly widened in shock because she saw Fu Kui lying in the blood below. Trak Kam didn't hesitate and climbed onto the horizontal bar, preparing to jump down. As for Kiem Vu, he was still lost in confusion after losing the blessing light, trembling and muttering there. Quickly, Trak Kam landed on the ground and went to check Fu Kui's condition. This guy sneaked here from the arena. There must be a problem. Maybe he can find some clues on him. It was only after examining his wounds that she realized something was strange. The injuries were self-inflicted, and she couldn't understand why he would do that or what he was trying to hide. With suspicion, the housekeeper helped the wealthy up, muttering repeatedly, "Please, if he's not dead yet, just give her some reaction." But the wealthy still showed no sign of movement. Seeing this, she fiercely slapped him in the face. Immediately, he couldn't help but cough, and upon seeing this, she let out a sigh of relief. It's good that he's breathing. But where is Li Han? He will definitely find out. At this moment, the sword aura suddenly descended from above, and he kept muttering the words meteorite in his mouth, wanting to know where the meteorite was. As he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and struck. Unfortunately, just as his sword was about to strike, Trak Kam immediately drew her sword to block it. She coldly asked if he understood his role, saying he could only go after her once she finished her question. Jian Wu's sword was blocked, and his face immediately turned grim. This young girl had stopped his sword twice. Not bad at all. But how can the life of an employee like Li Huan compare to the grace he has shown? While the two were arguing, her calm voice suddenly rang out, telling them that all the surveillance cameras here had been destroyed. Fu Kui is the only one still alive in the research institute. If he dies, all their clues will be cut off. So he proposed handing him over to me, knowing who could save him. A few hours later, the moon was high, and the wind and snow kept blowing, making people shiver. It's already midnight, and Mokha's house at the peak of the mountain is still lit. Inside a room, a pair of eyes slowly open. Seeing this, Mokha feels relieved and happy. She's finally awake. The person lying on the bed is Fu Kui. Kola brought him here for Mokha to treat. And upon seeing the face before him, he was a bit confused. But when he remembered who was in front of him, he suddenly sat up in shock, questioning why he was here and how Mux had saved him, feeling overwhelmed with awe. No wonder he's Ma Fi's favorite disciple. Someone seriously injured like this would have died long ago. But he managed to survive a little longer. Looks like Ma Fi must have beaten him quite a bit. At this moment, Fu Kui suddenly struggled to get out of bed, saying he was sorry and that he couldn't stay here any longer because he wanted to go save his master. Fu Kui's body at this moment had no strength left, and as soon as he got off the bed, he immediately collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, Mokha felt a bit helpless, truly a teacher's influence. Fu Kui kept struggling. Ken Jiang cursed himself for being useless. If he had been able to kill that thing from the start, none of this would have happened. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out to help him up, and a reassuring voice followed. That person told him not to worry about his master. Ma Fi's strength wouldn't die that easily. Fu Kui looked up in surprise and remained silent for a long time. The visitor is Gu La, and old Dan suggests you share the intelligence you have. Then rest assured and recover from your injuries as he will handle the rest. Meanwhile, in the dark forest, the birds are flying chaotically for some unknown reason. Under the forest canopy, Li Han stood there, gazing blankly into the sky, her cold voice calling someone to come out quickly. They should leave now, or the spirit guards would chase after them. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint, mocking laugh echoed out, and the sound of laughter followed. Judging by her tense appearance, it seems the plan has not gone smoothly. But judging by her appearance and tone, she's shocked. Has she changed bodies again? A moment later, a red-haired woman slowly steps out, a divine predator, Yen Angok. She pouts and looks at Li Han. Wasn't the last time we met with a red-haired man, so why has it changed into a female body? Did you lose interest in her body? Now, inside Li Han's body, it is no longer Li Han but Batu, the Dark Monarch, a divine-level predator. It muttered that this body was the only clue to find the light of grace, so it had to lead her along. Then, it immediately urged to move quickly, as there wasn't much time left. Yenok nodded, then limped after them, but at that moment, a barrier suddenly sounded, blocking their path. A hairy creature slowly floated out. It is a white beast, AY, also a demon-level carnivore. It glared at the two in front of it, criticizing them for being too cunning and planning to leave it here, which would cause it to get lost. Then Fukui recounted everything to Kola, who finally understood why that happened. According to Fukui, he was controlled by a divine-level predator. Kola hasn't seen any divine beings for a long time, and the current target is the Spirit Refining Hall supervisor, who can't be easily taken down. Then he assigned Lily Tu and Fong Nan to rescue Lai Han, and once the task is completed, they must bring her back immediately. As for the divine-level predator, Kola wants it to die. Lily Tu immediately stood up after hearing the order, vowing to complete the mission no matter what. Feng Yan still sat in the chair but nodded in agreement. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and it was Little White. You just arrived and said you wanted to join the rescue plan for Lai Han. Then Trach Kam also said he wanted to join. Xiaobai is Li Han's owner, so he must bring her back. As for Trach Kam, she is Lai Han's friend and should also take part in saving her. A subordinate standing nearby watched this scene and was truly speechless. It must be the girl her father brought here. His house has been turned into a meeting room for the spirit guard, and his quiet life is truly miserable. At this moment, Swordvu suddenly asked Xiaobai what right he had to undertake the mission, as the opponent is a divine-level carnivorous creature, and he is not qualified. Xiaobai also wasn't afraid, confidently retorting that if he sensed evil in him, then he was right. He only cared about his own meteorite. Whether Li Han lived or died didn't really matter to them. Mukha saw the tense situation, with the elegant house on one side standing tall, and Tubok not having defeated the sun, so he was promoted to a spirit guardian, right? It's a good opportunity for some real combat practice, and Tubok was very happy. He said that once he withdrew, everything would be settled. As expected, after finishing speaking, Muha glanced at Kola for his opinion, and Kola, being wise, obviously didn't dare to offend this boss, so he could only nod in agreement. Seeing this, Muha urged them to leave quickly, as he needed to go to bed early after he was done. Due to an unexpected incident at the Research Institute, the promotion ceremony for Xiaobai's guard cannot proceed. Now he accepts your role as a spirit guardian. The shadow is endless, and Tubok's guardian rank is... At this point, Kola suddenly pauses, trying to decide what position to assign. Trach Kam was really looking forward to this moment, finally seeing Xiaobai become a spirit guardian. A sense of pride filled his heart. He never expected that he could surpass that guy. He's not simple. After some hesitation, Kola assigned him the rank of A-level guardian spirit, number 7. The rescue mission for Li Han would be carried out by Lai Li Tu, Fong Yan, Tubok, and Trach Kam. The four of them immediately set out to find the enemy's escape route and entered the forest. Xiaobai knows this road. After finishing the first round of the selection tournament, he studied the map outside the fairy palace, including areas that haven't been explored and a zone marked as strictly forbidden. No one can survive entering and leaving that place, which is called the Guards' Cemetery. Hearing this, Lili too was a bit surprised. The map outside the spirit hall shows thousands of paths. He can remember every small trail in this forest. How much brain power does he really have? Feng Yan also chuckled softly. You're really interesting. So when you have free time, you just memorize maps. Xiaobai calmly explained that it's just a habit of his. Soon after, he reminded everyone that the peacekeepers ahead were trying to cut off their escape. We must stop them before they reach the Guardian's cemetery. At the same time, on another side of the forest, Aoi followed two Persian and Wai Ngok, constantly complaining about how boring it was and saying that only when there was a fight would he follow, calling Wai Ngok a missile island. Wai Ngok was really fed up with him, but at this moment she realized the silk thread she was flying on had already snapped, and the pursuers were coming very quickly, a total of 4 people. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt another thread snap, quickly correcting herself to say, 5 people are coming. Aoi, hearing the number, was not frightened, but rather excited, as the 5 people barely squeezed through her teeth. Its west side has already started to show mercy, so it stays behind to deal with them. Wai Ngok pouted in disdain, even considering fighting the men. But it thought too much. At this moment, Batu ordered Wai Ngok to handle the pursuit, while Aoi had a more important task to accomplish. Immediately after, the 3 of them split into 2 directions, but Aoi was really not convinced. However, Batu's task for it was to carry Batu while working, and frustrated, Batu could only explain that it didn't know the strength of the pursuit team, so risking a direct confrontation was not wise. Instead, using the time from Li Han's memories to find the whereabouts of the light of grace was the best strategy. Batu believes this process is very exhausting, so it must go all out. If distracted, it will be very dangerous. Therefore, fear someone must protect me safely. As long as they reach the guard's cemetery, that will be their victory. Meanwhile, Xiaobai's group was rushing forward when suddenly something appeared in front of them, shocking Xiaobai. He looked up and saw a giant boulder that appeared out of nowhere. Drake held his weapon without hesitation and said, "This is for me." Without hesitation, she drew her sword and slashed down, causing the giant stone to shatter instantly, commanding fiercely into the air, "Appear now." As soon as she drew her sword, a beam of light descended from the sky to the ground. Ingok also appeared and smiled coldly, saying, "That was just a warning. They've done enough by coming here. If they go further, they'll lose their lives." Yangok issued 2 warnings as soon as she appeared. "But the group in front of us won't retreat just because of what you said," Lily scoffs disdainfully. "It's you who wants to die." Kam nods in agreement. She couldn't hold back and wanted to strike you down. But at this moment, Xiaobai steps forward carefully, warning that this is only the enemy's delaying tactic, and if she's right, there will still be an ambush behind. "Their time is limited, so we need to change our tactics." Fengnan nodded in approval. "Not bad, calm and focused." Xiaobai narrowed his eyes at Yingok and calmly suggested, "I will let you hold them off while they try to break through the encirclement. If there is an ambush behind, you can use this method to respond without fighting or turning back. Moreover, no matter what, I want them to quickly stop the enemy before entering the cemetery and then catch up with Li Moore." Lily, too, behind, grew more and more amazed, realizing that he had quickly devised a strategy in such a short time, completely unlike a rookie on his first mission. But at this moment, Kam suddenly charged forward. "Let her handle this blocking mission, and everyone take the opportunity to break through." Kam thinks that if prolonging their pursuit is all they aim for, then using the strongest royal card directly will surely yield the best results. Huho Inguk, 1 against 4, still acts so calmly. This woman is clearly very dangerous. After thinking carefully, Kam quickly made a move, the sword in his hand continuously slashing down. Inguk also remained calm, standing there steadily as she activated her spiritual shield. In an instant, numerous strands of silk emerged from behind her, blocking Kam's attack. Kam calmly responded, and then turned loudly to the 3 people behind, telling them to go quickly. The 3 Xiaobai quickly moved forward after hearing this. But how could Nok let them go so easily? Suddenly, her hair strands burrowed into the ground. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai's eyes immediately widened in shock. Was this an area of attack? Sure enough, right after, a strand of hair suddenly burst out of the ground. Then hundreds of other strands of hair followed one after another, forming a trap that blocked the entire path in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lily too immediately took the lead and charged forward. "Just keep going. I'll handle these." As soon as she finished speaking, her sword began to dance, a faint golden light slicing through the air, and wherever it passed, the silk was shattered on the ground. Ingok's face immediately turned grim. How could she have cut through Ata's love silk? That's impossible. Before she could fully recover from her shock, a figure like a streak of lightning flashed past Ata. By the time the other person landed, they were already behind A, successfully breaking through the encirclement, and the one who just passed by was Little White. With him leading the charge, Lily Tu and Fengnan quickly followed. Xiaobai runs straight ahead, hoping that the Kam won't die, and that he will definitely bring Li Han back. Gok's love thread was completely cut by Lily Tu, and I am extremely angry. If you cut off A's love thread and let the 3 of them escape, that's unforgivable. Do you think you can bear the responsibility if Batu no longer continues to pursue her because of this? Just as the 2 people were tense, suddenly small footsteps appeared on the ground, but they moved too quickly, only leaving streaks of light without revealing who was there. Xiao Kai frowned, seeming to recognize the person who just passed by. It's that old director of the Lu Institute, the one always following behind. What does he want to do? Enoch couldn't help but feel nervous now, only worried about her anger and forgetting that this group had 5 people. If the plan fails because of him, Batu will definitely never touch him again. Once that creature Lu Qiemvu leaves, Kam sneers and says, "After all, creatures that eat are still predators. Even if he trains to a divine level, all he can think about is mating." Nok, hearing this, couldn't help but tremble and whispered, "I only know a little." During this time, Batu has been at the Spirit Palace. His mind is only filled with the light of grace. For a whole month, He also didn't have a chance with it. How could she possibly know how much he wanted to be with it? As soon as the words finished, the strands of affection from him began to spread through the air. The dominant one saw this scene and couldn't help but feel contempt, the moans so lewd, like a cat in heat, truly shocking. But at this moment, she suddenly realized something, her face turning grim. Something was wrong. Her body suddenly felt strange, her face flushed, and she lost strength. Perhaps she was affected by her cries. Ngok then smiled smugly, feeling comfortable. Her first time experiencing love? His cries could transmit pleasure in romantic love, but Trakhkam lost due to lack of experience. As soon as the words left her mouth, her tethers of love instantly turned into sharp daggers. She chuckled softly, savoring the peak of pleasure, and it was time to feel the pain of love. Immediately afterward, her sharp love threads tore through the air toward the beast. The beast was too exhausted to resist anymore. She bit her lip fiercely, wondering if she would die here. As she kept sowing the fields, the pain of love pierced into her, blood continuously flowing out, while at the same time, the group from Xiaobai rushed forward. It's just that when we went deeper into the forest, we were stopped by a gloomy sound. It was Ioi's voice. It knew why Ngok couldn't rely on anyone, yet it let 3 people go once. It coldly promised, really wanting to fight a man, yet still had to depend on it. Pengnan saw Aoi step forward and suggest, "Let me handle it. I like animals, especially that monkey." But as soon as he finished speaking, another monkey suddenly appeared behind him, charging forward, and he just pouted without panic, even though there was only one monkey. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly threw a punch at the monkey, causing it to fall to the ground. Aoi squinted at him with a cold smile and said, "You didn't expect that, did you?" Aoi's specialty is the art of cloning. Moreover, the strength of each clone is the same as the original, and Aoi's strategy far surpasses that of ordinary monster-level carnivores. But as soon as it finished speaking, its eyes widened in horror. Because Pengnan was now unable to block the stick from the monkey's attack with his bare hands, he urged the 2 Little Silver to leave quickly, not wanting to involve himself. The 2 Little Silver immediately nodded in agreement. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He is activating the 7 deadly sins, the wrath of sin. In an instant, a huge explosion erupts in the forest, causing the surrounding trees to be uprooted. Aoi's clones immediately panicked and moved aside, fearing the destructive blast. At this moment, Pengnan seemed like someone else, coldly speaking. "Crazy monkeys charge forward quickly. I'll play with them." Little Bai was shocked by what he saw. What's wrong with him? Lily, standing beside Li, immediately answered his question. Pengnan can control 7 types of personalities, and then she suggested that there's no need to care about him anymore, and to hurry and catch up. Aoi, now unable to hold back, was filled with fear as his aura surged uncontrollably. It glared angrily at him, grinding its teeth and scolding. His mouth really stinks and his arrogance isn't good. Just as it was speaking, Pengnan had already appeared behind it without it noticing. It was startled and turned around, still domineering as it asked what he wanted to do, thinking it was afraid of him. Pengnan immediately slapped it without saying a word, causing it to spit out fresh blood. What's with all these endless hits? Suddenly slapped, Kolbahit, Aoi roared in fury. Tutu never even hit his face before. How dare he do this? Pengnan calmly agreed. "If you want to fight, then fight. What can you do to him?" he said, then immediately clapped his hands and struck, again and again. Aoi's face kept getting slapped, and he spat out a lot of fresh blood. At this moment, another clone rushed from behind him, and his opponent was not just one person. But before it could even swing its staff down, a streak of light suddenly shot past. When the light faded, he was gone, and it hurriedly looked around to search. By the time he reappeared, Pengnan was behind the monkey from earlier. It immediately turned around in horror. How long had he been here? The spirit guardian's speed was incredible. Pengnan sneered dismissively. "It's just a matter of things. There aren't many people faster than him, only 6 in the spirit realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked it fiercely, sending it flying and tumbling to the ground. From above, Pengnan looked down, as if everything below was just trash, and arrogantly said, "Creatures are just creatures. A good beating will teach them a lesson." At the same time, on another side of the forest, the night had begun to fade with the sunlight. A UY followed Batu on his shoulder, but after a long time, they still hadn't found anything. A UY looked at Batu, raising his eyebrows and speaking, "The pursuers behind seem a bit off. If they catch up, it won't be able to do anything alone." It suggested that Batu quickly find clues about the meteorite and then kill the person, to keep it quiet. Basi heard this and fell into deep thought, trying to recall Li Han's memories. After a moment, the image of Li Han panting heavily covered in wounds appeared. She was waiting and sitting in a place of utter despair, with no way to escape anymore. But she didn't want to die. At that moment, a monster suddenly charged towards her, aiming to attack. At the very moment when 1,000 pounds hung by a single thread, a sword suddenly pierced through the monster's head. It immediately fell, and Traik Kam's figure also collapsed as a result. Li Han looked at her with wide eyes, a look of gratitude on her face. Traik Kam was extremely brave at that moment, carrying his sword on his shoulder, softly saying that if she wanted to live, she should follow him. Leaving this memory behind, Granny Sai immediately frowned, recalling the female swordsman she had met before, who appeared many times deep within this body's memories. Could the light of grace be there? With that thought, it instantly focused and searched for traces of Traik Kam. Sure enough, not long after, its eyes lit up. It finally found a clue to the light of grace. So it was located behind the opposite side of the Traik Kam, at the battlefield where Wynok and the Traik Kam were fighting. From this moment on, her body was covered in wounds, fresh blood dripping onto the ground. She clenched her lips tightly, gripping her sword without letting go, refusing to give up. Do I really have to stop here? I don't want to die like this. I still have things left undone. Ngok, watching her tragic state from the opposite side, couldn't help but feel moved. Despite being injured like this, she still didn't let go of her sword. What a worthy opponent. If she couldn't stop her scream, it would be quite difficult to deal with, so she didn't want to play with her anymore. She would let her die happily. As she finished speaking, she directed her painful silk threads back toward Traik Kam. At this moment, Traik Kam has let go of her will. She can only apologize to Li Han. This time she can't save her. Thinking of this, she quietly closes her eyes, waiting for death to come. However, at the moment when the situation was hanging by a thread, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted from within her. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred, and all of Wynok's painful threads rushing toward her were completely severed. At this moment, Traik Kam's entire body is enveloped by a yellow energy, and Wynok's painful threads cannot harm her at all. Seeing this scene, Wynok couldn't help but be terrified. What is that? Yet it can block the painful love threads? Does she have another level of energy? Even the housekeeper doesn't know where this energy comes from. It kept spiraling out from the reverse feather. It was the light energy of Banan, and Li Han had transferred it into her to save her life. The wounds on her body have now cooled, and she walks forward with her sword to stand before Yin Nyok. I have also seen the reverse side of Traik Kam, and it turned out to be Banan's light. I never expected it to be inside her. Now I suddenly feel so terrifyingly overwhelmed, not sure if I should be happy or scared. Traik Kam inhaled and looked at me coldly, saying, "It seems heaven doesn't cut off people's paths. I don't need to be afraid. Her sword is very fast." Hearing this, Wynok immediately promised with a disdainful sneer, "What is there to fear? I am so happy I could die." The happiness for the rest of your life depends entirely on Traik Kam. As long as you obtain the light of Banan, Madame Tu will love you even more, and I feel more excited just thinking about it. Traik Kam felt a wave of disgust rise in her heart. This hateful woman always spoke of shameful things. Wanting to attack her, she clenched her sword tightly, and a surge of energy filled the surroundings. She took a breath and looked at me with a cold sneer, saying I was overthinking. As soon as she finished, she charged forward with fierce momentum, her sharp sword slashing down without hesitation. In just a moment, a powerful energy sliced through Wynok's body, and the tall trees behind her were also split in half by Traik Kam's sword. In less than 2 seconds, Wynok collapsed helplessly to the ground. The battle ended just like that, and before falling, Wynok still felt a sense of regret. It was clear that the moment of kindness was right in front of her, but she couldn't grasp it, and could only apologize to Batu. Traik Kam watched her fall, but there was still a hint of regret in his eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh in pity. Truly, a tragic woman. Until she sank into eternal sleep, Wynok still longed to feel the love of Batu. A few years ago, at a human refuge, in a dilapidated house, a tragic event took place. Wynok was only 18 that year, still a human, crying endlessly after being forced into something she didn't want to do by someone. If she dares to say it, he will make her live worse than die. Wynok, hearing this, immediately cursed him as a bastard, saying he is not human, he is worse than a beast. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through her face, and the man in front of her fiercely slapped her hard. His brows furrowed as he glared and gritted his teeth, telling her she should clearly see her situation, If it weren't for him keeping her under control, she would have already become a creature that only knew how to eat raw flesh like her mother. During this time, he has spent a lot of money on her. She should remember his kindness and not become a white-eyed wolf. He wants her to pay back with her body slowly. A while later, the deafening sound of thunder echoed across the sky. Soon after, the rain poured down relentlessly, and Wynock was standing on the rooftop of a building, standing alone in the rain, utterly lonely. The relentless urging sounds echoed in her ears. Jump down, and you will be free. The cruel voices kept ringing in her ears. They wanted her to jump quickly. Ingok gently closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and no longer felt attached to this life. She tiptoed slightly, ready to jump down, determined to end her sorrowful life and say goodbye to this dark world. If heaven shows mercy and allows her to live again, she hopes to be treated kindly. But at this moment, a sudden sound from her back makes death no longer a solution. The one who came was Batu, who told her that only absolute power could conquer everything. Then he told her to come quickly and become his woman, promising to give her superhuman strength. Immediately after, it viciously bit down on Wynock's neck. Fresh blood began to gush out. At this moment, lightning streaks fiercely struck the rooftop, as if trying to prevent the scene that defied the natural order from continuing. Unfortunately, after being bitten by Batu, Wynock became a creature that feeds on humans, and her appearance now resembles her current demonic form. The first thing she did was seek out that man to take revenge, and when he saw her, he trembled uncontrollably in fear. Enoch's eyes were full of hatred as she coldly said, "You said I owed you flesh. Now I'm paying you back. What are you afraid of?" The man quickly shook his head. "I don't need repayment. I was just joking." Then he hurriedly crawled to hold her leg, pleading desperately, "I can give you younger, tastier people. Eat as much as you want, just don't kill me." Hearing this, Wynock coldly said she didn't like human flesh. As soon as her words finished, her pain and love burst forth, piercing through the man's body and staining the wall with fresh blood. And he also died from suffocation, lying in a pool of blood. Ingok stared at him for a long time, lost in thought. After a while, she finally turned and left, because of someone like this, abandoning her path to become a proper person. Was this decision really the right one? After defeating Wynock, Trak Kam was involved with the person who wanted to leave. But just a few steps away, she was caught by her own tangled feelings around her ankle. She sensed this immediately and widened her eyes in shock. She turned her head back and saw Wynock sitting up, surprisingly still alive after her sword strike. At this moment, Wynock looked a bit strange, staring at her blankly and saying she felt very uncomfortable, as if she couldn't remember anything. She hesitated and asked if Trak Kam could help her. Hearing this, Trak Kam was a bit startled, standing there in a daze. On the other side of the forest, Y was carrying Batu to the guard cemetery, asking what kind of magic it possessed and why Batu, being so strong, still accepted it. Then it spoke in a low voice, asking if that was because it hadn't reached the realm of a strong cultivator. But Batu was different, having endured countless hardships to reach the peak of the divine level, and when it could no longer break through, it felt very lonely, thinking it was the strongest in the world. But then it realized it was wrong. It had lost once before, to a human youth. Y was stunned to hear this, surely not here to fight it now. Batu nodded affirmatively, confirming that what he said was true. The young man was indeed a true fighting genius. The person he mentioned was Long Min, the one who would later establish the Spirit Pavilion. If it weren't for the infinite dark energy, Batu definitely wouldn't have lost. After Long Min died, Batu found his body, but the infinite dark energy remained unaware, and this has always been a hidden threat in its heart. But if it could obtain the light of grace, everything would be different. The light of grace could help it resist the energy of the infinite shadow, break through the divine level's bottleneck, and step onto the path of becoming a super divine level predator. Hearing this, AY's face immediately turned incredulous, truly believing she would break through to the super divine level. Batu was very confident about that, and then it would be able to proclaim itself as the undefeated in this world. A few hours later, AY and Batu finally arrived at the place they were looking for, in front of the Guardian's cemetery. He suggested leaving a sign for Enoch so she could follow and meet up easily, but Batu said it was unnecessary. Enoch would never return, as when it sent her to attack the Spirit Guardian. It never thought she could come back. AY frowned in surprise. What does this mean? So from the beginning, Batu intended to abandon Wynock. She is also one of their kin. Batu heard this and laughed. If it could be used to exchange for the dawn light, then the deal would be very worthwhile. Furthermore, family is something belonging to humans. A pure carnivorous creature like it doesn't need that. Saying so, it immediately turned around and entered the cemetery. As long as it was inside, it could shake off the Chewy soldiers. But at this moment, a sharp blade of sword energy suddenly struck from behind. Batu immediately frowned in shock, and AY also flinched slightly. It's over, they've been caught up. It quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack of the sword energy, which then struck the trees in front, splitting the entire forest in half. AY saw this scene and couldn't help but let out a light breath. So dangerous, managed to barely dodge it, or else its head would definitely have been taken off. The two of them in front of it had already been cut by the sword energy into a huge gash. Batu also couldn't help but praise, surprised that a single strike could create such a huge gap. Perhaps Wynyak could stop them after all. Then Batu immediately turned his head back and saw a woman standing there with a sword in her hand. It was Lily too, who looked down from above, glaring at them and loudly warning, "Anyone who crosses this boundary, I will kill without hesitation." Hearing this, Batu snorted dismissively and said arrogantly, "She's just an S-rank guardian spirit, I can't kill her." Having said that, it suddenly lunged and flew towards the large gap, then ordered Aoi to enter the cemetery. Lily too saw that they ignored her words, her face a bit grim, truly asking for death. Immediately, she swung her sword down with a powerful strike, the sword light rushing forward with unstoppable force, extremely formidable. In an instant, Aoi's face turned grim, unable to keep up with her speed. By the time she appeared again, her sword was pointed straight at Batu's back. But at this moment, it was protected by an invisible shield. Batu calmly asked if she could really strike, as this body belonged to their people. Its child has already told her she can't kill it. Since meeting Mafi and obtaining his wound energy to forge a protective shield, it is confident that Lily too won't be able to break through its defense. Lily too slightly pouted. It seems it still doesn't understand. When it comes to the single damage spell in Spiritual Guardian, no one surpasses me. As soon as she finished speaking, the spear pierced through the protective shield. Batu was in disbelief as the sword had pierced deep inside, so close to it. It could feel the danger looming, as if the sword was about to pierce right through it. This time it can't avoid it, so consider it a double death. It quickly dodged, but the sword still struck, and its glasses fell off. Lily too's sword suddenly plunged into the ground, causing Batu's glasses to fall and shatter. Batu was lucky to dodge in time, stepping back and then looking up at her. It's really dangerous. Her swordsmanship is quite unique. She had a chance to strike us with that sword, but she avoided it. It seems she still hesitates and trusts the light of grace. At this moment, Lily too suddenly spoke with a slightly regretful tone, saying she missed her strike, and her swordsmanship had become rusty from not practicing properly. Hearing this, Batu was a bit stunned. Her way of speaking was really awkward. Lily too now drew her sword, revealing a small pool of water on the ground. But Batu didn't think so because just a few seconds later, the earth suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, a deep crack appeared in the ground. Lily too looked at it. Her body must be preventing her from fighting with full strength, so quickly use her true form to settle the score with her, or her next strike won't hold back anymore. Lily too's eyes are now full of fighting spirit. She really wants to battle Batu to see its true strength. Could it be that its power as a divine-level predator is only a hidden trait within others? Hearing this, Batu couldn't help but sneer coldly. It clearly heard her provocation, so it responded calmly. As long as it has this body, she wouldn't dare to cut it. This kind of provocation is too old-fashioned. Who would fall for it? At this moment, Aoi suddenly spoke up, warning her not to underestimate others, and as she swung her sword past his head, he still hasn't settled the score with her. Batu heard this and was momentarily stunned, feeling like he had been slapped hard and unsure how to react. He just said that no one would fall for her tricks, but now his subordinate had bitten the bait. However, Aoi didn't understand Batu's thoughts, and at this moment rushed over to the two, fighting one against one, and Lily too was the one who truly deserved to die. Hearing this, Lily too turned around and chuckled, raising an eyebrow in provocation, who told her she was alone. As soon as she finished speaking, Aoi's head was kicked hard by a foot, causing her to cry tears of pain. The one coming is of course Little Silver, who jumps from Aoi's head to attack Zhong, then calls forth Dark Lightning, shouting loudly to remind Lily too to follow the plan. Batu lifted his head and looked up, and in that instant his face darkened. This aura felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. At this moment, the young Silver had gathered all the energy from the infinite shadow, and created a series of powerful, dark bombs. So, victory or defeat depended on this one move, and without hesitation, he immediately threw them down, aiming directly at Batu. In just a moment,
A barrage of demonic and divine eyes wielding dark lightning rained down relentlessly. But Batu remained calm, creating a shield around itself and sneering.
The young man's experience is still insufficient. Such a large amount of energy disperses into attacks, and in the end, he can only lose. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. This is clearly a fake attack designed to confuse it. The real danger is the holy night of all things. It was right to guess that right now, Lily 2 is holding her sword and charging at it. Lily 2's sharp sword energy immediately strikes towards it, causing it to panic and leap back to avoid it. Lily 2's sword energy then hits the ground, shattering a section of the earth. Batu stared at Lily 2 in shock, realizing their plan had been seen through. But Lily 2 simply smiled calmly. The one truly deceived was him. Hearing this, Batu's eyes widened in horror. How could it be? But it didn't know that Xiaobai had known since the moment he appeared behind it. He smiled with full confidence. The battle plan a complete success. In an instant, Xiaobai clenched Batu's neck with his claws, using a sealing technique to lock him up, then employed the infinite shadow to absorb his energy, causing both of their eyes to widen in horror. What is actually happening to it? Could it be that it knows how to use the infinite shadow? Tubok also did not hide and admitted openly, coldly warning that if they didn't want him to absorb their energy, they should obediently come out from Lai Han's body. But following his shout, both of their bodies were enveloped in a powerful energy. In an instant, the sphere exploded, illuminating the area with Tubok's energy. Xiaobai outside watched in horror as the infinite dark energy enveloped Batu, causing him to tremble. Li too also hesitated, wondering if Xiaobai could really succeed. At this moment, the smoke dispersed everywhere, making it impossible for everyone to see what was happening inside. But as the smoke gradually cleared, it became clear that Xiaobai was carrying Li Han in his arms, slowly walking out. Seeing this, Li too immediately felt happy. It was a success. He indeed had some tricks, completely saving Li Han from that guy without any harm. It really was easy. Xiaobai placed Li Han's body aside and then created a protective barrier around her. You learned this trick from Batu. It can probably help her avoid getting caught up in the fight. You tell her to rest assured and sleep for a while. Wait for her to wake up, and then you'll end all of this. At that moment, a savage laugh echoed from the smoke, and Little White frowned slightly, still able to laugh. This laughter, of course, belongs to Batu, who proudly said that not only has he obtained the clue of the blessing light, but now you also brought the infinite shadow to his doorstep. This is a grand celebration, so why wouldn't he laugh? The one chosen is Batu. Xiaobai heard this and sneered. He was too confident too soon, having just drained at least half of his energy and still aiming for infinite shadow power. Are you sure you can do it? Batu chuckled softly. It won't lose to someone with the same skill twice. Just a small drain of energy, and it doesn't care. Then it looked at Aoy and ordered him to tell them about its reputation. Batu proudly lifted his head and laughed loudly. Now you understand, right? He didn't come here to chase after them. The guard cemetery is actually his Yumin prison. He can command thousands of human souls here, and they can provide endless energy for him. Here, Batu is claiming to be invincible. As soon as those words left his mouth, Lily looked at Xiaobai with a hint of seriousness in her eyes, clearly thinking they underestimated him. But he remained calm, because at this point, there was only one way. Kill him, and end it. At the same time, somewhere deep in the guard's cemetery, Mafi was trapped here by Batu and kept walking without finding a way out. Whenever there was an obstacle, Mafi would use his energy to break through, and he had destroyed quite a few trees in this place. Immediately after, another obstacle appeared, a massive boulder. Without hesitation, he poured energy into the stone, causing it to crack. It wasn't long before a loud explosion rang out. The remaining intact stone was shattered into 100 fragments by Mafi's blast. He glanced around with a slightly impatient tone, wondering what kind of place this was, still unable to leave after a whole night. Just then, he suddenly saw the spirits floating aimlessly in front of him, drifting uncontrollably higher and higher. Aren't these wandering spirits all driven away already? Why are they appearing again and forming a team? Could it be that they've been tamed by his fist and are now guiding him? On the other side of the cemetery's guard post, the spirits hovered in the air as if hearing someone call out to them. They formed a team and rushed toward the source of the sound. This is Batu calling the 10,000 souls for help. Seeing this scene, Little White can't help but be terrified. With so many souls, how many people has it really killed? Lily too is furious at this moment and cannot forgive him. Batu simply ignores it, tilting his head back and shouting loudly, "Let these souls become part of his body so he can carry them with him and live on forever." As soon as it finished speaking, the souls like a stream of energy entered Batu's body. Lily too clenched her teeth, knowing she had to cut off her spell before it was ruined. Immediately after, the two rushed forward but were bitten back by Aoi, who wouldn't let them disturb Batu. Lily too coldly promised, "Don't die on me." At that moment, Aoi was stunned and muttered in horror, "It's over, it's overwhelmed." Unfortunately, by the time it realized Lily too's sword had already cut off its neck. Fresh blood gushed everywhere. The head separated from the body as it fell. Without any obstacle in their way, the two ran forward to stop Batu from biting. But at this moment, a screaming sound echoed, causing Lily too to close her eyes involuntarily. Xiaobai didn't look forward, his face showing some unease. They were still a step too slow. There was no more time left. At this moment, Batu had already devoured all the recovered souls. These souls are too nourishing, causing its body to swell up. Batu threw back his head and laughed loudly. This is the feeling of invincibility. As soon as it finished speaking, its swollen body suddenly exploded in an instant. Xiaobai stared in shock at this scene, unable to believe it was self-destruction. Lily too was very cautious, warning you not to underestimate, as an explosion doesn't necessarily mean death. As she predicted, Batu's body exploded, creating light blue smoke clouds. When the smoke gradually cleared, Batu's intact body reappeared, but now its anger had shifted, and it had transformed into a form of 10,000 souls. Without hesitation, Batu waved his hand and launched a divine energy attack at the two of them. Seeing its action, Xiaobai immediately widened his eyes in shock. He quickly created a protective shield and told Lily too to hide behind him. In just a moment, a deafening explosion rang out, creating a huge crater in the ground. Fortunately, Xiaobai and the others had protective shields, so they narrowly escaped disaster. Inside the armor, Little White was shocked and speechless. The power in his hand was so great. This is its true form. If it weren't for the protective armor, I fear he would have been torn apart. At this moment, the protective shield showed signs of cracking, and his face turned grim in an instant. The shield was reaching its limit. The next attack must be avoided, or both of them will be doomed. Lily too watched his back. Deep down, Ni couldn't help but feel emotional. He was only a new V-Class A rookie, yet he ran to block her attack. Surprisingly, apart from being a bit of a devil, he was quite reliable in critical moments. On this side, Batu launched that attack, but its expression wasn't very happy, feeling that something was off. This wasn't its perfect form, at most 70% of its peak condition. It angrily pursed its lips, finally realizing where the problem had occurred. As it was still suspicious, loud sounds came from the cemetery guards. Batu turned around in shock only to see a figure breaking through the ancient trees and slowly approaching. Mafi walks out carrying a sack, sighing in relief, finally free and feeling the sunlight is wonderful. Batu sees him and immediately looks terrified, realizing this man is the one who previously beat him. But its appearance now is different from before, so Mafi obviously doesn't recognize it, and he coldly asked who it was. Batu gritted his teeth, looking at Mafi. Has he really forgotten about him so quickly? The more Mafi listened, the more confused he became, as he had never met it before. Batu, hearing this, decided not to pursue the matter, as it wasn't important. What it wanted to know was what he had done to its soul-linked slave. Mafi knew it was talking about the spirits in the forest, and smugly said he used his fists to help them transcend. As soon as he finished, Batu immediately erupted in fury. Those were years of his hard work, and now they had been destroyed by him. Then suddenly, it disappeared from Mafi's sight and reappeared beside him, fiercely punching his face. Mafi was caught off guard and was knocked far away, falling to the ground as it coldly looked at him. Even with only 70% of her strength, she could handle them easily. But at this moment, Mafi suddenly got up from the ground, seemingly not badly injured at all. Batu looked at this scene with some surprise. At this moment, Mafi spoke up to praise. Its fist was indeed strong. If it weren't for the urgent timing, he would have wanted to fight it a few rounds. But another day we will fight. You must hurry back to the Spirit Hall to find the culprit who harmed my disciple. As he was about to turn and leave, Lily too appeared just in time to stop him from going back. The person in front of him was the one who had harmed his disciple, and seeing the newcomer, he was a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to be here too. Little Bai, who was walking beside Lily too, also spoke up to accuse him. Batu not only stole the status of the wealthy, but also tore a hole in his chest after using him. If it weren't for a last-minute rescue, he would have been killed by him. In just a moment, Mafi's expression darkened. Then he turned his head to Batu and coldly said, "So the one fighting outside the arena with me is him?" Batu sneered. A fool is a fool, only now did he react, his head truly stupid. But as soon as he finished speaking, a sack flew towards him. It reached out to grab it, and then covered its nose, saying it was something so foul it didn't know what it was. Talking nonsense, but Ma Fi was not wasting time and appeared in front of it in an instant. Casually said he was taking off his underwear to wash, then without hesitation kicked it into his stomach. Batu couldn't react in time and cried out in pain. But it wasn't over yet. Ma Fi delivered another kick. This one kick sent him flying away. Batu finally had time to marvel, how could he be so powerful? But no one answered its question because Ma Fi was now venting his anger. Light red aura suddenly appeared around him, which was his sole skill. He clenched his fist fiercely and shouted, only he had the right to strike his territory. As he finished speaking, he charged forward with a mighty aura and threw a fierce dragon punch. In an instant, a phantom giant dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a roar that echoed across the heavens. Seeing this scene, Batu's face immediately turned grim as he managed to strike out a dragon with his fist, and this attack's power was not to be underestimated. It didn't hesitate and reached out with its hand, using its attack power to stop it. However, the phantom of the giant dragon still charged forward with incredible strength. Outside, Xiaobai watched the battle and couldn't help but marvel at how powerful it was. This is the true strength of a S-star level guardian. Truly a monster. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoed as the giant dragon charged straight at Batu, then exploded, leaving many burn marks all over its body. Batu clenched his teeth and cursed the bastard, but he still tore through a layer of his spiritual armor, which is not easy to cultivate. At this moment, he was truly at his breaking point of anger. Ma Fi sneered in response. Same to you. Chengshan's peak remains the mountain forever covered in snow. Inside a humble house, the alarm clock kept ringing loudly. A person, annoyed by it, suddenly smashed it with a punch. Angrily, he cursed out the damn clock before yawning and sitting up. Though reluctant, he still went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. He was brushing his teeth and singing happily. Then he followed his usual routine and made a cup of milk tea. He took a deep breath and then exhaled fully in relief. After finishing his own task, he called Vienne to ask if she was hungry and to hurry up and make breakfast. But there was no response, so he had to open the door and go look for someone. When he reached the dining room, he saw breakfast already prepared on the table. There was also a note left by Yuan saying she told him to have breakfast himself and that she has taken Fugui away. He frowned at the note for a while, picked up a bun and muttered while eating. This good daughter of his really cares about him, truly. Over here, a giant phoenix soared across the sky, naturally belonging to Yuan, who had left with Fuku and the others from the martial arts competition. Bin Ni is very worried about Tubut and Traik Kam risking their lives to save Li Han, and she absolutely won't let them put herself in danger. Vienne also didn't expect Tubok to voluntarily take on such a dangerous mission, and if something happens to him, she wonders what she should do. Tubut went out angry, bringing Traik Kam with him to fight without calling her, so of course she was upset. He's clearly showing favoritism. As for Makangon, she knows too well about Kiemvu. He's sure to seize this opportunity to attack Tiobak, so I just hope he stays careful and watchful of him. Fukui is still injured now, but he wants to go save his master, so he also follows. Seeing the worried women in front of him for Xiaobai, he truly feels a bit jealous. Why does he have such good luck? With Lone Du's speed, they quickly arrived at the area leading to the cemetery guard, but the scene of the forest with only stumps left surprised them. What's going on? Why are all the trees cut in half? Could it be Li too? Bin Ni looked at the cuts and shook her head in denial. It doesn't seem like Li too. As they approached, they finally saw Traik Kam and called out loudly. Startled, Traik Kam turned around and saw Vienne's Lone Du. Bin Ni jumped down from Lone Du's back, telling her not to worry, then asked where Tiobak was and why he wasn't with them. Traik Kam said he was probably ahead. She said she wanted to go find Little White with them, but after just a few steps she felt Wynock trying to follow her. She glared at her, thinking if she still wanted to follow her, she wouldn't have spared her life already, and she was just asking for her own death. Yingok doesn't care that it's her fault she's like this. She wants her to take responsibility. Bin Yi frowned at her, seeming a bit like a man-eating creature, but when angry, she wasn't. Traik Kam slowly explained to Bin Yi that she was indeed a carnivorous creature, but after being cut by her, she not only didn't die, but also clung to her. Then she pointed to her own back, as if the stone had caused her to forget everything. At this moment, Vienne also jumped down from above, telling her that this is the effect of the formation. She once heard a Ha say that it is a special ability of the blessing light. Trek Com heard this and frowned in disbelief. So this is the blessing light. Yehua nodded slightly, suggesting that under the urgent situation, Li Hun had transferred it into Trek Com's body. The purification effect not only works on external evil forces, but can also erase human memories, and her bloodthirstiness might have been cleansed by the blessing light. This clearly shows that she is not a pure carnivorous creature, but has become one due to human-induced mutations. If her bloodthirst had been removed, she would no longer be a carnivorous being. Therefore, Vien Vien suggested that she could go with them. Meanwhile, at this moment, Motha also descended the mountain. Second Master could not help but sigh, clearly exhausted, yet still feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Mafi and Batu are fighting, two figures continue to attack in the sky. Mafi forcefully drove his knee into Batu's stomach, but it blocked him with its hand. At the same time, Lily too swung her sword, but Batu dodged and the two of them clashed again. Outside, Xiaobai couldn't help but frown at the scene, sensing something was off. That guy had already been suppressed by Mafi, but now he was gradually able to fight evenly with them. There must be something wrong. Thinking of this, you look back at Owai lying collapsed on the other side. You must find a way to break this deadlock. At this moment, Batu suddenly smiled triumphantly. Immediately after, it unleashed a storm of soul power, with countless spirits flying toward it. Mafi hurriedly landed on the crack, biting his lip in admiration. This guy seems to have become stronger. Lily too also nodded in agreement. It really has become stronger. This is the first time she has seen such a situation. Batu looked back at the two of them and still couldn't understand why it could fight on forever. This is the difference between rays. It is a pure carnivorous creature, and its innate power cannot be compared to humans. Just then, a sudden loud sound came from behind it, causing it to stop in its tracks. It was Xiaobai's voice. He had also joined the battle now and calmly declared that he had seen through its tricks. It has stuffed so many souls into its body to make them convert its energy, which will surely take time to digest gradually. Even now, it probably hasn't fully digested them. The longer the fight lasts, the stronger it will become. You're not wrong, are you? Batu also snorted and didn't admit anything, only wondering why you knew so much about the rare evil spirit powers. You chuckled softly, just so happeningly you also knew how to use evil spirit powers. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Batu, but Batu was not panicked, calmly cutting his body in half with a flick of his hand. But it also realized that it was only a clone. Didn't you say you wanted to use the evil spirit system's power? So why are you using Aoi's clone technique? As soon as it finished speaking, it shot a soul beam forward. This beam of light instantly pierced through another body of the little silver in front of it. Seeing this, Mafi immediately became tense. Lily, too, is also very worried about you, her expression grim. Batu looks at the little silver in front of him, thinking that Aoi's soul should be taken by it, but you dared to act recklessly. If you want to seek death, I will grant your wish. But at this moment, Xiaobai not only wasn't afraid, but also smiled triumphantly, leaning his head back, thinking that you were the true body of the clone technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the body in front of him disappeared into the air. Batu clenched his teeth, a flash of anger appearing on his face. At this moment, the little silver shouted again, telling it to hurry up and continue. Immediately after, the scene before the two of them changed into Tubok's evil spirit space. Batu was a bit frightened, struggling to free himself but failed, as the surrounding eyes, which were stars, made him feel scared. Mafi frowned as he watched this scene, unable to believe he was seeing it, and exclaimed if he was seeing things, while Lili shook his head in denial. This really is a wicked Tula eye, said to be able to intimidate and lock down the enemy's actions. She also didn't expect that the little silver would have this kind of ability, and Mafi couldn't help but smile. During the battle, the little silver narrowed his eyes at Batu, speaking coldly about using demonic powers. He always stops at this step, but today he has to break the rule for it. If he doesn't die now, it's because of everyone's mercy. Then he looked into the middle of the chain and shouted loudly, "Go quickly!" Following your shout, large arms immediately grew out of your left shoulder. The same happened on your right shoulder, with arms tearing through flesh and emerging. Before long, you became a many-armed monster. This is the true form of the Tula demon. Batu squints at this scene, a wave of anxiety rising in his heart. This intense and pure murderous aura is hard to believe. How can this be? Ignoring its doubts, Little Silver coldly shouted, "Get down now!" As soon as you finished speaking, the giant arm grabbed its face and then forcefully pressed it down. A moment later, the giant hand of the Little Silver finally lifted off the ground, leaving a huge handprint on the earth.
Batu was pressed down on the ground, but now it was able to move again. It struggled to sit up, only to find that a layer of soul armor had shattered. It bit its lip fiercely and shouted loudly, "I will definitely kill you!" As soon as those words left his mouth, a giant hand struck down again, cracking the ground further. The silver little one coldly looked at it. "You haven't finished fighting yet, you'd better take care of yourself first." In an instant, a series of fists relentlessly struck Batu's body, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. But inside, some of Batu's trapped souls began to escape. Lily too watched this scene and couldn't help but feel moved as the souls inside started to flee. Compared to the Yu Min leader, they are indeed more afraid of the kneeling god. And at this moment, Tiu Bak noticed that something was wrong with Batu. Its final armor has shattered. At this point, it's been beaten to a pig's head. Seeing the opportunity, he immediately turned around loudly to the two mafia members behind him, and at this moment, taking advantage of its weakness to take its life. But before he could finish speaking, the mafia had already rushed forward, and he knew this without needing to say a word. He charged forward with fierce momentum, his body emanating the aura of a fierce tiger, and with a punch, he created a giant illusion of a tiger that charged straight at Batu. With a bang, the tiger exploded, engulfing Batu's body in smoke and flames. At the same time, Lily too was not idle, her sword already dancing in the air, were leader of the underworld. "Batu, prepare to face the suppression of the Holy Night." As soon as the words finished, powerful sword beams immediately struck, causing the ground to explode again. Lily too swiftly pierced through Batu's body with her sword. Although the fierce battle between the two S-rank spirit guardians was unsuccessful, Batu was weakening and could no longer resist, sinking into the dust. At this moment, Lily too finally let out a sigh of relief, and the fight was over. Mafi also chuckled softly. "This guy has picked the wrong person." As the smoke cleared, fresh blood kept dripping onto the ground, but even its entire body was covered with cuts and wounds. It was unwilling to accept defeat. Clearly the light of grace and the infinite darkness were right in front of it. How could it accept failure at this last moment? But no matter how unwilling it is still lost and falls to the ground. With its last defiant breath, the little silver figure above observes the situation. He remained very alert. Even though things below had become like that, he still felt a bit uneasy. But after waiting for a while and seeing that it still didn't sit up, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Could it really be over? Everything finally came to an end, and Lily too was able to look up at the young silver in the sky with a hint of admiration, feeling that carrying the divine power might have been too heavy for him. As it seemed, he could no longer hold on. As expected, at this moment, the arms on Little Silver's back slowly disappeared, and then his entire body went limp and fell from the sky. Lily too saw this scene and immediately became nervous. She quickly flew into the air and reached out to catch Xiao Bai. She quickly caught him, but their close position made her blush deeply, with his face pressed so close to hers that they almost had their cheeks touching. But with this chance, I can observe carefully, he is really very handsome. The more she thought about it, her cheeks flushed even more, even her ears were no exception. Until she landed, Ma Fi looked at her face with suspicion and asked if she was hurt because her face was so red. Only then did she remember there was someone else here. The trash bin kept getting bigger, and she threw the dazed Little Silver onto the ground without hesitation, calmly saying she would never blush. Ma Fi was speechless at her inconsistent words and actions. She really couldn't lie. Over here, Little Silver was pushed aside by Li too, and just as he was drifting off, he suddenly woke up, rubbing his head and muttering in doubt. "Ouch, what happened just now? I must have fainted. Using the Atula fruit really drains my energy." But he still felt very uneasy, certain that something had gone wrong somewhere. At this moment, he suddenly realized something, and his face immediately became tense. He quickly got up, shouted out, and the passive Infinite Shadow was not activated, so that guy was definitely still alive. Attack him again. But just as he finished speaking, Madame Tu suddenly opened her eyes wide. It smiled smugly, too late now, and immediately spat out a blue spiritual energy beam towards you. You couldn't dodge in time and swallowed that energy in an instant. Ma Fi saw this scene and immediately looked grim. Lily too also realized she had been too careless and held on to her last breath. What she wanted was indeed the body of Tiu Bak. A moment later, Madame Tu had taken over Xiao Bai's body, and it laughed loudly, surprised to find so many treasures inside him. Endless darkness, Tula the demon god. These things are now all mine. Lily Tu narrowed her eyes and warned it to better take out the body of Little White now, as she had seen her attack power before. But Madame Tu smiled provocatively. "Do you really think you can cut it? This body is its best shield."
His words don't matter, Lily too can't argue. She can only sneer coldly and not curse or scold him. At this moment, Ma Fi steps forward to advise her not to be impatient. He has experience in this matter, let him handle it. Lily too frowned and looked at him, suspiciously asking what he was planning to do. He calmly replied, of course, to fight it, and as soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and charged forward. This time it didn't succeed. Before even touching him, his giant arm stopped it. He wasn't discouraged and angrily told him not to be proud. His right fist still had more strength. But the other arm he raised was already grabbed by it, and it looked at him with disdain, as if the punch of a clumsy person was no longer agile. Surely he doesn't think his fist is harder than Atula's. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ma Fi did something unexpected. He forcefully slammed his head into its object. It had no time to react and was knocked out instantly. He looked at the person collapsing in front of him, spoke coldly. I can't be sure about my fist, but definitely my head is harder. I am the hardest. Little Bai just fainted and lay there unconscious. Lily too watched this scene with a somewhat grim expression, realizing she was really unlucky this time. Then she looked back at Ma Fi, suspiciously asking why, if he said he had experience, he couldn't make Batu crawl out of him. Ma Fi frowned at this, still thinking maybe he should punch him a couple more times. Perhaps that bastard would crawl out on his own. Lily too immediately stepped forward to stop him. At this moment, suddenly footsteps came from behind the two of them. It was Fong Nan, who slowly approached and warned Ma Fi that it would be better not to fight, causing Ma Fi to look at him suspiciously, waiting for his explanation. Fong Nan chuckled softly and said calmly, Batu is already cornered. It definitely won't give up its last chance for salvation just because of some external influence. So your beating is useless. Ma Fi also thought it made sense, and asked what he should do, to which he calmly replied that at this point, there was only one way left. To completely destroy Batu, they had to rely on the strength of Tubok himself. At the same time, inside Xiaobai's spiritual world, two soul spirits faced each other, and Batu was a bit angry. It was the Lord of the Cold Darkness, Batu, yet it was being pushed to this extent by a bunch of guardian spirits. But it's okay. If I kill you here, I can take over your body forever. Hearing this, Xiaobai immediately scolded, Don't be so arrogant. The god of death, you yourself, will take it back. As soon as the words left your mouth, you fiercely punched towards Batu. It was punched in the face by you and fiercely rolled backward, but it couldn't endure and shot out a flash of soul energy with both hands. He immediately started fighting back, but he's just an inexperienced kid. His bravado is so immature. It just kicked Xiaobai's body, he couldn't defend himself and was sent flying away, continuously spitting blood. Outside, the three Ma Fi are waiting here. At this moment, Lily too spoke a bit anxiously. Xiaobai has used up all his tricks. He has done an excellent job, and without him, the mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But right now he cannot face the power of a fake god level alone. Can't they do something to help him? She's really worried for him. But Fong Nan calmly said, This is a mental battle between them. We can do nothing but wait. Wait for Xiaobai to wake up. Ma Fi then raised the question, What if the one who wakes up later is Batu? Then what should we do? Fong Nan chuckled softly and said calmly, If that situation occurs, then it can only mean that Xiaobai's spirit has been completely taken over. They are forced to fulfill their duty as spirit guardians, preparing to kill him. Inside the primordial space, Xiaobai is being pushed back relentlessly by Batu. Batu frowned as he looked at him. When he usually composed music, he was still too inexperienced. This is the world of the mind. The true battle is against one's own spirit. If you can't use the infinite shadow to suppress the divine power, then you're nothing. Hearing this, Xiaobai surprisingly smiled. So that's it. Luckily, I was reminded by it, or I wouldn't have understood. If this is a place where the mind is the battleground, you've never been without this. You fought for countless years before, so what is there to fear now? At this moment, your aura quickly changed, causing Batu to be greatly shocked. A moment later, Xiaobai's eyes suddenly turned blue. Santu couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could this be? This was the first time he had witnessed such an incredible mental power. It still thought it was a trick, but quickly dismissed it. Because in the spiritual world, psychic powers cannot be used. Clearly, you're just a kid, so how could you have such a powerful mental force? Right now, Little White narrowed his eyes at it and said coldly, You don't understand, do you? Because you don't know what I've been through. For me, this body is not easily obtained. Batu frowned and looked at you, not understanding what you were saying. Whether it understood or not, you kept speaking. This body, I won't allow anyone to take it away. Batu angrily glared at him, roaring fiercely, Don't scare it. It has stolen thousands upon thousands of physiques before.
In the world of mental energy, it has never been defeated. But at this moment, a powerful mental force suddenly struck, forcing it to raise its hand in defense. It bit its lip fiercely. Its lifetime of brilliance and integrity could not be destroyed by a brat like you. Shobai sneered coldly, then maybe not. As soon as he finished speaking, his mental energy grew even stronger, making Batu feel an overwhelming pressure. It wasn't long before its soul showed signs of being overwhelmed by the mental energy, and it could no longer resist. Of course, Xiaobai also didn't give it a chance to recover, as his mental force was like a giant hand forcing it down. Outside, Xiaobai's body, which was originally on the ground, suddenly floated in the air. Seeing this, Ma Fi was a bit surprised. Why did it fly up? What happened? Feng Ya frowned thoughtfully and then spoke, judging the situation. It seems the mental battle has entered its final stage, and they must be ready to see who will ultimately wake up. But someone didn't want it to end like that. A foot suddenly stepped forward fiercely. It was the sword dance. Lady Tu had already killed over 100 people from his research institute, and Xiaobai had confronted him everywhere. Regardless of who woke up, he had to strike first. Therefore, he fiercely thrust his sword toward Xiaobai's body on the middle stage. Feng Nan and Ma Fi's faces darkened in an instant. What does this sword master intend to do? At the same time, Bing Ni suddenly felt her heart pounding so hard it seemed like it was about to jump out of her chest. Did something happen to her owner? Returning to the guard cemetery, the ground was now covered in fresh blood. An arm reached out to block the sword before it could hit Xiaobai, and the one who blocked it was Lily Tu, glaring at him since she left the Spirit Fairy Hall. She has always felt that someone was following behind her, and she never expected that he could endure until now before revealing himself. She furrowed her brows and asked him what he really meant. Even Sword and Marshall didn't expect her to risk blocking the sword for him. Besides the main target, now she's become a tough opponent. What kind of magic does that kid have? Thinking this, he harshly criticized, saying it's lucky they are tier SV level spirit monkeys, and surely they don't really believe Xiaobai can defeat Batu in the spiritual world. Compared to offering endless dark energy to Batu, it's better to kill him right now. Kill Xiaobai and the mission will be smoothly completed. But these words angered Lily Tu, and Shi-Te didn't crush his sword immediately. Then she sternly shouted, "The source of the love, Xiaobai is not defeated yet. Before he wakes up, no one is allowed to touch him." This is her firm declaration to the sword and martial arts. But at this moment, Tiubok's body suddenly undergoes a strange transformation. His clothes suddenly tore apart, revealing his bare chest, and he had already woken up. He was grateful to Lily Tu for helping him. But she was also very happy. Indeed, he had defeated the third prince. She secretly glanced behind, and suddenly her eyes widened in shock because she saw the back of his legs, and her face instantly turned red. Little White didn't understand her feelings, and seeing her injured, worriedly asked if her hand was okay. Lily too hesitated, softly saying it was a bit painful, but after speaking, she regretted it, unable to hold back her true feelings and revealing her thoughts. While she was unaware of what was happening to her, Little White took some leftover cloth from his shirt to bandage her wound, tying a bow on top. After finishing, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking it was good enough, but this action made Lily too even more stunned. She whispered that he was doing unnecessary things, that she was a saintly healer and could do it herself. Hearing this, he immediately pouted, saying if she didn't like it, just throw it away, but she stubbornly insisted she still wanted to keep it. The two suddenly raised their voices, leaving Ma Fi speechless. But Feng Nan was extremely surprised. His psychic abilities couldn't even stir Lily Tu's emotions, so how did he do it? This was the first time he saw her so agitated. At this moment, Ma Fi praised him. Impressive indeed. He wasn't even ready to kill Batu yet, but you already defeated him. He didn't expect you to win. Kiamvu here was both angry and resentful. This can't be true. Surely you just got lucky. But you acted so naturally. Could it be that you think your failure is just a matter of luck? While he was thinking, Little White slowly approached and coldly said, I didn't expect him to be so stubborn about you. He always talks about killing Batu for revenge, but in reality, he's just using the matter to settle his personal scores. So if you're already here today, I suggest we settle all old debts and new grudges at once. But he quickly reacted. What's going on? Is he afraid because your aura is completely different from before? Could he have absorbed all of Batu's energy? Isn't he the one who always wanted to kill you? How could he not realize you're provoking him? He snorted coldly before explaining that S-rank guards can't attack humans casually. If they want to fight, at least 10 people must be present as witnesses, or they will be held accountable. As soon as he finished speaking, Bin Yi suddenly jumped down from the roof.
coldly questioning him about how he used humans for fake experiments and then sent people to kill Xiaobai, asking why he hadn't considered being held accountable and what he was doing here now. Then she looked at Xiaobai and firmly declared that she came to testify for him, and she was not alone. Yuan Yuan, Zhao Kai, Ma Wen, Shi Wu, Fu Kui, and Yen Ngok were all here, plus the 3 S-level guards, which was enough. Little White looked happily at the guards. So everyone is here. On the other hand, Sword Vu didn't seem very pleased. He knew they were your bodyguards, so how could he be happy? At this moment, Fu Kui turned his attention to Ma Fi on the other side, his face instantly brightening with excitement as expected he was still alive. Hearing this, he became angry and started spouting nonsense, claiming no one could kill him. His face quickly turned into a sneer. Ma Fi casually said, "These are his underwear." On this side, Feng Nan suddenly became interested in watching the show. He didn't expect Little White to dare challenge Sword Vu. It seems their rivalry has long been settled. What will he do now? Kenpu looked at the growing crowd and nodded without hesitation. So it's a battle to determine the winner. But at this moment, Kenpu suddenly called out to Makangan, knowing she was here. Makangan was slightly startled, unsure what he wanted her to do. He said he wouldn't pursue the matter from before, but wanted her to create a new sword for him, so neither owed the other anymore. Xiaobai usually doesn't use a sword, but when fighting Jianwu, he still borrowed Lily Ci's sword to fight. Lily Ci was a bit surprised and asked back if he was sure, since his swordsmanship wasn't easy to master. He nodded firmly, determined to use his opponent's own methods to defeat him. You have also trained countless times to fight him, and you have drained Batu's soul power, so you are very confident and sure to win. A moment later, the two finally faced each other directly, and Kiem Vu coldly spoke, knowing this day would come eventually but not expecting it to arrive so soon. As if even if you wanted to win, it wouldn't be easy because you lack a crucial set of data about him and know nothing about his skills. As soon as the sword dance finished speaking, he made a defensive stance with his sword, and his spiritual power also began to activate. In an instant, faint blue spots of light appeared around him, and he said that he had reached his current position. It was all thanks to each precise strike of my sword. Challenging him was not a wise choice. He will show you his strongest form. As he spoke, the blue lights kept growing until they formed a sphere surrounding him. Seeing this, Bai quietly smiled, truly worthy of an S-rank master, and when unleashing his full power, anyone would be moved to tears. Inside that sphere, the hair of Swordwind now looked like a miracle, constantly flowing out. The wrinkles on his previously youthful face also gradually faded away. By the time he opened his eyes again, he had returned to his appearance many years ago. This is his S-rank skill of time recall. He can make his body revert to its past state, going back to when he was 27 years old. In the current Spirit Palace defense team, only one subordinate has seen him like this. Ma Fi saw this side of him and couldn't help but comment he had so much hair when he was young, and the wealthy man beside him chuckled softly, teasing Ma Fi. This is a typical example. Later, even the older ones will go bald like that, and he glared at him fiercely. Lily too beside him was also a bit surprised, having been a guardian for so long. This is the first time I've seen him use his supernatural power, and he's going all out. Xiaobai must be very careful now. At this moment, Xiaobai was not panicked, but stood calmly, surprised to see such a miraculous power that could not only turn back the years, but also restore his eyes. But apart from that, I don't find it anything extraordinary. Hearing this, Sword Vu immediately promised coldly, but what does he understand at 27 years old? That was his peak period. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. But the sound still echoed. Speed is everything for a swordsman. This strange transformation caused the onlookers to scream in shock. Bing Ni's eyes widened as he saw him disappear, and Yuan Yuan was no exception. The speed was too fast to see clearly. Sword dance moved so quickly that it was invisible to the naked eye, only leaving behind afterimages. When it reappeared, he was already behind Xiaobai, fiercely striking down, and it was all over. The metal's light suddenly flashed in the air, but Xiaobai was too perceptive, raising his sword to block just as he saw his opponent's blade coming down. Kim Vu's face turned grim in an instant, biting back his doubt. Could he really keep up with his speed? He slightly smiled, absorbing the 10,000 souls energy of Batu, his basic ability now several times higher, allowing him to see all of his movements. This display of yours really surprised Lily. Very impressive. You had already planned everything in advance. No need to worry about him anymore. How could there be someone so trustworthy in this world? At this moment, Little White suddenly called out Jianwu's name, but while speaking, his hand also raised to the middle of his chest. In just a blink, a series of spear attacks appeared around the two of them. He smirked slightly. Rushing toward him like that would be very dangerous.
Kim Vu glared at him angrily. He dared to cheat him. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic arrow suddenly shot out sharp points, aiming directly at him. He hurriedly stepped back, only then realizing that your attack was specifically meant for him. If his vision doesn't recover, he'll be killed by you tonight. Thinking of this, a surge of fury rose in his heart as his spiritual power gathered beneath his feet. He raised his eyebrows and looked at you with a murderous tone, saying, "You're so young but already so cruel, you're truly a wicked brat." As he finished speaking, his sword surged again, and the surrounding rocks suddenly gathered into a mass and flew toward you. Xiaobai ignored his words, and when dealing with enemies, there was no need to hold back. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Following your shout, a series of sound wave blasts were unleashed, shattering the flying stones into pieces. Bin Yi admired her master even more, as he used sound waves to crush Wu Qian's attack. Zhao Cheng watched this scene with a pleased expression, realizing you have grown much more. At this moment, Little White frowned at Sword Vu, then smirked mockingly. Look clearly at the reality, even if he restores his youth, so what? He's not your match either. Kim Vu was furious. I am the 9th level S-class spirit guardian. There's no way I can't beat an A-level little minion. What are you joking about? Keen Vu and Little White charged forward together. Keen Vu raised his sword to eye level. For someone like you, I can crush with just one hand. Xiaobai also charged forward, swinging his sword ahead, so let's see what happens. Sword Vu and Xiaobai swung their swords, passing by each other. The decisive moment arrived, and the space seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath, unsure who would win. Yuan watched the fight, the swordsmanship so swift that it was over in an instant. Thivu also couldn't guess the outcome of the battle. Was it Xiaobai who won? She held her head with one hand, too surprised by their swordsmanship to say a word. Xiaobai still maintained his stance, his eyes blank and smoke escaping from his mouth. Kim Vu had left a slash across his chest. The cut was so sharp that blood only started to spurt out now. The situation with Kim Vu is tense. Smoke billows around him. He remains in his stance. The ground beneath his feet is water due to the force. Suddenly, a cut appears on Kim Vu's arm, surprising everyone, including him. Kim Vu suddenly realized it was the demon eye, but it was too late. His arm started to weaken. In that instant, the sword strike made contact, and he used the demon eye to seal Kim Vu's movements. Kim Vu's hand could no longer hold the sword, and he collapsed, his face covered in sweat. Can I really be defeated? Vu Het cheered happily. I won, Xiaobai won, and Yuan was also happy to see you win. That's great. Ma Fi looked at his disciple with a sigh. Why is it that others are so outstanding as juniors, while he is so mediocre? Fu Kui didn't say anything, but inside he thought it was because his master was more impressive than mine. Lily. Tu ran over to Xiaobai worriedly. How is your wound, Xiaobai? Xiaobai used his sword to support himself on the ground to stand firm. Lily Tu shyly said to Xiaobai, I am a knight. I can help you. Xiaobai is too strong. Don't come any closer. It's not over yet. Get up, trembling. I have seen firsthand how he turned people into fake warriors. This blind man is the one behind the creation of artificial warriors. He is no exception. If I'm not mistaken, your fake force medicine will automatically flow out when the body is near death. Like the assassin who came to kill me before, Xiaobai regains his strength, gripping his sword with unwavering determination. Xiaobai glanced at Jian Wu, holding back tears. Don't pretend to be dead anymore. His subordinate has used that trick before. Jian Wu laughed loudly, admitting that you are indeed very strong. I never expected to be defeated by you. He still sat with his back to you and continued speaking. But for my lifelong wish and the perfect harmony between humans and the fake power, I have no choice but to kill you. Kim Vu, overwhelmed with anger and tears, shouted out, everything I do is for love and justice, as greenish-blue light radiates around him. The source grew more intense, like an energy explosion forming a glowing sphere that covered the entire area. The green light dazzled everyone nearby, and no one knew what Vu had done. Bai was stunned by this power, so intense and with that bloody smell. Chobin Yi sensed the energy source, feeling exactly the same as before, only the aura of Director Liu was much more overwhelming. Magnon clasped his hands in prayer, urging the dean to turn away and not fall deeper into his delusion. Kiem Vu has transformed into a monster, now towering and terrifying, covered in black with green energy swirling around him. Xiaobai looked at Jian Wu and Lily Tu, both trembling with fear. It's too big. Lily Tu realized this isn't a human skill. Could it really be that Director Liu is... Xiaobai confirmed, yes, this is indeed the result of his research.
The artificial force illusion, as the smoke gradually dissipates, reveals the clearer form of the sword aura now transformed into a white phoenix. Its shape features multiple pairs of blue eyes all over its body, with a large central eye in the middle. Yen trembled upon seeing this form of Jian Wu, unable to speak. "Oh my god, this is Director Liu?" Fu Kui exclaimed in awe. "Is this real or a joke? Even more terrifying than that divine level one." He also trembled before Jian Wu's appearance. Yen Ningok was also terrified, so frightening that just one look made people tremble. At this moment, Kiem Vu had fully transformed into Bak Hong, exhaling clouds of white smoke, repeatedly calling out, Tu Bak, Tu Bak. "I want you to die," Bak Hong said, gazing at Tio Bak with dozens of eyes sprouting all over his body. Fong Nan and Ma Fi stepped forward, and Fong Nan said to Kim Vu, who had now transformed into Bak Hong, Director Liu, "I didn't plan to withdraw anymore. But in his current state, I really can't just stand by and watch anymore." Ma Fi is right. He's clenching his fists and preparing to fight. Such a guardian spirit, yet he's resigned to such a distant existence. "If you don't stop now, I won't hold back anymore." Bak Hong standing in front of Ma Fi, but he seems completely unconcerned. His mouth kept calling out to Tio Bak, "Tu Bak." The two of them got angry when they were ignored, and Ma Fi shouted loudly so he could hear, "I'm talking to you. Stop shouting someone else's name all the time." Fong Nan could only stay silent. Xiao Bai had now regained some strength, and he went behind the two, looking like he had lost all reason, probably a side effect of his transformation into this state. But even in a state of complete loss of reason, he still remembers my name. It seems he has a strong acceptance of the infinite dark energy. He definitely wants me dead. While saying that, Little White sweats profusely. Manga told everyone that Little White was right. Director Liu's experiment failed. He needs the infinite dark energy to break through. Everyone was surprised to hear this information. She glanced at Bai Hong, but this was the first time I saw Director Liu like this, and I didn't know what to do. He wasn't even human anymore in this state. His eyes were vacant, and Makengo said that given the current situation, there might only be one way. Ma Fi interrupted Makengo. "Isn't that how he was killed? I have a talent for this kind of thing." The third eye in the middle of Bak Hong's forehead began absorbing energy, ready to launch an attack. At this moment, Bai Hong has lost his reason, constantly calling out Xiao Bai's name, as the energy shot from his third eye directly toward where everyone is standing. The energy hit the ground, causing a massive explosion, with smoke, dust, and debris spreading everywhere. Ma Fi soared into the air to avoid the explosion and charged straight at Bai Hong, as his seniority still made him his superior. Ma Fi was furious, two fists clenched, daring to hit me. His fist clenched into a punch and shot up at lightning speed, while Bak Hong above curled his hand. With just a flick of Bak Hong's finger, Ma Fi was sent flying like a bullet. Fu Kui anxiously watches his master being knocked away. Bak Hong continues to gather energy. Preparing for the second attack, Little Bai, I want you to die. Hey, each burst of energy creates continuous explosions, covering everywhere, as the energy keeps firing without any sign of stopping. While attacking with divine energy, Bai Hong kept shouting, "Someone must die. Someone must die." A divine energy blast was heading straight for Vian, and Mukha appeared in front of her to block the attack. With just a flick of Mukha's hand, the energy blast was deflected, hitting a nearby tree and exploding. Yuan was surprised. She sat down on the ground. "Dad, why are you here?" Mukha turns to look at Vian. "Your father is here. There's no need to be afraid." Bak Hong continues to unleash energy blasts, shouting loudly, "Die. Go die. All of you go die." Bak Hong is now only capable of frantic attacks. He has completely lost his human reason. Yi Ngok is attacked. She is pushed back and screams in pain. Second Lieutenant was also attacked. The energy blast pushed her away. Makengan wasn't directly attacked, but the energy exploded right beside her, causing her to convulse, and she struggled to get out of there. Lost in his furious attack, suddenly someone shouted the name Ken Vu. Bak Hong heard his real name called and instinctively stopped attacking. The voice was very familiar to him. The eyes on him looked down, searching for the person who called his name. Muha stands below, looking up at Bai Hong. What kind of image is this of him, with so much hair growing, and those eyes? Is it that the more something is missing, the more he wants to have it? Bai Hong stares at Muha with wide eyes. Muha looked up with a serious expression. With his current appearance, I find it hard to pretend I don't see him. Even though he's lost his reason, hearing those words from him makes Bak Hong feel afraid, and his whole body begins to tremble. Xiao Bai looked over. Another scholar has arrived. Li Si also saw that Bai Hong had stopped, and it seems Director Liu is very scared. Wasn't he already out of his mind? So why does he still fear Muha so much? Little White thought this was probably a survival instinct, unconscious but very honest. Mukha slowly walked and said to Bak Hong, "I am the old man who has returned to peace. I didn't want to make things difficult for you." Bak Hong was like struck by a spell, motionless, trembling. Muha squeezed the trunk with one hand until it started to crack, and with just one hand, he easily snapped a large tree and lifted it up. Mukha was truly angry when Bak Hong was injured and his daughter was hurt. He couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed the big tree, lowered his head, and said, "Don't blame me for being ruthless." Everyone around watched as Muha displayed his incredible power, Fang Na thought. I've heard for a long time that the current guardian is the strongest, and this is the first time I've seen him in action. Luckily, he's here. Muha stomped her foot and soared up to Bak Hong's head, the force of her jump cracking the ground beneath her, energy waves radiating outward. She then struck Bak Hong's head with the large staff from above, unleashing a fierce surge of energy despite it being just a simple staff. Bak Hong couldn't withstand that blow. His head slammed into the ground, causing the earth around him to splash and waves of energy to blast everything nearby. Ma Fai secretly thought that truly is the peak. Just a basic attack already has such a heaven-shaking momentum. Fang Ya also marveled, really far apart, this is definitely the strength of a 2S rank level. Yuan was surprised, and everyone quickly gathered into the protective circle. Lily too said, "Everyone stay here for a moment." Duongbak also called for everyone to regroup. Lily too knows how to treat wounds, so let her tend to the injured first. Lily too thought to herself, "You fool, right now the person I need to heal the most is you. You just said that while holding your wound. If Master Muck hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in danger." Kneeling on the ground, he began to focus his energy again, preparing to attack Muha. Muha threw the stick in his hand directly at Bak Hong's third eye, but he was too focused on absorbing energy to react in time. Muha's body radiates white energy as he asks, still not having recovered Lai Chi. "Then I will make sure you remember this well." Muha looks down, his gaze turning fiercer than before. Moving at super speed, Mukha left streaks of light where he had just stood. He moved around Bak Hong's body with terrifying speed, and the streams of light had already surrounded Bak Hong. Feng Yan was stunned. I couldn't see clearly at all. The levels were too far apart. Muha had attacked all the eyes on Bai Hong's body. He was in pain, his mouth wide open, blood pouring out from his eyes into the air. Muha's speed was too fast. Chongshuo was sweating profusely. All his eyes were pierced at the same time. She couldn't believe such a thing could happen. Little Bai also knew this move. It was instant death. Is this the realm of a king? He gently lands on the ground and calls out, "Director Liu." Hands in his pockets, he calmly says, "No matter what, we used to be colleagues. I won't kill you." Mukha closed his eyes and turned away. Behind him, Bak Hong was trembling, and he only left a sentence for Bak Hong, "Take care of yourself." Bak Hong's belief was too strong, and he kept muttering to himself, "Go die." He looked up at the sky to absorb the energy. The energy sphere grows larger. Swirling, chaotic streams form a blue orb. "Everyone will die for me." He fires energy from his mouth, this blast even stronger than before, heading straight for Muha. Mukha turned his back and walked away calmly, even as the attack was approaching from behind. Yuan was panicked. "Dad, it's dangerous. Run away, please." Mukha turned his back. The blade of grass he had been holding in his mouth all along shot straight out. Mukha stood with his hands in his pockets, watching Bak Hong's attack rushing toward him. Everyone was amazed to see Muha stop the deadly attack of the deputy dean with just a blade of grass. Xiaobai was stunned, not only preventing it but also counterattacking as the grass pierced through the energy shot by Bai Hong. It pierced through the energy stream shot from Bak Hong's mouth, heading straight for his head and then directly through it, shattering it into pieces. The blade of grass shot straight through, soaring into the sky like a shooting star with a trail of light, blood, and torn flesh of the white phoenix behind it. The white phoenix fell, blood splattering from its head near where Muha was standing, as he defeated the white phoenix with just a blade of grass. Muha sighed, feeling a bit regretful for his former colleague. If he hadn't gone astray, he might also have been a formidable guardian of the spirit realm. Turning around, Muha thought to himself, "What a pity if I hadn't stopped him. No matter how long he lives, he will become a person like that man, so I have to eliminate him before that happens." Suddenly, he noticed the group of people watching him intently from the beginning. He asked the three of you why you are still standing here and if there is something wrong. The unexpected question left Fang Nan, Ma Fi, and Fu Kui stunned, unsure how to respond. All three looked nervous and stammered, "No, nothing's wrong." Muha turned to leave. "If there's nothing else, I'll go now. I still have important matters to attend to." The three of them told him to take it easy, and Yuen pouted, saying so. Dad doesn't care about me anymore. Where are you going? Mukha calmly turned back and said, Today, bubble tea is 50% off, limited time only. I'm in a tough spot too, so this is a serious matter for Mukha. After saying that without waiting for anyone to reply, he quickly jumped up and disappeared, reminding the little silver to take care of the little one for him. The little silver also had to respond, Yes, sir, and after the battle, the sky became clearer. Lily, too, was treating Yuen when she pointed up at the sky. Everyone looked up to see what those things were. Are those the energy of Director Liu? There are so many. Xiaobai stands watching as countless purple energy beads fall from the sky. Xiaobai reaches out and touches one of the energy beads. Lily, too, says these energies are accumulated by Director Liu over his lifetime. If you absorb them, your strength will surely increase dramatically. Xiaobai gently blows on the silver energy bead, causing it to shatter into many sparkling pieces. Everyone is surprised, but it's all blown away. Lily, too, wonders, doesn't he need so much energy? I have absorbed the 10,000 soul power of Bas, but digesting it all won't be easy, and my body can't hold any more of this energy for now. I smile back. After all, this energy was originally the spoils of a lower immortal, and I can't just absorb it all at once. More than a month later, the sky is clear. The sun rises behind the mountains. It's 6 a.m. at Little Silver's house. He rubs his eyes. Someone has woken him up, and with a sigh of disappointment, he realizes he has to get up again. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was met with Wai Ngok's provocative gaze, making Teobok blush. Ai Ngok looked straight into his eyes and asked, Are you awake? Xiaobai shyly and nervously looked at Wai Ngok, showing some self-respect. Wai Ngok gazed at him seductively and said, So how can that be? I just couldn't hold back anymore. Ngok shyly glanced to the side and said, I've been watching outside all night, and finally found a chance to sneak in here. You have to cherish this. Teobok blushed and thought to himself, although she's regained her humanity, her lecherous habits haven't changed at all, and are even worse than before. He turned his face away, his eyes drifting elsewhere to avoid Wai Ngok's gaze. If she kept acting out, once the seal of consciousness activated, he wouldn't be able to control his eyes. Why does she insist on forcing me through such a terrible test right after opening my eyes? What should I do now? She touched and sighed, showing a sense of excitement. Human men's bodies are truly irresistibly seductive, making people want to indulge. Being touched all over made Xiaobai's skin crawl. Her reaction was a bit too much. She's playing with fire. Can't she be a little more careful? A gust of wind blows the curtains in the small boy's room, carrying cherry blossom petals into the room. A woman's small feet, as light as a breeze, land softly on the windowsill. Drawing her sword that was almost sharp, she said, I only looked away for a moment, and I managed to sneak into the young master's room again. That's Trashkam. She looked into the room. Wai Ngok, do you want me to cut you again with that look? Ngok quickly stepped back from the young master, raising her right hand to clarify, Don't misunderstand. I didn't come to seduce him. I just came to wake him up. You can breathe a sigh of relief. You're saved. She returned the sword to her waist, and Trashkam warned Wai Ngok that there wouldn't be a next time. Then she told the young master that he should get ready to leave. She asked the young master again, Surely you still remember what day it is today? He replied confidently, Today is the day she is holding the S-rank promotion ceremony for me, and your face looks serious as you look at Trashkam. Wai Ngok found out the news and was shocked. What S-rank promotion? She lay on the bed and asked the young man if he was promoted to S-rank because he had made a contribution in Director Liu's case, right? He replied that it was somewhat like that, but it was not that simple. Indeed, Cam and I both played a part in Director Liu's matter, but my goal was only self-defense, which ultimately caused Director Liu to reveal his true face. The one who truly made him pay the price is a certain gentleman, as I say this while dressing up and preparing to meet the girl. If she rewards me, just supporting my rank a little is enough. Advancing straight to S rank is really not a good idea. Ngakhan looked at you intently and said, While Trung Trashkam didn't know what to say after hearing your speculation. You turned your head back, feeling very relaxed, and I can only find out what Kola is planning by going there myself. In the sky, falling droplets are flying everywhere, and the space is a bit dim. This is the pinnacle spirit, the domain of Kula, resembling a castle with 2 guards standing outside. A person dressed in yellow suddenly approached, catching the attention of the 2 guards. He was wearing a monk's robe. He steps forward to observe, and this is indeed the white-skinned peak of the Count of Lestar. Very imposing. The guards are tall, monks. Where did they come from? Come immediately. An important meeting is about to happen here, and no unrelated people are allowed near. Shobai appears from afar. This master exudes an extraordinary aura.
and looks completely unrelated to an ordinary person. The gatekeeper recognizes him as Xiaobai.
You look at the master. If you don't mind, please come inside with me. If the master says so, I'll be grateful. Tubok happily asked, I don't know how to address the master properly.
He cleared his throat and took off his hat. The master raised a hand, and my Dharma name is Kuvo. Kuvo Great Master, a Tier S4 Spirit Guardian. Xiaobai also mimicked the Great Master by raising a hand to salute. I am Xiaobai. Respectful greetings to the Great Master. At this moment, the two gatekeepers were shocked. Master Kuvo, is he really the S-rank great deity? I heard that many years ago he knelt to seal a sword and has never attended a conference like this before. The two quickly opened the door for Little White and the master to enter, and he marveled at Lachi's house. But the master said, a house is just a place to live. Why build it so big? The Grand Master suddenly remembered, oh right, Akam is your friend, isn't she? Is she still doing well? I just want to confirm, Akam, is the Grand Master talking about Sister Cam? Do you know her? The Grand Master said he used to know Miss Akam, but he's been out of touch for a long time. You are Tubok, right? That is a girl dressed in white with white hair. You not only reclaimed glory for the divine spirit, but also killed the Lord of Yu Minbao. Moreover, you defeated the distant leader Lu in the swordsmanship battle, and you're about to become the youngest spirit master in history. Rumors about you are everywhere in Tuansan. She sat on a sword with her legs crossed, her sharp gaze looking down. Is she really that formidable? Hovering in midair on the sword, she said to him, Xiaobai, I am truly very interested in you. The Grand Master looked up at her, unsure of what was about to happen, and Xiaobai replied, probably not what she intended. She shouted, sword coming from the sky, beginning to emit strange sounds, and the sky turned dark. Suddenly, many shimmering objects like stars appeared in the dark sky, and the noise grew louder. Xiaobai was surprised, thinking to himself, she really did it. So those are the swords rushing down from above at incredible speed and in large numbers. The master raised his hand gently to ring the bell, producing a soothing sound, and said, Young man, don't worry. You are a friend of the young lady from the estate. I won't bother arguing. The flying swords must shatter upon reaching the station. Xiaobai was surprised, didn't expect him to resolve it so easily. Such a powerful attack. Truly impressive. She angrily looked at the monk, annoyed. Don't interfere in other people's affairs. I haven't even tested your skills. The monk looked up and calmly said, Today is the day my nephew is promoted. Everyone should be happy and harmonious. She was fed up with the monk's words. The priest's visit to his house was truly boring. Suddenly, from behind her, a long spear appeared, followed by a figure. The sword continued to fly, its destructive power so strong that it easily cut through part of the tower's peak. The one who wielded it was Lily Tu, who struck the tip of her sword against the ground and loudly called Vumak's name. She was the girl sitting on the sword earlier, causing trouble for Tubok. Lily Tu looked at Vumak with a cold gaze and said, I won't allow you to hurt Xiaobai anymore. Xiaobai also asked Lily Tu, You're here at last, huh? The Great Master thinks this young man's fate really isn't simple. Vumak stood on her sword and asked, Lily Tu, what do you mean? I was just playing with Tubok. What does it have to do with you? Vumak felt annoyed that not only the Grand Master, but also Lily Tu was interfering. Vumak gathered her strength into her legs, a blue and white aura surrounding her feet, as she kicked off the sword and charged at Lily Tu, asking, So your strong reaction means you don't actually like him, right? Lily Tu blushed shyly, stammering that she was talking nonsense. Then she jumped to attack Vumak. The two clashed, and a flash of light erupted. The Grand Master observed and was also surprised. No wonder the old lady valued him so much. Even though he's so young, he already has such skills. Vumak was caught by a large hand and shouted in discomfort, What is this? Let me go. I need to teach Lily Tu a lesson. Lily Tu was also held tightly by that hand, but she showed embarrassment rather than anger, like Vumak. Don't think that just because you're highly ranked, I will be afraid of you. If you bully Tubok, I will definitely not forgive you. The arm holding both of them is actually sprouting from Xiaobai, neither of them willing to give in. Try saying it again. When I was out in the Jianghu, I was still wearing diapers. Vumak refuses to give up, but I tell you, I'm afraid of you, Little White asked. What kind of deep grudge do they have against each other? The master explained, There are things you don't know. They are not residents of the Spirit Fairy Palace, but come from two opposing countries, and since the master is quite old, he knows a lot about this place. So when the Spirit Realm was established, there were still other countries here too. Some small countries, in order to survive, have to rely on the resources and weapons of the Spirit Realm, and in return,
Their country's strongest strategy is to become guards serving the spirit realm. These are the first things Xiaobai learns about. Holy Knight Lili Si is the strongest person from the Western Night country. The sword, Immortal Vu. Mak comes from a mysterious Eastern country. The sword immortal Ni Kwuk, who is also the sect leader of the Tuanson sword sect, the #1 sect in Ni Kwuk. While Vu Mak and Lili Tu were still arguing, a person dressed in a red robe stepped out from inside. He is Kola. I called you all here not to give you a chance to meet each other. Mafi and Fong Nan are also standing beside Kola. Kola angrily looked at the chaotic crowd and shouted in a commanding voice that made Xiaobai, Master Ku, Lili Tu, and Vu Mak all break out in sweat. Xiaobai was stunned. Tuola's evil weapon shattered just because of a single sentence from Gula. Not only him, but all the S-rank experts present also felt an immense pressure. Little White opened his mouth in shock as Kola's power overwhelmed everyone here. Little White turned to look back at Kola very clearly. Mrs. Tuk Kola has reached a higher realm. Could it be that he has attained the level of a sage? Kola looked down at the group with an air of superiority. A helicopter is approaching, heading to the courtyard where everyone is gathered, and they all look up to see who has arrived. Xiaobai guesses that this is probably Long Vuong's mother. Her presence is truly formidable. The helicopter lands, a pair of light feet stepping down gracefully. Long Yen steps out and says, "Everyone's here, huh? I guess I don't need to level you up, so why so eager?" Long Yen glanced at Xiaobai, who was sweating nervously, suspecting she was hiding something, perhaps worried about her victory over Long Vuong, before the atmosphere gradually calmed down again. "You asked quietly. The reason I attacked you earlier was because of the urgent situation. To prevent things from turning for the worse, I could only do that. Please don't take it to heart." Lili Tu blushed. "But it's okay." Lili Tu put her hand on her chin, lost in thought. "Is our relationship already at this point? Is it a bit too fast?" Taila looked at everyone and continued. "Today I mainly want to talk about two things. Xiaobai's excellent performance in reclaiming the favor of light and the matter of Director Liu. So I have decided that Xiaobai's hidden level will be raised to #10 Spirit Guardian S rank, and Xiaobai listened attentively." Kola continued, "Long Yen, the Archangel, was originally at #10, but the kid was promoted to #9 S level, and Long Yen was also surprised to hear about the ranking. She then sternly addressed everyone, asking who agreed and who opposed. Long Yen happily said, "I have no objections," secretly thinking I didn't expect to benefit from this kid's achievement. Lili Tu was in a good mood, happy that Xiaobai had been promoted, and she knew very well his true strength. He definitely has the qualifications to enter #10 as a level S Wind Spirit Guardian, and he is also the youngest level S in history. Vua Mat looked a bit uncomfortable, and she thought that Tiubak being able to grasp his wind control state showed that his strength was not an issue. But every time I see him cling to Lili Tu, I get annoyed. I have to strike first to gain the upper hand. Matt King raised his hand and loudly said, "I have an opinion. Spirit Guardians not only protect the Spirit Palace, but also the surrounding small countries. An S-rank Guardian represents the strongest strategy of the Spirit Palace, and with someone like you in such a role, how can our people feel at ease?" Kola looked up at the Face King, knowing that Tubak's strength had already been verified by 3 S-rank experts, Lili Tu, Feng Mian, and Ma Fi Kim, so she could rest assured. If the Face King didn't agree, it wouldn't count, and no one from our new Ni Kwuk has seen his true abilities yet. Kola asked what she needed to do for him to recognize Xiaobai's identity. Vua Mat replied that unless he ordered him to follow her to the new Ni Kwuk, if he can break the Jade Maiden Mind Lock sword barrier in front of everyone, I will recognize him as an S-rank Spirit Guardian. She smiled as she looked down at Little White. Tubak was confused. He didn't understand what the Jade Maiden and the mind-numbing sword block were. Lili Tu frowned. Clearly the Face King was trying to make things difficult for him, and the mind-numbing sword block is the ultimate defensive technique of the female New Kingdom. Even I'm not sure I can break through it, and I think so too. Xiaobai raises a finger to analyze. Just hearing the name of this barrier makes my hair stand on end. Kola definitely won't agree to such an impolite request. Kola, upon hearing the king's request, covered his mouth and coughed a few times. If the king has expressed his doubts like that, then Tiobak, you should go with her to Nunyi Kwuk to break the spell and prove to everyone there the true nature of the spirit. Neither of them expected Kola to decide to go against their expectations like that. Lili Tu turned into a shattered statue while he just stood there, watching Kola in confusion, unable to speak. Lili Tu's eyes rolled back. She fainted and then bit into his mouth. The Face King looked at Xiaobai with satisfaction. She stuck out her tongue. "Xiaobai, when I get to Nunyi Kingdom, I will definitely eat you." "The first matter is settled.
The decision for Xiaobai to advance is final. Now I will discuss the second matter. Cora turned around. This is also the main reason I called everyone here. Follow me. Tubok only now realizes that ascending the throne is not the main purpose of this meeting. What exactly is going on that forces him to face all the S-rank spirit guardians? Inside, there is a man's corpse, seemingly dead for a long time, with an open mouth and blood all over his body. Everyone gathered inside, and Xiaobai wondered who the corpse was. The Face King said it was one of the 2 level S spirit guardians, the violent fire elemental. The Face King approached to observe, and his wound looked like it was pierced by a spear, even a fatal strike. Logically, Lei Jun's strength among the guards is outstanding, yet he was assassinated by someone else. Such mastery of magic suggests a transcendent level. Who could be the culprit? King Mian couldn't figure out who the assassin was. Kolat told the King Face that just touching the wound would reveal the truth, and the King Face confirmed it by feeling the wound on the neck, recognizing the culprit, which made the King Face turn pale with fear. King Face fell back, trembling as he said, "The killer of the heavenly intent." Cora confirmed that the culprit was indeed the killer of the heavenly intent. I had thought he had long been dead, but I didn't expect him to appear again now. Dubak hesitated, turned to ask Kola, "So who exactly is the Sat Yi Thien Vuong?" He thought that not only did the culprit make Kola take him seriously, but also made Vuamat so terrified, so he must be no ordinary figure. King Mat struggled to stand up. The god of killing is not just one person, but 5. All extremely dangerous individuals wanted across the land, and the one who killed Lord Loi is the top expert among them. And that's not all. This deadly king was once a spirit guardian, but because he murdered his comrades, he was hunted down. Bach unexpectedly reveals that the culprit is a spirit guardian, and the Great Master looks on with a grim face. The Grand Master said that Master Bai is right. This person is my subordinate. He was once an S-rank spirit guardian, one of the 5 deadly kings. In the border area of the female nation, someone is sitting and cultivating, surrounded by dark aura. The fallen spirit guardian Lei Jun. Was it you who did it? The group coming out of the forest asked Abea. Abea is the 5 heavenly vengeance king, wearing a mask. With a sword strapped to his back and simple clothes, he was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, confirming it was indeed him who did it. Abea said he dared to block my way. He deserves to die. The other person told Abea to hold back a bit. Killing the guards would cause a big mess. Abea still sat there. Don't misunderstand. I didn't come back because of your plans. I just want to take back what belongs to me. Behind the mask, Abea's eyes lit up with a fierce glare. Inside a room, a sword in the center emits a purple light, surrounded by countless talismans for protection. This is what Abea wants to take. The sky begins to darken, and leaves are falling everywhere around the house. Everyone gradually dispersed, and as Xiaobai and Lily were leaving, Master Kovo called out, asking them to stop. Could they help him with a small favor? Lily turned back to look at the master, and Xiaobai also turned back seriously and said, "If the master has any instructions, I will do my best to help." The master asked you to help convey a message to Lady Trachkam that Kovo has built a small temple in his hometown and would like to invite her to visit once. It turns out the master simply wanted you to deliver the invitation. Xiaobai raised a hand in response. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver the message. Suddenly, someone called your name, Xiaobai, making you turn to look. Over there, Vumak is standing and speaking. After passing on the message, he'll be right back. The Jade Maiden's sword formation is still waiting for him to break it. Vumak says I'll be here waiting for you. Don't even think about running away. Lily saw Vumak talking and turned to stone, but she wouldn't let go of Tubok. He said it's just breaking the formation. Don't worry, I won't run. An hour later, after delivering the message for Master Kovo, he had already returned. The 2 of you fly through the sky over the mountains, and Vumak tells you that the origin of our female nation is the language sword fairy. An SSR level skill, this type of skill is very special because it can be taught to others. But for some reason, everyone who learns the language of the sword fairy is female, and over time this place has become a female nation with only women. Since I arrived, Tin Lindin has also met a few men, both sitting on a sword. Vumak sitting behind the flying boat. But this is still the first time I've brought a man home, so you have to behave yourself, Vumak said with blushing cheeks. Tubok remained silent, staring straight ahead without reacting to his words, making Vumak feel excited. Vumak was confused. What's going on? He actually didn't care about the beauty of the female nation. He couldn't help but be moved. So what exactly is he thinking? Right now, Xiaobai is lost in thought, and from the words of Master Wu Dai, we can see his respect for Sister Kong. Why does he want to meet her and reminisce about the past? I guess it must be related to that murderous disciple of Master Wu Dai, the Heavenly King. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Teobok's mind,
and he broke out in a cold sweat. This feeling was... So Vu Mak had touched him, pressing his chest against his back. Although Xiaobai didn't turn back, he felt a soft rebound inside, and his heart began to panic. Vu Mak wrapped his arm over his shoulder and said seductively, "Xiaobai, you're quite bold. The 4 sect leaders are talking to you. But you seem to be lost in thought, probably thinking about Lily too, right?" The boy glanced at Vu Mak. "What does she have that I don't? Am I not prettier than her?" Vu Mak thought to himself. "I already said that if I want to eat him, I definitely can." Vu Mak kept staring at you from behind, making you sweat profusely. You thought, as the sect leader, she's so flirtatious. Surely her disciples below are the same. Vu Mak held me tighter and still hasn't answered me yet. "So who is more beautiful, Lily too, or me?" Tiubak hesitated, struggling, but now is not the time to discuss this. Because you two keep moving around, Vu Mak's flying sword veered off course and shot straight ahead, causing both of you to plunge into the water, which rippled with waves. Xiaobai gasped for breath, relieved that he had learned to swim in elementary school. The scene ahead made him freeze. This is the Fairy Sword Maiden's new kingdom, a kingdom nestled among towering mountains shrouded in illusions, a land truly like that of the immortals. The girls on the shore looked at Xiaobai nervously. "What is that? Does it have some kind of fake power?" "That's not fake power, it's a human. But why does she look nothing like us? Where are her breasts?" No breasts, but still considered human. Then suddenly something caught Xiaobai's attention, and he stared intently at it. It was the girls, many women here, and he looked at their chests. There are also long legs everywhere, women all around. On the water surface, bubbles continuously rise, forming small ripples. The King of Faces shot up from the water, soaring straight to the center of the stage, performing a beautiful spin on his sword as Little White looked up from below. The Face King responded gently on the sword's edge, completely dry. Everyone below realized the sect master, Master Bai, has returned. The two bow respectfully and salute. One disciple Wu Song and the other disciple Don Guitin, welcoming the sect master. Vuamat looks down at the two, then nods and gestures for the ceremony to proceed, his attitude completely different from when he was with Little White. Xiaobai also was surprised, his attitude suddenly changing 180 degrees, the flirtatious look from before completely gone. Is it because there are disciples here? The king commands, "Sword sect disciples, obey the order." All reply in unison, "Yes, disciple." The king points down into the holy water lake and orders to capture the man beneath it for interrogation tonight. A peerless master and a meditative monk clasp their hands together, and the disciples obey. She turned to look at Little White in the water, trying to catch the man beneath the holy pond. Everyone was bustling to look at Little White. The person in the water was an Asian man, and those who approached closer to observe, were they really men? "I've grown this close," a girl puts her hand on her chest. "This is the first time I've seen a man like this. Without breasts, he's a man of Asian descent. So amazing. What's happening?" I only looked at him once and my emotions became so restless. The blonde girl looks at you happily with hearts in her eyes. I feel the same, as if I could never get enough of looking at them. Are all men so incredible? Do nguyệt thiện do mặt nổi, những bảo vật hiếm cố trên rồi nhủ dần ông này. Bắt lại thì thật dạng yếu biết bao. Thả anh ta ở quảng trường dễ mỗi ngồi cũng ngắm thi con tuyệt hồn. Vua mặc quạt cầm miếng gì, dung dê vé dẹp cửa dần ông lắm lừa dối trái tim. Hey, you're talking backwards, speak with some conscience. I clearly was the one being touched and flirted with. The girls on the shore, hearing what the sect leader said, were furious and dared to touch and flirt with our sect leader. As expected, men are all lustful beasts. They caught him, shaved his head, smeared lime on him, and let him go into the river. Xiaobai couldn't believe it. Are these young women from Ni Kingdom really so lazy? At night, in Ni Kingdom, the moonlight shines over the kingdom. Hey, sisters, where are you taking me? You may be following the sect master's orders, but you still can't hide your shyness around men. Be quiet. The sect leader has ordered us not to talk to him, and Du Yue Xuan is right. The sect leader said men are very dangerous, and our cultivation is still weak, so we must stay away from them. He was wrapped in bandages all over his body, covering his eyes. After walking through the corridors, they announced that they had arrived. Du Nguyệt Tien said, "Wait here. The sect master will come personally to meet you." Then they left, leaving you there. Xiaobai easily escaped. The thin rope couldn't hold him. The Face King clearly knew it couldn't bind him, but still pretended to. It seemed she had no ill will towards me. Pulling off the blindfold and looking around, Tiubak wondered why she had gone to such lengths to bring him here. Hearing the sound of water from somewhere, he looked around to search, then quickly ran to find a hiding spot to observe. Xiaobai hid behind a large rock, enough to cover his entire body, probably in the king's main chamber. He tilted his head to look out, hearing the sound of flowing water, so she probably isn't there. Tubok looked towards the sound of the water, his eyes reflecting the image of the Face King. The Face King was leisurely bathing in the lake, completely relaxed. Then the Face King turned away, running his hand over his shoulder with a mischievous look. She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and asked Xiaobai, "Little White, have you looked enough?" Little White quickly hid behind the rock, wondering when she had realized I was watching.
Vừa mất vấn bình tĩnh, cô ta gửi lời thịch thù. Tiểu Bạch dừng sau tân dạ, toát mơ hỏi, anh Lý Nhi xin lỗi, không phải tới cố ý nhịn trộm dầu.
I really didn't know that Lord Bai was bathing here, please forgive me. Lord Bai, I was quite nervous and found myself in an awkward situation. Lord Mian swam closer to the rock where you were hiding. I can't forgive myself, although I am not as naive and innocent as Lily too. I am still a pure girl. If you've seen my body, then you have to take responsibility for me. She swam close to the shore, pointed at Xiaobai with a flirtatious gaze. Vuamat asked Little White, "Why are you so silent, still hiding behind the rock?" He pretended to be sad and turned away. Or do you mean you won't take responsibility for me? Do all men just finish and walk away like that? Xiaobai was forced into a corner and swallowed hard before speaking. I don't think the White Clan leader meant to say I should be responsible. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. The Face King stood up and said calmly, "I won't force you to marry me, so don't worry, I am not that kind of person." Hiding behind the rock, she asked, "What do you want?" Closing her eyes. Her face blushed, the Face King said. "As long as you sleep with me tonight, I will forget everything. Xiaobai understands that you are setting a trap for me. Since you can't beat me, you came up with this plan. Probably because you don't want me to contact those female disciples. You want to monopolize and take everything for yourself." Xiaobai turned around and walked away, saying as he went, "Your calculations are too perfect. I'm afraid the bedchamber affair won't happen with the second young lady." He looked serious and said, "You've heard of the palace guard." Before he could finish speaking, Tiubak was turned to stone, and Vuamat, standing there without any clothes, showed no embarrassment. Tiubak, blushing and sweating, glanced away to avoid looking at what he shouldn't see. Maybe she should put on her clothes first, and then we can talk. The Face King moved closer, grabbing Tubak's collar tightly and pulling him roughly. Tubak looked confused, not knowing what the Face King intended to do. Vuamat pressed his lips against Xiaobai's, who blushed shyly and stared in disbelief at Vuamat's boldness. Vuamat closed his eyes, looking completely satisfied, with his eyes half closed and cheeks flushed. Tubak like he's paralyzed. What? It's already a kiss, his eyes slowly closing. Tubak closes his eyes and thinks to himself, "This is my first time." At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to tremble as Vuamat asked softly, "What was that thing he mentioned earlier?" Tubak stammered, "No, it's nothing." Vuamat gently wiped his lips with his finger, looking pale and still sweating. "Are you not feeling well?" Tubak stared blankly, biting his lip tightly, trembling all over, sweating profusely, claiming he was very healthy. Vuamat sneered behind him, thinking to himself, "Just one kiss and he's already this tense. It seems Lily's progress is too slow." Over there, suddenly a flare shot up into the night sky from somewhere, exploding into a bright glow that lit up the entire female nation, and both of them saw it. Xiaobai asked what it was. Vuamat panicked. "It's a distress signal. It must be the fake force attacking. I have to go save them." Tiubat immediately raised his hand to stop Vuamat. Vuamat wondered what you wanted to do. "You said no one would go into battle without any protection. So put your clothes on first. Leave the rescue to me." Vuamat was confused when he heard that. Inside, the fire is spreading and burning down the houses. Everyone is panicking and fleeing. The fake demon attack has broken through the mountain gate, so hurry and run. It's dangerous. Escape quickly. A girl who was struggling just ran through the door, gasping for breath, waiting for me because I can't run anymore. Because she wasn't paying attention, she tripped over a rock and fell forward. A shadow of the fake beast appeared behind her, flames spreading everywhere, and she thought it was over. This time, she was really going to die. The fake beast looked like a wild boar, with sharp fangs and a pig's snout. With eyes blazing red, he looked ahead. The female nation truly lives up to its reputation. Everywhere is filled with women. This time I'm truly lucky. That's the Emperor, a fake demon-level beast. The Emperor approached her, a huge shadow cast on the ground. She trembled. "Don't come any closer." "What do you want to do?" The Emperor presses her head down and looks at her with a terrifying gaze. His face is flushed red, panting heavily, his figure very attractive, exactly the type I like. "Women, become my wives." He presses his iron head down on the girl, tears streaming down constantly, making her tremble and not dare to move. The girl, hearing that the Chu Dae wants to take her, opens her eyes wide, her head full of question marks.
Chu Dae liêm mẹp, cô không phân rồi nghĩa là giống y rồi, vậy chúng ta nhanh lẹn thôi. Nghe vậy cô gái như hồn liệu khỏi xác, bất ngờ một tia sáng chiếu thẳng vào lùi của Chu Dae.
Everything happened too quickly for Chu Dae to understand what was going on. Did something just fall down? I didn't see anything clearly. Chu Dae's tongue was shot through, making a big hole, and smoke was billowing out around him. Only now did he realize the pain. "My tongue," he shouted in rage. "Who the hell did this?" That bright light was Xiaobai falling down, sitting in front of him. These days even pigs know how to send their wives. "Your daughter is so beautiful. How could she marry someone like you?" Tubok looked up at Chu Dae with confidence. Standing in front of the girl, Tubok said, "Let me deal with this pig. Don't be afraid. Chu Dae has been called a pig all this time, and he's very angry." The girl thought, "I never expected it would be him who saved me. Isn't he the lecher the clan leader captured? Kid, who do you think you are to interfere in my affairs, huh?" The emperor, furious, raised his thorny spear to attack Xiaobai. With all his strength, Chu Di raised his hand high. Anyone blocking him would die. Xiaobai stared at him intently, the atmosphere tense. Chu Di repeatedly slammed the ground where Xiaobai was standing, dust billowing everywhere. Shouting as he struck, "Humans and even children dare to oppose me, so tired of life." He chuckled with satisfaction as the smoke gradually dispersed. The ground was left with only the deep holes from the thorn spikes, now completely shattered. "This is the fate when facing me." The emperor pointed at the girl earlier, but not only her. "All the women here belong to me. I want everything." He revealed his greedy face, and his saliva continued to drip. There's a voice from behind the emperor. "Are you just standing there dazed?" The emperor is caught off guard, glancing over quickly. "Let me help you wake up a bit." Xiaobai stands on the emperor's thorn, gathering energy in his hand, ready to counterattack. Chu Dae, terrified by that power, begged and stammered to stop, as Tiobok threw a powerful punch that created a purple wave rushing straight at him. Wang delivered a close-range punch, knocking the emperor's head off, his eyes bulging and mouth agape. His head was separated from his body, smoke billowing from his neck, debris flying everywhere. Tiobok defeated the emperor with a single strike. The girl thought, "This fake strength master has killed over a dozen gatekeepers." Clearly very powerful, yet he was knocked out with a single punch by this man. Chu Di fell to the ground, and Xiaobai gently landed before the surprised girl who had just been saved. Xiaobai turned back and asked, "Are you okay, girl? You said your injuries are only superficial and not serious." "I don't think you're a bad person, but why did the sect master call you a pervert? Who are you really?" He confidently introduced himself, saying, "I am Xiaobai, a newly promoted spirit guardian." She screamed in surprise. "So you are Xiaobai, the one who defeated that sword-wielding martial artist," her attitude immediately changing 180 degrees. Holding my face with both hands, I thought to myself, I can't believe I actually met someone real. And he even saved me. I'm so lucky. Xiaobai was confused. What is going on? Who is that handsome guy? Am I famous here? There's noise up front, and Xiaobai is carefully observing. It looks like tonight will be a busy night. The number of fake forces attacking must be at least a few hundred, and this wild boar is just one of the commanders, Xiaobai said. And suddenly, a group of skeletons appeared before the two of them. Indeed, numbering in the hundreds, with a terrifying army of ghostly skeletons in front, and among them stood out a skeleton leader wearing a red round cloak, with 3 heads and a dark crown. That's an evil-level illusionary force, the Skull Emperor. He gazed deep into Xiaobai's eyes. So you're the one who killed him? Xiaobai sneered and mocked him. You mean that pig? I already killed him, so what about it? The Skull King Emperor was furious and ordered, Where are they? Go bite him to death. The ghostly soldiers obeyed and charged at him, advancing together toward the boy. Xiaobai tells the girl to hide behind him and step back quickly, then begins to tense his arms, gathering energy into purple streaks. He then thrusts his hand forward, channeling his power. All the steel spikes rushing toward him are just enough to scratch his itch. Keep going. Xiaobai launches an attack at the fog soldiers. The immense energy blast blows everything around, forming an energy sphere larger than Xiaobai himself. The ghost soldiers still refuse to fear. Charging into the battle fearlessly, life or death, the brave Skull warriors advance. The Skull Emperor also broke out in a cold sweat from this attack. No, fools, get out of the way. The pre-energy blasts cut through everything, spreading sparks around. This is Atula's fury. After the attack, the smoke begins to dissipate, but the sparks still linger in the air. The Skull Emperor now only has a skeleton, a torn robe, and a broken crown, with the water mist crawling thickly on the ground. The attack left a long scar across the terrain, and all the ghost soldiers had been wiped out in a single strike by Little White. Xiaobai is worried. The explosion was so powerful it destroyed nearby houses. I guess I was a bit too reckless. Bak Tong Chu probably won't blame me, right? Miss Hack, the girl there, looks pale. Given the situation, you must be in trouble now. There is a person in a black cloak standing on the cliff observing and blocking your battle. He wears a hood that covers his head, only revealing a white beard. He examines the situation, and the intelligence is correct. Yinchi Wuhan is indeed here. A girl appears behind the mysterious black-clad person. What should we do now? She asks for his opinion. Do you want me to step in and deal with him? She is the embodiment of the 5 heavenly kings, deadly poison, Truong Tiandu. He turned to speak to Truong Tiandu. Not in a hurry, the opportunity has not yet come. Truong Tiandu asked, "Is it because the King of Faces is right in front of you that you remain so calm?" He warned, "Don't underestimate that woman. At 18, she inherited the position of sect leader of the sword sect and the female ruler of Nai Kwuk. Not everyone can do this. In swordsmanship, she is also considered to be on par with the 2 at the Spirit Realm Palace. But in bravery, wisdom, and spirit, the unmatched King Face can be called the best." As I speak, the scene shifts to the Nai Kwuk Mountain Gate, where a large crowd of fake fighters is charging in. Attack them all. Don't let those pig-headed and white-boned fools steal the credit. Capture all the beautiful women, but remember to be gentle. If you hurt them, you won't enjoy it later. With a fierce look, he advanced, a sword flying straight to the first man's head, causing him to panic and stop. King Face stepped down beside the sword, exuding a fierce aura as he looked at his disciples being attacked, some lying on the ground covered in blood. People are being lifted onto the machine. Flames are about to burn everything down. Lord Mian grits his teeth, extremely furious. With a furious and murderous gaze, I will be the protector of the daughter country. In front are countless fake cultivators, behind are burning houses, and Vuamat stands bravely in the middle. I will make you all regret coming here. A group of fake powerhouses sneer mockingly, all of them laughing uncontrollably. The fake demon-level powerhouses, the king of golden belt sabers, respond. This time we have tens of thousands of brothers here. Do you think you can kill us all? Is there something wrong with your head? Even if the sword sect's leader comes, we can swallow her whole. These contemptuous words make the King of Faces furious, his eyes darkening as he looks at him. He continues, I think you're pretty too. Why don't you come with me? I promise you won't die. So, he smugly gestures towards Vuamat, who remains silent and swings his sword at him as her. Only then does he realize that she is the sect leader of the sword sect, and blood begins to flow from his mouth. Vuamat's eyes turned cold as blood splattered everywhere from the slash. The low-level fake force users gasped, sweating, as their leader was defeated and the King of Blades was slain. What is going on? Didn't the detective say the sword sect's sect master had gone out? Now the female nation can't withstand a single blow. Reaching up to pick up her sword, the Face King prepares to attack again. No one will escape. You all must die. The low-level fake cultivators are now afraid and dare not speak a word. The Face King swings his sword to cut off one man's head, the sharp blade slicing through his head. Another one was cut across the neck, the swift and sharp strike causing him to lose his head before he even realized it was gone. A different man was split in two from top to bottom, unable to defend himself. The ones behind could only see blood splattering into the air in front of them, and they retreated in fear. Two of them wondered what was happening up ahead. It seemed unusual, and that guy didn't understand the situation either. Too many people made it hard to see clearly. A few of them shouted loudly, warning the others to retreat quickly. Retreat now, or it will be too late. The defender of the mountain gate, that is the Mac King, the sword sect's patriarch, charged forward, blood splattering from his sharp sword. She has already gone into a frenzy of killing. Vuamak rushes forward, shards of blood flying behind him like a chopping blade, while the low-level fake forces fearfully turn and crawl away. After a moment, the atmosphere becomes quiet again, under the full moon above. Vuamak sighed, bowed his head and looked down, his sword dripping blood as its small drops fell to the ground. The surroundings were filled with shattered fragments, and in the battle to defend the mountain gate, all the low-level illusion troops were slaughtered by Vuamak. She looked into the distance and saw that a total of 18,271 people had been killed. Xiaobai slowly descended the stairs. Truly worthy of being the White Clan leader, she alone was able to defend the mountain gate and kill countless invading enemies. Mac King turned his head back to look at him. Little White praised Lord Mac, the legendary sword and speech immortal, truly living up to his reputation. Lord Mac glanced back at him and said, "There's no need to flatter me." Mac Vuong looks sorrowful, blaming his oversight for the heavy losses suffered by the female nation. He walks away seriously, as there are still many fake cultivators in the city. I must go deal with them. I don't have time to chat with you. Suddenly, Little White took King Mac's hand, and King Mac was flustered, blushing. She thought, holding hands? He took the initiative to hold my hand. What does he want to do? I told King Mac there's no need to go back, and King Mac looked at me in confusion. You said that I and the people of the sword language business have cleared out all the fake soldiers in the city and that a rescue team has been arranged to treat the injured, and I have also set up a solid defense within the city. I smiled and told Vua Mac that I had already arranged everything properly for her. Vua Mac was surprised by your abilities all in such a short time, Bao Nikit, so he had already taken care of everything else perfectly. Today is the first time he's been here. How did he manage that?
Xây dựng kế hoạch bảo thủ, dèn tan nổi, phá hủy hang ổ của chúng.
Xạo xuyến, Tiêu Bạch nhẹ nhàng nổi. Tôi hiểu sự lo lắng của cô. Nếu tới Doãn không nhắm, chắc cô hai cậu muốn hỏi nhỉ. Vừa Mặt bị bất ngờ khi cậu Gia Doãn dung dụt suy nghĩ của mình. Vừa.
Mac can't go, Tubuck. Wait, I still can't go with you. He turned back and asked, what's wrong? As the leader of Nu Nhi Quoc, I must be responsible for my disciples. I can't just leave the mountain like that. So there are some things I want to ask you clearly.
Shobai interrupted Vua Mac and asked first if she were to go with me to seek revenge. What would happen if there are still other fake forces attacking Nu Nhi Quoc? She asked. Second, with this complex mountainous terrain, even you haven't found where the fake forces' hideout is, so how would I know? I guessed correctly, didn't I?
The Mac King grew even more confused, just like my doubts. How could this be? Could he really read minds?
The night sky was silent as the two continued their conversation, and you said I didn't know how to read minds. But it's also not hard to guess what she's worried about. Of course, staying behind to protect Nu Nhi Quoc is the right choice, but you guys have a saying, when trouble comes, death is not the end of the story. After hearing this, the Mac King looked suspicious. I thought you guys always say that. I've never heard of it before. You seriously analyze further, and moreover, there are 4 reasons why you cannot refuse my plan.
This fake team's attack will fail and they will retreat, definitely not attacking again in a short time. Even if other forces are trying to take advantage of the situation, now that she has returned to Nu Nhi Quoc, they won't dare to act rashly. In her mind, even the fake fighters are trembling when they see her. This battle can be said to be a lose-lose situation, and the enemy surely thinks we are resting and healing. If we launch an attack on their lair now, we could kill so many that they won't have time to react. I deliberately spared a small demon and had my clone follow it. I have pinpointed their exact hideout. She also has to rely on cannibalism or preying on weaker peers to promote herself. Large-scale collective actions like this are very rare, probably for a special reason behind it. I think Bok Tong Chu also understands what I just said. Whether to go or not, the decision is up to you. Put the burden down for now and follow the call of the hostage, Vua Mac said thoughtfully. Actually, you also hope to be the one to kill the mastermind behind all this chaos, don't you? You look straight into Vua Mac's eyes. Vua Mac, as if struck directly by the thought, is extremely surprised. Vua Mac smiled and looked at him, saying, I was underestimating you. He cheerfully said, let's go. Kill them all. And the 2 of them happily walked away. Below a mountain cliff, birds fly everywhere. A low-level spirit force cultivator reports that today, while patrolling the mountain, he truly saw the sect leader of the sword sect return so quickly, and the kneeling man is Tuan Fong. Tuan Fong lay on the ground, begging for his life. The great king spare him. 3 feathers shot out from the cave, flying straight toward Tuan Fong. Tuan Fong's whole body stiffened, and he couldn't move because of the fear. 3 feathers pierced straight into him, one pinning his head. Inside, a figure steps out, likely a woman with large wings on her back, approaching Tuan Fong slowly, with a very commanding tone, as instructed by the spy. So, her tens of thousands of troops were wiped out in a single night. This person just stepped out and said, her body covered in feathers. She is a divine-level illusionist, king of golden feathers the Bang, furious, and she continued, not only did you escape the battlefield, but you also dared to come back and challenge me. She tilted her head to look at Tuan Fong and angrily said, killing 10,000 people will never resolve my hatred. Deishibeng raised her hand, forming 3 giant soaring lines with her claws. The scar from the flight touched the cliff, leaving 3 huge flight marks. Tuan Fong lost his lower body, blood splattering on the cliff. The sacrifice was still not satisfied, glaring angrily at his hands.
Swordmaster Vumak, I will settle this score.
Suddenly, the rock wall trembled and water slowly formed a small circle, attracting Thibang's attention as she looked over with tears in her eyes.
The spreading water stain grew larger and larger, and in an instant, the sound became louder and louder. The cliff shattered open, and Xiaobai punched it with his hand.
Dust and rocks fly everywhere as Thibang shields herself, with Tubok standing in front of her, having found her. Thibang is surprised. Men in a female-only country, are there even men? Thibang looked at Xiaobai with a scrutinizing gaze, wondering if she could find her vital points deep in this vast mountain and forest kid. Who are you? Xiaobai smiled gently. Don't be so tense. I'm just a guide, the one truly wanting to connect with you. From behind, Vumak's sword swooped in from the side, heading straight for Thibang's head. Thibang widened her eyes. The sword was already close in front of her. Danger imminent. Using her forearms to block the incoming sword, Thibang was pushed back. She then forcefully knocked Vumak's sword away, causing her to be thrown into the rock wall as the sword spun back towards her. And touching the back of Thibang, part of the cliff wall was wet. Her sweat was pouring. The sword was really dangerous if not for her tough guard. She had truly been in danger earlier. These two guys are not ordinary, and she can't afford to lose to them in terms of momentum. Despite her fear, Thibang still stood strong, regained her composure, and dared to come here to cause trouble with her. Who are you little brats? Vumak then flew out, grabbing the sword that had just returned. The attacker prepares to strike and says to Thibang, "Sword immortal, Vumak." Hearing that the newcomer is Vumak, Thibang's eyes bulge with anger, for she is Vumak, and this is the perfect moment. She was just about to come find her for revenge. Vumak furrowed his brow and glared at Thibang, saying, "I am the one who must take revenge." Using his sword energy, Vumak swept across 30,000 meters, slicing past Thibang, who dodged the incoming sword energy by tilting his body. The slash created a wave of sword energy that flew far away, lifting 2 mountain peaks. It left a very sharp trail with smoke rising, showcasing Vumak's incredible swordsmanship.
Thi bắn ngang dầu nhìn, toạt mờ hỏi, hình như sức phá hoại này vút qua khả năng của mình.
Thibang shoots straight into the sky at super fast speed, she secretly thinks. This is definitely top tier.
Vumak frowns and looks up, wanting to run. But it's not that easy. Even if she grows wings today, she won't be able to fly. Thibang just flew away quickly and confidently thought, Vumak is indeed very powerful. I can't fight her on the ground, but once we're in the air, it's not certain. After flying up for a while, Thibang sighed in relief, looked down at the ground and smiled. My flying speed is just as fast as hers. If she catches up, I'll fight her. If she can't catch up, then I can run to Max and the second brother. So Thibang turned around, continued flapping her wings, and increased her speed. After all, the magic treasure is still there, and it won't take long before we can organize an army of real and fake forces. Thibang's goal is the magic treasure inside the female Nai Kwuk, shaped like a jade pendant. Thibang thinks that with the 3 brothers attacking together, they will surely win, and then the women of Nai Kwuk will be captured to serve them.
Thi bằng cuối tự tin, nghĩ rằng phép thuật bảy nhanh của nữ nhi quốc sẽ thuộc về mình. Những giọt nhiên nghe tiếng của tiểu bạch ruồi lau. Này chậm chuột ruốc khổng, bảy nhanh qua tới khổng chịu nổi, rồi tự lực nào tiểu bạch ra bầm lấy eo cỏ ấy, ốm chặt lấy, khiến thị băng bất ngờ dò mặt.
Thibang panicked and shouted, "When did your damn brother come up here? How did I not notice?" Xiaobai struggled to hold on to Thibang tightly. I've been here for a long time. Seeing her keep smiling foolishly, I just wanted to bother her a little, pressing Thibang's chest against Xiaobai's cheeks, making it hard for him to speak. Thibang uncomfortable, blushing. "Damn it, let go or I will kill you," Xiaobai awkwardly said. "It's too high here, I can't let go." Xiaobai smiled and continued. And since she was flying so fast, if I let go, wouldn't she just run away? Clinging tightly to Thibang, a purple energy now enveloped her body. Thibang started to move less and less flexibly, challenging her, if she wanted to kill him, then just try it. Thibang's whole body was trembling clearly from exertion. Even breathing was difficult. What exactly did he do to me that made my body feel so strange, as if all my strength had been drained? At this moment, the clone has exhausted her strength and is begging him to let go, saying she really can't endure it anymore. Xiaobai still clings to the clone without letting go, and now she can no longer fly. Her head droops down as she begins to fall freely. The two are about to fall into the dense forest below, crashing through the trees as they plummet at incredible speed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The space returned to silence, the wind blew, and the full moon shone brightly over the forest. Inside the area where the two just fell, moonlight pierced through the canopy. Thibang is now unconscious, still tied to the tree by Tuba after the crash. But this way of tying is a bit strange.
King Max stands watching, unsure of what to say, while Tubok happily looks at Thibang tied up, having finished the job. She won't be able to run now. Vuamak wondered, in all my years ruling the world, I've never seen anyone tied up like this. Where did you learn this method? Vuamak tilted his head to look at Tubok. The boy nervously scratched his cheek and said he learned it from TV. This isn't important. It's just a big fake, even if it's a divine-level fake. But her strength is only comparable to Wynyak. She probably can't organize such a large fake power operation on her own. Based on Xiaobai's guess, she's likely just a puppet being manipulated by others, and we need to force her to reveal who the real mastermind behind everything is. Xiaobai raised her hand to point at herself. But interrogation is my specialty, so just watch and see. King Mo crossed his arms and watched with a skeptical look, thinking to himself, why do I keep feeling like I can't trust her at all? As I spoke, I slapped the bang a few more times. If you're okay, wake up quickly, Auntie. I didn't drain your power, so there's no need to pretend to be dead. Thibang's eyes widened in panic as she looked down and realized she was blinded. But this kind of blindfold was strange compared to usual prisoner restraints, making her even more terrified.
Thibang do mặt, mở to miệng vừa lắc dâu vừa hỏi anh ra làm gì với tội ha? Cảm thụ, anh muốn làm gì? Tiểu Bạch thấy phản ứng của cô ta thì cũng bối rối theo. Nhếch miệng cuối, lộ ra bộ mặt răng mạnh nhìn Thibang. Cô cụ yên tâm, tôi chẳng làm gì cả.
As long as you reveal who ordered you to attack my daughter country, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. The test subject stubbornly turned away and said, delusional, there's no way I'll tell. I have no advantage except keeping my mouth shut.
Xiaobai stepped forward, placing her hand on the tree and pressing close to Thibang, surprising her.
I guess you've also learned this ability of mine. Any woman who has physical contact with me will become soft and powerless, unable to control themselves, and in the end I can do whatever I want with their faces, Xiaobai said confidently, looking at Thibang.
The king also looked surprised, opening his eyes wide to look at Little White. So the endless darkness also has this effect.
Damn it, he didn't use this on me during lunch. Little White looked at Thibang, who was now in a dazed state, her body no longer alert, and he said, if she doesn't want to talk, that's fine. I always have a way to make her speak herself.
Thibang gazed blankly upward, thinking that his way of making her speak might not be what she imagined, as he envisioned Xiaobai grabbing her hand with a snake tongue, eyes wide with shock. Thibang finally managed to open her eyes, exhausted, and looked around.
Suddenly, being hung upside down, snapped her back to awareness, and she stared wide-eyed.
Hua realizes that all this time she was just imagining her unconsciousness, shaking her head and thinking,
no, absolutely not. We are not of the same race. We absolutely cannot do such a professional and proper thing. Xiaobai approaches Thibang closely, with a grim and terrifying expression. My little sister is here. You lick your tongue and look at Thibang.
Thibang cried and shouted, tears streaming down. Dama, don't come any closer. Thibang's screams echoed throughout the forest.
I swear, just don't touch me. I'll tell everything.
After a while, the space returned to silence, and a giant bird flew overhead. After asking for a moment, Xiaobai finally got the information and wondered what a talisman was. Thibang, sweating profusely and afraid to look at you. Yes, it was a person in a black hooded cloak who gave it to me. I couldn't see his face clearly, nor did I know who he was, but this magic talisman is truly genuine. All I need to do is draw a talisman with fresh blood on the soul-summoning banner, and he can lure lower-level fake spiritual forces. Then I just need to coax them a little, and they will willingly sell their lives to me. You sat attentively listening, and the king also stood listening, but she didn't know about this either. When Xiaobai heard this, she realized that the attack on Nunu Guo was also a scheme by the person in the black robe. Thibang glanced aside in fear and said, it wasn't like I misjudged Tu Tuanfang's intelligence report and launched the attack on Nunyi Quoc on my own accord. Tubok remembered that Tu Tuanfang wasn't just a little mountain spirit of Sudalin. The black-clad ones couldn't just casually give her the magic weapon for no reason. She's been used, but doesn't even realize it. Tubok continued to ask Thibang, where is her magic weapon? I didn't see it when I destroyed her hideout. Where did she put it? Thibang stammered, still without her soul banner. It's right on my body and I can't move. Maybe you should look for yourself. Thibang glanced at her body. Xiaobai looked at Thibang, swallowed hard with suspicion in his eyes, wondering where she could hide the soul banner on her body and what she still wanted to leave behind. Thibang angrily shouted back, I'm already tied up like this. What else am I waiting to leave for? I've told you everything I know, whether you believe it or not. Tubok still looked at her with some suspicion. Vuamat looked at Thibang with a serious expression. If this soul banner is really right on her body, then it can only be hidden there. Tubok looked at Vuamat and asked where exactly.
Vuamat reached out close to Thi Bang, causing her to sweat and dare not move. Thi Bang shyly breathes out. No, not there, but inside a little later. The Vuamat takes it out from Thi Bang, then looks at Tubok. Got it, he doubts this soul banner is only this small. It can't be fake, right? Thi Bang immediately confirmed that it was genuine. She added that it may be small now, but once it sees blood, it will swell greatly and truly unleash its power. Vuamat raised the spirit banner to observe it. Xiaobai put his hand in his pocket and looked at Xu Bang, seeming to think this banner was the last clue, even though she was being used by others. But the fact that she attacked Nu Nyi Quoc is true. The king glances at Xiaobai, ready to see what he will do next. Xiaobai continued, before thoroughly investigating this midday banner, I will escort you back to Nu Kingdom to face your punishment in the prison there. Vuamat interrupted him. Xiaobai, enough. Tubok turned to look at her. Does Master Bai want to add something, or not? The king suggested we escort her back tomorrow. Tonight I don't want to go anywhere, crossing his arms and facing away from Xiaobai, with a detached look in his eyes and lips. Xiaobai was caught off guard, as if under a spell, standing frozen in place. The night was approaching its midpoint, and the wind blew softly through the space. On the surface of the lake, a frog is sitting on a lotus leaf, croaking softly. The water is calm. Tubok and Vuamat sit by the shore, gazing at the tranquil lake, the croaking frogs around, and the gentle breeze blowing. Little White was confused and dared not look at the king face. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What should he do to find a topic and ease the awkward atmosphere? The king face brushed his hair aside with his hand, then turned his head and softly called Little White, making him even more flustered, eyes wide open and unable to close his mouth. Vuamat looked at you happily and said, Today, thank you. I feel very reassured with you by my side. Xiaobai turned away to ease the tension and said, There's no need to thank me. I boldly want to lead her to take revenge. In the end, only a ghostly kite and a mighty eagle spirit were found. Vuamat praised you. You've done very well. Over there, the sacrificial victim was still tied to the tree, whether it was the cold night in the forest or the two of you mentioning her that made her start singing. On the leg, the scene is very peaceful and quiet, with a frog jumping from one lotus leaf to another as the two continue talking. Vuamat told you I brought you to Nu Nyi Quoc. I only wanted to tease Lili too, but not only did you not hold a grudge, you even helped Nu Nyi Quoc in this dangerous moment. The two of us sat by the lake, and Xiaobai remained quietly listening to Vuamat's confessions when Master Lin Zhong handed down the position of sect leader to me. I was only 18 years old, and the heavy responsibility of protecting the Nu Nyi Quoc suddenly fell on my small shoulders. Neighboring countries fell one after another, only I am still struggling to hold on. The burden on my shoulders over the years has been overwhelming, and I feel like I can't breathe anymore. Vuamat lifts his face to the sky as if releasing all the pressure. Em cô ấy vui vẻ, tôi cũng mỉm cười. Dù hôm nay ra xảy ra nhiều chuyện, những giây la lăng dầu tôi cảm thấy thoải mái như vậy. The Face King lies on the grass with his back to you. Do you know why I am so happy? Xiaobai asked curiously, turning to ask her, Why? Lan looked up at the sky, her cheeks blushing as she smiled, because I found a man I can trust. The night sky shimmered beautifully, incredibly romantic, and Tubok's voice rang out, What did you just say? I didn't quite understand. Vuamat looked at him with a loving gaze and said, I told you, I found a man I can rely on. And Xiaobai looked at her confused, not knowing what to say. After a moment of silence, Xiaobai turned and pointed at herself. Is the man worth her leaning on me? Vuamat gently tilts his head forward, revealing a very alluring curve. What are you saying, if I leave? Who else is there? This is my first time doing this in the wild. Can you be a little more gentle? She knelt on the grass, her cheeks flushed. Although Xiaobai refused, he couldn't help himself, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lord Bai, this isn't good. Things are developing a bit too quickly. The Face King shyly turned away, looking at his shoulders. My master once warned me that men are not good people. He told me not to believe anything men say, but I feel like he's not like what my master told me.
Could it be that you feel nothing at all for me?
She glanced at Little White with a seductive look, pressing her hand firmly against him, looking incredibly alluring. Seeing the king's face doing such actions, Little White's heart beat strongly. He was sweating, too scared to look directly at the White King, glancing away and thought, Wow, I didn't expect the top female master of Nyi Quoc to have such a demeanor. Vuamat presses his body straight onto the grass, pushing her even harder as if she's about to fall out, thinking if he doesn't feel anything like this, then what kind of man is he? Vuamat turned around to reveal his seductive backside, making Little White truly unable to ignore the feeling. Little White swallowed hard, his whole body tense, thinking it's just Longmin's seal after all. I can control it. Go ahead. Take a deep breath. Grit your teeth. With a determined face. You can't hold back anymore. There's no need to hold back anymore. Then he had to pay the price for his thoughts. The pain overwhelmed him, causing blood to spurt from his skin. His whole body trembling, his eyes growing older. Rolling and writhing, he screamed out in pain, too much to bear, the echo of his cries resounding through the forest as Vuamat watched him. She said that once she had wicked intentions, her body would hurt unbearably, living would be worse than dying, and Little White clutched his lower body, the pain still intense, trembling as he struggled to stay on the ground. Kingface suddenly remembered, could it be that he was sealed by Thu Kung Sa so the nightingale wouldn't lift her head, and he was also surprised to see that he was sealed by this? Shobai lying on this ground trembling and asking how she knew. This kind of thing is not glorious at all. I've never spoken carelessly with anyone. Vuamat explained to him that the seal of Kung Sa originally came from the female nation. It is a secret sealing technique created by the Immortal Master. The Immortal Master is a peerless expert, renowned to rival Gu La, and in her youth she was a stunning beauty with a heavenly appearance. The king continued, but the naive and inexperienced Immortal Master was deceived by a vulgar man, and in her desire for revenge against Han, she not only blinded Han, but also studied and created the sealing technique of the Thu Kung Sa. Shobai hesitated before speaking, blinded in both eyes. It probably wasn't that scoundrel of a man. The king nodded and said, "You're right, that was Liu Qianvu who was defeated by you. When he was young, he was handsome, so he boldly deceived my master. Everyone in the female nation hated him to the bone." Only then did Xiaobai understand that the girl saved by him from the wild was none other than Director Liu. Vuamat then added that the female nation has a tradition that when a girl turns 20, she can leave her homeland to find a spouse. If she has children, the boys are kept and raised by her, while the girls are taken back to the female nation to be raised and also taught the art of sword control. To prevent the people of the female nation from being deceived by wicked men again, the Immortal Master Lin Zhong had already passed down the secret technique of the divine bow to me. Luckily, you met me. The face of the king leaned back, supporting his hands behind him as he looked at you. She glanced at Xiaobai and said, "I can break the seal of the secret bow." Xiaobai was surprised and couldn't believe his own hands, asking again, "Are you serious?" King Mat confidently said, "Of course, let me take off my pants first." Without hesitation, Xiaobai stood up and quickly took off his pants. The king looks serious as he places his hand on his chin, watching carefully. This sealing spell is quite different from what my master taught me, but the principle is similar. I can break it. Tubat hurriedly shook her head. Wait a moment. Isn't this to Jai Chu Feng Yin? Why is she drawing her sword? King Mat, with a cold face. Just shave off all the talismans carved on the nightingale, and the seal will be. Jai Chu Fang Xin, my swordsmanship, is fast and precise. I'm sure I won't let your magpie get hurt. After saying that, she swung her sword, slashing away in swift strikes. Then clouds of smoke billowed out, and shards of crystals shattered, floating and shining in the air. Xiaobai closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth and waiting, seemingly no longer feeling pain, but his blood and energy were boiling fiercely. Tubok's eyes suddenly changed, his eyes wide open as if flames were burning inside, his whole body gathering power as if about to explode. His eyes rolled back, exhaling smoke, with a dragon-like aura swirling around him. Xiaobai's whole body seemed about to ignite, his eyes turning white like a divine being. I'm so hot, so uncomfortable. My body feels like it's going to explode. Xiaobai clenched his fists tightly, a surge of energy radiating outward, veins bulging. He shouted loudly, couldn't hold it anymore, and his whole body emitted a fierce aura that tore his clothes apart. Vu Mac was also surprised, trembling all over and dropping her sword. She sighed in admiration. Impressive indeed. All the sealed power has erupted completely. Then she placed her hand on her cheek and stared intently at Xiaobai. Xiaobai suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Vu Mac's hand and pinning her to the ground. Vu Mac was only surprised and had no intention to resist. Xiaobai looked down. Master Bai, I'm sorry, I can't control myself anymore. Vu Mac closed her eyes in embarrassment. At this point, do whatever you want. Xiaobai was covered in sweat, veins bulging. She asked again, Is it really possible? She confirmed once more. In the distance behind the dirt field, the shimmering scene with moonlight, beams of light and sounds of love rise from below. The sacrifice is chained to a tree, watching. What are those two bastards doing? Do they think I'm just air, feeling uncomfortable and embarrassed to witness this, and unable to leave because of the chains? At the wall city, Lily too sat high up as the wind blew past. She was sitting alone, lost in thought, wondering what Xiaobai was doing right now and if he was thinking of her. She imagines that in the female nymph kingdom, there are only beautiful, seductive girls, and she worries that he might be unfaithful with those women. Lily, too, can't rest. She keeps thinking and feeling anxious, sure that Xiaobai is in a fiery predicament and she must go save him. Lily, too, jumps down from the wall, ready to go to Nuni Quok to find Tiubuk. She rushes at lightning speed. Tiubuk is waiting for me. Holy Knight, come here. On this side, inside of the forest, the sky has turned from night to dawn since early morning, and the sun is beginning to rise high. The Sun King has just woken up, bathed in the early morning sunlight, with not a single scratch on his body. She lifts her face to enjoy the atmosphere, feeling so relaxed that she could die. While the Face King glances down at her, at this moment Little White is still deeply asleep, clutching her stockings, with clothes scattered everywhere, and she never expected he would be so powerful after being sealed for so long. Yesterday, he was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. It felt like he wanted to devour me alive. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited to death. She shyly looked at Xiaobai. Now, Xiaobai had just woken up, still in a daze. Huh? What is this? This smooth feeling on my feet is so wonderful, like the skin of a fairy. Tiubuk realizes something is wrong, eyes wide open. What he's holding in his hand is the Face King's tights. He remembers now. These things were all taken off the White Clan leader. He hurriedly throws everything away, the king's belongings flying into the air. Tiubuk turned his head in surprise, eyes full of doubt, unable to believe what happened yesterday. Vuamat looked at him happily and asked, "Are you awake now?" "I was very satisfied with what I did yesterday. You lay face down on the grass just like last night, only now something is missing." Xiaobai was confused, gathering the pieces of clothing to cover himself because the seal had been broken. The overwhelming power made him lose all reason, so he couldn't control himself for a moment. The Face King looked at him, struggling. "I don't need to know." She slowly stood up, moved close to Xiaobai, gently placed her hand on his shoulder, making him blush. And the king from behind quickly embraced Xiaobai. "I am already yours, you can't kick me away." The Face King told Little White that if he dares to betray me, I will seal him again with the divine lock at the Tianlin Pavilion on Bridge 7, where the weather is truly beautiful today, as an orange car moves across the bridge. I don't know what urgent matter is, so the orange car is moving very fast, with Bin He driving and Trok Kom sitting beside her. Bin Ni was driving while looking at Trok Kom. "So you've known Vo Dai Su for a long time. Why have you never mentioned him before?" Trek Kam still kept an indifferent expression. He used to be a servant in your family." Hearing this, Bin Ni was surprised that the fourth guard had once been a servant in her family. Tri Kam indeed comes from a wealthy family, and Trok Kam said that was a story from a long time ago, back when Ko Vo was not yet a monk. The car stopped in front of a temple, and the two of them stepped out. Bin Ni looked at the temple. "So this is the place. After meeting Master Wu, we can go to Nu Ni Quok to find the owner." But Trok Kam's face didn't look very happy, and as Bin Ni asked about her, she couldn't help but think that Tri Kam didn't seem very pleased. Could this be her hometown? Looking into the distance, she suddenly recognized that it was the village where Chi Kam once lived, yet Trok Kam's expression remained uneasy as she recalled her past. Both her parents had drowned in a sea of blood. She was still crying, desperately begging them to wake up. A person wielding a sword emitting dark energy approaches her. Trok Kam turns to look at that person, her eyes trembling with tears. It's none other than her brother. He's like possessed. Only by drinking the blood of his closest kin can he become truly sharp. You are the last one. His speed is very fast. You won't feel the pain, and now he's in pain quickly. A scream of pain cuts through Trok Kam's memories. Suddenly, a voice calls her back to the present. "Miss Trok Kam. You're finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." A senior monk stepped out to greet the two of you. Bin Yi politely greeted him, while Trok Kam remained composed, less talk and more action. "Tell me, what did he say I was here for?" The elder monk said that he knew he wouldn't have much longer to live, but he still couldn't rest, and wanted to entrust something to Lady Trok Kam. Meanwhile, as Trok Kam and Bin Yi were meeting with the Great Master in a forest in the female nation, Little White had just found himself a feathered pants. You look at your pants and wonder if they really fit. They look very strange. The king beside you looks at you and can only wear them temporarily because of your strength. Since you tore all your clothes apart, I can't let you meet my disciples half naked. Once we get back to Tuanshan, I will measure your fingers, necklace, chest, waist, hips, shoulders, and legs, then make you a perfectly fitting outfit. Hearing this, King Mac couldn't help but smile lecherously. Eagle Spirit beside her was speechless, secretly thinking, ripping off the skin. Huh? This is just measuring for clothes. Clearly it's just harassment of men. While Xiaobai was helping Eagle Spirit climb the stairs, the king followed behind them, threatening Eagle Spirit. Don't think you can get away with it. I will watch you all the time. Eagle Spirit cursed angrily under her breath. Damn it! Has she ever been humiliated like this before? Suddenly, Little White lifted her head. A voice from inside calls out, asking what you've done to Little White. Speak quickly. Hearing this voice, I feel it's familiar, but it probably isn't. Inside, Lily too is anxiously searching for Little White. If I don't find him today, I will absolutely not let this go. The two of them also spoke loudly. I told you, Xiaobai went out with my master and isn't in Nunyi Kingdom. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Lily Tu. Lily Tu? Are you here, Lily? Tu blushed. It was him. It was the voice of Little White. She turned toward the sound and immediately saw a sturdy, trustworthy chest with beads of sweat glistening on the muscles. Little White asked, Lily Tu, why are you here? Did you come to find me? Lily Tu's face was now flushed. Surely this isn't a dream. I saw it with my own eyes. Tiny Bai was completely exposed, and this scene caused her to bleed from her nose. Lily Tu fell to the ground, covering her eyes with her hands, trembling as she got up, and seeing this, Tiny Bai panicked, asking what was wrong and if she was hurt anywhere. Vumak smiled softly, chasing after my man all the way here. You really are persistent. An hour later, at Vumak's mansion, Lily Tu slowly woke up. How could I faint in front of Xiaobai? I'm so embarrassed I want to die. Are you awake? The voice suddenly startled Lily Tu. Xiaobai is holding a steaming bowl of red date and lotus seed soup in front of her, saying she fainted from blood loss and offering her the hot soup to replenish her blood. She blushes and quietly thanks him, thinking he is indeed a reliable man. If I could be with him, I think I would be very happy. Xiaobai wondered why she suddenly spat so much blood. I don't think she's hurt. Lily, too, thought about the embarrassing scene earlier, blushing and stammering. The weather has been so dry lately. I just have a little heat and a nosebleed. It's normal. She suddenly sat up, startling Xiaobai, who opened his mouth in surprise. He pointed at her, stammering, and the blanket fell off. Lily, too, still couldn't grasp what was happening. If the blanket fell, it just fell. Then she suddenly realized she was completely naked, which froze her in place for a few seconds. Realizing the problem, she shouted, her voice echoing through the mansion, "Where are my clothes?" Avoid the steaming bowl of soup that Xiaobai placed on the table. Her clothes are all stained with blood and dirt. I have to laugh to clean it all off. Hearing this, Lily C hugged the blanket. So doesn't that mean he saw my whole body, and he didn't do anything unusual, right? Xiaobai turned away, blushing. Don't misunderstand, I was just simmering soup for you. I didn't do anything else. Lily too looked a bit disappointed. What, not doing anything at all? Suddenly a voice rang out. Stop deluding yourself, Lily too, Vumak said arrogantly. I am the head of the sword sect, yet I have to send a personal maid to help you change and bathe. You must be very touched. Lily. Tu still hesitated. Do you really have such kindness, or are you planning something again? Vumak said calmly. I'm not as petty as you think. After all, the visitors are behaving. I can't bully you, and right now, this is a crucial moment. Nunyi Kingdom has been targeted. I need your help. The three of us moved down the corridor toward the meeting. Vumak lost in thought, knowing we must hold a meeting with them later. I need to be careful, but tonight I can still be intimate with Xiaobai. Suddenly, Lily Tu tugged on Xiaobai's shirt, and he turned his head to ask, what's wrong? Lily Tu wondered if Vumak had already learned the Nunyi Quick Mind Control sword formation, and hoped he wouldn't make things difficult. Lily Tu's question made Tiu Bak blush, but it was just the reason Bak Tongchu arranged to bring him to Nunyi Quok. But she came straight here because of this. She truly cares about me. I can't let her be hurt. Tiu Bak raised his hand to reassure her. Lily Tu, don't worry. I solved the dual sword formation a long time ago. Hearing this, Lily Tu also sighed in relief. That's great. We kept talking without noticing. Vumak had already turned around some time ago. What are you two talking about? Lily Tu suddenly became shy, and her attitude changed completely. I am just confirming with Tiu Bak. Seeing if she is using her position as the clan leader to trouble the Spirit Realm guards. Vumak, hearing this unfriendly tone, thought, how could she do something like that? I love Xiaobai so much, how could I make things difficult for him? Seeing Vumac's expression was off, Lily too suddenly got angry. What is her expression showing? Is she thinking of something sinister? Vumac's temper isn't mild either. If she gets angry again, my head, I can think whatever I want. She can't control me. Xiaobai is beside Wen-To, just calmed down for 5 minutes, and is already arguing again. The three of them step out of Vumac's courtyard, where it's extremely noisy outside, and everyone is waiting for Vumac to come out. There are many people gathered in the yard, and the man in the back is Xiaobai, right? Luckily, he helped out yesterday. He is the young hero who defeated the prison director, but the sect leader calls him a pervert. This is the sect leader hiding his identity to help him, fearing chaos, and many rumors about Little White are spreading everywhere. The girls' eyes light up when they see him, their hearts pounding. He's so handsome and also very powerful. Yeah, I think I'm falling for him. I want to stand beside him. King Mo loudly commands, "Everyone quiet down. Listen to me. We have just been attacked by a large-scale fake strength force. Although we temporarily won, we suffered heavy losses. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and unite to protect our female nation," inspiring everyone with a rallying speech. King Mac called out to rally everyone. "Our female nation may be small, but we will never allow others to bully us. No matter who the enemy is, we must make sure they come and never leave." The entire female nation unites, making them come and not return. Seeing this scene, Xiaobai marvels, truly worthy of the woman who bears the burden of the entire female nation. In just a moment, everyone's fighting spirit ignited, and Master Bai was indeed very formidable. A strange girl spoke up. "Hey, little Bach." She has a bust that can be described as small or pushed up. She asks Xiaobai if he remembers her. It was him who saved her last night. She is Tai Van, the daughter of the sword sect elder. A middle-aged woman next to her muttered as she lit a cigarette. "This isn't to make friends. I have something to discuss with the sect leader." Vuamac turned to look at her and asked if there were any clues about what I asked her to investigate. She had to exhale smoke. Dad is out now. The soul tablet you gave me comes from the place of the great demon Noah, the legendary master of the Sat-Yi Thien Vuong, and the one who just spoke is none other than Elder Sword Sect, an Uk-Chi. Upon hearing the name of the great demon master, Vuamac was curious to learn more about him. "Elder An, please tell me in detail what you know." At this point, everyone decided to return inside Vuamac's residence. In the meeting room, Elder An said that the previous sect leader had fought Noah, so I also have some intelligence about him, the image of the school and the creation of the magic weapon, which is the same as the magic weapon we often talk about. He has an SSL-level superpower that is extremely terrifying, the ability to steal powers from others and inject them into objects to forge incredible magic tools containing those powers, and as she described this, Elder Anne's face grew thoughtful. She thought of the scene where people had their powers stolen and continued explaining how he often hunted for gifted individuals everywhere, eventually leading to the Global Alliance issuing a bounty on him. Noah is not only a genius master of the great demon level, but also a collector of supernatural abilities. The rarer the ability, the more it stimulates his possessive nature. An elder looked at King Mac. Vuamac seemed to understand her words. According to her, the reason they targeted the female nation. Vuamac and Tai Van both turned to look in the same direction. "That is Xiaobai's direction, and you also guessed that he came to the female nation because of you." Elder. An looked at you and confirmed that this was indeed the truth. You are the one causing misfortune for the female nation. Maybe yesterday's attack was just a test of our strength, and as long as this man stays in the female nation, we will face danger every day he remains, Elder An said seriously to his clan leader, Lily. Tu listened to her and couldn't help but be angry, asking what she meant. Initially, it was your nation that tried every way to bring Xiaobai here. Now, it's also you who want to chase Xiaobai away. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Elder. An smiled faintly and said, "I can only speak what I believe, but because of one man, I have offended the 5 heavenly kings' killing intent, and this business is doomed." King Mac has been silent until now, and now he finally speaks. "Elder An, do you think I am the kind of person who is afraid of death?" She stood up, hands on her hips to show authority, not to mention that last night, Xiaobai helped the New Yi kingdom repel the fake forces and made great contributions, and for that reason, he is my man. Don't even think about harming him, not even the Jade Emperor himself. Lily, too, seeing Vuamac's protective stance towards Tiubak, wholeheartedly supported him and said, "That's right. Lily, too, will die to protect Tiubak." Tai Van beside her also spoke up, saying she also felt her mother wasn't handling things quite right. Little Bach is the benefactor of the new Nhi Quoc. We can't turn our backs on him now. It's true that forgetting one's mother is real. But suddenly, both Lily Tu and Tai Van realize something is off. Lily Tu pointed at Vuamak and clearly asked me first, when did Xiao Bai become her person? Vuamak smirked teasingly and said, what, you still don't know anything, do you? Lily Tu grew even angrier, knowing what evil thing did she do to Xiao Bai, while Xiao Bai looked at the two of them with a warm head. This is truly a battle of the two law fighters. Vuamak licks her lips. I'm not the one who did something bad, okay? Then she places her hand between Xiao Bai's legs, making him blush. Last night, Xiao Bai and I became husband and wife, and when you say that, Xiao Bai's face turns as red as a tomato. Vuamak turned to tease Lily Tu. Could it be that he's still not my man yet? Like a thunderclap in her mind, Lily Tu froze and staggered as she received the news. Then she turned and walked away, leaving both Tuobak and Vuamak in stunned silence. Lily Tu found a corner to sit alone, and after hearing the news, Tai Van also approached her. They sat together, Lily Tu feeling regretful for having come to Nu Nhi Quoc, while Tai Van thought to herself, I should have been eaten by that wild boar instead. Little White looked at Vuamak. It seems she has hurt many young girls' hearts. Vuamak smiled and said more. Elder On cleared his throat softly at the scene of the girl laughing. Her cough has caught the attention of Vuamak and Xiao Bai. Lord Bai, are you really determined to do this? The Nu Nhi Quoc has survived through countless hardships. Are you truly willing to face the risk of the country's destruction to protect this boy? Vuamak didn't hesitate and replied immediately, I am willing, and this statement surprised Xiao Bai greatly. Without a second of doubt, she declared firmly that she was truly willing to give up everything for him. Elder Ian had to take out his pipe. Sister Tai continued to bring the cigarette to her mouth and smoke. Sister, the heir you chose is just like you, such a lovesick person. After sighing, Elder Anne stood up and said if the sect master has made up his mind, his subordinates can only obey, but we must prepare thoroughly in every aspect first. To confront the will of the Heavenly King, hearing this, both Lily Tu and Tai Van turned their heads and focused their attention. Elder Anne exhaled smoke and continued speaking. What we face is a national-level strategy. At the prison of the female nation, there is always someone watching. Inside the prison, it is very clean, and the lights are always on. The eagle spirit is crying silently. Older brother, second brother, what are you two doing? Why haven't they come to save my sister yet? This feeling of shame is suffocating me. I'm sure they'll torment her to death. The divine eagle is chained, trembling, and terrified. In another place, a steaming bowl of cha is just being taken out. A beast king brings the bowl to his mouth to enjoy. The fragrant, pure aroma leaves a lingering freshness after drinking. What exactly is this miraculous liquid? He is a divine-level fake beast, the golden demon beast king, the green master. This water is called bish loa shuan, a type of green sausage, as another person introduced to him. You learned the technique of growing this green cake from humans, so if the boss likes to drink it, I will send my subordinates to plant this green cake all over the mountain. We can drink as much as we want. The one who just spoke is the fat elephant, a divine-level fake force, the golden tooth elephant king, Bach Tuong. Master Than was eating the cha while sighing. If only my sister were here, she would love this bish loa shuan for sure. Bak Tuong beside him sighed too. My sister is young and impulsive, with a hot temper. She was just scolded by the big brother a few times, yet she left the mountain immediately. Thansu realized it was all his fault and decided he should go find his sister. Suddenly, a figure appeared and kicked away Thansu and Bak Tuong's subordinate. The subordinate's face was twisted in pain as he collapsed at their feet, but somehow he felt incredibly comfortable being kicked. Master Than gritted his teeth and looked at the subordinate. Is this perversion? Bai Xiang saw the other person approaching them and looked down on him, just a mere human-skilled person who dares to come to my territory and act so arrogantly. You're tired of living, aren't you? He shouted, smashing the cup in his hand. The newcomer is the fifth heavenly king with deadly poison intent. Tiandu, don't misunderstand, I'm not here to cause trouble. Aren't you all looking for your sister? I know where she is. Tiandu pulls a feather from his own back. Bai Tuong looks at it and knows it's her sister's feather. Where did you get this from? She stomped on the face of the subordinate, just defeated, but he still couldn't stop feeling pleased, thinking he was already dead. Your sister is probably still imprisoned in the female nation's prison, she said as she sat down on the chair. If you want to save her, there is only one way. Join us in destroying the female nation. Tiandu looked straight at Thansu and made the proposal. Tiandu said, It's easy for you to say, not to mention that the king of Mo is the sect master of the sword sect. Just the subordinates under her command in the sword-riding battalion are already hard enough to handle. Tiandu looked in the opposite direction, where the light was shining, and said, "Don't worry, I have 2 magic weapons here that can help you save your sister." Bak Tuang saw the light and seemed to realize something. Tiandu took out 2 breakthrough stones, saying, "That's right, these 2 stones can help you temporarily become stronger, even more powerful than a god level. At the Mac King's residence, you keep tempting Xiaobai. You've been looking at the map all evening. You're tired, right? Let's sleep together." But Xiaobai's serious face responds that he's not sleepy yet. "You go ahead and sleep first, there isn't much time left." Lily. 2 beside him saw him staring and said, "Don't bother Xiaobai, he's thinking of a defensive plan for the next battle." The Mac King, hearing this, immediately became angry, thinking she thought I didn't know what he was doing. I don't need her to remind me. Moreover, why do you keep staying in my room and refuse to leave? Lily too confidently replied, "Xiaobai is the leader of the Spiritual Alliance and must come. I have a duty to protect him safely." After reviewing the map, Xiaobai sighed and said, "All right, I have a plan now." Both Vuamak and Lily too simultaneously turned their heads in disagreement. Last night's attack was just a reconnaissance to gauge our defenses, and they already have it all in their grasp. Tubok became more serious. The enemy is in the dark. We are in the light. We must come up with a strategy they cannot anticipate to change the current situation. Lily. Tu feels so cool. Xiaobai's serious and badass look is really impressive. Mac Vuong also thinks so. He's so trustworthy. No wonder he's my man. His heroic and brave appearance truly makes me want to stop loving him, but can't. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a subordinate announced that a guest from the Spirit Fairy Palace had arrived. King Mo approached the door, puzzled about who would come at this hour. When she opened it, she was quite surprised to see Bin Ni and Trex Cam in front of her, and Bin Ni happily asked the king if she knew she was here to find their master. When Little White heard this, he stood up and said, "Bin Ni, Trex Cam, you two have arrived." Vuamak thought to himself, "Little White is the owner of both of you." Bin Ni looked extremely worried. On her way up the mountain, she saw the corpses of energy manipulators scattered everywhere. She knew a great battle had just taken place here. Then she tiptoed, held Xiaobai tightly, and asked worriedly if the owner was hurt. Seeing Bin Ni blushing from the hug, Xiaobai also blushed. He smiled and gently hugged Bin Ni again, saying, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Vuamak watched this scene, feeling stunned. She suddenly got angry, pointing at Xiaobai and Bin Ni in front of Jia Kam and Lily too. "What's going on? Why are they hugging? And what exactly are they to you?" A tense silence fell over Vuamak's house. Vuamak's eyes remained fixed on Xiaobai, waiting for an explanation. After hearing it, he realized that Trex Cam and Lily too were Xiaobai's protectors, who came to Nunyi Quok to safeguard their master, and Vuamak thought to himself, "Why does this reason sound so familiar to me?" Lily, too, also felt angry at this moment, thinking she was being accused. Xiaobai stepped forward to explain. "Bin Ni said it's true. Bin Ni and Tricam are both my protectors. Since I arrived at the Spirit Palace, they have been the ones caring for me the most. Bin Ni always quietly sacrifices for me, taking care of my daily life so attentively that there's nothing to criticize. Tricam, on the other hand, stays by my window every night to ensure my absolute safety. They are not only my protectors, but also my friends and family." Hearing this, the king sighed in relief and smiled, realizing that Xiaobai is truly a man of loyalty and kindness, and he shouldn't be jealous over trivial things. He was overthinking. But before I could be happy, Bin Ni added that not only Tricam and I, but the other sisters also love the master very much, and we all sincerely follow and protect him. Vuamak wondered who the other sisters were. Could it be that Tubok's protectors are not just the 2 of you? Xiaobai naturally felt that something was wrong, but Bin Ni remained carefree. There were only 4 of us, me, Tricam, Lai Han, and Thivu. Then Mak Ngan and Yen Ngok also moved into our house, and, in their middle age, were considered part of the protectors of the master. Lily's face and Vuamak's face darkened gradually. Bin Ni continued, "Oh, right. There's also a translator. She is the fiancée of the owner." Hearing this, Vuamak froze. Something shattered inside her. "Tubok, I want an explanation right now." After being tortured for information by Vuamak, Xiaobai revealed everything from the time he arrived at the spirit realm until now. Although feeling very jealous, Vuamak understood that Xiaobai's situation was only out of necessity. Having been forgiven by Vuamak, Tubok finally breathes a sigh of relief. He feels that, with Tula, the end is finally in sight. After the 3 of them, Xiaobai, Bin Ni, and Jia Chang, finished explaining and left the room, Xiaobai turned to ask Jia Chang, I keep feeling like you're not quite yourself today. Do you have something on your mind?
Troc Kam remains silent, her gaze fixed on the sword in her hand, from which dark mist is escaping. Then she turned to look at Xiaobai and said, I am fine. You don't need to worry about me. You should focus your mind on figuring out how to deal with the king's desire. Xiaobai thought to himself, am I hallucinating or something? I keep feeling that Cam is under a lot of pressure. Elsewhere, a frog is sitting quietly on a lotus leaf in the pond. Lilith by the shore wonders to herself, Blue frog. Blue frog. Am I really that cowardly? If I had been more proactive, maybe Tubok and I could have taken a step further. Suddenly, something behind her moved towards her, and she turned her head to observe. Even Tiandu was surprised and startled when she saw Lilith at the lake shore. Tiandu wondered, Saint Knight Lilith, why is she here? Is she a soldier of the female Nai kingdom? I'm so unlucky to encounter such a formidable enemy. Lilith looked at her. She's not from the female Ni kingdom. Appearing here in the middle of the night, who is she? Tiandu half smiled. What the hell? She didn't realize I was unaware, so I was just overreacting. Then she calmly looked at Lilith standing up and said, I'm just a passerby passing through here. Just ignore me if I bother you. Then I'll take my leave now. She quickly turned to walk away, but Lilith stopped her. Lilith drew her sword. I smell a high-level fake energy aura on her. And given her sudden appearance near Nunyi Kwok while unconscious, her behavior is very suspicious. If I'm not mistaken, you are one of the assassins sent by the Heavenly King. Hearing this, Tiandu's legs suddenly trembled. She turned her head and smiled. It seems she's not as stupid as the intelligence report said. If she's already figured me out, then let's fight. As she finished speaking, Lilith was already ready, her stance prepared, her foot poised to strike. She charged at Tiandu, launching a holy cross attack that created a large mark and struck her. But Tiandu is not to be underestimated. She jumped back 3 steps to avoid the attack. She smiled, truly deserving of her reputation. But in a battle, it's not just about comparing who has greater power. As soon as she finished speaking, Tiandu still used her skills, and suddenly many blood vessels appeared all over her body. She opened her mouth to release toxic gas, catching Lilith off guard, and before she could even get her bearings, the air around her was filled with poison. She pinched her nose and thought to herself, damn it. Her specialty is poison gloves, but Lilith's struggle was in vain. My seduction toxin doesn't enter through the respiratory system. Lilith didn't know what lust poison was, so she could only cover her nose and mouth. Tiandu sneered. This kind of poison seeps through skin contact, even through tiny pores, but once it gets in, the toxin spreads throughout the body instantly. There is only one way to cure this poison, and that is to be with the person you love, using his semen to detox. Lilith blushed at the thought. She thought about herself and Xiaobai, that she had to be with Xiaobai to detox. How could there be such a vile poison in this world, she wondered. The more she thought, the more she shook her head. Suddenly many strange images appeared in her mind. Damn it, go away! Tiandu shrugged. Useless. The more she turned away, the faster the toxin took effect. She stored the poison back in herself. She should quickly find the person she loves to enjoy a little first, or else she will surely die if she can't detox by morning. Lilith collapsed to the ground. No, I can't. My mind is filled with unbearable lewd images. This feeling is so uncomfortable, I can't just sit here and wait to die. I have to do something now, her face getting redder and redder. After making up her mind, she quickly soared into the sky, ignoring Tiandu. Tiandu didn't expect her to run away so quickly. A simple girl who has never experienced the world. Could it really be that someone is helping her detox? In the silver bathroom, a steaming bowl of noodles has just been prepared, and Bin Ni is looking for the owner, the one she cooked late-night food for. Suddenly, she hears running water. Could the owner be taking a shower? Bin Ni turned toward the bathroom and saw Tubak. This transparent glass almost let her see everything. Maybe this glass is too transparent. What should I do now? She blushed at what she saw. Then she chose to sit on the chair, waiting here for the owner to finish his bath. It should be fine, right? The king is also heading to the room of Little Silver. Now, I did lose my composure earlier, but arrogance isn't my style. Although many women are vying for Little Silver, none can replace her. And tonight, I must be more passionate to completely captivate her. She opened Xiaobai's room and softly said, Xiaobai is sleeping with her. And Bing Ni immediately informed that the master is taking a bath. Seeing Bing Ni, the angry-faced king frowned. Why are you in Xiaobai's room late at night? And Bing Ni shyly replied, I cooked noodles for the master. The two are staring at each other when suddenly a loud noise erupts, making them wonder what just happened. An earthquake, or has the heavenly king's spirit arrived? While Traich Cam, sitting on the roof, sees a large section of the ground sink down. It turns out Lily too has already returned. I breathe a sigh of relief that she got back in time.
As long as the little silver agrees to consummate, the poison will be lifted. She quickly ran into the little boy's room. Trey Cam looked down. Another person arrived, enough for a game of cards. Can the little boy handle it all, over in the forest? Tien Du didn't catch up with Lily Tu in time, so he just let her go. With the amount of poison she ingested, she probably already has the infection now. If she can spread her lustful poison to all of Nu Nhi Quoc, it would be a great help to us, he thought, a look of joy and excitement on his face. At that moment, Xiaobai also finished bathing, brushed his teeth, and thought to himself that bathing truly was the most peaceful moment for the mind. If I improve the defenses a bit more, he pushed open the bathroom door. While brushing his teeth, he kept thinking that anyone who dared to invade the female Nai kingdom was courting death. Suddenly, Xiaobai was stunned by a shocking sight. All three of them, Vu Mac, Lily Tu, and Bin Nhi, are all poisoned. Vu Mac sees Xiaobai and approaches. Xiaobai, it was just because I was too petty before. Punish me whatever way you want. Bin Nhi still remembers the bowl of noodles. The noodles are all gone. If the owner is hungry, Bin Nhi will feed them. Tubac suddenly drops the entire toothbrush tray. You wonder what's going on. Is this some kind of test for me? Lily Tu, seeing Tubac standing there, rushes over and kisses him. You froze in place, just like that, and kissed her. Lily Tu pushed you onto the bed, making you feel that this situation was extremely abnormal. The Lily Tu I know isn't like this. Her eyes are not quite normal. Could she be controlled by someone else? Lily Tu gasped, her gaze indifferent, cheeks flushed, looking at Tubac. Tubac, please help me. Lily. Tu is holding down and coaxing Tubac. Only someone very brave would come to see him, so hurry up. There's not much time left. Only you can save me. Now I am overwhelmed and cannot control myself. Seeing Lily Tu like that, Xiaobai knew she had been poisoned with an aphrodisiac. Before he could even finish thinking, a foot was already raised in front of him. Miss Xiaobai. Don't just pay attention to Lily Tu. I also want to be loved by you. At this moment, Bai Tongju has also been infected and is lying on the bed seducing you. Bin Nhi is no different. She has also been infected. Lying seductively on the bed, it was Bin Nhi who arrived first. Surely the master wouldn't leave Bin Nhi all alone, right? Tubac looked at the three in front of him. It seemed this kind of poison spread very easily. If all the women of Nhi Kingdom were infected, the consequences would be unimaginable. You stand up, determined. If that's the case, I guess I have no choice but to endure everything. Lily Tu saw you rise, and this stance probably means you don't intend to. Xiaobai clasped his hands together, channeled his internal energy, and with a faint red glow, the poison from Lily Tu, Bin Nhi, and the others gradually floated out of their mouths. If you absorb it into your body, I will draw out all the toxins from their systems. As long as I can resist the effects of this poison, I can prevent it from spreading throughout the Nu Nhi Kingdom. Although I really want to, I can't do that when they lose all reason and do such things, and the more I try to draw it out, the more uncomfortable I feel. Maybe because of the overwhelming pain, your body has started to rebel. Xiaobai spat blood from his nose and mouth before collapsing onto the bed. Only then did he realize this wasn't just ordinary aphrodisiac. Resisting its effects only makes things worse. The three of them keep calling Tubac's name, hoping he will wake up. The thick-faced king. Why have you changed like this? I don't want to be too lonely while still young. It's clear that just now the owner was perfectly normal, so why did he suddenly change like this? And Bin Nhi is also quite worried. Lily 4, after being detoxified, realized it was lust poison. Tubac absorbed all the lust poison in our bodies because he wanted to save us, which caused him to have an allergic reaction. Vuamat pointed at Lily 4 and said, Aren't you the saintly healer? Hurry and help Xiaobai, but Lily 4 gave up. My milk can't detoxify him. If you want to cure this poison, you must have sex with Xiaobai first. As she finished speaking, she took off her clothes and threw them down, claiming responsibility for bringing the poison back. Let me handle the detoxification for Xiaobai. As she said, she laughed and took off her underwear. The King of Faces wouldn't give up. What are you joking about? What right do you have to ask to be with him? Xiaobai only changed because he saved us. If you want to break the curse together, of course it has to be the three of us. After saying that, everyone eagerly started to strip off their clothes. Bin Nhi and Vuamat both care about Tubac. They both want to cure his poison. Lily Tu, blushing, steps forward to fight first. And Xiaobai is still lost in his dream state. In the rain, he sees himself in the courtyard under the snow. The snow falling so heavily, how can he be standing outside naked in this cold weather? Moreover, I don't feel cold at all. In fact, I feel very warm and comfortable. Around you, voices are saying, Tubac, don't worry. Trat realizes he's lying among Lily Tu, King Mac, and Bin Nhi,
and they will use their own bodies to keep him warm. Murmurs of distress echo through the room. Trock, standing outside, hears everything. Is it already starting? This guy is pretty tough. Only wind and falling leaves surround her. Trat looked down at the sword in her hand, recalling her conversation with Kovo. This sword had once accompanied her in countless battles, but sadly she had given it to the wrong person, turning it into an irreversible mistake. For all these years I have kept this sword, reciting sutras and prayers every day to lessen its malevolent energy. And now my time is running out. I want to entrust this sword to Miss Kam. Kovo has given it to you. Trock Kam coldly looked at him, still the same as before. This pain was stained with my family's blood. Their blood isn't something you can wipe away just by reciting a few prayers like back then, thinking you could make him turn back. He hurriedly tried to destroy this pain talisman and said goodbye, then turned to leave. But Kuvo said it couldn't be destroyed because it traps the souls of your family. Hearing this, Trock Kam turned back to look at him. What do you mean by imprisoning souls? Kovo explained further, this pain talisman is called a demon pain. It's not just capable of seducing people's hearts, but it also contains an even more important reason. The spirits that this pain blade has slaughtered will become its slaves, never to find peace, and the souls trapped by this cursed pain will gradually turn into its source of power. To save these innocent souls, only Lady Akam can do it. The divine light symbol on her chest contains a purifying power. I give you this pain, it's the safest choice. Akam, as she listens to him, notices the glowing birthmark on her chest and recalls Kovo's words while lying on the roof, gazing at the sky and thinking, do I really have the power to control Muramasa? At the same time, Master Kuvo's pagoda welcomes an uninvited guest. He wears a white mask and his body is covered in tattoos. It's been a long time since we last met. Master Kovo said this as he took off the mask and threw it straight to the ground. He is actually the older brother of the landlord, Nakazawa Koto, the 5 heavenly kings' murderous intent, which I entrusted to the master for safekeeping, is now coming back to me. Kovo calmly looked at him as expected. You have arrived after being exiled for so many years. Are you still deluded and unrepentant? If you want to hurt me, you have to go through killing me first. Abaya looked coldly at Kuvo. I didn't want to fight with you, master. You're old now. You should know to value your life. Kovo refuses to be passive, still sitting calmly as he defends against his opponent's attack. He looks at him and, no doubt, Kovo Grandmaster, just relying on this sword to try to break through your protective golden body, it seems not easy at all.
Huvo nhịn hằng thất vọng, chuộc dậy vì tôi nhất thời nhận từ nên mới khiến cậu ngày càng lạc lối trên con đường ta giao. Rồi với tôi dậy có lẽ là cơ hội cuối cùng trong dối để sửa chữa sai lầm gia phẩm.
He stood up and faced Abeha. With his glowing yellow eyes, he declared, You rebellious kid, Abeha. Die again. Master Vo and Abeha face each other, eye to eye. Looking into each other's eyes, Master Vo's glowing gaze remains intense. Abeha broke the silence, saying, This is the first time I've seen this look in your eyes. It seems you're determined to kill me no matter what. Vodaisu is resolute. If you dared to come back and find me, you should have known this would be your fate. This time I won't hold back anymore. He raises his hand to unleash a technique. Abeha simply raises his hand to block the attack. Vodaisu's move touches his hand, unleashing an immense surge of power. He remains arrogant despite his face beaded with sweat. His strength is waning. Master Vo seems a bit angry now, not knowing the sky from the earth. His attack continues to strike at Abeha. He suddenly realized that it was his own body, and indeed the master is still the master. His feet had been pushed to the point of leaving 2 marks on the ground, his hands trembling with wounds and blood. Until he couldn't take it anymore, he was knocked away by that move. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems his arm was completely ruined. Luckily, it was just his left arm, so he could still endure the pain. Then he let himself fall freely into the lake. Abeha, you have long since strayed far from the martial path you once pursued. Vodaisu stood atop the cliff, looking down. The true essence of martial arts is not how quickly you can hurt or how sharp you can be, but lies in the mind. And just as Vodaisu finished speaking, he unleashed another move. He said while making a move with his hand, Only those who understand these techniques are worthy of the title martial artist, and the move he just used is the 10,000 Buddha Sunset Sect. If you want to demonstrate your psychic control in the water, then I will make this entire lake evaporate completely, as Vodaisu seemed to anticipate Abeha's intention. The water in the lake kept evaporating until there was not a single drop left, and Vodaisu looked down at the dried-up lake, where Abeha was still lying at the bottom. He still boasted that his SSR-level psychic ability was extraordinary, capable of evaporating the entire lake just by releasing energy, even though my strength is not as great as his, but I can still manage to gather the remaining water,
Then he swung his sword to shoot the last droplets of water towards Vodaisu. He used the water flow sword technique, unleashing water fury to attack Vodaisu. But this noon did not harm Vodaisu at all. "Stop struggling. Today is your day to die," Abeha gasped, panting from exhaustion and injury. He looked at his former master, who was about to kill him. Vodaisu remained resolute. "Abeha, end it here. Helping you die on your homeland is already the last mercy this teacher can give." Master Vu stands tall, gazing at Abeha lying in the dust. "In this life you have killed a total of 206 ordinary people. A heavy sin. Today I will punish you on behalf of the divine spirit." "Abeha, is there anything else you want to say?" Abeha sneered and said, "So noble and righteous Duong Huang, you blame me for becoming like this. Isn't it your fault?" He sat up, looked at Vodaisu, and blamed him for his actions. He pointed to his hometown and said, "Look carefully at this abandoned village. Could it all really be my fault alone?" He recalled the days with his family and blamed himself. "If you hadn't appeared, I might still just be an ordinary boy. I still have the chance to inherit my father's martial arts school and to be a good older brother, but all of that will disappear completely ever since the day the master gave me the Muramasa demon sword and I saw him slaughter my entire family just yesterday. He was so angry that he blamed everything on me. Can't you see that it's not fair?" Vodaisu could only sigh in response to his words of resentment. "I was wrong to judge you. I thought you could resist the seduction of the cursed blade, but I was mistaken. As he adopts a stance with his legs apart and his skills ready, waiting for your death, this teacher will also take his own life to atone." Abeya sneered and said, "Teacher, it's because you always think you're right that the ground suddenly cracked open." A black sword emerged from somewhere, and Abeya continued arrogantly, "That's why you lost like this." That black blade pierced Vodaisu's heart, causing him immense pain. Seeing this scene, he could only chuckle ha. Master Wudai wondered why this was happening and who was responsible. When he turned around, he was utterly surprised by what he saw behind him. A shadow like Abeya's is stabbing him from behind with a sword. "So you're a dual ability user?" As he finished speaking, the shadow pulls out the sword, delivering a fatal blow to the Master Vodai. He spat blood. "Is tonight the end? I cannot fix it after all. Did I make a mistake?" Vodaisu now lying on the ground, covered in blood. "Abeya, I still have one question. Clearly, you knew that my protective gold body could automatically block any attack from any angle, but how could you be sure that ambushing me from behind would succeed?" Abeya sighed, "Because the master had stepped in to block my sudden attack. Usually you would dismiss this kind of attack. But at that moment, I realized that your Hankim body could block all attacks, yet it also took away your strongest defensive gold body. I was not mistaken about you." Vodaisu smiled and then left, as the heavy rain and thunder roared around him. Vodaisu was respectfully laid to rest by Abeya's bell, and he even left his left arm in front of his tomb. That arm seems to express that you have severed your past grudges. As for Vodaisu's departure, the rain and thunder continued to pour. Abeya approached the Buddha tower, feeling that she was right inside it. As she held her severed arm, she thought to herself that these years of exile had only prolonged her suffering, all for the hope of someday seeing her again. He stepped inside, where the walls were covered with talismans and the cursed Muramasa the owner had returned. But inside was completely empty, and the cursed Muramasa had vanished. Abeya gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't do anything. The next morning, at the mansion, Truck Kam woke up on the roof in the rain. She snorted softly because of the cold rain. She wondered if she had caught a cold. Strange. I've never felt any pain before. Just a strange feeling. Then she stood up. Forget it, anyway, it's already morning. I should take a hot shower. In Xiaobai's bathroom right now, the water is flowing very strongly, and Xiaobai quickly rinses his face. This is probably his private moment, and he is thinking about what happened last night. He seems to have done something very terrible, and wonders how he will explain it when they wake up later. He looked at himself in the mirror, and suddenly realized what those blood streaks were. Could it be that the poison they were exposed to yesterday was this? A faint trace of poison escaped from his mouth. He guessed that this poison must activate only with a skill, so by absorbing their toxins, he could also trigger the skill's effect. This can also be considered a blessing in disguise. I smile. The events I've experienced so far come to mind. Since I joined the spirit realm, I've absorbed a large amount of energy through the infinite shadow. It is precisely because this immense energy surpassing ordinary people can help me advance into the rank of S-level spirit guardian. But I can clearly feel that since Liu Qi's incident, the energy I absorb no longer has as much effect on leveling up as before. Playing games randomly like that, the higher the level, the more experience points it needs to level up. To break out of this bottleneck, I have to seize those special abilities. If I can master the abilities I acquire, my power will become much more formidable and harder to break through. He stepped out of the bathroom and was a bit surprised by what he saw in the bedroom. Bin Ni had woken up, so the owner had already been up for a while. It seems his poisoning was no longer too serious. Vuamak sat on the bed, feeling proud. I told you so. Indeed, the three of us fighting together was the right choice. Lily, too, still hasn't shaken off her embarrassment. Teobak, last night, due to the urgent situation, we had no choice but to work together to detoxify you. Everything has its reason. But since it has come to this, you can also be considered his woman now, look. Teobak blushed, of course, all of you are always, but inside, he was cursing himself. Teobak, luckily you're really a beast. Bak Tongchu, is there a spacious and private training ground here? Usually nobody comes, right? Since the residual poison is still there, you want a rematch with me? Vuamak thought Teobak wanted to be alone with her, but it was just his misunderstanding. Teobak scratched his head and said, I'm completely fine now. I just wanted to find a place to train. Although our time is limited, any moment we can train to become stronger is a chance we must seize. Vuamak smiled proudly, truly worthy of being my man, always so reliable. We also have to try our best. A week later, on an island in the west, an ominous aura spread that made people shiver without feeling cold. The source was the island of the deadly intent of Master Manhwa, where countless monsters gathered, enough to terrify just by looking at them. At that moment, Dai Manhwa spoke. The time had come to unleash his power. He reached out his hand forward, rotating his wrist in front of his subordinates. A portal opens, which is the space teleportation gate of Master Manhwa. He orders, through this gate lies the territory of the Nu Nyi Kwuk. Go now, my brave warriors. Go and force them to retreat. His face becomes extremely terrifying. The monsters seem stimulated, incredibly brave and fierce in battle. They roar excitedly in support of Damanoa's words. They quickly move towards the gate to conquer Nu Nyi Kwuk. Seeing the enthusiastic monsters, the subordinate of the great demon also praised that they seemed to have great spirit, which made me feel excited as well. He took off his black round cloak. He is Eric, the murderous king of the 5 heavenly kings, wielding deadly power, with a fierce desire for battle, almost unable to wait any longer. The level S fairy guardian of the fairy palace, riding a flying sword. Use her to test my new equipment. It should look good, with the gear appearing and disappearing subtly. Buddha Pearl saw the great demon, no, the ghoul, and quickly flew toward the gate. I want to lead the first battle. Next to him, a girl also just took off her cloak. Truly a fool. The 5-element human race, this death-related development, what right do they have to compare themselves to me? The one who just spoke is Sophia, the matter of the capital. She stepped onto the ground and took to the air, spreading her black wings. Fate had it that today would be a brutal battle, so don't all die. Abeha looked at the 2 people earlier and suddenly felt strange. Was it just her hallucination? Why does the Eric from earlier feel so familiar? He suddenly recalls Eric's fierce attitude. Then someone nearby calls his name. Abeha, you seem to be troubled inside. Your injured arm still hurting, Thiendu asked. But Abeha's cold reply was, I'm fine. No need for you to worry, which made her furious. She feels extremely angry and proud, yet she despises his kindness and concern. This guy is pretending, right? There's no man in this world who can resist her charm. Great demon! Noah interrupted her thoughts. Enough already. We have to go now. At the same time, on the female Nyi Kwuk side, or rather, on the remaining part of the transportation gate, Noah's puppet soldiers have spread throughout Nu Nyi Kwuk, but unexpectedly, there are no signs of any people here. Nu Nyi Kwuk has turned into a land of ruins. 2 of Noah's puppet soldiers, level ghost Changgu sentinels, are wandering around Nu Nyi Kwuk searching for people. Strange, with such a large city, why is there no sign of anyone? They keep circling, looking for the Nu Nyi Kwuk residents, and assume they have all fled. Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky with an SSR lightning skill, its greatest advantage being wide area damage. And as the voice rang out, Noah's puppet soldiers wondered who was speaking. A triumphant smile appeared. Let's see how you handle this, little brat. A series of lightning strikes rained down across Nu Nyi Kwuk. Everywhere was filled with thunder and lightning. These strikes defeated Noah's puppet soldiers. The entire Nu kingdom is filled with the smell of the craters caused by the lightning strikes, and it smells terrible. Xiaobai said that this was the first time they chose to attack Nu kingdom head-on, but they were repelled by the White Clan leader alone. He smiled smugly, since frontal assault failed. You devised another plan to break apart Nu Nhi Quoc from within. The surrounding cliffs and rocky walls make up all sides of Nu Nhi Quoc, with only the mountain gate as the sole path up, a natural terrain that makes Nu Nhi Quoc easy to defend but hard to attack. If there's a way to infiltrate Nu Nhi Quoc from within, controlling Nu Nhi Quoc would be as easy as pie. You must have already calculated this, Noah, listening to these words. Could only remain silent. But unfortunately, since you've identified the weaknesses of the Nu Nhi Quoc, I can also seriously analyze them. Xiao Bai. Tiandu stands beside Noah, smiling, but was interrupted by a brat, who would have thought even he could be wrong sometimes. Noah remains calm. In war, victory or defeat is common. Besides, I only lost some of my officers, and I still have plenty of puppet soldiers. Noah's puppet soldier, a level fake demon, and the chieftain of the headhorns now steps forward to block. Seeing the big headhorn, Xiao Bai remains calm. Bing Noi, are you ready? Bing Ni also steps forward beside you. Rest assured, master. She still uses her supernatural power, the gravity field 30 times stronger than her own, making the head Chow unable to move. It panicked what's happening, suddenly feeling as if weighed down by a burden, almost unable to move. A gravity 30 times stronger is part of my daily training, so I basically don't feel anything. Xiao Bai still stands normally. No matter how many fake demons there are, to me, they pose no threat at all. Then he jumped up, making it impossible for the opponent to see. The head Chow was even more panicked by his speed, too fast to catch his movements. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Xiao Bai preparing to strike at him. 2 sword slashes whistled past, and before the head Chu could react, he was brutally cut down. Xiao Bai stands atop him with an imposing presence, but he's still talking big. He's just used to heavy gravity, nothing to fear. The head Chow, undefeated in 100 battles. He just finished his sentence when Xiao Bai swung his sword for another strike. You talk too much already. The chieftain of the orcs was defeated. He opened his mouth wide, blood flowing from it, still showing a look of fear. Xiao Bai stands on the edge of the battlefield, each drop of energy falling like rain. He recalls why Elder Yu Qi warned that facing the Heavenly Vengeance King would lead to a land and family in ruin. Being able to control countless demonic energy clones like these truly makes them a national-level threat. With dozens of demon energy clones of the 100-legged snake, Noah's puppet soldiers, Bai channels his energy, waves of power radiating from his body, exuding an overwhelming aura. He thinks that if he hadn't evacuated the civilians earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He stomps his foot firmly on the ground and soars up to attack the 100-legged snake. You fly into the air among the snakes, turn to focus your energy into your 2 swords, preparing to strike. Li Mu gazes at the snakes, and Xiao Bai uses his electric discharge skill. They couldn't react in time as the lightning-imbued sword sliced through and easily cut down the 100-legged snake group. Continuing to descend into the area of sword attacks against the 100-legged snakes, Xiao Bai clearly understood his advantage because of the existence of the infinite shadow, which allowed him to absorb enough energy during the fight. Tubok's eyes glow with a sharp gaze, their entire eye white. As long as he can fight, he will become stronger. No matter how many of the fake power beings there are, they are just ants before Tubok's power. Bin Yi is more and more amazed. This is the result of the owner's hard training. The owner truly is becoming stronger every day. All the fake forces that passed through the teleportation gate and arrived here were defeated by Tubok alone, who sat on top of the mountain made from their corpses. At this moment, Xiao Bai was also exhausted, panting heavily. He thought that although he had absorbed a lot of energy, he still seemed to be a little short of breaking through, and his stamina was also depleted. Senja needs to consider whether to use the Earth Sovereign skill, which could seize her territory, and activate the vitality of plants and animals to restore her condition. Tubok uses an SR-level skill, the Steel, gradually restoring his energy. Looking at his hand, Little White smiled. Good. I've successfully recovered my stamina, and the wounds on my body are gone. Little White turned to look and saw that an unexpected event had occurred. In the distance, an energy vortex appears forming a portal. Xiao Bai has finished dealing with the minor enemies. Now, it's the turn of the Sanguyi Tianvuang. Xiao Bai stands alongside Li Li Tu and Zhuo Chang, watching the energy portal. Looking down from above, there is a male figure standing at the energy gate. It is the god of death. Above him are all the female swordmasters of the Nu Nhi Quoc gathered, belonging to the sword sect and the Sky Domination Sword Corps, with the King of Faces sitting on a sword, looking down. The house in the female nation can be rebuilt, but my man is only Tubok. King Matmat gazed at Satnangu Tianvuang without fear, so you are Satnangu Tianvuang, right? This place will now become your grave. Noah stands in the middle observing. It seems we are surrounded now with such a formidable aura. This is the first time I've seen it. Eric cracks his fingers, looking pleased. That's more like it. Eric looks at Xiaobai. That arrogant one with infinite dark energy has been acting cocky all day. I can't hold back anymore. I must kill him first before dealing with the Face King. Noah warns Eric that you guys still can't move in. Eric, confused. Isn't he the target of this operation? Noah explains that the infinite shadow is indeed our target, but the energy from the shadow core isn't enough yet. We still need to gather more. Noah removed his cloak to reveal his face, wearing a crown of dark energy, but his current power was not enough to awaken the ancient ancestor. Teobok stared at the true face of the 5 Heavenly Kings leader, squinting his eyes to see clearly once more. Xiaobai realizes it's him. He remembers that face clearly, and he stares intently at Noah. Suddenly, he hears a voice from somewhere, a voice he hasn't heard in a long time, a familiar voice. It's Long Ming. Inside your mind, Long Min said. Xiaobai, although I don't remember the details of that time, I will never forget that face. Long Min said. The face of the one who killed my body is him. So the enemy you're facing is Noah, then. I remember we once agreed I would help you take revenge. Long Min hesitated silently for a moment. Long Min told you that he is somewhat different from your previous opponents because he is an extremely dangerous character. Even someone at my peak level has fallen to him. You are basically no match for him, and based on your current strength, your chances of winning are 0%. Tubat thinks to himself that with only a 0% chance of winning, he must fight with all his might. Not just for himself, but for the fate of the entire Ni kingdom, as all the female swordmasters are waiting for orders to join this battle. Moreover, this time, Xiaobai is not fighting alone. Lili Si and Jia Chang are fighting alongside him. Lili Si drew her sword, knowing she is now part of Xiaobai's team, and she will risk everything to protect him. Truck Kam also drew her sword, determined to fight Abiha. Today, it ends. Vumak ordered, swords clashed, and the sky erupted with thunderous sounds. Hundreds of swords are descending, sharp as shooting stars, while Wu Mo sits calmly on her sword, observing. The flying swords aimed directly at the 5 Heavenly Kings with deadly intent, but they remained still, without any reaction. The sound and impact echoed as Vumak's rain of swords was blocked by something. The swords were knocked away and clattered to the ground, and Vumak's technique was easily broken. Vumak didn't expect there to be such a thing today. She felt it was very similar to Long Yen's skill. Sophia's wings form a protective armor, blocking all the rain of swords. It is the fallen angel's black wing ability. Eric was anxious. If we can't touch that little brat with the cursed aura, then we can only start with Vumak, Noah said directly to Eric. His fist clenched, Eric looked up at the sky. Those things up there are all my belongings. Don't interfere in my fight. Eric gathered strength in his legs and slammed into the ground. Eric shot straight up at super speed, confidently wiping his fists and preparing to fight alone against all the second-ranked female swordsmen. He charged directly at Vumak, shouting, "Vumak, have you ever tasted a punch this strong?" Suddenly, a cigarette flew past Eric's face, catching his attention. It was moving too fast for him to see clearly. Something was coming, a dart or a bomb. No, it was a lit cigarette head, and it exploded, blowing Eric away. He was thrown back by the force of the explosion and hit the ground, dust billowing everywhere. Finally, Eric crashed into a stone slab, smoke rising from his body, and the explosion had caused him minor injuries. Eric was surprised. Even a cigarette head can explode with such incredible force. Who the hell was the bastard who attacked me? Eric stood up, clutching his stomach, and there was another person standing in front of him. Eric recognized her. It seemed she was the one who threw the cigarette head. So what if she said that? While smoking, she said, "Someone like you who also claims to be worthy of fighting our sect master, that is the second elder of the sword sect of the female nation, I wish." I wish. Looking at Eric, she spoke confidently, "With this elder handling, you would be more than enough." Eric stepped forward. "So you're just the elder of the second-ranked female sect. You're no match for me." He pointed to himself and said, "According to our spirit guardian standards, I should at least be rated S. Call your sect leader out to fight me." I wish I could sigh. She thought this guy was really stupid. Giving up on dealing with this kind of mindless fool, she regretted throwing away that cigarette earlier. On this side, a battle was underway, with pink vines flying to attack. Lily quickly uses her sword and legs to defend herself. Looking at the attacker, Lily recognizes the figure, who then asks her, "I hope you are still well, Lily." Thindu raised her thorny stick high. She was intoxicated, but still fine. Lucky someone helped her read the poison. Lily blushed. "That's my private matter. You don't need to know." Thindu had guessed it from the start. The only male in the second female lead's heart is Xiaobai. Who else could it be? Only someone in her heart could cure my poison. Senza has secretly loved him for a long time, hasn't she? Just too shy to admit it. I never expected I would become the matchmaker for both of you. Lily Tu's face turned red, and her eyes widened when told she had a black heart. Thiendu continued teasing Lily Tu. How did it feel to taste the forbidden fruit for the first time? Was it pleasurable? Lily Tu closed her eyes, shook her head repeatedly. Damn it, stop saying such dirty words. They make me can't help but remember. She blushed and looked at him, saying, Little White? Little White also called Lily Tu, staring intently at her. Lily Tu suddenly rushed forward and kissed Little White. Little White didn't react. From now on, he will be her exclusive holy knight. They embrace and kiss, a very romantic scene. No matter how much pain you suffer, I will heal you. Lily Tu feels uncomfortable, damn it, so embarrassed. Just facing her makes strange images appear in her mind, and she can't focus on fighting. Over here, the battle is more intense as the two swords clash. Truck-Cam and Abea are dueling, both stepping back. Abea greets. It's been a long time since we last met, Truck-Cam. You've grown up. Truck-Cam looks at Abea. Where is your left arm? Abea hesitated for a moment. His left arm. His martial arts were taught by his master, and he has returned it to him as after the brutal battle with the great master. Abea's hand was gone.
Truck-Cam nghe tin này thì bị sốc, cô lo lắng. Không phải Vô Đại Sư cũng bị, do cảm thụ. Vô Đại Sư luôn gửi gắm hy vọng vào anh, Abea bình thân nổi.
I also regret it deeply, but I have no other choice, Abea said with no trace of remorse in his eyes. I have walked a path with no way back. I can never turn around. Truck-Cam clenched his sword, emanating a dark aura, willing to abandon his humanity for this love. Today, I will take your face with this sword, Abea. You must wake up. Abea looked at Truck with a vacant expression, his eyes devoid of any affection. In the sky now, Sophia and King Mac face each other in battle. Girl, are you so exhausted that you're lacking energy? Sophia felt annoyed at being underestimated. Her chest is only slightly larger, so she shouldn't have such a strong love for Viet. Xiaobai has been observing all along. 4 of the Heavenly King assassins have already attacked, but 1 is still standing still. His target should be me, so why hasn't he made a move yet? Noah remains still, surrounded by chaos and rising dust. Xiaobai doesn't understand. What exactly is he waiting for? Hold on, I've prepared another opponent inside me. Tubat thought this was the superior telepathy ability. He was talking to himself, and it seemed like he could see his thoughts. Could he really read minds? According to what the Elder had described about Noah's abilities, he possessed an extremely terrifying SSL-level skill called Spirit Extraction. He can extract abilities from skill users, transfer them into items, and forge powerful artifacts containing those abilities. Xiaobai finally understood why Longming fears him so much. If he forges enough artifacts, he could theoretically possess countless types of abilities. Teleportation across distances is achieved through the gate that brought the fake Force users to Noah, and he can also control a large army of fake Force users whose strength is not weak. The divine communication and mind-reading abilities are the powers you just witnessed Noah demonstrate. Even more terrifying is that he hasn't even fought seriously, so no one can really know how many abilities he has. Intelligence on Noah is limited. He is indeed a formidable opponent, and Xiaobai watched Noah carefully. Noah then used the celestial map of heaven and earth, causing the ground to shake. Xiaobai stood with his legs wide apart to keep his balance, feeling the immense impact. Mountains were trembling. What was happening? Xiaobai turned around suddenly. Could it be the direction of the Nuni Quok civilians' residence? The rocks began to crack, and an entire mountain was about to be destroyed. Xiaobai sweated. So the opponent he prepared for was that guy? A giant foot stomped down, causing the earth to shake, its body as large as a mountain slowly moving. That huge creature is a giant elephant, a super divine power user, the golden tooth, old elephant, the white elephant. As it steps forward, I smell my little sister's scent. She's definitely here. Standing on the back of the white elephant is a super divine power user, the golden mantis beast king, the clear sage, frowning as he looks down below. It's not just our little sister, but all the little sisters of the female nation are hiding here. Below, the common women of the female nation are hiding in the forest, curious to see. It's so huge. That must be an elite supernatural force. The pressure is too strong. They start to panic, and soon the members of the Imperial Sword Corps have all gone to the front lines. We can't defeat this kind of monster. We're definitely going to die. Wit Teen stepped forward to shield the crowd and reassured everyone not to be afraid. I am obeying Lord Bai's order to protect everyone's safety, no matter what enemy we face. I will not back down.
Despite sweating with fear, Nguyen Tien bravely stepped forward to fight. Holding her sword in reverse, she told the villagers that as long as she was alive, she would not let anything happen to them. The white elephant, furious, roars with overwhelming power, saying he lives up to his reputation as the disciple of the Mac King. Truly courageous. The white elephant opens his mouth wide, gathering energy to attack. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. Bak Tung uses the old elephant earth technique, unleashing a burst of energy that blows everything away. Trees are swept into the air. The remaining energy continues to shoot out, splitting the forest in two behind it. Finally, the white elephant stopped attacking. The smoke from the explosion billowed up, and he stood watching. The swordmaster standing above the white elephant called out, "Second brother, it seems your senses are sharp now. Don't let the little sister get hurt." The white elephant says, "The power of the stone's breakthrough is too great. Having just broken through to the divine level, so my junior brother isn't used to it yet. Nguyen Tien can still hold on after Bak Tuong's attack, I told you. As long as I am alive, then I will not let you harm the people of the Nu Ni nation." Nguyen Tien trembled, her clothes torn apart, struggling to stand while leaning on her sword. The women of the Nu Ni village were moved to tears. It's Nguyen Tien risking her life to save us. She truly is the bodyguard of Master Bak. The white elephant roared in anger, not expecting anyone to stop the super divine level attack. "You're surely dead now. Taste this." The elephant's trunk lashed straight at Nguyen Tien, the ancient elephant's fury. Yu Xuan saw the situation growing more and more dire, staring blankly at the approaching trunk of the white elephant. "It's over. I used all my strength to block the previous attack. Now I have no strength left in my arm. Damn it, I can't complete the Sectmaster's mission." She closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, accepted her fate, but then she thought, "I still can't die. Bak Tuong smugly thinks her body can't withstand my giant trunk. Nguyen Tien is still confused. She thinks the feeling of dying is a bit strange." She slightly opened her eyes, her gaze blank. "Why do I feel no pain?" There's a voice behind her. "You've done well, Nguyen Tien." Shobai protected her from the white elephant's attack and said it was her perseverance and effort that saved this group of civilians. Yuan Tian sat on the ground, surprised and unable to believe she had just escaped death. Shobai smiled at her and said, "Let me help you complete the mission." Nguyen Tien turned to look at him, her face blushing as she stammered a thank you. Everyone was excited. That was the Sectmaster's man. The Sectmaster's man has come to save us. Xiaobai turned to call the two strength-enhanced guys. "Hey, you two dirtbags! If you want to fight, come at me." You spin around to prepare to attack them. You rush forward at super speed, putting it into Bai's trunk, causing him great pain, my giant trunk flailing wildly, making the swordsman fall down. He says, "Second Earth, stay calm. It's just a small tear." The Celestial Master landed easily, hitting the ground with great force. He was a bit worried. The Second Earth's trunk was as hard as iron, yet that guy easily cut 2 wounds, probably a coincidence due to the sharpness of the 2 earth blades. Suddenly, he saw something that made his face go completely blank, his cheeks flushing red. Previously, standing far away, the Manhwa artist couldn't clearly see this familiar figure. Thibang, who was tied up and hanging from a tree, was shouting excitedly, but had her mouth covered. Xiaobai wondered why she suddenly became so agitated for no reason. Tansu realized she wasn't his own little Mui, as she was tied upside down here, shouting loudly and struggling because her mouth was stuffed. Because these 3 brothers share a spiritual connection. They can understand each other without speaking. Thibang told Tansu that this man was the one who trapped her in the demon cage. "Our 2 brothers and sisters are separated, and he has bound little sister in such a shameful way, draining her energy and essence every day. I have endured all his humiliations, and I don't want to live anymore. Big brother, second sister, please save little sister from this suffering." The shameful image that the elder brother and Nika imagine is Xiaobai repeatedly whipping Thibang, who is bound and crying out desperately, begging, "Stop, please, don't, I can't take it anymore," while you, excited, continue to strike her. The 2 older brothers are furious. Tansu looks at him with a look of hatred and lust. We see little Miu as if she were a beast in the palm of our hand. Loving her deeply, anyone who dares to dishonor her, he looks at them confused and clueless, lustful. What is little Miu to him? "I see now your true goal isn't the common people of the female nation, but the bird people." Tansu roared with fury, opening his mouth wide and howling fiercely. When Thibang hears this sound, her mind and heartbeat change, and a large aura of red energy radiates from her.
She easily breaks free from the chains, her eyes glowing with a terrifying red light, and her presence also shifts dramatically. The celestial person sees the situation getting tense and starts sweating, so Thebang's recovery was successful. No way. Every day Xiaobai absorbs her energy and keeps her under control, making her stay in human form. "You didn't expect this, did you, you bastard, my king of the dirty fox? I have returned." And Thebang's expression has changed now. Standing before Teobak, ready to take revenge, I was also surprised. The lion's roar helped him recover his state, right? Thebang told you that not only does it restore the state, but the roar of my big brother also stirs the fighting spirit of the army, helping their combat power explode in a short time. Teobak smiled calmly, thinking the effect was like a stimulant. Could it really boost the army? Huh? That sounds pretty good. Thebang and the two big brothers have surrounded Little White. Thebang confidently looking at him. "We have 2 super divine level beings and 1 divine level, no matter which god you are. As long as you are surrounded by my 3 brothers, you will surely die. I will return to you twice the shame I endured." She blushed and glared at Little White with furious eyes. As Thebak's foot touched the ground and broke free from her control, she rushed forward. "Feel my anger, you bastard." And rocks and dirt flew up all around. Xiaobai was caught off guard and was hit by Shibai's attack, sending him flying far away, creating a vortex with the force of the impact. Wherever Little White passes, rocks and dust scatter everywhere. Seeing the thick smoke and dust in front of him, and that Little White is nowhere to be seen, Thebak smiles smugly. "You didn't react at all. It seems you have no chance of winning when comparing to my white elephant's speed in its berserk state." Yes, the speed is very fast, but it's still a pity. A bright sphere of energy echoing from the chaotic dream of Little White envelops him. Xiaobai still stands firm with a bright smile. "Your attack isn't strong enough to break the shield." As he finishes speaking, he suddenly reaches out and launches a direct attack towards Xibai. The speed of this attack was so fast that she was stunned for a few seconds, but Thebak quickly dodged to the side, thinking that he was very fast, but she was even faster. The power of this attack surprised Thebak. Although she dodged, its spread still affected her a little. Is his strike really that strong, almost comparable to a white elephant and a king of mages? Seems he's not just someone who absorbs energy. "Where is he? When did he disappear? I didn't notice." Thebak was confused when suddenly Xiaobai vanished before her eyes. Suddenly, from behind, he had already pressed close to Thebak, and Xiaobai's hands, whether accidentally or intentionally, had placed themselves on her chest. This sudden touch made her blush and feel embarrassed. Thebak hesitated and said, "Stop! What are you trying to do? If you don't want to be drained of all your energy, just listen to me." She obediently complied, but inside she was screaming, "Don't say things like that in my ear. That spot is too sensitive." This is the second time he's silently pressed close to my body without me noticing. Even though I'm usually proud of my speed and observation skills, I can't see his movements, especially since I'm a god-level illusionist. Thebak, feeling both embarrassed and humiliated, couldn't accept that her abilities were inferior to Xiaobai's, and wondered if his power could surpass that of a divine level. Seeing the scene of her blushing face, the white elephant's anger flared, and the demoness quickly released my little nose. Bak Tuang also launched a powerful attack towards Xiaobai, but he quickly embraced Xibai and flew up in front of him, successfully dodging the swift strike. "Use all your strength to fly as far as possible. Tear her 2 breasts apart." It turns out you didn't personally act, but controlled Thebak to fly up. She was so ashamed she cried out, "Big brother, second brother, come save me." Xiaobai clings tightly to her. "Mula!" Master Than rides the white elephant, speeding up to chase after the demon. "No way you're escaping. Someone wants to take Little Mui away." Nguyen Tien stands there, speechless at the chaos caused by Little White. She gasped for breath. She left. Xiaobai had driven them away. But in Nguyen Tien's eyes there was still a look of tension. Finally able to rest, she tiredly lay down on the grass. Xiaobai did this probably to protect herself and the civilians behind. Dan is stronger than the white elephant Thebang and the great elephant, so if they fight here, it will surely affect these innocent civilians. No matter who wins or loses in the end, the consequences would be unimaginable. Much more than Tubak expected. In no time, Little White had driven them far away to a deserted mountain. Little White glanced secretly, estimating that this distance should be enough, and decided to deal with them here. "I've seen a kind of divine martial art in the story that can help me now, so I'll tell you to push the bang away while you do it." The Sword Saint wondered why he wasn't running anymore. "Although I can't unleash a strong light, I can make use of the sunlight we have." The monk is indeed bothered by this light. Oh no, from this angle the sunlight is too blinding. Tiny White used the sunlight to shine directly into the monk's eyes, and he was indeed made uncomfortable by the sunlight and couldn't open his eyes. Seizing the moment when the monk was unprepared, he launched an attack, punching straight into the monk's face. But it seemed that this time Tiny White had used almost all his strength, and his face caved in like a soft bun.
The force of this attack was so powerful that it not only made him spit blood, but also sent him flying far away. The unprepared monk fell to the ground, looking very pitiful. I don't know how the battle is going for the female Nai Kingdom, but that black Noah keeps making me uneasy. I can't stay here too long. As soon as I finished my thoughts, Xiaobai flew over and took the opportunity to kill him. At this moment, the monk looked extremely miserable, and before he had a chance to stand up, another blow was struck. I don't know what method Little White used, only seeing a streak of blue light slash across his face. When everything was over, only Xiaobai, holding the twin swords in both hands, remained, while the Than sage was once again thrown far away. He was truly serious, his face changing color as he watched him slowly fly away. It's over. His blood splattered everywhere, falling from above like a rain of blood. My big brother is invincible in the world. How could that damn bastard have hurt him? Next, the white elephant takes its turn, standing tall with a sword in each hand like a beast tamer. Suddenly, a fierce punch strikes toward Xiaobai's face. It turns out it was the swordmaster speaking. He still hasn't been defeated and actually seems more vigorous. A murderous aura radiates from his back, striking straight down where Little White is standing. Thick smoke billowed up, forming a long and deep scar. Under this attack, if not hit in the vital points, one would still be seriously injured. But Little White's martial arts are truly exceptional. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. You are also surprised. I hit him hard enough, why he not only didn't die, but became stronger. Master Than shouted loudly, and the second brother unleashed all the energy from the breaking stone. Tonight I will avenge the little sister no matter what, even if I have to risk my life today to vent my anger for her. He roars loudly, still channeling his internal energy, and the gem on his chest begins to glow. When the second brother's car no longer wanted to fight, but because of the little sister, he was willing to burn himself one more time. Moved to tears, she never thought that the two brothers would love her so much. Little Bai was knocked far away, but from this distance he could still see the fierce energy of his younger brother's form. I didn't expect that the breakthrough stone had such immense power, as if the entire forest was trembling because of it. He silently pondered, feeling just like Director Liu at that moment. Soon, the celestial master had recovered his strength. His voice grew loud and domineering. Hey, you still haven't seen the true power of a super divine breakthrough level second-tier god. Today I will teach you how to be a proper person. Suddenly, the sage felt something strange in his body. A wave of pain struck him. This is a breakthrough stone, and there's a problem with it. We've been deceived by Noah. Xiaobai and Shibang are also surprised, both stopping in confusion, not understanding what is happening. Bok Tung and the master both fall down at the same time. She panics and shouts, "Big brother, second brother, what's wrong with you two?" At Noah's place, he looks up at the sky where the red energy is surging. It seems the moment has come. Xiaobai, as long as you kill them, the two sources of divine-level energy will belong to you. Amid the wild mountains and forests, the wind blows strongly, making the leaves shimmer with light. The Bang shouted in fear, "Big brother, second brother, what happened to you two? Why did it suddenly turn out like this?" It's Noah. You both were deceived by him. Even though I received the power of a super god, once this power is fully unleashed, it will harm myself, and both of you have no strength left. That perverted bastard could easily kill us now, but he still doesn't understand the situation. Hurry and run, or we will all die here. The Bang lowered his head silently. Bok Tung whispered, "Listen to me and run quickly. Your life is more important than all three of us dying." At this moment, all she felt was regret and sorrow, mixed emotions streaming down her cheeks in tears. It's all because I insisted on attacking the female nation that I caused this outcome for everyone. If something happens to the two of you, I will definitely not survive alone. Little Bai didn't know when he had stood behind them, overhearing their conversation. His face was filled with a mix of emotions, and surely he never expected Noah to betray his own people like that. What do you mean by that look? You don't value the power of my people, do you? Big brother and second brother only want to save me. They don't want to become enemies of the female nation. Please give them a way to survive. As long as you don't harm the two Kaka, I can agree to any of your demands. Little sister doesn't need to beg him. He's a filthy demon and will surely make some despicable request. I followed my older brother's imagination and did as this strange-clothed person asked. So can you forgive my older brother and second brother? Now, I want you to form an alliance with me to fight against the great demon master Noah. If I'm not mistaken, your Kaka was like that because of Noah, right? Noah did this to them. It seems he wants to help me absorb more energy. He has never fought directly, probably because he's waiting for my strength to grow. No, it's not just me, but the infinite shadow. My big brother and second brother are badly injured and probably can't fight for you anymore. Don't worry, I have prepared a lot for this fight. What is that? How can he use so many miraculous skills? A beautiful girl is quickly called out. Is he calling me, my new master? Lena is one of the souls I rescued from the silver. As long as the soul enters the body, it can temporarily use the soul's power. Then, sweating profusely, I help him with the remaining unknown skills. Lena wants to heal them. Xiaobai sternly told Lena to enter his body to treat. Lena respectfully bows, pledging to serve the sea, my master. While Xiaobai is healing, the battle in the New Nyi kingdom continues. Lily Tu and Thiendu are still evenly matched, neither willing to admit defeat. Holy night. Lily Tu fought hard, but then ran away. Are you afraid of something? Is it me who made you remember something bad about the lake? Lily Tu blushed. I can't fight like this. I have to get myself together. Water. Water can help someone stay alert, Lily Tu thought as she plunged into the lake in front of her. She quickly dove into the cold water to regain her composure. Lily Tu quickly sank deeper, trying to endure as the water surrounded her body. She finally regained her composure, the strange scene disappeared, and Lily Tu opened her eyes wide. But hiding in the water like this isn't a good solution. I need to quickly think of a way to resist her evil intentions, or it will be hard to win. Lily Tu raised her head to breathe through her mouth, bubbles forming. I think I have a way now. Before she could react, Thiendu's whip struck the water, piercing through from her neck and wrapping around in multiple circles, leaving Lily Tu stunned and unable to respond. The stick quickly tightened around her neck, making it even harder for Lily Tu to breathe underwater, and now, with it constricting her neck, she struggled a bit. She thought she could hide in the water without issue, but I can still catch her. Come back here. When Lily Tu was pulled out of the water, fresh blood flowed from Fuja's throat. She fell, gasping for air and wounded by that stick, struggling to the point of exhaustion. And it seemed Lily Tu was no match for Thiendu. Is it worth risking your life for a little white boy to oppose the will of the King of Death? That man is not worth it, she sneered. A foolish girl like you who only knows love. Be careful not to be deceived by men. Lily Tu struggled to speak each word, not allowing anyone to speak ill of the little white. She couldn't even protect herself, let alone defend that man, especially with them being so lecherous right now. Goodbye, Lily Tu. Thiendu suddenly swung the stick forcefully towards her, the spiked stick aimed straight at her face. And Lily Tu, now truly weak, could no longer move and just sat there accepting the blow. But Lily Tu managed to quickly grab the stick with her hand, blood continuously flowing from her hand. Who dares to think I have no strength left to fight? Surely she has regained her composure. Thiendu was panic-stricken. How could she possibly stop my attack? She thought that when her wickedness took over, Lily Tu would become aroused and just want someone to help her undress, but instead Lily Tu became even more calm. Could she resist her seduction while Thiendu was thinking? Lily Tu had already stood up, her fighting spirit burning bright. Lily Tu's hand was covered in blood as she forcefully yanked the stick towards herself. Thiendu was suddenly lifted into the air, panic-stricken. What the hell is she trying to do? It's over. No escape, my little white. You'll pay a heavy price. Thiendu receives a powerful kick to the face, with Lily Tu's strength behind the attack, sending her flying across the vast lake. I am a warrior fighting for love. And before the power of love, nothing else matters. Where Thiendu fell, dust and smoke billowed up, and she was caught off guard with no chance to fight back. It hurts so much, every bone and joint feels shattered. No wonder she's a babysitter. But I think I know why she can resist my poison now. Just now, she covered herself with a shimmering light, probably using energy to create a thin barrier around her to block her lustful aura. If I can tear through that barrier, I will definitely defeat her. After being hit like that, Thiendu's clothes quickly soaked through. Lily Tu swiftly leapt across from the other side to her. She was furious and shouted loudly, "Hey, you pervert, where are you looking?" Lily Tu just knocked her away, and before she could get up, she charged in to strike again. Thiendu was stunned, too quick for her to even breathe. Lily Tu began to channel her internal energy, using her body to sense everything carefully. A sword slashes across Thiendu's body, causing her to panic and step back in fear. The attack was powerful and destructive, forcing her to evade quickly. The attack power is too terrifying. If we're not careful, we might be doomed. Lily Tu's expression darkened. Her control turned cruel, as if she wanted to taste the feeling of being buried alive.
Thiendu still in shock, unaware of what Lily 2 is saying. In front of her, the large rocks Lily 2 has shattered into many pieces appear before her, and she cannot dodge them in midair. The rocks fell quickly, piling up like a small mountain, trapping Thiendu underneath and leaving her momentarily defenseless. But she quickly used her inner strength to break free, her clothes torn to shreds in the process. Unable to swallow this rage, Thiendu shouted loudly, "Lily 2, I will cut you into 100 pieces!" Lily 2 jumps down from above to face Thiendu, appearing very surprised. "What did you just say?" I couldn't hear clearly from the mountain. Lily 2's calm face only makes her more furious. The only person who can make me feel fear besides Noah is her. The girl in front of me has clearly been pushed into a corner, yet she still keeps fighting. Thiendu slowly gets up. Could it be true what she said? That this is the power of love? The branch in her hand falls heavily onto the cold, hard ground. She is helpless because of her own abilities, as I have met many people with evil personalities, so I always look down on men. I completely don't trust men, and I haven't loved anyone. Since I understood things, I have been alone, unable to feel the warmth of family or the happinesses of love. Only by joining Noah's side can I survive in this chaotic world. I have endured enough bloodshed, greed, and dark days. Thiendu kneels on the ground, longing to live under the sun like Lily 2. Lily 2 wonders, what's wrong with her? Does she have no fighting spirit? Is she delusional? Based on my past combat experience, she's definitely retreating. But I won't chase after her. My enemy's enemy is my friend, and for my happiness I will fight with all my might. Thiendu panicked and shouted, "Wait a minute, I surrender. Do you still want to pursue and kill me completely?" Lily 2 coldly said, "Useless. I won't listen anymore, even if you say so. I don't believe it." A sword strike descends, and Lily 2 seems to have used all her strength for this final attack. Thiendu closes her eyes, waiting, and she appears hopeless, no longer even wanting to counterattack. But after a long while, nothing happened. She slowly opened her eyes. Am I still alive? In front of Thiendu, a tall figure in a black cloak was standing, blocking her way. Lily 2's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before her. Noah, with just one finger, could stop her strongest attack. To Thiendu's surprise, Noah easily blocked Lily 2's sword with just one finger. She stared in shock. "Lord Noah, are you here to save me?" She didn't expect Noah to arrive just in time like this. He is truly one of the members of the Heavenly King's corpse, yet he was broken by the enemy's psychological defense. He glared at her with a dark expression. "Thiendu, you really disappoint me." She panicked and stammered, apologizing profusely as it seemed Thiendu was afraid she would be discarded for being useless. While they were talking, Lily 2 seized the opportunity to leap away, keeping a safe distance from this cunning old man. This one is different from the others. His strength is unpredictable, so don't panic and stay calm. Suddenly, Lily 2's sword slowly shattered into tiny pieces. She was surprised, unable to tell if it was real or fake. Just one finger broke her sword. Knight. Lily 2, you're stronger than I imagined. So what? Join my side and take Thiendu's place. What do you think? Thiendu lowered her head in disappointment, feeling discarded, but she dared not speak up to protest. Join the enemy side if you want, but don't dream about it anymore. I will personally stop your evil plans. Suddenly, Noah shot up so quickly that even Thiendu was surprised. He rushed forward, grabbing Lily 2 by the neck and lifting her high, his face now much more ferocious than before. The old man squeezed even harder, Lily 2's eyes quickly bulging with red veins as she struggled to spit out fresh blood. Noah snarled fiercely, but unfortunately that's not the answer I wanted to hear. Somewhere else in the forest, something seemed to cause a commotion, scaring the birds out of their nests. Eric chased after Yuk-Chi and shouted, "You damn bitch, have you run enough? A real man's fight is a life or death battle." Yuk-Chi turned to look at him. "You idiot, look around yourself." Hearing that, Eric was startled and quickly stopped chasing her, looking around. Those were sparks falling from a cigarette. Eric thought to himself, she's too cunning. Yuk-Chi didn't want to run because she had set a trap. By the time he realized, it was already too late. A huge explosion had occurred just after he learned the truth. The fire quickly spread and billowed throughout the forest. Eric shouted in panic, cursing in desperation. Yuk-Chi closed her eyes and explained that this was her explosive power. Even a tiny flame could be made to explode violently, releasing a powerful blast like a bomb. Even if you are a heavenly king, my big explosion can still take you down. Your dark tricks are only effective against the weak. Eric suddenly appeared, confidently laughing and saying that her move wouldn't affect a real man like him. It could only burn a little of his clothes. He continued, "In my Buddha bull's body, I have Kovo's power, and my golden body can automatically block all attacks against me.
I wish I was surprised that Noah's ability only works when the target is dead. Could it be that Kovo has already been killed? Before she could think further, he rushed forward and threw a punch at her, but Ukchi quickly jumped away just in time to dodge the attack. She smiled contentedly, thinking her speed was enough to dodge his attack. But suddenly, UC-Chi's clothes automatically exploded and tore apart, and she spat out blood. Not knowing why, she couldn't react in time and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out again. He didn't just have one enhancement added to his ability by Noah. The smoke and fire grow stronger in the forest as Eric launches a relentless attack on Ukchi. She is knocked to the ground in a helpless state, still unable to stand up despite her struggles. Seeing her struggling and lying on the ground, he sneered mockingly. Too weak. I've only been fighting for a little while, and I've already reached my limit, with blood and wounds all over, only able to lie motionless on the ground. But he keeps tormenting her. If you're not dead, get up quickly. I'm not done playing yet. Wounded badly, you take another powerful kick to the stomach, which can increase your attack range. Eric was surprised that the leader of the female nation also had some skill. You guessed right, my arm is also enhanced with Noah's psychic ability. Every attack I make carries invisible air cannons, increasing my attack range, which is also why I am known as the explosive power. If you've reached your limit, continuing won't mean anything. I will settle you with this fist. At this moment, she was too exhausted to resist and could only watch him finish her. But suddenly, he stopped. What is this? I can't move. And where did these eyes that can't shoot air bullets come from? A foot of unknown origin suddenly appeared right on his cheek and, moving too fast for him to react, was sent flying away. So it was, Xiaobai, you finally arrived just in time to save me. I wish you wouldn't move. Rest for a bit. Xiaobai looked at her seriously, saying he would deal with him first and then tend to the elder's injuries. I wish I knew how Xiaobai, with this calm and composed demeanor, was so confident he would win. Eric shouted. Even though he hadn't activated his golden body technique, he was kicked in the face by someone. I don't know what you're up to, but if you leave a footprint on my face, you'll definitely die. Then he looked around and was surprised to see everyone on his side standing with Xiaobai. What are the three of you doing? Why are you all working together on this mission? Sacrificing everything, you dare to plot against our big brother and second brother, but our three siblings have already turned against evil and returned to the right path. And now Xiaobai is our new leader. Eric sneered. So it's three traitors. Well, I might as well deal with you all now. Xiaobai turned to Thansu. Use your fury rage to support me. Thansu nodded and obeyed, quickly igniting a blazing fire that seemed to revive Xiaobai once more. Xiaobai was surprised. This was the enhanced effect of the burning rage spirit, his whole body boiling with blood and his fighting spirit soaring, ready for battle. So the dead is that person. You rush to his side at incredible speed, with eyes constantly watching Eric. He looks at those eyes with suspicion. Every time they appear, he can't move. Little White delivered a punch straight to his face, causing Eric's features to distort. He shot straight up into the air, spinning in a somersault without being able to react. Tula Tanyan can suppress targets with lower mental energy, temporarily locking their abilities and skills. Damn it! This is the thing I hate most because it leaves me completely helpless. After the first punch, Xiaobai continued his attack, this time kicking Eric hard in the stomach. Knocked into the air, he plummeted to the ground at incredible speed. The rocks shattered upon his landing, and Oan Baoquan's clothes tore apart into pieces. Embarrassed, Thibang said, Big brother, second brother, and I have already followed the right person, and the swordmaster also agrees with little sister. I wish I could think that Sushu was just overpowered, completely suppressing the heavenly king Eric's body and mind. Maybe he has a chance to become the savior of the female nation. Kako. Eric silently thought, I, the Great One, have roamed freely for half my life and have never tasted such humiliation. Clearly I have my golden body protected by him and the guidance of Oan Baoquan. I should be invincible. If it weren't for those strange eyes, he wouldn't be my opponent at all. I could kill him with a wave of my hand. Xiaobai said, Your expression looks a bit resentful, huh? As soon as I heard you say that, I knew you were mocking him. You keep saying you only win because of the advantage of your equipment, but even without using Tula Evil Eyes, you can't beat me. The energy consumption from using Tula Evil Eyes is gradually increasing. I've used it 3 times in a row and can't use it for now, just in time to scare this guy a bit. I never thought there would be a day when someone would look down on me. Do you think everyone can wear the equipment that Noah provided for the psychic? These items carry the abilities of the dead and also include their lingering resentment from when they were alive. Wearing it for a long time also causes the body to suffer the backlash of the cursed spirit. Only I, among the heavenly vengeance,
can withstand the side effects of this equipment. The stronger the body, the more equipment it can withstand. My body can endure up to 12 sets of gear at once. Eric braced himself and shouted, a beam of light enveloping his entire body, quickly transforming into a dazzling armor. This is my strongest equipment, the sole dominant gear I possess. He laughed maniacally and taunted. So, little Silver, are you so scared you can't even speak? I wish his power, shining with a golden glow all over his body, had been fully unleashed when fighting me. She worries, facing such a strong enemy. What should the young Silver do now? Quickly shout to cheer. Leader, go kill him, the strongest leader. If your face can contain the backlash of the divine spirit, then you can wear his equipment, right? Eric was surprised by the question and asked back, what do you mean? You said my equipment is broken, but I don't know if it will suit me when I wear it. He looked surprised to see someone trying to steal my equipment. At the same time, the aerial battle of the female nation was also beginning. Sophia spoke. With so many people from the female nation, do you know why I chose you as my opponent? Vuamak replied, of course I know. If that's the reason, there's no other way to explain it. Sophia was surprised. No way. Could she really guess it right? Vuamak replied firmly, you are jealous of me. Jealous because my strength is greater than yours. Sophia is so angry. Enough. Shut your mouth right now. Don't talk about size anymore. I keep my body small like this, just to accumulate strength. Do you think I have no tricks up my sleeve? See this, King Mac? This is my true form, a six-winged angel descending from heaven. Things have changed now, and it's your turn to envy me. Seeing Sophia's full bosom after her transformation, everyone else in the female nation was stunned. They are truly reckless. Compared to her, we're nothing. This must be the rarest level. The Mac King looks down on us, just transforming from the airport into a milk cow. Be careful not to sag. Sophia said, there's no need to hide your jealousy anymore. It's obvious on your face. You're already losing to me. Now it's time to compare true strength. With that, she extended her hand. A purple light enveloped Sophia, and the golden chains quickly retracted. She coldly looked at Vuamak's group and bound them all with soul chains. Just a tiny chain and you think you can trap the sect master? You're too naive. Sophia smugly, I've never said that soul chains are used to bind people. It seems she has figured something out, causing the King Mac to break free. She moved to the back, her fierce gaze targeting the disciples of the Sword Escort Corps. Everyone was tightly bound and unable to move freely. Everyone is trapped in the soul chains and can't move. It's too inconvenient. Sect leader, save us. We can't breathe anymore. It hurts so much. Save us, Lord Bai. We are in pain. Everywhere are the screams of the girls from the swordsmanship sect. Manhwa regains his composure, reassuring that you will be fine. You are all my beloved disciples. As your sect leader, I will sacrifice everything to protect you. Hold your sword tightly and strike fiercely into the sky with internal energy. But just as Sophia said, she made it impossible for Vuamak to achieve his goal. The sword strikes had no effect. Stop wasting your effort, King Mo. This chain is forged from hellfire. No one can cut through it. Those bound by the chain will be invaded by the breath of hell, and they will die quickly in fear and despair. The tighter chains make it harder for them to breathe normally. Watching the loved disciples die one by one while being powerless, there's nothing more painful than that. King Mo calmly told Sura not to be too proud too soon, and Sophia was surprised because her aura had changed. Since my swordsmanship reached great mastery, there's nothing I cannot cut through. After finishing her words, she immediately focused her internal energy and unleashed the Hong Nat sword. One strike cut through Sophia's soul chain completely, and everyone was freed from control. The soul chains are broken. Even those evil demons have disappeared, and the White Clan leader has saved us. Sophia is amazed. No one has ever escaped when bound by soul chains, yet she managed to cut through everything herself. Even if you are stronger, you are still just an ordinary human. So what right do you have to cut the chains from hell? Sister Jing often looks at Sophia. Humans, open your eyes and look carefully. Who is the person standing in front of you? She looked blankly at the king's attire, and it turns out she is the Sword Immortal. Sophia thought to herself, the Sword Immortal. Isn't that just a name? Could she really be a celestial being? The aura emanating from her is truly divine and extraordinary, and seeing the holy figure standing before her makes Sophia feel stunned. Her high level of skill won't scare me. I am Noah's most trusted warrior. I cannot lose to you. Keep going, hell chain attack. Sophia quickly regained her fighting stance. Vừa mặc chỉ thản nhiên dụng dỗ, Sophia ra chiều, vừa mặc cũng bật dấu thật sự nghiện chiến. Cố nhắm mắt lại bật dấu dựng chiều kiếm khi vợ hình, những thanh kiếm xung quanh dung y không dòng. But Sophia's surrounding chains were cut again, and she was surprised that even Vua Mac didn't swing his sword, only using sword energy to cut through the chains. From above, Vua Mac suddenly leaps forward towards Sophia. It seems like her chest makes her movements quite awkward. As soon as he finished speaking, the king drew his sword and struck Sophia fiercely, sending her crashing down from above into the forest at an incredible speed, like a comet streaking across the sky. Dust and smoke billowed as Sophia, furious and panting heavily, had never been so enraged before. "Damn it, I can't forgive this, I absolutely won't forgive this," she was so angry her face turned red. "I, the fallen angel Lucifer, am beaten to the ground by the king, and if I don't kill him, I have no face left to look anyone in the eye." Before she even has a chance to stand up completely, the king raises his finger again. She points at Sophia with a grim expression, as if watching a corpse, a shooting star falling. Sophia freezes, still not understanding what is happening, staring intently at the king. Suddenly, beams of light from above shot straight down and pierced through Sophia, causing her to bleed. She was stunned and terrified, as the sword's speed was so fast that I didn't even have time to get a clear look before she was pierced. Sophia puffed out her chest and said, "If that's all it takes to kill me, then I won't be defeated." Then a pair of wings on her back gradually faded away. One pair of wings had disappeared. Lily wondered if each pair could block a fatal blow. Sophia begins reciting a spell, drawing a star-shaped magic circle at the center, quickly summoning a powerful purple light aimed at Vua Mac. She loudly taunts, revealing her true identity. "I am not afraid of you." Vua Mac stepped forward, sword in hand, cutting through what Sophia just unleashed. She paused, staring intently at the scene before her. Wow, what kind of character is Vua Mac really? She split the Hellfire cannon in two. Sophia looked up at the sky at Vua Mac. Vua Mac was panting. This attack also exhausted her. "This is your strongest move. Senda only looks tough on the outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Vua Mac disappeared instantly from the stage. Sophia was startled. When did she come down here? A true assassin doesn't chase after showiness. She panicked. The distance was too close, and she couldn't avoid it. Feeling confused about what to do. What should be pursued is a decisive strike. Sophia was cut with a powerful blow at close range, and then she disappeared again. Vua Mac was satisfied with this outcome. She had correctly guessed that each pair of wings could block a fatal blow. I just need to land 2 more deadly hits on her, but as I was about to think, Sophia suddenly used her bindings again, and the hellish cords quickly stretched out, pulling both of us closer together. Vua Mac didn't understand why this crazy woman was doing this now they were only separated by 2 full breasts. The 4 large round buns were stuck together due to the effect of the chains, and the scene in front of them looked extremely embarrassing. "This is so annoying. What exactly do you want by chaining us together?" Sophia said cunningly. "Though it was a bit embarrassing, I've already figured out how to defeat you." Vua Mac looked back behind him, and her sword was starting to move. "That was the throwing knife I shot earlier. You didn't mean to, did you?" she asked, with a sneer. "You guessed right. I want to use this sword to pierce both of us in one shot. I still have one last pair of wings, so even if the sword pierces through my heart, I can't die." "But I'm definitely going to die." Vua Mac panicked. "Damn it, I was careless and got set up by her." She closed her eyes and clenched her teeth. "Is this really how I'll meet my end? I won't accept it. I haven't explored many high-difficulty moves with Little White yet, and can't fulfill the ideal of having children with her. I don't want to die with regrets." As I was lost in thought about him, Little White suddenly appeared, looking bewildered at the 2 girls in front of her. "What are they doing?" "Tubuck. As expected, you came to save me. Saving people isn't that easy." You calmly exhale 4 streams of red smoke from your mouth and ask her softly, "Is it difficult?" Sophia panicked. She is lustful and wicked. Isn't this a trick from the heavenly realm? How can someone like her use it? This is bad. Her willpower is about to collapse, and today she will completely lose her resistance. Suddenly, Sophia's eyes became dazed as she gazed at Little White. "Lord of the heavens, have you fallen into the abyss like me while trying to save someone? How should I repay your kindness? Please see, is my body okay?" Shobai was sweating. This is the effect of lustful poison. Truly terrifying. She's gone mad. Tie her up tightly. The king of poisonous intent is very dangerous. The golden sparrow is moving forward, rest assured. My technique for binding has improved a lot. Eric also thought to himself that even Sophia was subdued, which was great because he wasn't the only one defeated. Actually, he didn't need to blame himself too much. Losing to Xiaobai was understandable since he and Noah were alike. They are all real monsters. What was that about 10 minutes ago when he fought with Little White? Does he still have this trump card hidden? Just facing that thing already made his whole body covered in sweat. Xiaobai said, "You're more stubborn than I thought. I don't have time to play with you now. I'm going to end you." Eric, terrified, immediately begged for mercy. Stop, I surrender. Take your move back. Aren't you the one who wanted my equipment? Take it if you want. If you spare my life, all these items will be yours, Xiaobai said as he approached Eric. Your equipment is too damaged for me to use anymore. I only want the Buddha bull on your neck. Eric confidently said, it's not a problem. My earrings are still intact. Vo Dai Su's Buddha Trao and the earrings from the young mage girl's magic are all yours. I didn't expect that after Vo Dai Su's death, Noah would still exploit him as a tool. I must comfort his soul. Vo Dai Su left behind an internal skill, and you loudly chant the power of 10,000 souls. A faint blue light emitted from the chain. Little White Brother never expected to meet you this way, as Master Vo's soul was trapped by the power of 10,000 souls. Vo Dai Su, your soul is no longer bound by Noah. You can now go to the Pure Land. The Western Pure Land, huh? I haven't been able to go yet. I still have something in my heart that I need to accomplish before I can leave, right? Xiaobai sincerely replied, of course, you may. This is your personal freedom. Vo Dai Su smiled kindly, then gradually disappeared. Thank you, little brother, you little. The flower-shaped markings on Xiaobai's hands suddenly reacted, as if they wanted to say something. If you've already released one person, you probably don't mind releasing another, right? I also have an unfinished wish. Can you set me free? Joanna, the soul mage girl trapped by the power of 10,000 souls. You have the power of 10,000 souls, which means you control all the spirits that haven't been reincarnated. Just say the word and I will be free. Xiaobai asked, you're a mage, right? Although I don't like forcing women, I'm sorry, but I can't let you go yet. I need your strength and your help to drive out the demon master Noah. Are you willing to help me? Joanna was surprised that Noah, who calmly said those words to chase her away, didn't seem to understand what they meant. But judging by his determined look, it didn't seem like he was just talking nonsense. Joanna happily replied, I understand. Noah is the one who imprisoned me in the honeysuckle wall. I am willing to help you. I can provide a large amount of magic resistance to reduce some of the damage you suffer, and I can also use forbidden magic from the honeysuckle spell list. I hope I can be of help to you. Xiaobai happily smiled, helping her, and asked her to assist him more in the future. Eric thought to himself, it's unbelievable that I only gained a reduction in magic damage, but he also has the ability to control spirits, making Joanna pour all her power into him. In the middle of the sea, endless rolling waves of blue water surge and boil. And the Nakazawa family's swordsmanship has long been exhausted. Even my father cannot defeat me, and I certainly cannot win. In this era where supernatural powers reign, those without abilities like us only face death. Dad, sing out loud. Shut up. You have no right to comment on the Nakazawa family's swordsmanship. Abeya closed her eyes and said, even in death, I still believe that the Muramasa in my hand is just a gift from heaven. Abeya fiercely directed the seawater toward her enemy's daughter. Farewell, father. The water started pouring in from all directions, trying to trap me in death. Miss Cam, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. Cam was surprised, hearing this voice. Vo Dai Su, indeed it's you. Seeing the joy on Cha Cam's face, Vo Dai Su quickly stepped in front of her. He successfully used his spiritual energy to create a small protective circle around Cha Cam to shield him from the water attack. Wasn't he already killed by Abeya? How can he still be here? Vo Dai Su explained that it was thanks to Tio Bak. He gave me a chance to clear my name. I helped you block Abeya's attack, Miss Cam. Just focus on fighting. Cha Cam, overwhelmed with emotion, could only politely thank him and apologize for the trouble. Master Wu Dai, even if you die, you must stop me. I have already repaid my debt to you with my left hand, and I will not hold back against Muramasa. Han frowned with a fierce look. If you perish, then I can't blame you. Young Lady Cam, you don't need to suppress the power of the demon sword anymore. Release it or we won't win. I know you're worried that doing so will consume your mind like Abeya. Don't worry, young lady. The sword has a sense of gratitude and might help you purge the demonic nature of the cursed blade. At this point, we can only take a gamble. It will take some time, and we will have to rely on him until then. Master Vo Dai begins to channel his internal energy, reassuring her that he will definitely keep her safe. A golden light emanates from his body, forming a barrier to protect her from Cam's attack. Abeya quickly followed up with the next move, sneering at the two in front of him. Truly a fool who courts disaster. The rushing waters combined into deadly whirlpools. The surging water crashes straight at Master Vo, but he remains calm and defends himself. He sternly looks at Abeya, familiar with your defensive skills, so your water won't hurt me at all. Han, angry, judging by his expression, it seems he's not telling the truth. When he split his body into two for you, his power also halved, right? Vo Dai Su was startled, unsure of what Han was planning, but he felt something was wrong.
Abea quickly swung her sword and struck him straight, splitting Vodai Su's soul into 2 pieces. The protective barrier also shattered, and Abea was triumphant, knowing she could no longer withstand my attack. Suddenly, Han sensed something was wrong and looked towards Trak Kam. Her body was continuously emitting black smoke. What is she doing? Does she want to seize the power of the demon pain? But at this moment, Trak Kam was close to absorbing the dual energies of the sword. She opened her eyes. Her expression had changed, and she realized it. Damn bastard! Abea shouted loudly, "Muramasa belongs to me, no one can take it away!" And Trak Kam rushed forward, grabbing Han's wrist so quickly that Abea didn't even realize what was happening. "Muramasa, what's wrong with you? I am your true owner. I am Abea. I have waited for you for over 10 years, don't you remember me?" Trak Kam viciously slashed into Abea's chest, blood spurting out wildly as Han stared in shock, bewildered by the continuous flow of blood and unable to close his mouth in surprise. The deep, wide cut made Han unable to stand on the ground anymore, and Abea immediately collapsed, coughing violently. Trak Kam, at this point, had lost all reason, her whole body radiating madness. "I just want to kill. Anyone can be the owner." But Abea still refuses to accept it. Han continues to shout loudly, "Impossible! You are mine. Only I am worthy of you. No one can take you away from me." Trak Kam quickly turned around and decisively struck another sword into Abea's neck. Even as her blood soaked the ground, he still felt unsatisfied, muttering continuously, "No way. All right, who is this treacherous bastard?" At this moment, Trak Kam has completely become a reckless killer, driven by madness. When Trak Kam was about to leave, Hanta still felt regretful. "Muramasa, clearly the one you chose was me. Are you going to abandon me?" Hanta should have survived, but this time Trak Kam plunged a deeper sword, and Hanta's blood nearly spilled out, splattering all over her face. At this moment, Abea has completely stopped breathing from the various cuts, and the sword wielder, feeling disgusted, finally falls silent. She looks at him as if he were a freak. "I hate long-winded people. Don't you know that?" After finishing with Abea, Trak Kam seemed to realize something that shocked her. There is a strong aura of a powerful expert beyond the mountain. Indeed, interesting. Let's kill them all. Far away between the 2 great mountains, birds are soaring in the sky in a breathtaking scene. On the ground, Little White stands tall. "So it was you who arrived, Noah, the great demon master, finally unable to hold back anymore." Han lightly said, "I'm surprised you managed to capture my 2 subordinates, Xiao Bai. You've caught me off guard, Tiandu. Did Han seduce Lilith?" He angrily told him to stop talking nonsense, and then asked about Lilith and Bin Ni's whereabouts, while Sophia stood beside, mesmerized by Xiao Bai's beauty. He looked at you with a scrutinizing gaze while shouting loudly, "Come out, you jailer!" A large, transparent, square-shaped object quickly appeared above Noah's head. Inside are Bin Ni and Lilith, both of whom Noah locked up after defeating them. And seeing Xiao Bai, they are both overjoyed. Xiao Bai loudly asks Bin Ni, "Lilith, are you both okay? I will definitely save you." Bin Ni, "Don't worry, our master is fine. And what about the master? Is he injured?" Lilith quickly added, "Big White, you're very worried about me. This Noah is extremely strong. You have to be careful." Xiao Bai replied softly, "I know. No matter how strong the opponent is, I won't let you 2 get into trouble. Noah, we are doing this for the sake of the mission." Hearing this, he immediately understood that you want to exchange Lucifer and Eric for your 2 women. Xiao Bai also didn't beat around the bush. Yes, 2 for 2, this is a fair trade. Sophia is immersed in her obsession, yet I can still help the Archangel. How can I let this opportunity slip away? It's perfect. Noah also agreed to your exchange condition, but not by using his 2 subordinates. What he wants is you. He wants you to use the perfected form of the shadow spirit to trade. You also guessed he would say that, right? The reason the old man wants the complete form of the infinite shadow is because after he uses his skill to drain the energy, the power can only be maintained at that moment. No matter how strong he is, it won't make it more effective. He didn't expect you to guess the limitations of his skill, but you only guessed half of why Noah wants the infinite shadow energy. Xiao Bai quickly drew his 2 swords back into his hands, ready to face the old man in battle. "No matter what his reasons are, I will personally stop him. Swordmaster, pass your strength to the team." The Swordmaster quickly shouts to everyone, unleashing a furious rage. The Swordmaster is furious. "Noah, how dare you exploit our feelings? We will make you pay a heavy price." King Mo also charged forward, not only to attack my sister but also to threaten my man. "Noah, you deserve to die. I wish you shared her view."
Noah frowned and said, not knowing his limits, "This is not the attitude expected in a negotiation." The old man quickly lowered his staff to the ground, and a powerful spell appeared instantly. Noah looked at the fierce king with admiration. He's truly formidable. No wonder he's the sect leader of the sword sect. She's transmitting a message telepathically to Little White. They will keep Noah busy, so you should hurry to save Bin Yi and Lily too. Then she looked at him and shouted loudly, waiting for Noah, the 12-knife, heartbreaking sword. That cunning old man also refused to give up, spinning his staff in his hand as he began to channel his internal energy. A circle of fire quickly encircles Lily too, trapping her in a sea of flames. She stands still, her eyes vacant, muttering the name Xiaobai. Seeing the sect master like that, I wish I could be furious and unleash my fire, which is my strength. But even more surprising is that Noah used extreme ice power. He can not only use fire but also control ice. I wish I had not been able to stand up yet, but I was frozen in place. Not stopping there, Noah pointed his finger at the middle section and continued to use his lightning attack. Kim-Shi looked up at the sky in horror. She didn't expect that he could still use the lightning element. All three of her brothers had been struck down by Noah's attack, and at this moment, like the king earlier, she could only stand still and call out Xiaobai's name. Tiandu stood aside in silence. Noah sighed in relief. And this was the end. Tiandu was surprised that Noah only needed to draw a few symbols to take down everyone. Not even the Spirit King's crown could do that. Suddenly, she felt something shattering behind her, and Tiandu turned around to look. The trap that imprisoned the person was the highest-level sealing spell, but he still broke it. Xiaobai standing there holding two beauties in his arms, blushing and stiff, holding them tightly, his chest pressed against theirs, and with others around, it's really embarrassing. Suddenly, it seemed like the owner was no longer the same as before. Although it's hard to say exactly how, it's clear that they are becoming more trustworthy. Noah explained to Tiandu that it wasn't broken by Xiaobai, but absorbed by him. He is pleased because you finally fell into his trap. Tiandu was surprised and didn't understand why it was a trap. Noah said he poured a large amount of energy into the demon method, enough to help him break through the bottleneck when he couldn't break it himself, so he had no choice but to absorb the demon method. Han's ultimate dark energy has appeared before the reverse, showing it has reached its perfect form. Noah is delighted. These guys are only worth to be toyed with and nurtured, and finally, the ultimate dark energy belongs to me. But seeing how Xiaobai is busy holding and cuddling the beautiful girl, no one pays attention to Haishkiim, which makes Noah angry. Everyone on the ground is lying scattered due to the aftermath of the recent battle with Noah. You look at Lily too, with these injured people you have. Do you still have enough strength to heal? Lily too blushes and reassures him. Don't worry, Xiaobai, my healing abilities are definitely enough. Then Little White turned to Noah, as if he was very confident he would definitely win against me now. He was proud, and there was no need to say more. I dared to let him develop to this point because I had enough strength to suppress him. Tiny Bach quickly darted in front of Old Man Noah. Lily too watched him from behind, shyly praising, her eyes wide with admiration. His speed was so fast she was about to lose track of him. Both of them face each other silently, shooting sparks from their eyes as a sign of confrontation. Xiaobai looked at him disdainfully, thinking, someone with enough strength to oppress me? I don't think so. Old Man Noah smiled softly. Don't be too arrogant, young one. Only opponents like this make it interesting for him. As he finished speaking, Noah directly soared backwards and struck out with a palm towards Little White. You are not afraid. Instead, you face the battle head-on, wielding the forbidden Tuong Vi technique. Xiaobai raises his hand using the sharp Tuong Vi skill as red flowers bloom all around him in the air. Soon, the red petals were swept toward the Old Man Noah. He looked down on them dismissively. How could such a petty spell like Tuong Vi dare to deceive a master? Noah's green shield also quickly blocked Tuong Vi's attack from Xiaobai. He told Bin Yi to lighten her load. As he wanted to increase his speed to the maximum, Lily too quickly take the opportunity to heal the injured, and the two girls promptly followed the orders. The ground beneath Xiaobai's feet begins to lift, and he is channeling his internal energy to move toward Noah. Quickly, Xiaobai appears in front of him, and Noah can't help but marvel at his speed. Xiaobai is mocking the mage for not being good at close combat, isn't he? Immediately after she asked, it was a straight punch to the face that made Noah's face distort like a broken pancake. It seemed Teobach's strike was quite powerful. Even though the punch looked light, it was enough to send him flying quite far. Teobach's voice echoed, Lord Noah, you are overconfident in your strength. Besides the demon god Atulata, there are 2 hidden cards that you don't know about, and behind Teobach, 4 purple arms sprouted. Tianju looked up and thought to herself,
Tubok has subdued Noah. Is it real or fake? This is the first time I've seen a situation like this. Suddenly, she felt a cold sensation behind her and instinctively turned around. At that moment, she caught sight of two sharp eyes staring at her hungrily, and Lily Tu and Bing Ni, seeing her focus on their Xiaobai, looked extremely annoyed. Tiandu awkwardly said, "You want to treat the wounded, right? Go ahead and do it. I understand perfectly and definitely won't interfere." On the mountain, rocks start falling from above, as if the cliff can no longer hold on. It's Noah, with a grim face after being hit by Xiaobai and stuck to the cliff. "Lord Atula, I must admit, I'm surprised, but this is not enough yet." Noah's face now turns menacing as he cackles wildly. Then, after punching a hole in the cliff, Noah swiftly leapt toward Xiaobai. The green staff in his hand suddenly struck his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He used his strongest move to hit Xiaobai's stomach, and he couldn't dodge in time, being thrown back. Noah gloated, "Your body will produce hundreds of magical explosions. You're definitely dead." Suddenly, the special effect of the jasmine flower earrings activates, providing 50% magic damage immunity. Xiaobai gasped heavily, looking at him. "It's a pity, Noah. It seems you can't kill me." Then Xiaobai's hand reached out to grab Noah's face, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. Xiaobai quickly ran, his hand pulling Noah along. Tubok stared wide-eyed and said, "Noah, today, you are definitely going to die." He hurriedly covered Noah's eyes with that hand and quickly used the protective ice spell. But suddenly the peaceful mountain cliff begins to shake as a burst of purple light appears, its overwhelming power causing the wind to whip up sand and dust across the area. No one saw exactly what method Xiaobai used, only saw him standing there steadily for a moment before rocks and dirt flew out in all directions, while Noah was already severely injured, coughing up blood and grimacing in pain. Sophia was overjoyed, her strength truly worthy of being the leader of the celestial realm. As long as she kills Noah, she can be free. Noah's torn clothes were once again caught on the mountain wall, and he was struggling badly at this moment. "Little White, don't say that to him, Noah. You lost because you provoked someone you shouldn't have, and your only ending is death." Noah shouted angrily, red light shooting from his eyes, directly hitting Xiaobai and causing fresh blood to spurt out. Binmai suddenly panicked, watching the fight with sweat pouring down her face. "Why is my heart beating so fast? This feeling is so uncomfortable I can't keep my composure. Could it be the owner? That purple net is tearing apart, and the four arms growing from Xiaobai's back are disappearing. Noah's eyes are bloodshot and wide open, using my equipment to fight me, half smiling. It's true, earrings once could resist half of magic damage. But if I focus my attack on 2 points, even if it only causes half the damage, it would be enough to kill him." Lily Tu and Bin Ni shouted in panic together, "What has Noah done to Xiaobai? We have to kill him." "But you are no match for him." Noah quickly used his extreme ice to seal both of them away. He spoke faintly, though it was a bit difficult, "But it's over now." He looked at Xiaobai standing right in front of him. Then he should seize the power. Noah's whole body darkened, and a heavy aura of shadow energy radiated from him. Xiaobai still stood there, expressionless, allowing him to drain his power, while streams of energy shot out from his chest towards Noah. But the energy mark of your power remained unchanged after he took control of it. Noah saw that Xiaobai still stood there as if nothing had happened, and he wondered aloud to himself, why did the attempt to steal the power fail? I already killed him, but still couldn't succeed in stealing the power. Unsatisfied, Noah continued to torment Xiaobai and tried to steal the power multiple times, but all failed. He frowned with exhaustion. If I still can't seize the infinite shadow, then there is only one explanation. He is dead, but not entirely gone. And Little White stands there like a soulless corpse, enduring his torment. Then Noah locked you in his transparent box, and he could only preserve Teobok's body brought back for research. Suddenly, from behind, the dark sword wielder with a sword flew toward Noah, and he turned around. Her face covered in blood, she looked at Noah and smiled. "The person is the strong opponent I sensed, right? Fight me. I really want to." "Kill him," she said, and the dark sword wielder happily and perversely laughed in satisfaction. Noah was delighted. The divine power was still intact. Today is truly a double celebration. The cunning old man raised his scepter to cast dark magic, initiating a battle with a destructive spell formation. Hundreds of green circles fall and shoot towards Trak Kam. She is so delighted her eyes turn red, amazed at the immense energy. This is truly fascinating. As the green circles approached her, they suddenly exploded, causing rocks and debris to rain down. Noah looked at the thick smoke with disdain, thinking they were just fools who didn't know their place.
But from the chaotic dream, she happily drew her sword and flew out. It's been a long time since anyone hurt me like this. This feeling is amazing. Traik Cam rushed to Noah's side, quickly swinging her sword to strike fiercely across his face. The slash across Noah's face spilled fresh blood and fluttered in the wind, looking very frightening. Traik Cam was surprised that this old man not only dodged a fatal blow, but also took the opportunity to counterattack. The old man is becoming more and more interesting. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to finish this. Bin Yi is still watching over the owner, and while Tai and Noah are fighting, they forgot one thing. Shobai is gradually recovering to his original state. Don't absorb any more power. Joanna appears, though it's unclear why he's still alive. She will do her best to heal the owner. He's almost fully recovered. Bin Yi is happy, knowing that as long as she is alive, the owner will not die, and Noah cannot steal the owner's power. The owner is the ultimate winner. It has to be that way, and Little White has also quickly opened his eyes. Over here, Noah and Traik Cam are still fighting, the old man spoke. I really like your murderous gaze. If it weren't for the fact that the stolen ability can only be used on the dead, I would truly want to take you as my disciple. Traik Cam sighed and looked at him. Stop boasting. After fighting with him, I realized one thing. The strength I felt before wasn't actually him. She smiled wickedly. Noah smirked proudly. Isn't it funny that if not me, who else here is stronger than me? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out loudly from behind, Noah, making him startle and freeze. Hearing a familiar voice, Noah turned around curiously to see who was calling him. But what surprised him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat was that this? Could it really be happening? Shobai has replenished his blood and been revived. Now, a black dragon coils around him. This time, Xiaobai, with a fierce and dark expression, looks at Noah. Your day of death has come. Noah tried to stay calm. Reviving was your final gamble, but your limited strength meant a few more resurrections wouldn't change the outcome of your death. Suddenly, numerous faint light blue spiritual energies appeared out of nowhere. Noah was confused. What is this? Is it a ghost or a corpse? Why are there so many of them? These are the fake corpse mountain of Nunyi Kwuk. These are the people that the old man killed. By the lake of Nunyi Kwuk, Abba's soul from that year was also drawn out. In the gloomy forest, the graves of the guards released their spirits as well. Jokai was happily surprised. There are so many souls like this, even more than the souls trapped in my demon pain. This is really interesting. All the souls are gathering towards that little guy, and the strongest aura I sense is definitely him. Chuo Kong licked his lips hungrily. If I could kill him, all those souls would be mine. Long Ming appeared. Xiaobai never expected you to develop the 10,000 souls power to this extent. After all, I am just a soul, and before the 10,000 souls power, I must obey your command. Sorry for underestimating you before. While I was asleep, you also gradually recovered some energy. Let me help you, and then he will merge into Xiaobai's body. Then Long Min continued. Please avenge me. Xiaobai silently thanked Long Min and promised to keep the promise. A blinding light then shone, making Traik Cam and Noah unable to shield their eyes. Zhekang licks his lip fiercely. The aura of this heat makes me shiver uncontrollably. Noah is stunned. Does this guy have the ability to manipulate souls? Why didn't I know? I've been played by him. Tubuk remains calm and says, Ever since I gained this ability, I haven't revealed it to anyone, and have only studied it myself. This is my final trump card, the power of 10,000 souls. Continue explaining. He has now absorbed the energy of the 10,000 soul strategies, battle experience, and techniques into his body. He has no chance to win anymore. Noah feels that you are just showing off your background, merely absorbing a few soul minions. How much can that really increase? In a flash, Xiaobai swiftly launched a deadly attack that caught Noah off guard, causing him to be unable to dodge and be sent flying while spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was quickly hit with a heavy blow, falling to the ground and flying far away. Xiaobai shot straight up, moving as fast as a shooting star across the sky. Xiao Kai stood there. He brushed past her so quickly, like a gust of wind, she couldn't see anything. So fast, yet I can't keep up with him. For her, he's a worthy opponent. Xiaobai clenched his teeth, a spark of lightning in his eyes as he kept running toward the old man Noah. The old man shouted, Brat, don't underestimate me. It seems Noah is now very agitated. Using summoning magic, the ice spirit dragon. The barrier begins to flicker in the air. An ice dragon rises from the ground, opening its mouth to wait for Xiaobai Lao, ready to pounce and swallow its prey. When Xiaobai saw it, he didn't panic but remained calm. The one blocking it must die. The ice dragon moved aggressively, still not closing its huge mouth. Noah, surprised and pleased, you know I also have summoning skills. The Ice Frost Giant Dragon is my strongest summon, so just wait and it will tear you to pieces.
Tubok said nothing, only feeling fear reflected in his eyes. In less than a moment, its entire body was covered in wounds, and Xiaobai emerged from inside it, flying straight toward Noah. This punch not only avenged Long Min, but also for everyone in the female nation. Old man Noah desperately shouted for Xiaobai to stop, now truly terrified. But how could he forgive all the crimes he had committed? Another punch sent him flying back. This time Noah is truly badly injured, blood pouring from his mouth as he struggles to stay conscious. He quickly created a circle of light that made the earth and rocks fly up, like his raging anger. Could this be the power of the 10,000 Souls Force, so strong? Can that old man withstand it? Sophia gazed at him mesmerized, thinking that the Archangel had already secured the victory, and that she would soon escape with that day. Tiandu started to worry. Could Xiaobai really have such strong power, and if Noah truly lost, how would Xiaobai treat her? The sky has begun to glow with light, signaling a bright future ahead. Noah lay on the blood-stained ground, exhausted and unable to fight anymore. Tiubai angrily looked at him, gasping on the ground, and said, "Is there anything else you want to deny?" He panted and warned, "Don't be too confident too soon. I also have one last move." A multitude of red lights burst out from Noah's body as he used his spiritual ray, while Xiaobai continued to stand and observe. Trak Cam squinted. "Damn it, what is that? It's too blinding." Suddenly, she froze, her eyes becoming vacant as if possessed. Noah laughed loudly. Success, the spiritual emission line, can control those with evil intentions to a certain extent. Facing your friend, can you really strike? Xiaobai hasn't acted yet while Trak Cam is already swinging her sword from behind. He sternly turns to watch her movements, just as his mind is trying to figure out how to keep her from getting hurt. As Trak Cam swung her sword down, thousands of purple eyes turned toward her, leaving her frozen. Noah panted heavily, surprised at how quickly Trak Cam had already fallen into her trap. Xiaobai quickly and efficiently dealt with Trak Cam, then grabbed Noah's face tightly. He panicked and shouted loudly, still struggling to run away, waiting to kill me. "Don't you want to know the secret behind the shadow of the abyss? As long as you spare my life, I will tell you everything clearly." Facing Noah's urgent plea, Xiaobai simply replied indifferently, "It's not necessary." Xiaobai squeezed tightly as if squeezing an orange. Noah collapsed to the ground covered in blood. He was truly dead, and at his feet was a pool of the enemy's red liquid. I usually look at him lying motionless. I can directly ask his soul. Noah has been defeated, and the ice mountain that was holding Lily 4 and Bin Yi is also quickly melting away. Bin Yi watched the ice chunks shattering and melting away. It seems Noah's magic has run out. Lily 4 was just freed from the sword's grip and hasn't regained her composure, but she is certain that Xiaobai has defeated Noah. The king sighed in relief. Indeed, he hadn't mistaken the person. His man was too trustworthy. In the sky, the wind began to rise and the dark clouds gradually moved away, revealing the blue sky. Xiaobai looked at Noah's corpse and, using the authority of the 10,000 souls power, commanded him. "Noah, release your soul here," Xiaobai contemptuously ordered him. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah's soul began to detach from his body, and the blue smoke swirling from within quickly gathered into a large mass. Noah's soul appears before Xiaobai, respectfully speaking. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" "My master is the soul of Noah after his death, and he now seems calmer." Eric, suddenly, the master's soul, Noah Duren, is bowing to that little kid. "What's going on?" Xiaobai asked him seriously. "Tell me everything you know about the spies related to the Infinite Shadow." Noah respectfully bows. The Infinite Shadow is related to the level of the ancestral plan, and it can unlock the key to the sealed ancestral level. There is a hidden threat, and at the bottom, there is an ancestral level hideout sealed away. "The master must definitely want to gain their power and then rule the entire world," Xiaobai said. "But I have no such intention, and it's best that Noah also withdraws that dangerous idea." Noah immediately bowed and apologized. "I was too arrogant. Please forgive my reckless behavior." Xiaobai was also quite surprised by his reaction. "All right, let's talk about the level of the ancestral beast later." He turned to look elsewhere. "I still need to deal with the aftermath here." Trak Cam showed a twisted, bloodthirsty expression. "My old man has been fighting for half a day without dying, but was killed by your quick strike. Truly a formidable expert. As I have confirmed, it really makes people feel excited." Tubok looked at Trak Cam and replied, "So it seems you are the one who made Sister Cam uneasy. The Yao Dao village, right?" At this moment, Trak Cam was thrilled. "So you know me. What an honor.
You asked if the girl also wants to join after a few more rounds. She immediately refused, but after your recent battle, I'm afraid no one else wants to fight you anymore. Little White lazily closed his eyes, just wanting to rest now. But he still had to finish this matter. If she already understood, then quickly return the body to Sister Calm. Yu Dao Thon trembled under Little White's pressure. This is the feeling of a powerful expert stepping forward. Amazing. I really like this feeling. The sword in my hand falls to the ground, releasing black, deadly aura. I am also the type that can develop infinitely. Just wait and see, when we meet again, I will definitely kill you. She tiredly collapsed to the ground and lay motionless. The demonic aura in the sword had completely vanished. At night, the bright moon lit up the entire area, and the wind whispered softly through the rustling leaves. At the female New Kingdom, the palace of the demons still remains dark. Perhaps she has not gone to rest yet. Trek Cam suddenly woke up. Maybe after allowing the demon to take over her body, she had slept a very long sleep. My head hurts and so much. Why am I here, and what's with this outfit? Looking down at my body, the clothes seem barely enough to cover what needs to be hidden. Trek Cam hesitated. Xiaobai, sitting nearby, said that your clothes are torn, so you had to borrow the White Clan leader's outfit to change. Truk Cam was startled. This is the Bok Tong Chu's clothing? She blushed and shyly looked down at her body. So the person who changed her clothes probably wasn't you. Tubok stood up. Don't misunderstand, the one helping you bathe is Bin Yi, Truk Cam replied. I see, Tubok continued. If there's nothing else, I'll go out first. You just turned your back and walked away. But Trek Cam called out, Wait! And instinctively I turned around to look at her. Although I don't remember clearly, I think today I drew my sword and pointed it at you. I'm sorry. Xiaobai smiled brightly and pulled the needle to point at me. It's not her. Cam doesn't need to apologize. The silent night envelops the space, and the sound of cicadas echoes softly from the ancient trees. Xiaobai carefully closed the door behind her before leaving, reminding her to rest early. I'm heading out now. Bin Ni had been standing outside for a while, and I wonder if the master of the Yao Thon still ran out too, but even Xiaobai doesn't know about that. If you really want to conquer the Love Blade, you can only rely on yourself. And Bin Ni's question made him feel worried too. Tubok glanced over. The task of protecting her was assigned to him. If she encounters any danger, I will make sure he is devastated. The soul of Abaya knelt down on one knee, assuring the master that Ha would not disgrace the mission. You and Bin Ni walked together along the long corridor, she said. The master initiated symbiosis during the fight with Noah. The secret of this skill is only for Lord Mu Ha to know. Could it be that he told the master? Xiaobai hesitated. Lord Mu is not someone who casually reveals others' secrets, so how did the master find out? He pressed Bin Ni against the corner. What else could he do when her face was already flushed red? Tiubat continued. Of course I guessed. How could I not understand your thoughts? Her whole body is getting hot. I can feel the breath of the master so close. What should I do now? In this atmosphere, I should close my eyes and wait for the master to kiss me, right? Suddenly, Xiaobai said loudly, Let's go, Bin Ni. We still have to fix the house for Lady Nai tomorrow morning. She opened her eyes in surprise. Isn't the master going to continue? Don't just stand there silently feeling upset. Bin Nai doesn't want it to end like this. Xiaobai looked confused. Suddenly, Bin Ni ran over, boldly cupping Tubok's face and planting a deep kiss. Master. It seems Bin Ni got hurt today. Can I come to your room and ask you to check it carefully? How can Little White resist the temptation of the beautiful woman in front of him? They embrace each other. Rest assured, Bin Ni, the master is here. Nothing will happen to you. They hugged each other tightly on the bed. Bin Ni whispered softly. Even the teleportation formation that the owner knows about is too powerful. Tiobak was worried. Bin Ni finally asked where her injury was. She was playful, and Bin Ni didn't know anymore, hoping the owner would check it himself. To such an extent of provocation, only a eunuch could remain unmoved, as Bin Ni's clothes were quickly torn open. In the quiet night, Abaya stood silently outside the chamber, keeping watch. She struggled to think if she didn't mention that the gratitude gift could help her conquer the demon's pain. But besides purifying Angok's demonic nature, it had never shown any other ability. How could she fully unleash its power? Suddenly, a severe pain made the maid jump up in alarm. It's happening again since Xiaobai left. The pain keeps coming back. As if Xiaobai is attracting the gratitude spirit to hurt me. I need to go find Xiaobai to get the answer about this gratitude spirit. In King Ma's private chamber, she is anxiously searching for something, but can't find it. King Ma wonders why, since the treasures left by the immortal master should be here. After a day of battle, Xiaobai's body must be injured and depleted of vital energy. Now I have to deliver this medicine to nourish his body.
Although a bit embarrassed, I still have to go. This is the duty of a holy knight like me. Outside the balcony of Xiaobai's room, Sophia and Zhang Tiandu are also lurking there. Tiandu whispered, asking Sophia why she came here after finally escaping from the prison. She replied nonchalantly that she wanted to say goodbye to Little White. Tiandu was speechless, struggling to ask if she only escaped prison to see Little White once. Sophia casually answered, of course, otherwise what else would it be for? Trung Tiandu was speechless. She had been poisoned too deeply to be cured anymore. Why did I risk escaping with her to come here? Suddenly, sounds of intimacy came from the room, causing both of them to jump in shock. Sophia and Tiandu stared in confusion, both wondering what was going on, as the sound of women in the room was so jarring for two innocent girls that they both started bleeding from their noses. Suddenly, Sophia barged in, shattering my heart as the archangel, and now she wants to do this. Why didn't she come find me? She just stands there with her eyes wide open as if no Ra isn't enough to attract her. At the same time, Wuman also entered through the front door. Xiaobai, I brought the powerful healing pill for you. Lily too also blushed and lowered her voice. I'm here to treat you. Surely the sound of her blushing face and the angry red ears was heard by everyone, and Lily too and Vumak both turned red as if they were about to explode. Trak Kam thought that in this awkward situation, maybe she shouldn't go in. But the clue of the Guangji Ansi is also connected to Xiaobai, and it's reacting even more intensely now. The golden seal on her chest begins to glow brighter as Zhong Xiaokai approaches Xiaobai. Suddenly, her body automatically floated toward her bed, and Trak Kam was panic-stricken, losing control of her body. Tiobuk also floated up towards Trak Kam, confused about what was happening, as this was the first time the infinite shadow reacted like this. Was it being attracted by something? Bin Yi lay on the bed. The light emitting from it made her feel dazzled, and she couldn't understand what it was. The chests of Xiaobai and Zhao Hyang pressed against each other, looking very ambiguous, but the aura from the two seals on their chests was continuously pouring out a very intense stream of power. Tiny White blushed in confusion, but still couldn't resist teasing, just grabbing her bag and bumping into someone. Faced with this, Trak Kam also blushed and turned away, holding back, I already know without you saying. Safia Genget is really shameless for using such tricks to stay on top, not allowing her to persuade the great celestial messenger to release him quickly. Lilith and Vumak are also jealous. Do you know your place, Middle Gen Kang? Aren't you the last among the three of us? Bing Ni sat up confused, and the first to arrive wasn't her, right? Inside the room, sounds of blushing and joyful intimacy quickly spread, and Noah sat alone downstairs. It turns out that the master not only shows talent in combat, but also demonstrates strength in all aspects. If the light and shadow dual core can merge within the host, then perhaps he will become the man capable of changing this world. Little White gently woke up and stretched, feeling like it had been a long sleep. It had been a while since he slept so peacefully. The battle with Noah had been very stressful, so his body was under a lot of pressure, but that uncomfortable feeling after waking up was gone now. Suddenly he felt something strange in his body, so he looked down to check. What surprised Xiaobai was the light of gratitude from Sister Cam, which had somehow merged with his infinite shadow. Xiaobai tried to remove it, but failed completely. It had merged with his infinite shadow. Suddenly, Sister Cam was standing there in front of him, not knowing when. Vumak is also standing behind, arms crossed, staring at you intently. The 6 girls are all there, blushing as they look at him. Xiaobai, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Did you sleep well last night? Suddenly being stared at by so many people made me feel shy. What's going on, ladies? Sophia cheerfully said, I just noticed my body feels strange, and it seems bigger than before. Zhao Ji held his hand to his back, not just bigger, but feeling full of vitality and energy. Clearly, we have all become stronger. Xiaobai happily said, I know now that after the fourfold absorption merges into my body, everyone who sleeps with me becomes stronger. Dark energy is unlimited in its ability to absorb energy from different realms, but the human body cannot withstand unlimited energy. Light energy not only has the ability to purify, but also grants energy and supernatural powers to humans. After absorbing the shadow energy, all the cores are on my body, so I can freely control the energy and supernatural powers I absorb and share them with anyone. Lily is envious, so doesn't that mean we will become stronger like Xiaobai? Xiaobai said that was just a theory, but only through testing can we know for sure. Bin Ni blushed and asked what kind of experiment it was. Tiandu also shyly played with her hair and dared not look directly, so of course everyone slept together. Xiaobai speaks seriously, saying that practice is indeed the only true standard for testing the truth. As soon as he finishes, the girl's underwear automatically floats into the air.
Through practical experience and everyone's efforts, Xiaobai finally proved his theory about the rock Ngu. After a night of rest, the ruins of the Chan Nu Nyi Kwuk began to be rebuilt. Zhongzhuo holds a sword and, along with other ghostly spirits, works hard, exhausted. She wipes sweat from her brow. The giant trees are quickly cut into regular logs, sturdy and firm. Whether it's the speed or accuracy of the sword, both are increasing. This must be the power Tubac has given me, Trokkam pondered, as the army from Dao Chao began transporting logs back to the city from afar. On Bin Yi's side, she was also working enthusiastically, using her internal energy to make the logs float lightly into the air. Everyone must work hard to avoid laziness. You are causing damage to the female nation, and this is the punishment for you. The demon army listens obediently. The three brothers of Kim Si-dieu also lend a hand, helping to build houses. The Heavenly Master hopes that once completed, they will have a new place to live and no longer need to stay in the caves. The king in his official robes watched from afar with concern, wondering if having so many souls active in the city would be a problem. Tubac explained that in spirit form they would lack offensive ability, but Lily too still wondered how they could fight. And he said there are two types of spiritual combat methods. The second type is to give them a shell to control themselves. But finding a suitable shell for the soul isn't an easy task, and Lily too seems quite interested in this. She asked again, and Xiaobai looked up at the sky. No one willingly hands over their body to a soul they have no connection with. Vuamak smiled happily. I don't think you need to worry about this. Maybe you can help me find a suitable soul. She asked seriously, have you heard of the art of mechanism? Are you surprised? You mean the technique for creating mechanical puppets? You also know this skill? Vuamak pondered. The art of mechanism is a technique passed down by the Immortal Master, but because I was focused on studying the Immortal Master's swordsmanship, I neglected learning the art of mechanism. But you still always carry that sacred book with you. Lily too was surprised. She hid the book in her chest, and it was still okay. Vuamak gave the book to Xiaobai, hoping that if he could learn the art of machinery, he would be able to create a puppet suitable for those souls. Little White stupidly smiled and said, Thank you. This is the treasure. More than a month has passed, and the reconstruction of Nu Nyi Kwuk has been fully completed. Although the violent rule of Eric has been lifted and the flower curse has been broken, he still had more than half of his energy drained by Xiaobai and was punished to guard the gates of Nu Kingdom for 30 years. The others in Nu Kingdom seem to have recovered from the battle with Noah, and of course, their lives have changed a little. I heard that today the White Clan leader and Little White will return together to the Spirit Palace to report their duties, so to see Little White a bit longer, the sisters have gathered at the Mew Mansion to wait. The girl in the red dress wondered why so many people came to visit Little White, as she herself had been swaying since the battle with Noah ended, rarely seeing him appear, and this was a good opportunity. At the inner courtyard of Vumak's residence, everything was still very peaceful, the wind rustling through causing a few pine trees to sway. Long Min looked at his hand with satisfaction, surprisingly agile. He never expected this puppet shell to be so perfect. Even the clothes were the ones he used to wear when he was alive. Long Min happily asked if this puppet body was really a gift to him, and Xiaobai, standing nearby, confirmed of course it was. This shell was specially made for that person. From now on, you are free. The soul binding has been lifted, and Long Min felt shock and amazement all at once. He checked around the body, sensing that the influence of the 10,000 souls power had disappeared, and this feeling was like starting a new life. Long Min doesn't understand why you did that. Originally, you could have let me continue to serve you. Are you truly willing to give up the fighting strength I had? Tubac replied, this isn't called giving up. If it weren't for you bringing me to this world, I would still be paralyzed in bed now. My freedom was given by you. To repay you, I should also return a free body to you. Long Min quietly thought that he had actually completed the task he gave long ago. Since the moment Xiaobai killed Noah, they owed each other nothing anymore, yet he still wanted to repay him. Creating such a delicate body must have taken a lot of effort, and from the beginning, I never misjudged him. With the power of light and darkness, the Phoenix and the 10,000 souls, plus Lily and King Mac's energy drain, maybe he is the one who can change the Spirit Palace, even the world itself. Xiaobai suddenly remembered and asked if he had any plans for the future. Long Min was taken aback by the question, realizing he hadn't thought about it yet. Xiaobai said he needed to return to the spirit realm to fulfill his duty today, and asked if Long Min wanted to come with him. Suddenly, Tiubuk's question made Long Min look sad, and he sighed deeply. No, for the Spirit Palace, I am already dead. I don't want to go back there anymore. Thank you for giving me freedom. Hearing this, Xiaobai's face shows a bit of sadness for his brother. Long Min said he now has a new life, so he will become a practitioner and go to experience this world. At the fairy palace on Snow Peak Holy Mountain, snow covers a sky full of white. A girl standing under the snowstorm wonders if it's been so long that he still hasn't returned. His mission should have been completed long ago. Could it be that he has fallen in love with the princess and no longer wants to come back? Lam Nguyen still stood alone, saying if he doesn't come back in one more day, she'll really be angry. Her father, standing beside her, also got angry hearing her longing, and he crushed the glass in his hand, vowing that if he doesn't return today, he will definitely go and bring him back. The spirit hall at the Science Research Institute is bustling with people passing by. Lai Han feels confused, not understanding why her work performance is declining, perhaps because she has been fully focused on caring for Tu Bak and Bin Yi. Fairy Hall at Little White's residence, a woman's loud cry of frustration echoes throughout the house. It is Vuong Thi Vu, annoyed because since Little White left, no one plays with her. She is determined that when he returns, she will teach him a lesson. Aknon calmly sipped her tea. Indeed, life seems less exciting without Little White here. A gust of wind swept down to the first floor, and the sound made people blush and cover their ears. Thi Vu blushed and shouted. The noise was too loud, and Mongon heard a cry coming from the second floor. But wasn't that only Tu Bak's room up there? As Ngon predicted, in Tu Bak's room, the strange sound grew louder and louder, and Ngok Shun lay easily on the bed, surrounded by Tu Bak's scent. It's perfect. Even after a long time, I can still feel the aura that makes others unable to resist. Every day coming here to breathe in the scent of Little White also makes people smile brightly. From behind, the revolving door appears, revealing no one inside. A familiar figure steps out, but Yin Yu is still lost in her sea of pleasure and doesn't notice someone else entering the room. As she lies on my bed, hearing the familiar voice, Yin Yu can't help but startle. She stops singing, quickly gets up, and looks toward the sound she has been longing for day and night. Suddenly, An Ngok opens her eyes wide in surprise, her joy like seeing flowers blooming in the middle of a snowstorm. Is Xiaobai really you? Or am I just dreaming? Do you know how hard it is for me when you're not here? Let's continue what we haven't finished before. Unexpectedly, another person appeared from within the swirling vortex, stepping out into the black dance cage, fluttering. It was Sophia, who used her enormous breasts to block the way in front of An Ngok. Sophia, furious. How dare you seduce my great angel? And Ngok stopped singing and looked at Sophia. Where did she come from? Fine then, do whatever you want. Truong Tien Du is worried. Having caused trouble with someone as soon as she arrived at the spiritual gathering, she must find a way to stop them. Truong Tien Du licks her lips, the veins on her body beginning to swell with a pink hue. Tien Du is thinking of using her seductive power to get closer to the girls here. And Ngok is panicked. What's happening to my body? Suddenly it feels numb in an instant, like an electric current is running through me. Mangok entered, and An Ngok wasn't herself, doing strange things in Xiaobai's room again. Before she could react, Mangok also inhaled Tien Du's seduction poison, causing her body to suddenly jerk. It's so strange that my body suddenly feels weak and limp. I've never felt like this before. It's so uncomfortable. Tu Bak, come help me quickly. Over here, and Ngok is also in trouble. Tu Bak, I also feel unwell, so please come help me quickly. Xiaobai sighed and covered her face, saying they only agree to play until they kill me. Just arrived at Tin Lin Din, but to clear the fog for everyone, Xiaobai had to work all night. Thanks to Xiaobai's relentless efforts, everyone seems to have come together as one. Xiaobai reported the trip to Nunu Kingdom to Duku Kola under the supervision of Sophia and Tien Du, who ensured their safety. After that day, Tin Lin Din received two shocking pieces of news. Kovo Daisu died after the fight with Noah. It rained heavily that day at Kovo Daisu's grave, and the crows stood there mourning. Master Kuvo's wish has been fulfilled. He can rest in peace. The great demon teacher. Noah and his allies were completely defeated in the battle at Nu Nhi Quoc. Darkness and unlimited power. Xiaobai became the most influential figure in Tin Lin Din overnight. This concludes the news report. Long Yen is watching the program. From Spirit Lord Yindi Batu to White Red Leech Sword Dance. Even Noah, that monster, was defeated by your hand. Xiaobai, you are even better than my younger brother Long Min. Ma Fi swore to the sky, saying he would kill even the 5 heavenly kings' remnants, and Ma Fu Kui broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe what he just heard. The one who could defeat them must be a great figure, and he guessed the attacker was either a lower immortal or Count Duke Cora. Ma Fi remained calm, but unfortunately none of it was true. He was a classmate of Xiaobai. Hearing that name, Ma Fu Gui froze like stone. He couldn't believe that someone so formidable was actually Xiaobai. On the street and on every big screen, there are images of Xiaobai fighting Noah. The girls blushed as they whispered to each other, "Look, isn't that Xiaobai?" Another girl replied, "Yes, that's definitely him on the TV news all the time." He no longer looks like he did when he first joined the talent selection contest, as people gossip and talk when they see him on the street. They see him walking with a girl and become curious if they are dating, feeling everyone's gaze on them, which makes her a bit shy. The girl blushed and just looked for an excuse for both of them to go buy bubble tea. Does that count as dating? When Xiaobai saw her face suddenly turn red, he asked with concern, "Why are you blushing so much? All of a sudden, did I hit a nerve?" The girl shyly replied, "I'm not blushing. It's probably just because it's hot outside." Suddenly, in the bustling city street, a luxurious red car stopped in front of them. The person inside, dressed elegantly, slowly stepped out wearing a necklace as stunning as Sophia's at home. "Long time no see, Xiaobai. Do you remember me? It turns out you are the nine-tailed fox Vo Viet." Xiaobai immediately recognized her as the judge of the talent selection festival and directly asked what she wanted, while Vo Viet politely apologized for the inconvenience. She politely asked Xiaobai if someone wanted to see him and if he wanted to meet them. That evening, at a white, dilapidated castle, birds began to fly back to their nests. The person in front of him once again apologized to Xiaobai, who remained calm and said it was okay. Just speak if there's anything. The editor beside him was feeling down because her happiness was lost like that. Getting straight to the point regarding filling the vacant position of the great master Kong Wu, "I have thought about it for a long time, and you are my only choice. The S-Nor 4 spiritual guardian position I want to assign to you," and the editor beside her couldn't help but be surprised. She was shocked because going from level 10 to level 4 was something that had never happened before in history. But Xiaobai refused because he thought Lily, 4, and Vumac were more suitable than him. And Kola still tried to persuade him that rank doesn't matter, only strength does. Kola seriously said that he already knew the power of the Shadow of Infinite Darkness from their previous encounter, and that he was even stronger than the two of them. You just need to pass a simple test to sit in the 4th position, and Xiaobai is curious about what the test is. Kola knows that, although he is very strong, he still doesn't fully understand how powerful he has become, so I need to personally assess all of his abilities. Kola carefully looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai was silent. Does he want to personally test my strength and fight me? Kola hesitated for a moment, not necessarily needing to fight. I have a more honorable way. As soon as he finished speaking, Kola turned around and called out to Duong Pham. "Come here." The girl named Duong Pham was quickly called out from the shadows, everyone standing there waiting to see what would happen. Seeing Xiaobai, she was surprised because she didn't expect to meet a real person. Could it be that my mission target is you? If the person being evaluated is him, I can't guarantee the accuracy of the result because he would be very embarrassed. Kola told her to relax and not feel ashamed. Isn't energy assessment her specialty? Duong Pham nodded. I will try my best. Yen Vian still doesn't understand what energy assessment is, so Tu Bak explains that she might be able to materialize the strength and weakness of the energy. Duong Pham comments that Tu Bak's guess is correct. Her hair color will change according to the energy she perceives. Moreover, the method is a bit unusual. She has to use her tongue to lick the target's skin. Xiaobai finally understood why she was so embarrassed, and Yuan blushed in panic at this approach. A scene of Xiaobai's feet touching this nurse for that strange examination immediately appeared in her mind. Yuan thought to herself, kissing the skin like that, I haven't tried it myself before. Am I too passive? In a quiet corner of the castle, Duong Pham shyly scratches his head and says, "If he's ready, then I'll do it." Tio Bak says it's just a job, no problem. Vian watches from afar, her heart pounding, as she licks all the way to the ears. The fox demon also blushed, getting so stimulated that it was almost too much. Duong Pham closed his eyes. The energy was incredible. It's been a long time since I felt energy like this. It happened so quickly when she touched Xiaobai's hair. Duong Pham's hair started to change. She also wanted to know what color Tu Bak's energy would be. It's black again. This energy is beyond my ability to evaluate. Duong Pham gasped, unable to endure any longer. Tu Bak's energy is too strong. I need to rest for a bit. Kola was surprised. Exceeding the evaluation scope means I have already used the strongest red level. Duong Pham has never been wrong in her assessments. Could it be that Tu Bak's strength is now above mine? Little White spoke. Lord Korra, if the black color is not within this young lady's color range, then this evaluation is a failure, right? Duong Pham quickly said, of course, it's not a failure because this has happened before. She said that Ha's face was hidden and he looked exactly the same, both of them being black. Seeing Kola standing there with such a dark face, Tu Bak kindly reminded her to save some face for her boss. Kola Duke looked upset, fearing that as a representative of the Spirit King he might have to return home soon, and after that day he felt an unprecedented pressure. In the city, people were bustling around, crowding together to check the latest rankings of the Spirit Lords. Xiaobai quickly moved up to 4th and 10th place in the Fox Spirit Martial Arts ranking. Impressive! Xiaobai levels up so fast, and someone else who also advances quickly in martial arts is a fan of hers. At Xiaobai's villa, Lily C was relaxing and tying up her hair. After such a long, busy period, she finally had a moment to rest, and at this time she wanted to enjoy herself to deserve it. The feeling of soaking in the bath is so relaxing, I really want Tiobak to enjoy it too. The shared bathing area has a high window through which Lily too can see the moon outside. On the distant moon, Lily too sees the entire scene of her kingdom. She rubs her eyes. Must be seeing things. I haven't been home in a long time, so I miss my homeland. If only Xiaobai could visit home with me, Queen Lisa would definitely be amazed to see him brought back. Xiaobai walks in and says, "Lily too, I brought you a beard smoothie. Do you want to try it?" Lily too, soaked from the bathroom, stepped out, looking like she hadn't dried herself properly, causing Xiaobai to feel a bit awkward and step back. Yes, she still hasn't put her clothes on. This scene is a bit embarrassing. "Why are you here, Xiaobai?" Xiaobai stared at her in shock, unable to speak. Feeling that something was off, I think I forgot something. Lily too suddenly realized and slowly looked down at her naked body. I still haven't put on my clothes. In the quiet of the night, Lily too almost screamed at the mishap. Tiobak handed her a smoothie with a beard, and Lily too shyly sipped without saying a word. He then asked, "So you miss home now?" Lily too also honestly said that since becoming a guardian spirit, she hadn't been home for a long time. Tiobak silently looked at her, clearly understanding this feeling of longing for home. Suddenly, he stood up and said, "Let's go home. I'll take you back." Lily too was surprised. "What now?" "Then I'll ask her to let me leave the city." Tiobak smiled brightly at her. No need to make it complicated. Then he reached around Lily too's waist and pulled her close into his arms. Just holding her tightly would be enough. In the quiet night, Xiaobai quickly shifted through time and space to take Lily too away, while she shyly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Lily too shyly looked away, still not dressed, and Tiobak, in his haste, didn't notice. Seeing that, he quickly apologized. As soon as they arrived, she began to look around her homeland, when suddenly a spark of fire flew right in front of her. Lily too was panic-stricken. Everywhere she looked was filled with fire. The land of the nightly city was in ruins, and Lily too exclaimed in disbelief, how could her homeland have changed like this? In a corner, the girl with a sword is fighting a monster, but she seems unable to defeat it. The fierce demon swordsman glares at her as if to devour her, and the veteran swordsman's guild is very formidable. He swaggered, telling them to bring the horses back because our ancient demons are undefeated. Before the demon could laugh for long, his body was split in two by a child, and he was surprised, wondering why this happened. So it turns out to be Lily too, holding her iPhone sword, proud of her knightly pride that no one can diminish. She fiercely declares, "I will crush you, just like crushing an ant." The knights fighting there are all in awe. With that old sword in her hand, could she be one of the knights? Another person explained that before becoming a guardian spirit, she was actually the leader of the old sword knights. The remaining demons nervously ask each other, what will happen now that their leader is dead? Should we keep fighting? Lily too coldly looks at the demons. Any who step forward again will be killed without mercy. Seeing her power, the demons all panicked and fled in all directions. Lily too was still standing there when a man appeared, catching her by surprise. Commander Roger looked at her coldly and said, "Lily too, what are you doing back here? The affairs of the city wall are not yet your responsibility as a guardian spirit." Lily too was surprised. Has Roger been promoted to squad leader? Is there something wrong with me as a member of the Night Order protecting the Bright Fortress? He remains cold and indifferent. She is no longer part of the Night Order. Moreover, I don't need to beg for divine assistance or care much about others' affairs. If he talks to Lily too like that, Xiaobai can no longer stay silent. He speaks up, urging him to be more polite. How can you speak to Lily too, who is an undercover helper fighting against the predators in such a manner? Seeing Xiaobai, Roger panicked and leapt back to a safe distance. This kid suddenly appeared behind me without me noticing at all. Could he be someone with an hidden ability? Roger shouted loudly, "Who exactly are you, little guy? Don't you know who I am? The information about the city's spirit guardian is truly not enough for you to be so clueless." Lily too happily concealed that Xiaobai is a spirit guardian and also a level S. She blushed and lowered her head, softly saying that Xiaobai is the most valued person. The most. Everyone here was stunned, still so young and already at level S4, 2 levels higher than senior Lily 2. Not only that, but also someone close to Lily 2. Are there really so many good things in the world? Roger sneered disdainfully, and as the spirit of the city, it's our responsibility. No need for outsiders to interfere, he said through gritted teeth, his body burning with hatred like flames. Roger immediately recognized it and straightforwardly asked, "It seems he has some prejudice against the spirit of the throne. You are annoyed. Senzata really needs to correct his views." The two of them, with opposing energies, stand side by side as if ready to clash. Everyone quickly gathered to watch the show, eager to see who would win between Roger and this S-rank opponent. Suddenly, from the middle of the crowd, a figure stepped forward, loudly shouting, "Stop!" Everyone was bustling and pushing to see the match result, then they stopped and looked over. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "I'm not mistaken, right?" The person next to him also added, "Brother Sang is truly dazzling, that is, the woman so beautiful she seems to glow is their Queen Lisa." Not only did she refuse to fight the flesh-eaters, but she also wanted to attack my guest, and her swordsmanship with the knights disappointed me. Seeing the queen, everyone knelt down to apologize. Although it wasn't their fault, being reprimanded by the queen was an honor. Lisa ordered the fire on the wall to be handled by the knights. And Lily too. She wants us to hear about what Lily too has seen and heard at the fairy palace. And she also has many things she wants to tell Lisa. The red-faced queen, this time Xiaobai invites you to come in with me. Xiaobai sneered, "Too bad, I guess I can't fight today." He turned to leave, still not forgetting to say, "If you want to fight someday, I'm always ready." Little White wondered why the queen knew his name, because as far as he knew, the information here wasn't sensitive. The queen's hesitation was just his guess, so could Little White also guess this? A skilled guard wondered why their queen, who had lived in the palace for many years, was now revealing herself because of a guardian spirit. Truly mysterious. After finishing speaking, seeing no one respond, he looked at Roger, the team leader, to see if he was listening. He trembled because the Little White was too strong, his aura had been suppressed by him, and the power gap between the guardian spirit guards and the technical squad was so great. Queen Lisa quickly summoned Lily Tu to the palace tower to inquire about recent events. Tubok stood by the window, gazing outside, while Queen Lisa remained silent for a long time without saying a word. Tubok spoke first. "Has Queen Lisa of Than Quoc Quang been frequently troubled by the eaters recently?" The queen was surprised and asked how he knew. "Indeed, lately there have been more eaters outside the city, but they are not too dangerous, and the Night Corps can handle them." "Indeed, it matches what I guessed. Lisa finds it interesting. How did you figure it out?" Tubok smiles softly. "It seems the princess is also perceptive, so guess what I've figured out. Lisa said that since you have been observing around the city since you entered, you must have also noticed that the meat-eaters are only outside the city. Even the big fires are outside the city. The central area of Quoc Quang City is unaffected, so Lisa suspects they want to stir unrest among the people. Based on what I've seen, there's a high chance that it's the members of the Night Order leaving in a hurry." Tubok couldn't help but marvel at her insight, as expected from the Queen of Quoc Quang City. Her thoughts align perfectly with my own guesses about their motives. Lisa said she couldn't grasp their true purpose yet, and Tubok also admitted he didn't know. He took a sip of tea and sighed, realizing he needed to uncover the conspiracy behind it all, which might mean staying in Quoc Quang City a bit longer. "Lisa said that Lily Tu's friend is also my friend. I have a room there, and you can stay as long as you want." As they were chatting, someone suddenly entered, and Lisa and Tubok both looked over. "It's Lily Tu. She went to change clothes and came back. You've finished changing now?" She shyly holds up her dress in front of you, Tubok. "Do I look pretty in this?" Tubok blushed, still a maid. So cute, it seems this is his preference. Lily too said that before joining the night regiment she was Lisa's maid, but standing like that in front of Tubok, she still felt a bit shy. Lisa spoke up. "I've never seen you like this with me before. It seems you care a lot about what Xiaobai thinks. You like him, don't you?" Lily. Tu blushed and quickly said, "Don't say such things in front of Xiaobai, or I'll die of embarrassment." Lisa casually teased, "Is sweet weakness so admirable it really makes people envy?" Xiaobai, hearing that, just stood there innocently smiling like a child. Suddenly, Lisa felt a suffocating pain and struggled to vomit blood. Lily, too, hurried over. "Lisa, what's wrong?" And Xiaobai also stood up. "Your Highness the Princess, don't be so anxious. After Lily, too, left not long ago, I was diagnosed with a strange illness. In recent years, I have sought famous doctors, but to no avail. My health has already been declining. I am sorry to let you two laugh at me. I really don't know how much longer I can hold on." Lily. Tu suddenly said, "Don't say that, Lisa will be fine," but the queen still clutches her neck and coughs violently. Lily Tu panics and says, "I am a knight, I can give her my milk." After a long while, Lily Tu closed the door and came out. Xiaobai also ran over worriedly. "How is she?" "Is she okay?" Lily Tu shook her head. "My milk is gone. Lisa is sleeping for now." "She is sorry. I couldn't find the cause of her illness. It's all my fault for only caring about sword training at first and neglecting the role of a knight. Lisa has that disease, risking danger if enemies discover it, yet she still came to the city gate to protect us. I don't want to watch her die, because Lisa is my only family." Tubok held Lily Tu tightly, his face full of pain. Then he thought seriously before speaking. "Don't cry, Lily Tu." Hearing this from Tubok, was surprised and looked at him with tears still falling like rain down her cheeks. Tubok looked her straight in the eyes with seriousness and assured her she wouldn't die. That night, in Queen Lisa's room, a portal appeared, and Xiaobai quietly stepped in, a hint of sadness flickering across his face. Queen Lisa was still lying on the bed, coughing violently, seemingly unaware of Xiaobai's presence. He moved closer to observe Lisa's condition, now struggling to breathe heavily. Xiaobai summoned Lena's soul. Lisa was her patient, and no matter what method it took, she had to cure her. Lena confidently said, "Don't worry about my master's medical skills," but secretly thought that although he is saving lives at night, sneaking into a girl's room isn't very good. She whispered, "What if she wakes up and my master is misunderstood as a pervert? What should I do?" Xiaobai told her not to worry. He had prepared everything. Yu quickly reached behind Lisa's head and gave her a strong punch, then happily told Lena that she wouldn't wake up anymore and that she just needed to enter my body to heal her. Lena marveled at how simple yet effective the master's method was. "She has started the process. If everything is ready, then let's proceed, so I will soon enter the master's body." Lena quickly succeeded, and the first step was to laugh off all of Lisa's clothes. Xiaobai was panicked, laughing at the clothes. "Is it necessary to smile genuinely to heal?" Lena said, "Of course. If you want to find the root of the illness, you have to smile fully." Xiaobai struggled to swallow each gulp of saliva. This really was a difficult task for him. He told Lisa that this was also a way to heal her. Sorry for the trouble. Then a completely naked body gradually appeared before Xiaobai, and quickly, the queen's clothes were all laughed off. At this moment, Lisa lies on the bed almost naked, but she remains deeply asleep. Lena begins to examine every part carefully, using medicine like wielding weapons, leaving no detail overlooked. Tiny White shyly closed his eyes, so Lena used magic to make him open his pupils and touch them. Everything in Lisa's body was clearly visible to Tiny White as he looked into her eyes. And finally, the problem in Lisa's heart was revealed. Lena happily exclaimed, seeing that the pathogen was in the heart, and some creature was living inside it. Xiaobai was panicked, not knowing what it was, but it kept draining nutrients from Lisa's body. Lena said, "It is a Chung Dok, an ancient evil spell. I only read about it in old texts. I didn't expect someone in the city to know how to use this dark magic. Although this Chung Dok has severely damaged Lisa's body, it's not impossible to cure. The owner just needs to use their mouth to suck out the parasite from her body to remove the pathogen, but Xiaobai doesn't know how to do it." Lena smiled, explaining that it's a mouth-to-mouth method. After removing the parasite, she just needs to rest and recover gradually. Tiny White shyly kisses Lisa's lips, then begins to suck out the poison. Finding the toxin larva and removing it can save her, so Xiaobai hurriedly speeds up the process. The larva is quickly extracted while Lisa remains unconscious with her eyes closed. Toes. He carefully extracted the poison worm, examining it closely. It looked like a hair worm. Xiaobai clenched his fists in anger, realizing that being a queen wasn't easy, but at least she could rest assured because of Lily 4. "I will also find the person who poisoned her." Lisa seems to have stopped hurting now that the parasite has left her body. In the quiet night, Xiaobai quietly steps out, the wind blowing and whispering, sending a shiver down one's spine. "As you just left Lisa's mansion, a red-eyed creature was watching you from the roof." Xiaobai immediately sensed someone was following him, and as he walked away, the black creature flapped its wings and cried out. "You close your eyes and sense that something is wrong here. You've been watching for a while, haven't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai waved his hand and pointed at the watcher. The black fruit didn't expect that Xiaobai had already discovered it long ago, so it couldn't dodge in time. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle too much. The gods are watching everything. If you delay their arrival, you'll face their punishment. I disdain gods. I don't believe such things exist. You hide your face and say nothing. Just wait and see if you can fight with stones, but you will face punishment for insulting the gods." Noah respectfully said that the one who fought them earlier was a subordinate of theirs. Xiaobai was surprised and asked if he knew their inner workings. Noah explained that those are a gang bewitched by their divine spirits, hiding among the crowd, waiting for a chance to resurrect. Those people have given themselves a name, the Divine Officials. Xiaobai suspects that the Divine Officials are mixed into human society, and it seems that the attack by the Eaters is related to them, but capturing them won't be easy. Do you know what kind of gods they are talking about? Noah also doesn't know the specific situation or the purpose of the gods fighting to chase Jock in Iceland. If Thuha's guess is correct, the gods they are talking about are the ones sealed on King Iceland, the ancestor of the Eaters. Xiaobai fell silent. They want to revive that thing, so isn't it similar to your goal? So you are also a divine official. Noah, hearing this, he broke out in a sweat. Don't mess with Thuha. Those divine officials who betrayed humanity want to awaken the progenitor of the Eaters to serve them. But Thuha is different. He wants to conquer it completely, unlike the divine officials. Tiobak saw that Noah, even as a soul, still remained proud, and he hurriedly apologized, feeling a bit ashamed since he had never failed before meeting him. Xiaobai let him go. Not bad at all. Noah blushed and scratched his head. The master praised him too much. He thought that if it wasn't easy to catch those gods, he might as well let them come to him willingly. After all, the key for those divine beings to be resurrected. It's still on my body. Xiaobai guesses that maybe because of his special fusion power it attracted them. The sun just rose above the mountains. Queen Lisa has woken up, and she keeps sniffling as her throat also feels sore. Just after waking up, Lisa heard a strange sound and curiously sat up to get off the bed and check. At this moment, he was probably training, so Lisa moved closer to the balcony to observe the surroundings more clearly. As she guessed, Xiaobai was sweating profusely while doing push-ups below. Seeing that she was awake, he politely asked if he had woken her up. Lisa shyly said no. He then asked how she felt after Lily 2's treatment. Lisa shyly said she felt much better than before. Xiaobai saw her blushing like the first time they met. Yesterday, he had deliberately dressed her again, hoping she wouldn't find out. There was a bit of awkwardness in the air, and Xiaobai thought about what he should say to lighten the mood. Lisa told Xiaobai that this was his first time in Tangkuquang, or should she take him for a walk instead.
Tao Xuyến thật sự, chẳng phải là những dịu cầu muốn nổi sao. Những chưa kịp mở miệng thì Lisa đã lên tiếng trước rồi. Cô phải là trùng hợp không, những nghĩ lại.
Lily and I suddenly arrived at the city of Quat Quang, and her reaction was very different from everyone else's, as if she wasn't surprised at all. Her illness was cured in just one night, and she didn't react excessively. Seeing herself being stared at like that, Lisa couldn't help but wonder. Xiaobai felt as if she had experienced everything before, as if nothing surprised her anymore. Although I know Lisa means no harm, Xiaobai feels like he can't predict her. At the city of Quat Quang, soldiers stand high above, watching the large lake, and someone is approaching. It is Commander Roger, who chased after the Night Eaters and returned victorious. Truly deserving of his title, no matter who they are, he won't let anyone threaten the hidden fortress. One of the soldiers approached, saluted Commander Roger, and wondered what the others were doing, since he saw him but didn't salute. The soldier looked at the crowd, and the commander was talking about them. Seems like the queen was out for a walk, so they gathered to watch the spectacle. Roger spoke. Even though the queen has a different view from mine, she is still the most noble person in the hidden city, so how could she be out strolling in the streets? Meanwhile, Lisa was dressed in a tight-fitting dress that revealed her perfect curves as she walked among the crowd. She friendly waved to her people, and everyone around was noisily talking. The young men in the city all stood listening to the beauty of Queen Lisa. Moreover, behind them were Commander Lily 2 and the spirit guard Xiaobai, who heard that the ones who ate meat last night were driven away by them. Lily 2 was happy, and Xiaobai's illness was cured so quickly in just one night. Must be because of you, right? Tiubut nervously told her to speak softly, because it wouldn't be good if others found out about his secret treatment. Lily 2 nodded in agreement, seeming to realize that Lisa had overheard their conversation, and she quietly smiled to herself. Roger saw all of this with his own eyes, Kai Bin standing beside him, and their leader was so furious he was trembling. He was angry because the most noble queen of Than Kot Quang was out walking with her 2 guards, and on top of that, she was laughing and behaving so disgracefully. Suddenly, Xiaobai looked around and accidentally caught Roger glaring fiercely at them. He calmly raised his hand to wave at Roger and shouted, "Hey!" Suddenly being stared at and called like that, he froze as if turned to stone, standing still. Around the city walls, the crows kept circling in the sky, signaling that bad luck was nearby. Lily 2 also seems to sense that something bad is about to happen, and she carefully looks around. When Tubok sees her suddenly stop being so fierce, He suddenly reaches out and places his hand on Lily 2's shoulder. Lily. 2. You protect Lisa. I've been walking around for so long that it's easy to attract those damn crows that they sent to me. On the city's roof, the wind still howls and the cold air seems to be starting to spread. Xiaobai stood at the highest point, looking down around him, gathering all his spirits, urging them to use their keen senses. Go now, find the owner of these feathers for me. And as he finished speaking, Xiaobai threw a bunch of crow feathers outward. Are the spirits obeying the order to fly quickly and complete the mission? The people below are bustling, and Tuebok's spirits quickly disperse everywhere.
The Lord of the Demon Sword feels this is a great opportunity to earn credit with the Master. I must be the first to find the target. When it comes to sensing, I am the most sensitive. No one can steal my credit.
Xiaobai thought, if that flesh-eating creature is considered a god, I want to see how powerful this so-called divine sight really is. Far from the city walls, it seems this place is uninhabited, with strange, withered trees that look very eerie. On the outskirts of the city, in a deserted town, the sky darkened into a gloomy hue, and near a small stream, countless clothes were neatly hung, their owner unknown. From the calm water, a beautiful girl suddenly emerged. This girl is the 12th divine light. Selena doesn't understand why someone like her is alone in such a desolate place. The Lord of the Giant Demon Sword hid in the darkness, found her, and she is the one the Master has been looking for. It seems that Selena has now sensed someone watching her. She turns around gently to look, but the Demon Sword Master quickly leaps away, leaving only a small blue light behind. Selena wondered what kind of creature a giant predator with such a color could be. That is the soul of a predator, and also my artifact, Master. A voice echoed through the quiet night, startling Selena. The voice from the spinning portal continued, anyone who damages my spirit smith must compensate. She felt this voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was Xiaobai who had quickly arrived. Xiaobai looked at Selena and said, hand over your soul blade to me. As soon as she saw Xiaobai, she recognized him as the one next to Lisa, the one who killed my crows. I haven't settled the score with him yet, and he's still chasing after me here. Xiaobai looked at her and said, I think you haven't forgotten. You still haven't put on your clothes. Selena was panic-stricken and confused, wondering why she was dressed, but she still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly she remembered that she was actually taking a bath earlier. Could it be that she forgot in her urgent situation? Selena nervously looked down at her naked legs, blushing and covering herself quickly with her hands. Hey, do you dare to wait for me 5 minutes until I finish dressing before you make your move? Cowardly Xiaobai, of course not, because this matter concerns the interests of the readers. As soon as he finished speaking, Little White shot forward like a shooting star and landed in front of her, looking directly at Selena. Perhaps the deity like her doesn't know much about me, so let me introduce myself. Selena was startled and stepped back. What does it mean to introduce yourself? What does a brat like you want to do? Xiaobai calmly said, I want you to deliver my message to all the gods. Suddenly, he flew up and stood on the water effortlessly, as if he were on land. Selena couldn't believe her eyes. The guy standing before her was rising up, and the water around him was boiling. Even the lake water was changing color. Can humans really do this? Tiny White begins. I am the 4th level spirit guard. Tiny White also the one who holds the power of darkness and the grace of light. You all want to resurrect a divine being. Just lock it to break the seal on that person. As soon as Xiaobai finished speaking, he opened his eyes and fiercely looked at Selena, daring her to come forward if she had the courage. Selena trembled and retreated. I thought he was just a soldier Lisa invited, but I didn't expect he had the power to resurrect gods. But this guy's energy is also a bit too strong, and it's not even his strongest yet. He seems to be continuously getting stronger. In the sky, the crows are flying chaotically from nowhere, fleeing and abandoning me, even though they are my closest allies. Selena sighed, then walked away, blaming them for what use was it. Survival is a natural instinct of animals. If I were them, I would definitely run faster. Before she could finish her thoughts, Little White suddenly surged with internal energy and flew up directly. Selena sighed. Even if she found the resurrection key for the divine spirit, so what? With her current abilities, she wouldn't even have the right to fight him. Xiaobai asked coldly, weren't you saying I would face divine punishment? Where is your god? I don't see your god. Your god has abandoned you. Selena sadly lowered her face and sighed. Truly, Xiaobai was right. I am in danger, but no one is coming to save me. Although I haven't been in the City of Chaos for long, I feel this place is extremely chaotic. Queen Lisa, the Night Order, and the Fairy Court. These three seem to have deep conflicts, and perhaps it's because of your divine light. Isn't your goal to resurrect the Eater on King Island? So why are you causing chaos in Kot Kwang? She was surprised that the divine secret sealed on King Island was known by Xiaobai. Our divine light would never reveal this secret. Xiaobai grew impatient. What is he thinking? I asked him, but Selena was determined not to speak. She felt she was not the type to lack spirit. Xiaobai is angry. You continue to surprise me, standing before absolute power and not submitting. That's not right. Perhaps you still don't understand my tricks. And the seduction begins to take hold of Xiaobai. Selena blushed. What's happening? My body feels numb like an electric shock. I clearly am not wearing any clothes, so why is it so hot? I've never felt like this before. It's really strange. In the deserted forest, the night wind continues to blow as sparks fly. A blue arrow is aiming to be shot. Easily deceived by the enemy, people's faith in the gods is truly fragile. That person saw her struggling to breathe, and, unworthy of the divine position, Selena will crush him. As she finished speaking, he shot that arrow, probably from a distance but still aimed precisely at where Selena was standing. From the trees, an arrow with a motor-like engine shot out rapidly, and the quiet night made its tearing wind sound even clearer. Selena remained motionless, sitting in the water. Xiaobai calmly watched as it flew toward her. The arrow was just about to pierce her head when Selena stared at it in stunned silence, unable to look away. Her allies didn't want her to keep talking to me anymore. Selena panicked. This arrow is aimed at me and is full of killing intent. If it weren't for him, I might have already lost my soul. Xiaobai casually held it, then with one hand gently broke the arrow. Immediately, he summoned Noah and ordered him to quickly find the cold-blooded archer and bring his soul to meet him, with Xiaobai calmly giving the command without any hint of fear. Noah was quickly summoned, bowing respectfully before obeying the order and flying away. Noah thought to himself, not only did the master restore this body for me, but also granted me the crown and staff. I have no way to repay this act of regeneration. This is the first time I fight for my master. I must defeat the general and make a name for myself, to elevate my position in my master's heart, Noah thought to himself, his eyes still constantly observing the movements below. Finally, he found him, the god official running with his head in his hands like a mouse. Noah swiftly leapt to the target he was searching for. Even though he was only a spirit, his combat strength remained formidable. Noah quickly stood in front of that guy, so it was the one who angered the master, the one who only knows how to act foolish. This time I won't let you escape because our master wants to take your life. Noah looked at his opponent as if looking at an ant. Arstam doesn't trust his own hands, Noah, who once commanded the divine king's corpse, now calls the young boy the master. He doesn't understand what kind of charm the little bai has that makes even someone as ambitious as Noah bow and submit. Noah fiercely raised his staff high. This matter will be clear once the dead are counted. The power of extreme cold and the bitter hell quickly manifested a formation around him. The surrounding trees and land instantly froze and entered a state of deep, cold dormancy. Noah guessed they had infiltrated while the forces were weak, and Arstonum calmly replied that it was the realm of the gods, and reclaiming it was our divine duty. Noah angrily shouted, "Don't confuse the order. The corpse's resting place is not where your gods sleep." He glared fiercely at the enemy. "That is my house." Arston was panicking. What's wrong with this guy? He's even stronger when awake than before the auction. I'm such a fool, and yet I have to face this monster. Houses and trees everywhere are covered with a layer of ice caused by Noah. Xiaobai looked around at everything frozen solid. This Noah, after getting a new body, is a bit too excited. Even though he's wearing quite thick clothes, Xiaobai still exhales visible breath, and he hears singing nearby. Selena, sitting on the ice with a thin piece of cloth covering her body, looked at Xiaobai and silently cursed Noah for being clueless. He looked at her coldly, saying, "Put on your clothes, I won't look anymore. After all, seeing a girl struggling like this makes Xiaobai a bit uncomfortable." Selena suddenly looked at Xiaobai. "Really? You're not afraid I'll run away while I'm changing?" Xiaobai turned away, because if she thinks she can escape, then just run. Selena quickly finished changing and stepped out. "I finished dressing. You can come back now." Looking at the scantily dressed girl in front of Xiaobai, he guessed that her outfit wasn't much warmer than the cloth she had on earlier. "Although I only rank 12th among the gods, I have no intention of betraying the organization. And Anstorm actually wants to eliminate me. Anyway, thank you for saving me earlier. I will tell you everything I know about the secrets of the gods. The reason the gods acted against Lisa is because she was too closely connected to the Spirit King's court and constantly pushed for diplomatic relations between the living nations. Her actions made the gods uneasy, so they wanted her to leave the platform. Knight Roger takes over Lisa's position as the leader. He is an extremist who, once provoked, hates the divine spirits to the core. As long as Saint Light City gradually becomes isolated, the divine officials will have a chance. Xiaobai still doesn't understand why the gods are doing this. What do they want to do to the Holy Light City? Selena frowns and sacrifices everyone in the Holy Light City. Are you surprised that they sacrificed everyone in the Sacred Light City? Is that a bit exaggerated? Your divine officials might have potential in the future, Selena said honestly. They might have had it before, but now with you around, it's probably a bit difficult.
Xiaobai fell silent. The divine officials of your group caused such a big mess. Their goal isn't just to honor the gods, right?
Selena guessed that all of his intelligence was provided by Noah. Even though he had lived on the island for many years, Noah didn't know much, and Xiaobai was suspicious.
Selena said, "Eternal darkness is not the only way to revive the gods." Xiaobai silently listened as Selena began to tell her story.
A long time ago, the gods came to the world on a meteor, and God used light as a blessing to spread his power to humanity. But exhausted from their efforts, the gods fell into a 1,000-year slumber and never woke up.
But that day did not disappear because of them. Each race of humans has different supernatural abilities.
And as long as enough people are sacrificed with faith, the other gods believe that by sacrificing enough people and returning their energy to the gods, the day could come back to life.
Although this method is very cruel, as long as it can revive the gods, it can save this world full of desolation.
Xiaobai felt that Selena's description was very different from Noah's. She saw that flesh-eating thing as salvation. Maybe there's something wrong with her mind? Tiny White asked, "Do other divine officials treat the gods the same way?" Selena replied, "There are indeed disagreements among the divine officials, and many are too extreme. This sacrificial ritual was devised by those individuals.
But everyone's goal is the same: to see the gods revived."
Xiaobai's face darkened, a purple aura surrounding him, I understand. But there's one more issue. The one who attacked Lisa was Sal, as she asked Teobach while glancing at Selena's reaction. She hurriedly said it wasn't her, that Selena was only in charge of supervision, because she wasn't the type of deity official to fight, let alone a schemer. Xiaobai let out a breath. It seems she really wasn't lying. I have all the information I need now, you can go. Selena stopped glaring at him, as if she couldn't believe her own eyes, and asked a few questions before actually letting her go. She still thought she would be locked up and tortured or subjected to some lewd acts. She scratched her head. Is he really going to let me go? Or is this just a soft tactic to tighten the grip? I truly will leave now. Her nature isn't really bad. Since she provided such important information, consider it a way to offset her sins. Xiaobai wiped her tears, and before leaving, she added that she might be forgiven, but the owner of that arrow probably wouldn't be. Xiaobai quickly disappeared, leaving Selena embarrassed behind, saying goodbye to the girl Quack. She blushed, wondering why she gave her daughter such an unkind nickname. Anstorm was beaten so badly by Noah that his face was bruised. He struggled to hold his chest, realizing he was no match at all. The gap was just too great. I can't fight back. I'm standing here not because I'm strong enough, but he was just teasing me. Noah was like a hunter playing with a trapped prey. Not enough yet. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Anstorm. It is Xiaobai. Noah is in a hurry. Lily 2 and Lisa are still waiting for me at the palace. Noah, having just gained a new body, is overjoyed and respectfully bows to Xiaobai, asking the master for forgiveness. Anstorm slowly turned his head to look at the little white, feeling a chill run down his spine as he faced him. When did he arrive, and how did I not notice he was an assassin? I'm very confident in my senses. Even Noah and he couldn't sense him. Anstorm felt ashamed, tears welling up in his eyes. Damn it, I can only come this far. If the gods revive, you will all surely die with no place to bury. Noah was determined. My master, please give me one more chance. In 10 minutes, I will deal with him. Little White silently agrees, so I will see how you perform. Don't let me down. Anstorm grits his teeth. I can finish you in 10 minutes. Have you been underestimating others? He leaps into the air, shards of ice falling down like rain. I am Anstorm, the 8th god of wind. Not a fish for you to cut apart at will. His 3 arrows shot straight at Noah, who still stood calmly in place watching. When the arrows just reached Noah, he dodged swiftly. Is that all? Isn't that too slow? As Noah's foot lands, the immense internal energy causes the ice to shatter and melt instantly, and he swiftly moves around Anstorm in a blur, leaving him stunned. He was panicked, too fast to react in time. After all, Noah is not just a name. The fish can only be dissected at will. Anstorm was panicked, but didn't have time to turn around. Noah's staff pressed against Anstorm's back, causing him to spit out blood from his skin. Noah's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he took a cold breath, using his full strength. Many ice shards pierced through Anstorm's body from the sword's hilt, freezing him from the inside out, and he was gradually taking his last breath. After finishing the target, Noah turned to ask Little White, How long did it take, my master? Little White replied, satisfied. 8 minutes.
But Noah still seems quite regretful. If I could adapt to this body, perhaps I could have finished even faster. Xiaobai praised, "You did very well. This divine official's ability to assassinate from a distance using his soul is very effective. You raise your hand. I command you using the power of my soul. Anstorm, surrender your soul." As I finish speaking, Anstorm's soul appears. The 8th deity requests an audience with the master. Xiaobai continued, "Anstorm, I plan to eliminate the gods on Iceland's capital. Are you willing to join forces and help me?" Anstorm replied seriously and decisively, his subordinates willing to give their all. At the same time, on the sea surface above the city of Quoc Quang, a small boat was drifting aimlessly on the sky. It was Selena, nervously pondering how she should return to fulfill her mission, caught between the gods and that guy. Although he saw me bathing, he still saved me from Anstorm's hands. He seems fierce, but he hasn't done anything to me. Selena blushed and hesitated, unsure whether to help him when facing other gods. Suddenly, overwhelmed with thoughts, Selena saw her reflection and Xiaobai underwater. She lifted Xiaobai's chin with her hand, and although you have seen my entire body, I should also see yours to be fair. Oh my God, what am I thinking? I can't let others see me like this. My mysterious, cool image will be ruined. Suddenly a voice rang out. Selena, who seemed to be full of joy like springtime, a beautiful mermaid with a fishtail floated up from the sea. Are you teasing me while leaning on the reef? Do you have a lover in the City of Light? Tell me. This girl is the 6th light god, Ariel. Then Selena recounted her experiences in the city of Guang, though it seemed she had altered some details. Ariel was surprised. Master Demon Noah appeared, and he even killed the 8th light god, Anstorm. So he wants to declare war on the gods of light. Ariel pondered silently. Noah has been missing for a long time. I didn't expect him to appear now and attack the gods of light. This person poses a serious threat to our divine weapons. Although I don't like the extreme onstorm, to ensure the resurrection of our gods, we have no choice but to cooperate with them. There's no other way now. We have to beg the great god Quan to intervene, Ariel said seriously to Selena. This surprised Selena. Has the great deity Quan also come to King Iceland? Ariel looked toward the distant grand hall. Yes, it's time for her to carry out her mission. The great spirit guardian has arrived to ensure the resurrection plan of the gods goes smoothly without any mistakes. Selena sat relaxed on a rock, gently flicking her shimmering tail in the water as her divine tail began to split into legs. Selena, don't worry, I will go with you to meet the Grand Minister. With me there, she won't scold you. At King Iceland, everything is quiet and desolate, as if no life has ever existed here. Selena and Ariel quickly arrived in front of the government office, 2 stunningly dressed girls standing guard in surprise. Ariel quickly spoke. We have very important information to report to the Grand Minister. Please inform the 2 of them. The girl guarding outside, with a cold face, turned back and said, Ariel, the Grand Minister is resting. Come back tomorrow. Seeing her arrogant attitude, Ariel was furious. You're just a servant of the great deity, and yet dare to speak to me like that. If you hinder the resurrection of the gods, can you bear the responsibility? She still looked proud. My responsibility is just to take good care of the Grand Minister. I can't handle everything else. The person inside finally spoke out loud. Don't delay any longer. Let them in. The maid stammered. Yes, sir. Selena thought, after this guard post is the great Minister Quan's. But strangely, my heart is also beating faster. Am I too nervous? Selena quickly opened the door to King Iceland, and light shone inside. As she arrived, the scene before Selena made her blush. She could no longer believe what she was seeing, and stood there trembling like a leaf. The girls with their collars like dogs are panting heavily, struggling to breathe. The Grand Minister mockingly said, Zmisap. Sir, Selena and Ariel, you sneaked into my room at midnight. Are you worried that I'm not excited enough, so you decided to indulge a little in the dog's smoke? Selena hurriedly explained, We didn't mean that. Then she quickly recounted how she met Noah. As Mode smiled, No wonder, Ariel, you look so anxious. So you were defeated by Noah before. Don't worry, I am prepared. As he finished speaking, Asmoda reached into his chest and took out something to show the 2 girls. This is the blood I obtained from the god. It can give us unparalleled power, Selena exclaimed in horror. The blood of a god. Could it be that this is blood drawn from the body of a sleeping god? Asmode pretended to be troubled, but since it has already been taken out, might as well just give you these instead. One girl among the chained crowd was surprised. Is something so precious also meant for us now? Asmode, feeling pleased, said that since you have served me so comfortably, I should reward you, but Ariel and Selena need to put in more effort first, as she looked at the 2 girls standing blankly in front of her. The divine blood quickly covered her legs, creating a very strange scene.
Selena and Ariel both blushed deeply as they looked at Asmode, who said, "I see divine blood on you already. Lick it all clean, not a drop left." She looked at the two with a perverted personality, enjoying it as if she were having fun. Ariel was stunned. What kind of joke is this? After all, I am the 6th divine officer. Why am I being made to lick her feet? Selena couldn't believe that the great divine officer could have such a perverted personality. It's not that we don't want to accept the deity's reward. It's just that we're not the type of gods who fight. Something as precious as divine blood should be left for those who need it more. The two maids looked at Ariel in horror, knowing she dared to refuse the great deity. This time, she was surely doomed. Asmode stood up, her anger radiating from her, causing the servants below to tremble in fear, thinking the grand deity was furious as she slowly approached Ariel and Selena with blood-stained legs. "I hate being rejected the most. If you refuse me, no one will survive. This is your last chance." Asmode, with a cruel and superior gaze, looked at the two girls to see the outcome. Selena and Ariel at this moment felt the oppressive aura emanating from the great god. Both hurriedly knelt down in obedience, Ariel trembling. "We will lick every drop of the great god's blood clean." Soon, chains like those of the 4 queens appeared around the necks of the two girls. Asmode was satisfied. "That's more like it. As long as you obediently listen to me, I will cherish you, and I still have plenty of divine blood. Even old Noah is not worth worrying about. No one in this world can defeat the 3 of us." At night in Queen Lisa's castle, the clock has just passed 11 p.m. Lisa waited patiently. The time was almost up. Xiaobai should be returning now. I need to act natural. Just as Lisa predicted, the door opened. She cheerfully exclaimed, "Xiaobai is back!" He was surprised. Even though Lisa is so late, she still hasn't gone to sleep. Lisa shyly said she was a bit hungry and had prepared some late-night snacks, about to eat now. Xiaobai was surprised. Do girls with such beautiful figures also eat late at night? Lisa blushed. "My figure is very normal." Xiaobai walked over to the dining table, surprised by what Lisa called midnight snacks. Are these all her late-night foods? The table was full of heavy, stomach-filling dishes. Lisa hesitated because my illness has recovered and I feel more hungry, but it seems I prepared a bit too much food. She nervously asked, "If you're not bothered, could you have some late-night snacks with me?" Little White also felt a little embarrassed by the invitation, but didn't refuse. "All right, I'm actually a bit hungry too." The two of them had dinner together, and before long, Little White finished eating and casually said he was full. Lisa's cooking skills are really excellent, all the dishes I like, and the queen also shyly said she just cooked a few random dishes, didn't expect they would suit him so well. She sighed heavily, feeling silly for making a whole table of dishes that Tubok likes. Maybe that was a bit too deliberate, should have just been natural. But this is the first time I've had dinner by candlelight with a man, so it's understandable to feel nervous. Tubok wondered, Lisa also has special abilities, right? Her ability is mind reading, so Lisa was surprised. Why would he ask that? "You are straightforward. If I'm not mistaken, this meal was prepared for me, right? You can predict when I'll return, what dishes I like, and you even knew my name before. That's impossible to be a coincidence." Hearing this, Lisa blushed but didn't deny it. "Indeed, I couldn't hide it from you, but I have no intention of hiding it either. I am truly someone with special abilities, but it's not mind reading. I can predict the future." Tubok was surprised, wondering if predicting the future was really possible. Lisa explained that from a moral standpoint, any kind of supernatural power is not strange at all. Shobai wondered, "If you say that, then the events in the future are not clear at all." Lisa blushed, "But it's not exactly like that. I can only see my own future, not others. Although this is hard to believe, as long as I enter a dream, my consciousness will wake up at some point in the future, whether it's 2 to 3 days or 5 years later. I have experienced countless times in my dreams. I do feel a bit regretful to say this, but ever since I gained this ability to predict the future, my life has lost all surprises and joy." Tubok also agreed. "It sounds very powerful, but it's like knowing the script of your life in advance, and life would lose its freshness." Then he suddenly remembered something that made his body freeze. Wait a moment.
Xấu hổ, tiểu bạch cao mũi. Nếu có gia doan ruột tuông lại thì chuyện lên chữa bệnh cũng phải cố biết rồi chứ. Lisa cũng ngượng ngùng. Ta gia sớm biết rồi. Cô ấy vẫn còn hỏi dẫu dẹn giờ.
Tiny White was panicked, thinking she had done a good deed, even if it meant losing her reputation. The rabbit Lisa saw when she first met her looked a bit awkward, but it turned out she had known all along that she would do this to her. Lisa reassured her, "There's no need to feel ashamed since you did this to save me." But Xiaobai secretly shouted in his heart. Xiaobai still wondered why, if Lisa knew the future, the divine official's harm to her still happened. She should have thought of a way to deal with it in advance. Lisa thoughtfully asked if you knew about the butterfly effect. Any action of mine different from the future could cause a big change in my life, so I have to be careful. Lisa thought to herself, and if I am prepared for the divine official's conspiracy, how could I have the chance for someone to heal me? Xiaobai was surprised that you gave up the present for a distant future and had to endure years of suffering. Is it worth it? Lisa avoided eye contact, seeming a bit embarrassed when facing this gaze. Indeed, in my future dreams there is something I cherish the most, and I am willing to bear everything for it. Teobat didn't understand, wondering what in the future could make Lisa so captivated. You keep asking Lisa, do you still always prioritize your connection with the divine spirit and the holy light? Lisa finds it interesting. Do you also know about this? Little White raised her hand to take a sip of tea. It was the girl Crow who told me. Actually, I also have the same idea as her, wanting to end the predator ruling this world, but relying only on one person's strength is impossible. I want to help Lily fulfill her dream, to unite the two cities and even tribes never known before, to completely change this collapsing world. That's impossible. Ideals are just ideals. I've pursued them for many years, but in the end I gained nothing. And the most important thing is that my ideal dream cannot come true. Xiaobai, serious. If the dream in the future doesn't come true, there's still a chance, right? No ideals, but this side she has never dreamed of? What is happening? Xiaobai stood up thoughtfully, seriously contemplating this. Isn't it true that she said any action of hers that differs from the future could cause a significant change in what's to come? We are using the level 1 predator of that island as an opportunity to launch a full-scale attack among different countries. At King Iceland Asmod Hailong, the blood of the divine has already begun to take effect. The divine power keeps surging out. This feeling is truly wonderful. We are loyal warriors of the gods. At the gate of the new Ni kingdom, Eric sat cross-legged, seriously holding his weapon. Suddenly, the rotating shift appeared, and it was clear that the mission was about to begin. Eric still sat in his usual spot, waiting to see if anything would appear, and two familiar figures had returned, Lily and Little White. Little White was cheerful, exhausted from working hard and putting in a lot of effort for the place. Eric. Seeing Xiaobai from afar, Eric quickly stood up. With the elder brother and the leader here, serving both of you is an honor for me and not a burden at all. Xiaobai threw up his hands in surrender. Big brother, surely those 3 siblings have taught him to call us that. Lily blushed, wondering if the elder was referring to her. Feeling embarrassed to be praised in front of Xiaobai, they both went inside together, and everything here, including the trees, had been cleaned up during his absence. Lily immediately noticed something unusual and pointed it out to Xiaobai, telling him to look over there. Xiaobai stared in disbelief, stammering that it probably wasn't what he thought. It is a large statue built at the highest point of the Little White Kingdom, with a few words inscribed below praising Little White's achievements. This thing made Xiaobai break out in a sweat and even put a title on him, calling him a hero of Mount Shu. What's that all about? Lily and Xiaobai walked past the crowded crowd, looking at him like a movie star. The girls looked at Xiaobai with tears streaming down their faces, saying he's the hero of Thuxun. So handsome outside. If only Xiaobai could stay forever in the female nation, it would be so good. Without him, this place would surely die. A familiar figure runs towards Xiaobai, her large breasts pressing against his arm. Xiaobai is indeed Huyan. Finally, Huyan has come to visit him. Tubat gasped in surprise. Bak Vu Mak, she blushed. I really miss Huyan. Without Huyan, I almost can't sleep well. Seeing Bak Vu Mak like that, Tubat couldn't help blushing. She looked really adorable right now. Suddenly, Vu Mak reached out both hands to touch Tubak's cheeks, startling him. Tubak, Huyan has lost a lot of weight. She's been suffering in the city, right? Isn't Lisa treating Huyan badly? Lily angrily said, Bak Vu Mak is talking nonsense. Lisa treats Huyan very well. And what about me? How could I let Huyan suffer? Tubat immediately replied, That's right. Vu Mak challenged, Why are you so excited? Did visiting me make you jealous? Lily blushed and said, I don't need to be jealous because Xiaobai has already come home with me. Don't you understand what that means? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xiaobai quickly spoke to diffuse the situation. Don't argue anymore. I'm here to discuss important matters. The connection between Phuoc Quang and the divine spirits of the Thao Phat Kin Iceland, Vu Mak asked in surprise. Tubac continued, The predator is always an enormous threat, and if it were to revive, the consequences would be devastating. Bak Vu wearing a waistcoat. No problem, as long as it's a request from Xiaobai. I always agree. An elder often reminds that logically it's right not to refuse Xiaobai, but they just went through a loss from the Noah battle, and fighting again now might be a bit difficult. Moreover, this time the journey to Iceland capital is extremely far, and if the new Ni kingdom is ambushed, it will be very difficult to recover. Tubok, being rational, agrees with Elder On's words, so before coming here he had already thought through a plan to handle this issue. That is the construction of a gate capable of connecting the castle with the three nations. At the same time, in the distant western city of Kwang, a strange door suddenly appeared in the square, causing a stir among the residents. Some people think this is the Gate of the Eater, while others say it's just a prank by someone else. And Roger quickly went to check the situation. He was sweating. This is indeed a connecting door, but so large. What is it for? Does its owner want to wipe out Kwang City? Roger clenched his teeth and said, I don't care who made this, but it threatens Kwang City, and I absolutely won't allow it. He angrily channeled his inner strength, and a fiery red heat radiated around him. You have to destroy this gate. Roger suddenly reversed his stance, about to break it. Stop, Roger! Luckily, Queen Lisa arrived just in time to stop him. Lisa explains that the gate belongs to Little White and is a crucial link between the spirit realm, the New Ni Kingdom, and St. Kwang City. Little White has used her light of gratitude to connect her power to the gate to ensure it can operate permanently. It will be the door that promotes development and trade between the three kingdoms, bringing prosperity and supplies to us. This is a life-saving door that can help St. Light City out of hardship, our hope for survival. Roger, you have no right to destroy it. Lisa looked at him with a cold expression. Roger thought Lisa was overestimating everything. If what comes out of this door isn't supplies, then what is it? And don't forget those with malicious intentions to invade. Roger scoffs. St. Kwang City also has high walls and specially trained knights to guard it, so I can ensure peace and stability without bowing to outsiders. For St. Kwang City, this door is a ticking time bomb. As the commander of the guard, protecting St. Kwang City is my duty. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger clenched his fiery fist tightly, looking extremely angry. I cannot tolerate the existence of this thing, and as he finished speaking, Roger suddenly swung his fist toward the gate. The fire raged across the entire area, and everyone thought the gate would be burned down. Seeing the flames grow bigger and bigger, he smiled maliciously, satisfied. The soldiers around all felt that Roger was acting very rebelliously towards the queen, but no one dared to speak up. Lisa remained calm, and Roger seemed unaware of his true position. I am the queen of Kwang City, not you. It seems Lisa has now gone berserk. But what's strange is that despite being burned at such high temperatures, the gate remains completely unharmed. The fire Roger shot out was quickly pulled in and then pushed back out. Roger was surprised what was happening. His fire was deflected, and he had never heard of Lisa having such skill. Suddenly, a girl in a black dress with purple floral patterns and a revealing chest appeared. The Princess Queen knew someone would cause trouble, so she specially arranged for our guild to protect the connection gate. Rung sternly publicly defies the Queen's order and deliberately destroys the link door. Rung, who has committed a mortal sin, looks directly at him and clearly recounts his crimes, leaving Roger speechless. But he quickly spoke up again. Isn't the Mage Guild already blacklisted long ago, so why are you here? The two other girls stepped forward. This is just to make it look like something. To you, do you think the Queen is easy to bully? We are all loyal supporters of Her Royal Highness. Roger was sweating. He never expected that Lisa, who had been isolating herself in her room these past few years without involving herself in affairs, would secretly support such forces. He never thought that Lisa would be like this, and had been pretending to him all along. Lisa realized that after all, Roger is a straightforward person, so she would forgive him and not impose the death penalty. However, it was also time for the knight to retire. For the new team leader position, Lily will be the one to step in for others. Out in the vast ocean, waves of all sizes continuously crash against the shore. Roger vented his anger on a giant squid, roasting it over fire. I have dedicated so much to the City of Light, and yet Lisa dares to demote me. How disgusting. Can it really be like this? But she's just a woman. The City of Light will eventually fall into her hands. Suddenly, Asmode appeared out of nowhere and loudly exclaimed, This rice! This rice! It's the thing I cherished the most, and now that you've killed it, what am I supposed to do? Seeing Asmode standing there, Roger was a bit surprised and kept his guard, saying nothing. Well, I'll continue. Judging by your appearance, you seem to be a knight of the city, right? Were you kicked out? No matter what, you have to take responsibility for what you did. Otherwise, you will be my dog, Asmode said contemptuously with a sneer. But anyway, he's still a team leader and can't stand this insult, speaking recklessly. Do you want to die? Asmode swooped down from above towards Roger, speaking to him with an attitude that was very unwelcome. Immediately after, she pressed her hand firmly over Roger's mouth. Unwilling, he struggled with all his might. Asmode remained calm. Don't think you can escape. No one can resist me. I will punish you for your disrespect. Loving joy so much that she burst out just as she finished speaking, Asmode's hand shot toward Roger's face. He was panic-stricken, sweating, thinking how could he be slapped by a woman like this? In what felt like no more than a moment, Asmode had successfully subdued Roger. He was furious. Clearly, the strongest knight in the city, yet he had been beaten down by a woman like this, but he felt no shame at all. On the contrary, he remained silent for a long time, staring intently at Asmode in front of him. The sway of her voluptuous chest directly in Roger's eyes made it impossible for him to look away. He felt like he had never experienced happiness like this before, as if he had been completely defeated by her. How does this woman have such a charm? Even watching Asmode lick her lips made his body react. She smiled maliciously, satisfied that the lesson was almost over, and called out to her master. Roger knelt on the ground and respectfully called out to his master, while Asmode happily looked at him like a loyal dog, very obedient. My 8th celestial deity. Anstorm has died. His position will now be replaced by someone else. The dawn is gradually breaking, and the sun is no longer obscured by clouds. Duke Kola said, linking the 3 nations together to discuss, Falcon Iceland is a good idea. If the existence of the ancestor of the flesh-eaters is confirmed, it must be eradicated. Lily was pleased inside. Great, Duke Kola has no objections, so this matter is considered successful. Duke Kola continued, this affects the 3 nations. Your plan is not yet complete. I need to make further adjustments. This time I will personally lead the battle to ensure a lasting alliance, and it will be broadcast live on television. A perfect opportunity to announce the leader of the spirit realm. I will deploy all level A and S elite troops and declare to the world the status of the spirit realm leader. Lily is worried. This is the first time all 3 nations are fighting together, yet Kola wants to seize the opportunity to show off his authority. Xiaobai also shares Lily's thoughts, suspecting that Duke Gula feels threatened by Xiaobai's presence to his position. Standing as a king in general, anyone would think like that. But to go further together, the 3 nations must unite their minds. 10 days later, the armies of the 3 nations are fully assembled, starting from the gate at Thankot Kwang, heading straight to Sat Yi Kodao to launch an attack, with war chariots in the sky and large ships on the water. Gula stands on the boat with Wu Viet Ho Li issuing a stern command, pushing all speed ahead towards Sat Yi Kodao. At this moment, purple lights shaped like trees are flying across the sky above Thankot Kwang. That is the Sorcerers' Guild of Tin An, one of the most formidable, regain your fighting spirit mages. The guild leader openly said, don't let the people of the Ni Nation bring us down. Commander Do Nguyen Tin, the board swordsmanship battalion leader, turned his back, seemingly indicating someone has already fought us. We are just guards, and the hero. Tutiobak from Thuksan has just arrived. We absolutely cannot let him be disgraced. The Knights of Thanquet are also advancing into this battle, which involves the honor of the Queen and Thanquet City. Deputy Commander Tae Mong-het loudly rallies your knights' spirits to fight bravely for Thanquet City. The 3 large ships are charging straight towards Thankot Kwang on the sea, gathering all S-rank guards from Tin Lin Din. It seems this time they truly want to save face for themselves. The female host has also started the program, and everyone can see the powerful team going to conquer Sat Waiko Island, marking the first time in history that 3 countries are fighting together. The divine beings and ancestral eaters hiding on Sat Waiko Island must be trembling now. As the MC was introducing, suddenly 2 extremely eye-catching girls ran over to Xiaobai, with Sophia and Zhang Tiandu praising him non-stop, feeling that although Xiaobai is usually cold, his actions are very warm. Sophia suggested inviting Xiaobai to her house at night so they could talk more. Tiandu blushed shyly, but Xiaobai said it would be better to come to my house since my bed is big and comfortable. Seeing the 2 women flirting in front of Xiaobai, the other girls here looked annoyed. They were so angry they wanted to beat those 2 up. Jia Chang also agreed with this idea, glaring resentfully, furious that they dared to seduce her man right in front of her. Unacceptable. The harem of Xiaobai is now divided into 2 sides, one with these passionate girls and the other just standing by to observe the situation. I'm speechless. Some of them have some sense, and the camera is still rolling. The cameraman stood watching everyone in confusion. But for Xiaobai's group, this was normal. The assistant MC whispered softly, it seems they are having an internal conflict. Will this footage affect their image? The MC sighed in relief, but since we're live, around the deity's dwelling, the atmosphere has become strange and eerie. Inside Asmode's tower, Q sat on the throne and said, don't you feel it? A lot of disgusting, foul things are approaching, turning them into the food of the gods. How does that sound? Many warships are heading toward the island of the carnivorous creatures. Suddenly, the water surface begins to ripple more intensely as soldiers panic and shout warnings. Everyone alert. There's an unknown object beneath the water.
From the depths of the ocean, a powerful whirlpool begins to form. Soon, many long octopus tentacles pierce through the water, rushing toward the warships. Humans are too small to stop the gods from descending to the mortal realm. Anyone who sets foot in these waters will only meet one fate. That is death, the deep-sea king of monsters, the abyssal octopus. One of the guild leaders quickly reads something from an ancient purple-colored book, and the lines of text appear. The pumpkins she summoned fly straight toward the deep-sea king octopus. It was panic. What is that pumpkin knight also trying to kill people with? As soon as he finished speaking, the pumpkins all exploded simultaneously like giant bombs, causing a massive explosion that echoed across the area. Each of the octopus king's tentacles was severed from its body, and its eyes bulged out in extreme agony. Just a low-level demon, yet so arrogant. Getting slapped in the face like that is truly embarrassing. Voviet felt intrigued. So she is the mage of the city of Kopt Kwang. Truly fascinating. I never expected Queen Lisa to hide this secret weapon. But soon, the other tentacles launched their attack toward the mages. Dad looked panicked. Damn it, is there another predator underwater? She quickly steadied her mind and looked around to check on her teammates. No way. Could this be what the legend talks about? I've never seen anything like this before. Tentacles. The guild members hold their skirts tightly and shout, "These tentacles are disgusting, so humiliating. Leader, help me quickly." A sinister, disgusting voice emanated from the water. How interesting. The flesh of a young girl is indeed not like that of an ordinary person. Licking it feels like a fresh, tasty bone. The deep-sea sea monster king enjoying his feast suddenly wonders, is it snowing here too? Someone so insignificant, even the dead cannot be guiltless. Long Vian scoffs disdainfully. Long Yen Huangfan is Vian. Our Vian has taken action. Vian is really good, my dear. Another person from the warship eagerly leaps toward the combat to join the fight. Don't keep showing up alone all the time, Vian. Let me show you a little something. The final move for me to take. Ma Fukui Huangfan jumps up and throws her fire attacks at the frozen mermaid standing still. The frozen bodies shattered by the fire and fell into the sea one by one. Ma Fi Hailong, this young rich kid, has made some progress, thanks to meeting a master as formidable as me. Otherwise, he would have been discarded long ago. At this moment, the warship is covering the entire ocean, and ahead is Sat Yi Ko Island. Ko shouted loudly, issuing orders for everyone to come ashore and wipe out all the gods on the island. The soldiers stormed ashore with overwhelming momentum, and the guards of Lindin River rushed to wipe out Sat Yi Ko Dao. From afar, someone was already waiting to greet them at the entrance to the island, and the guards of Lindin River were surprised. Ma Fukui blushed and exclaimed, "What the hell is this? I've never seen something this big in my life." These girls are the elite female rabbit soldiers of Asmode, standing around talking about the little white guys. These scantily clad girls standing above look down, their fiery scene making the Red Squad blush. We can't let these girls seduce us. This island is full of dangers, so I must try to investigate what's inside them. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward shouting, a soldier of the Kuok Kwang army. Fu Kui admired him. No wonder he's a Kuok Kwang city soldier. Risking his life for justice is truly admirable. These giant-sized rabbit girls are just like giants, and the person flying up is perfectly positioned to look at her target. From this angle, Senza can't hold back at all. Suddenly, he was pulled into the gap between the two mountain peaks of that rabbit girl without warning, and the soldier was pressed tightly, blood pouring uncontrollably from his nose. "Hurry up and save me, I will die from blood loss. He seems to be under a love potion right now." Fu Kuima shamefully covers his face. "I will take back what I just said about him. I shouldn't have any expectations for this guy. Since the Vanguard General you chose really likes this place, you must also want to try it, right? Anyway, the guest who will arrive is the great Minister A4 riding a divine carriage, so be careful when welcoming you. I will be merciful and generous to let you experience a little." As soon as she finished speaking, the rabbit girl shouted loudly, then launched a wave of attack. Fu Kui broke out in sweat. What kind of move is this? Is she using it backwards to hit herself? That guy is just Tepsil, nothing special. What we need to watch out for are the S-rank spirit guardians. A voice from the crushed crowd suddenly rang out, asking who said Tepsil. Don't think that A-rank isn't a guard. The Golden Rabbit was surprised. What, some have slipped through? Impossible. From within the pile of sleeping bodies, that person used Long Hayat to push the body upward. Quickly, they leapt through the belly of the Golden Rabbit, leaving her no time to react. The Purple Rabbit was panic-stricken. How could this happen so suddenly? Is there really someone with such strength among these ants? It's hard to believe an S-class guard could be mixed in. That shadow quickly leapt up to face her. Purple Rabbit.
You're worrying too early. I'm only a level S10 guard. There are many guards stronger than me. Purple Rabbit, stop playing around. This guy's firepower is too intense. Let me help you lower the flames. Just spare my life and I'll do anything you want.
Fu Kui really doesn't know how to cherish beauty and jade. You're cold-hearted. Don't even think about escaping like that from me. Do you think that by pretending to be pitiful I won't hit you anymore? That's too naive. Before coming here, I made a vow to myself that after this mission is successfully completed, I would confess my love to the flower of the Tui Tui village. You won't seduce me, because I am a hopeless romantic, and Fu Kui hates seeing her cling to me. The flaming sword dragged across the ground, making a loud, piercing sound, indicating a powerful attack. A young man, similar in fire element skills to me, heard the noise and turned to look. It's Roger Han Hung Hong, the guardian spirit, right? I hate those who claim to be noble and meddle in others' affairs. If I've already met you, then I can only take your life. Fu Kui is enjoying himself, speaking confidently as if the female rabbit maiden would kneel down and beg for her life later. Meanwhile, the flying ships are starting to move in. The fellow pilots rushed forward, heading into the interior of her island to fight for glory and honor. Suddenly, something sped through their bodies, killing them instantly in midair. Are you kidding me that Taemong is panicking and still able to resist here? Selena thinks their plan to land on her island's interior is truly wishful thinking, as the airborne soldiers have no ability to fight back.
You're finished. The knights here will blind and bury you. Keep going.
Selena shouted loudly as she used the windstorm to destroy all the flying knights. The madly flying crows like arrows rush forward, bloodthirsty and fierce, attacking people. Taemong panics. There are too many of these crows, and if they have to fight back, the entire army will be in danger. Ah, so this is magic support. It's definitely them. The purple shield defenses quickly surround the knights. The magic guild's reinforcements are here. Everyone slow down and kill the traitors with the crows. Quickly, each member of the squad landed safely, avoiding the attack of the crows. Thank goodness we were lucky to escape unscathed, but what about you guys coming down here? The great god Asmode has granted us a superpower. Everyone must die. Come on, this is a battle for the technical team to fix the errors. We must win. From afar, a creature resembling a dragon is flying towards their battle from the direction of the sun. It roars, "You are too arrogant to enter my territory without asking, and now you dare to act presumptuously here." The dragon quickly transformed into a human, her expression turning cold and sinister. "Control over her body is my decision," Evan said with a dark smile. He glanced at the little demon girl and added mockingly, "Looks like this will be interesting for all of you."
Lộ rõ sự hoang mang, áp lực từ con rồng này quá lớn, giăng cấp vút xa con rồng bình thường trên biển vừa rồi, hắn còn cô một cổ thế kỳ lạ. Những điều quan trọng nhất là tại sao hắn không mở mặt, liệu hắn dặn xem thuồng chúng ta sao?
The sky is still dark, and the scene on the sea is also in a rush. Xiaobai stands on the boat looking at Duke Kola. He has indeed come to find me. Kola was unhappy that you landed so hastily. He has another task for you. Since we have traveled a long way to get here, our rear base is the most vital lifeline, and I must entrust this mission to someone trustworthy. Xiaobai spoke, and although he couldn't refuse Kola's reason, he knew that he just wanted him to stay put and not steal his credit. Kola felt guilty, thinking too much, but deep down he was still happy that you agreed.
Kola reminds the cameraman to capture every spectacular shot during the battle, because this fight is crucial.
I must win the Weifang title in front of the whole world. Lisa wondered why he agreed to Kola's arrangement, and Tubac had no choice but to go along since he was the commander of the coalition and wanted to keep Kola's face. And more importantly, Kola was right. If the rear was attacked, this battlefield could never turn back. Lisa feels that Kola is not fighting for the alliance but for his own reputation, and she fears that if he goes into battle with that mindset, something might go wrong. This is also what Tubac is thinking. He has no concern about Kola's strength, but he believes he is too impatient. They now only know the information about the two gods, while the others are still in the dark. If Duke Kola is caught off guard, he will definitely face a bitter end. Lisa also knows that this time, with the German Kola TV involved, they must not lose, or the entire army will fall into chaos. Little White reassured her. "Don't worry, Lisa. I understand the importance of Duke Kola. I won't let him fail for the alliance." Onstorm and Noah quickly returned after being summoned by Little White. Their strength can greatly aid the battle. Noah was sent to support Kola when needed, while Anstorm, familiar with these waters, would command from the ship. Tubac smiled cunningly. If Kola didn't let him go, he would send someone himself, which wasn't considered disobedience. Lisa was surprised that this was all she could predict. Is this how the battle would unfold? The cameraman by the cliff felt a twinge of regret about this trip, fearing he might be harmed by a creature, and even the Empress was frightened by these words. She blushed.
Is there anywhere safer in this world than beside Count Duke Kola? With his intimidating aura, no predator would dare come close. The military officer observed carefully, then signaled to Duke Kola, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. A scent of blood is approaching from afar. It seems to be a person daring to come into the domain of the divine light, still proud, perhaps overestimating their own lifespan. Just as Nyi finished speaking, who will be the first to cut off Kola's head, rest assured I will act quickly and won't let you feel pain. Wang Xiaoming is still young, but because his magic is too powerful, he was banished from the demon world. He is an unparalleled magical genius. The demon sword. Qi swiftly strikes like lightning, capable of slicing the dragon's crescent moon in the sky. Lo Long was born with supernatural strength, and his left fist can shake mountains and forests. Nyi finished introducing and then told Kola to choose any opponent. After all, she didn't want to bully the weak. Kola was surprised, the divine official. Are you the one trying to revive the Eater? Kuifeng was arrogant, knowing quite a lot, including how to resurrect Than Min. Soon, Kola moved behind him. Very good, the one I want to kill is the divine official. Suddenly, Kuifeng broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing when he had appeared behind him. He was quickly pushed away by Kola due to his speed, leaving Kuifeng no time to react. One of his arms was cut off, blood pouring onto the ground. Kuifeng was stunned, fresh blood continuously flowing out, and before he could regain his composure, something had already happened.
Nghị nhiên cũng cảm thấy kinh sợ, khống trực do dự gia giết chết Quỷ Phong. Chẳng lẽ giai thần quan khổng ban cho hắn của Hoa sao? Hoặc là thực lực của hắn giả vút xa suy nghĩ của mình sao?
Kola muttered quietly. There's no need for one-on-one fights. All of you attack together since my goal today is to kill all the officials. It's better if you're together, so I don't have to find each one individually. Loi Long, angry. Don't celebrate too early thinking you can catch Kuifeng because of a mistake you made. Do you think we're like him? I can crush you with a single punch. Watch your breath. And as he finished speaking, he charged at Kola. Kola casually raised a hand and easily blocked Loi Long's fierce punch. He looked at him lazily and said, If we're going to fight, let's fight. Why bother with all these unnecessary words? Blood from his fist splattered out, causing him pain. Loi Long roared loudly and threw another punch. Kola fiercely pushed back. My knee sensed something was wrong. This guy's ruthless attack didn't match the guardian spirit's style. Seeing Kola's calmness, Tiu Min felt anxious inside, knowing his level far exceeded his own. He kept watching without blinking, deciding that fleeing was the only option since staying would surely lead to death. So he left it to the great deity to handle this. As soon as Xiaomeng finished thinking, he activated his internal energy, and a golden light appeared around him. Quickly, Xiaomeng soared into the air along with that golden light. He was satisfied, glad to have escaped. The Theng Thien Formation's protective shield was extremely sturdy, and I had succeeded in fleeing. Kola glared fiercely. No one is allowed to escape without my permission. He raised his hand to his mouth and bit down hard, blood quickly flowing from his finger, then suddenly threw it towards the fleeing Xiaomeng nearby. But he was pleased with himself. And it was useless. The Heavenly Ascension array I invented is designed to prevent situations like this, with a hardness comparable to gold. As soon as I finished thinking, a fierce red light swept across his neck. Tiny Ming stared in surprise, unable to believe that his shield couldn't completely block his attack. Mei turned her head at the strange noise, and blood from Tiny Ming flowed down like rain. His head was cut off cleanly from his neck and rolled violently on the ground, looking extremely gruesome. She couldn't believe her eyes. If those two were killed, then even Xiaoming couldn't withstand a single blow. Compared to the spirits, he is also at level S. Korra stands fiercely facing Mi Ni. Only you remain. She is afraid and waiting for the strike. The only level S expert in the spirit court is probably Makha Tien Sin. Who exactly is this person? He stood fiercely in place and shouted at Mi Ni, representing the Marquis of the Fairy Realm, Duke Gula. She was so surprised that even Duke Gula, the Fairy King, came out to stop him. Isn't this a determination to wipe out her murderous intent? However, just after finishing her attack, Mi Ni immediately raised her hands to grip the edge of the wall tightly. She thought to herself that as a fifth-ranked divine official, Homi Ni couldn't let others harm her at will. Kokla just stood there, calmly watching Mi Ni attack without any reaction, while Mi Ni aggressively launched her assault, not wanting to die unjustly like the other three. With this attack, Mi Ni probably used up 8 parts of her strength against the Kola, but just like before, he only raised one hand to block in front of him. Then she gently swept her hand around, and the vines surrounding Kola stared fiercely at Mi Ni. It seemed her powerful attack had no effect on Kola. Mi Ni was so surprised that she hadn't even touched Kola's hair. but this was already her strongest attack. Now she only had one trump card left. Then she closed her eyes and focused intensely on her next move. Minnie's figure became invisible, she thought to herself. The body concealment technique can completely hide her whereabouts, whether it's the scent or the voice. They are all completely concealed. She was so confident, as if she didn't exist in this world, that he couldn't find her. Now, in front of Kola, Minnie had completely disappeared. After observing for a while, he still couldn't sense her presence. Not even Du Kola could feel any aura from her. This illusion technique is truly extraordinary. But putting that aside, Kola raised his gentle hand forward. He spoke, but it was useless. Just struggling with death, the corpses from earlier were moving. Using his magic, Kola made the corpses and body parts fly up to be stitched together. "Over here!" Vuvu was shocked to realize, wait a minute, could it be that Kola is about to do something? Then just at that moment, Kola said, "Well then let me take your lives to elevate your spirits and experience a magnificent fireworks display." A cheap trap unleashes deadly destruction, accompanied by explosions and blood splattering everywhere. Blood sprays all around and stains where Minnie is hiding. As soon as I touched her body, blood started to flow out, sticky and gross. This is the blood of those people earlier. Minnie stood there revealing everything. That's too much. I was trying to keep myself clean. Why did I have to do such disgusting things? As she finished speaking, a hand pierced through the blood screen and grabbed her neck, causing the fox spirit to struggle for breath and cough uncontrollably. Kola stood before her and asked, "Have you revealed your true form now, little fox?" While Minnie trembled all over, unable to speak as Kola held her in his grasp. Standing before the incredibly alluring fox, he couldn't help but lose focus as he looked down. Minnie's fuller breasts caught Kola's eye, luckily partially hidden by the rabbit. He raised his hand and said with a sinister tone, "I'm very curious if your heart is as big as your breasts. Let me take it out and see." From far below, a voice echoed up, making him flinch. "Lord Kola, calm down a bit." Cha Vu Việt dạng cố gắng ngăn cản. Máy quay vẫn dạng ghi hình, ngài nên kiềm chế một chút dụng dễ qua mức nồng bỏng. Dục Kola nghe vậy quay lại nhìn Mỹ Nhi. The main character and cameraman below are trembling. Blood splattered everywhere, and the narrator quietly thinks to himself that he is truly terrifying, but inside, Duke Kola is not like that at all. Everyone watching the battle on the screen is discussing it animatedly, mostly talking about the brutal and savage actions and the bloodshed of the leader of the Spirit Palace. Meanwhile, some soldiers still surpass him, showing mercy to their enemies while being brutal to themselves, and the coalition sacrifices were not small. Kola threw Minnie to the ground in front of Van Viet and the camera. Han spoke, apologizing, saying he got a bit too excited upon seeing the fresh blood and would restrain himself, since both of them are fox spirits. He handed her over to handle it. Van Viet silently thought that dealing with her might be a bit troublesome for him, as handling defeated enemies was not his usual style. Taking a puff of cigarette smoke and exhaling a cloud of white smoke, she said, "These kinds of tasks are better left to Huyen since she has more experience." On the other side, Xiaobai looked up at the sky and noticed some space water stains appearing. From that point, Minnie's body fell straight down onto your boat. Lisa wondered, what is happening? Is that a beautiful young woman descending from the heavens? From the sky, Minnie fell onto the bag where Xiaobai was standing, then sat down and looked back with some surprise. Her fuller breasts pressed against Xiaobai's body, making him a bit dazzled. He placed one hand on her back and the other on her thigh, making Minnie blush shyly. Teobok wonders why such things happen to her so often. Lisa, in the future, do you think there will be situations like this? Lisa, witnessing the scene, also blushed slightly and replied, "Probably not." From the observation deck, a voice echoed down saying she is the 6th relationship goddess, and Minnie is a defeated general under Duke Kola. Lisa praised his good eyesight. He added that either the task of bringing her here was to torture her owner, or that she could reveal some useful information under pressure. Laying the little fox seductively on the ground, Little White said, "Interrogation? I have plenty of experience with things like this." A rope appeared and was slowly being pulled tight. Minnie has woken up, opened her eyes, and asked if she was already dead. She suddenly realized she was tied up and hanging in the air. "Why am I tied like this? My body has no strength left. Someone please let me down." Jobai stands below and says, "Stop causing trouble, Minnie. Fall into my arms, and you're definitely dead. The so-called 5th relationship god information you probably know just as much as others." Lisa stands beside him, praising how handsome he looks. He adds, "I have 10,000 ways to make you open up. If you don't want to suffer, just open up, quickly." Minnie sighed. "There's no need to keep fussing." She raised her voice, The guards with real strength have already gone into battle. Even the Spirit King Duke Kola is no exception. At such a critical moment, the only person remaining on the ship would be at most a logistics soldier. Hearing her say that it's still early to scare anyone, Xiaobai wondered if he was just a logistics soldier. Minyi continued, "Anyway, you won't survive long. I'll be honest, you basically can't win this battle. Even if Duke Kola directly joins the fight, it won't change much." She smiled. "I have seen Han's true strength before, but it's still not enough compared to our divine officials." Minyi continued, "Not only the great gods, but every god before the fourth system was an unparalleled master." As she spoke, the sound of the waves caught Xiaobai's attention. Something was approaching, and there were many of them. It must be Ariel. She's the purest and kindest sea goddess. She's the daughter of the sea. She's coming to save us. From the observation deck, the messenger shouted down, "Our master has more trouble now. Our fleet is being tracked by others." The ocean realm is now a pod of whales, communicating with their sounds as they move in large numbers, following the fleet. From the sixth realm of the sea gods, the girl of the sea Ariel appeared and declared that the great god had ordered the destruction of the entire fleet, leaving those who set foot on the island with no way back. She waved her hand and gave the command, aiming directly at Xiaobai's fleet. Immediately, a giant whale leapt out of the water, its body many times larger than their boat. Instead, Minyi panicked and shouted, "Be careful, I'm still on the boat. Do you want me to die?" Xiaobai turned and said, "Your friend doesn't seem very rational." Minyi was startled and asked, "What do you want to do? Want to die? If you want to live, then leave the ship behind and run away with me." Xiaobai, standing on the ship, exudes a powerful aura and says, "As a logistics soldier, I must take my duties seriously." She opens her mouth in shock. Even with disaster looming, she still pretends. She is a child of the sea with the power to control the ocean. Even I am no match for her at sea, so what can you do by leaving? Just a minute later, the words of shock appeared clearly on Minyi's face. Ariel was also bound and suspended right in front of us. Clearly just a logistics soldier, but terrifyingly powerful. This is the true strength of a star spirit guardian. The way she was tied by Xiaobai also made her look incredibly sexy, more like she was enjoying it than suffering from the restraint. Minyi spoke up, sensing something strange about Ariel's attitude. She normally wouldn't act so recklessly, especially since she clearly heard her call for help. Xiaobai stepped forward and asked the two girls, "Haven't you realized yet? You said it's not her attitude that's wrong, but that her mind is being controlled by someone else." Buck raised his hand and added, "This kind of mental control is draining her life very quickly. Let me try to help her." Only now does Minyi realize she was a bit mistaken in judging others by their appearance. The person who understands everything is definitely not a logistics soldier. Who exactly is this person? Lisa stepped forward to explain that Xiaobai is not on the front lines because he is weak, but rather because he is too strong, so strong that even Dakula feels fear. Lisa is proud, saying he is the most capable of replacing Dakula, the VS Spirit Master, the number 4 Shadow of the Void. Minyi thought to herself, is that guy really that formidable? He clearly looks very calm. On the other side, Xiaobai reached out and grabbed Ariel's wrist, startling her. What is he touching? Don't think you can take advantage of this to mess with me. Worried about herself, Ariel suddenly shouted when Xiaobai's touch made her jump. Ariel gently licked her red face, feeling this way. This energy flowing through her body was something she had never experienced before. A pair of pink eyes appear in her heart on the moon, calling her name, accompanied by a questioning voice asking why her heart is starting to beat faster, how fragile her faith in the gods has become. Has she forgotten the blessings bestowed upon her by the divine? The shadow of Little White appears standing between the moon and asks, "A god? What god?" Looking straight ahead with a challenging voice, "Have I ever met one?" Holding the chain in his hand, Little White asked, "Has any god ever used the chain of binding to attack himself?" Ariel was alarmed and shouted, "Wait, what are you going to do?" "You simply snapped the chains in half, breaking the bonds." Xiaobai smiled and told your god to wash his throat. "Wait for me, and I will go meet him." On this side, the great god of beauty and demons, Afor Admetus, was slightly startled when she sensed the challenge just now from Little White. She sat calmly on the throne, thinking to herself, "Damn it, my heart is pounding so fast. Am I scared? He can cut the chains of the divine world." She smiled, a person who can both excite and scare me. He is the first. Who exactly is he? Lost in thought, someone approached and said, "Your Majesty is sweating, Lord Admetus." The third demon lord, Medusa, stepped forward and said, "So the Spirit King Duke Korra is right. Let the gods share with him. Can he handle that guy?" The staff struck the ground, and a voice echoed, It seems someone has already moved faster. The fourth divine relation. The corpse body fully awakened. Duko La is fine with you, but everyone else on the island belongs to her. Great Divine Officer Admetus sighed, letting you decide. Perhaps her mind is more focused on the young man earlier than those others. Inside Admetus's palace, the warm glow of the lamps. Below, she anxiously glanced and said, I still feel uneasy. It seems the plan must be carried out first. She has recovered and is now wandering around. I need you now. The second divine official, the young woman Kuang Thi, appears. The Kuang Thi looks quite beautiful as she speaks softly. Admetus, do you need my help today? Shobai stepped back and said, all right, she's fine now. Mei Ni silently thought, I didn't expect him to succeed. Ariel panted heavily, thanking you for rescuing her from suffering. She added, but I still have a small request. My friend Selena is also one of them. Xiaobai remembered. Could it be that Selena is the girl who was bathing on the beach? Ariel looked at Xiaobai with pleading eyes and said, I know my request is rude, but I beg you to save her. If I hadn't taken her to see the god, she wouldn't be in this situation. The great deity noticed the doubt in both of us, which is why he intervened to turn us into obedient puppets. I am pondering. I also have a responsibility for my children. Rest assured, I will save her. Lisa points towards the sea and calls out, Xiaobai, look at this. She looks closely at the tattoo and asks, have you seen that thing before? The pink aura emanating from that direction revealed the appearance of the young girl, Kuang Thai Lin Lung. She spoke, and the battle-hardened soldiers launched the Tai Duong Kimon formation. A pink barrier appeared, covering the entire city on the island. Bak Vu, holding a sword, stood beside a huge head, puzzled. What is that blinding everything? Is it a spell of the city's light barrier? Van Viet said. That looks like a barrier, and its power is extremely strong. Admetus agreed. Yes, I've never seen such a powerful barrier before. He gazed into the distance. This barrier was probably meant to stop me, but unfortunately, their fear came too late. Admetus turned around. The owner of the divine authority was ahead. Eliminate them. Admetus praised, the barrier is beautiful as the person. She looked at Lin Lung and sighed. Having someone here really makes me feel at ease. The red-faced zombie raised both hands shyly and said, Don't praise me like that. Add to Admetus. I'm very embarrassed, she added. The great universe sun and moon has already formed. Even I can't dissolve it. We can only wait until the 7th of the 7th month, 49 days later, when it will automatically break apart. Therefore, the alliance on the island will become a trap, with no one able to escape. Admetus smiled. For the revival of the divine god, this is a necessary tactic, just like someone who only tells half the truth. More importantly, whether the celestial yin-yang can stop that person from entering, the one who makes me feel uneasy inside. Outside, Tuabak is using the power of the heavenly staff to try to break the barrier, but to no avail. Tuabak hesitated. Even the connecting door couldn't enter. This barrier spell is quite formidable. The 4 people outside the barrier looked in. Lisa spoke up. The one who wants me to stand by and watch is not only Duke Cora. I looked at it and said, This is the barrier formation of the second divine official, Lin Lung. No matter what power is used, it's useless. Her barrier cannot be broken by human strength. The great divine official has already awakened Lin Lung, who has been sleeping for many years. It seems that the person who truly annoyed her is the one responsible. Ariel also has her own thoughts. I feel there's something strange about this. Now all the gods and allied forces are being burned on the island, and there is a possibility that the Grand God wants to kill everyone there. Using their energy to perform a sacrificial ritual could revive the gods. Does Lisa doubt she has the power to wipe them all out? Ariel replied that initially, our conflict with NAC-A was because the divine officials of the 4th system were on a different mission, which led to our failure. She continued, in her opinion, the strength of the remaining 3 divine officials is not inferior to NAC-A, and moreover, the 4th grand official, Admiral, surpasses even our existence. If Little White cannot enter the battlefield because of this barrier, then my hypothesis is very likely to be true. After some research, Little White also agrees that this barrier truly cannot be broken by force. But no one knows if the demons and gods can break through this barrier. Hearing the words demons and gods, both Mei Ni and Ariel froze for a moment. Even Lisa couldn't hide the shock that appeared on her face. Inside the barrier, Kai Tak was standing high above, looking down at the city below. His deadly gaze shows that the number is truly not small. Thousands and thousands have come here to await death. It's really tough for you. A-level guard Macte Kian Vuong, Lu Tuan Tan, raises 2 fingers and says, "Where is this fake show, even going against the wind to appear? Your accomplices have all been killed by us." Level 5 traditional guards, Kualapkak, also stepped forward. "I hate those who pretend. You, who are so aggressive alone, dare to stop us. The others are all noisy. Look carefully, all the great elders of the fairy court are here. What do you have to fight us alone?" Kai Tak is floating in the air and says, "Alone? I think you've misunderstood." He adds, "I never said I came here alone." As he finished speaking, he raised both hands and his staff into the air, creating a magic circle, a skill summoned from the gods. From within the magic circle, fragments of armor appeared. A large number of black spirits with weapons in their hands appear. It turns out they are summoners, and there are too many summoned creatures. We are at a disadvantage. Bin Yi spoke, noting that those things emitted a rotten smell and didn't seem alive, and the girl beside her agreed. That smell was more like that of dead spirits. It looks like we've met a real opponent. The scepter with the red orb of the hero points at the group below. He shouts, and the legion of spirits obey the command, killing them. Immediately, the spirits launched a coordinated attack on those people. They thought to themselves, their fighting strength is relatively strong. It's not just powerful spellcasting, but also the ability to use soul mage magic. The barrier spell summons a large number of spirits to fight like this. How can we possibly win? He still stands confidently at the barrier, comparing the numbers. He declares with confidence that he can fight against 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses alone. Faced with the army of spirits, the girls are fighting desperately, with Lily Tu and Bai Wu standing out, wielding twin swords to destroy the evil spirits. A ghost soldier approached Ma Fai and also detected the foul smell emanating from him. He turned around and slapped him across the face. Then he pressed its head to the ground and said, "Come on, you dare to betray me too." Everyone was still celebrating when they noticed something strange. After being cut in half, these soul soldiers immediately reconnect and revive. Lily Tu sighed. These soul soldiers can still be resurrected. It really makes people disgusted. Suddenly, a flurry of black feathers appeared in the sky, flying everywhere. The soul soldiers wondered, what is that, black feathers? In front of the celestial lord, soul soldiers should not exist. This is the appearance of the remains of the 5 heavenly kings, the fallen angel Saphir. She glared, if they can be resurrected, then we fight until they can no longer come back. As soon as he finished speaking, the black feathers turned bright and blazing, then exploded and spun in circles. This light beam spreads throughout the soul army, causing a massive explosion that makes the spirits gradually vanish. A huge character of death appears, along with the dazzling light from Saphir's explosion. The ultimate move ends. The dust gradually settles, and a massive crater appears where the explosion took place. Saphir said loudly, "If you get what you want, then it's true, you lowly beings." She added, "I will blow you away so completely that there's nothing left to wait for, and see how you can come back to life." The king sighs. Her working style is really impressive, even more so than her impressive chest. Tiandu also smiles. "That's more like it, Saphir. We must continue protecting the spirit. We can't let the 5 heavenly kings be looked down upon by others." Suddenly a figure appeared behind her, and Saphir quickly turned around and asked, "Aren't you celebrating too early?" "How could that be?" Haitak stood behind her, smiling and saying, "Do you think my soul legion is just like that? All of them are connected to my energy. As long as I maintain my energy, they can resurrect countless times." Then he raised his hand to cast his spell. He unleashed a powerful force downward, causing an explosion aimed at the crowd below, and Saphir coughed up blood. She was knocked back from above, falling to the ground. Damn this guy for being so tough. I underestimated him. How could I lose in my own home? Every time the Soul Legion is reborn, it evolves once, significantly increasing in strength, magic, speed, and durability. And the longer the battle lasts, the stronger the souls become. No matter how many of you there are or how powerful you become, as long as you are controlled by my Soul Legion, your fate is only one: being stripped, torn apart, and slowly tortured to death. Kaitai remains calmly standing at the formation, as each resurrection of the death spirits gradually changes the battlefield. Facing the endless death spirits, the spirit army fights a hard battle, with many defeated and fallen. After taking a hit from the death spirit girl, she thought that her pain wouldn't harm them. A female flew high into the sky. "Don't be too aggressive." "Damn it, watch me stab you 1,000 times. Sure enough, many holes appeared on the corpse of the death spirit, but they immediately healed, making her exclaim, "Damn it! This endless rebirth. If we keep fighting like this, we'll eventually be exhausted, and die. King Bai Mak turned and said, "Except for VS, the others can no longer hold on." Lily nodded in agreement, never expecting that a divine official could push the allied forces into such a situation. Vuamak sighed, never expecting that one day we would fight side by side again. "Lily, can you help me with something?" "You go stop the death spirits. I'll go assassinate that head priest. He's the one summoning the death spirits. As long as he dies, the alliance will definitely collapse. This time I will be your support, while the death spirits are closing in on both of you." Vuamak looked back at Lily and thought to himself, "After this battle, I will invite you to a hot spring in New Ni Kingdom." Then she started to move, her hurried steps heading towards Kaitak. She kicked the head of a death spirit to gain momentum and jump up. Rushing towards the shield, she thought the allied forces were now in a quagmire. As the highest-ranked guardian spirit, I will definitely help everyone escape this difficult situation. The shield sensed something unusual and glanced briefly at King Mac, whose entire body was still inside the light blue barrier. She shouted loudly, "Victory or defeat depends on this move." A dazzling light appeared at the tip of her sword, clashing with the barrier of the Kaitak. A brilliant light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a collapsing effect. Ma Fi exclaimed, "The strength of the women of the New Ni Quok is truly formidable." Lily also sighed, "Has the White King succeeded?" From inside the sphere, a voice echoed out, truly unpredictable. Yet the great divine official, someone was able to break through my defensive barrier. Kaitak's skull appears among the shattered pieces, but unfortunately, it looks quite fragile. Vuamak wondered, is it the thickness of the shield that causes the vehicle to be so fragile? A black spirit from behind rushes toward the willow tree area, preparing to strike down on her. A gust of wind blows, taking a heavy hit, and Vuamak grimaces as he lies on the ground, coughing painfully.
Khai tác dựng chuột mạch cố nối, lý do tại sao ta có thể diệu khiển sơ luồng quang doan vọng linh lớn như vậy chính là vì năng luồng của ta quá lớn. Tất cả các mũi cố mặt ở dậy cộng lại cũng không thể chống lại năng luồng của riêng ta, vì vậy các mũi không thể thắng nổi quang doan vọng linh của ta.
Vuamak trembled as he tried to sit up, still determined not to lose. He laughed loudly. "So you're the ringleader of this bunch, then use your death to declare the failure of the Allied forces." Before I could even act, someone appeared behind him and said, "I haven't even joined the battle yet." Looking at him, I said, "On what basis do you dare say the League of Allies will fail?" In front of the three girls, a huge gap in the barrier was shattered by Xiaobai. Mei Ni was amazed. The strongest barrier of Ling Lung was broken. Unbelievable. And Ariel was just as surprised. "I have never met anyone like him before. Is he a demon or a god?" Lisa, on the other hand, feels shy yet a bit happy when mentioning him. Little White is the savior of this world. "Over here." Kaita turned back and saw Xiaobai ask, "Where did this mixed blood come from?" And a thought crossed his mind. Why didn't I notice him getting closer? Was it because I was too distracted, controlling too many death spirit soldiers? Ignoring what that skeleton said, Xiaobai suddenly appeared right in front of him. Standing before Vuamak, he said, "Sorry, Lord Bai, I'm late and let you suffer." She's still trembling, while Kai Tak was shocked that he couldn't keep up with your speed.
Vuamak, ngồi thở phào nhẹ nhõm, nhìn thấy vết thương của ta vuông như da không còn dầu nữa. Tiểu Bạch liếc nhìn sang bên trái và nhận ra Sophia dạng nằm rũ, trong cổ vẻ lo lắng.
He looked back and turned to the right, where Tiandu was lying motionless, a scene just as tragic. He stood up, anger boiling inside, and assured Bisect leader, "I will make him pay 10 times over for the suffering you've endured." Khatak now cautiously assesses his opponent. This guy has some skill, I must be careful. You smile and tell him, "Aren't you very confident in your own energy? Then don't mind a little contest to see whose energy is stronger." You raise your hand, snap your fingers unexpectedly, startling Kai Tak. He quickly jumps back a step, trying to attack, but forget it, kid. But nothing much happened nearby, just wind and a ball flying. He looked at you and said, "It's just a show of force. Are you trying to mess with me?" Little White smiled and hurriedly said, "What's the rush? Just scaring you a little first. You're not grown up yet, so take your time." The whole body of Wumat suddenly shone with light, accompanied by Little White's voice, showing the viewers the true effect of the dual shadow light, the real meaning of the light's gift. Her whole body shone brightly with a golden glow, and her wounds disappeared. On this side, Sophia was similar, wondering what was happening to her. All the pain on her body had vanished, and even the scars were gone. Bin Yi also feels excited, and moreover, her whole body seems to be filled with energy, as if it's burning from within, and she feels like she's about to explode. Lily feels the same. This sensation is just like that night with Xiaobai. It's incredible. Xiaobai shared his energy with her, so this is the true power of the luminous chain. Even a man like Ma Fi has been healed. He's really useless. My father's fighting strength has already reached its peak. Kai Tak was shocked. How could this be? Those breathless guys, are they all alive again? Is this even possible? Xiaobai looked at him in surprise and asked if something was wrong. This doesn't seem like the logic that the one controlling the Vonglin Quan would follow. He stood beside the girls, crossed his arms, and added, using my own energy to keep others fighting for me. This is something I can do easily. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the spirit army in the battle were restored to their highest fighting condition. Kai Tak thought to himself, the Vonglin army is the culmination of my life's work, a move I devised to guarantee victory. So why does this guy seem to use tactics just like mine, without any effort? Looking at him, he's just a kid with milk on his breath. Could it be that he truly has energy equal to mine to sustain this level? Xiaobai turned back and said, Sect Leader Bai, this time I will expose you. No need to think too much, just unleash your full power and vent all the grievances you've endured. You transfer more energy to her, then tell her to cut him down yourself. The king absorbs the energy, exhales a light mist, and prepares himself. Immediately after, she uses the secret technique Thu Sun, riding the sword to soar. A series of swords appear behind her, and the king stomps the ground and rushes forward, creating a cracked and shattered surface on the ground. As I was healing her, I told Kai Tak that thanks to Xiaobai's energy, I could stand up again. Going against that little fire Xiaobai won't end well for you. Now I will cut you and your skeleton apart. He also pointed his scepter at her in challenge. Come here again and see, you're just a defeated opponent under my hand. Do you think releasing a little bit of gold dust can turn you into a superhuman? At the same time, he ordered the undead legion to crush them. Little White also spoke. Don't let these guys cause chaos. Deal with them all. The people behind shouted loudly, Bak Tong Chu and I are here to help you. In front of us now is a bunch of undead spirits rushing forward. You think you can catch our sect master just by relying on you? Leave it all to me. With that, her figure wielding a golden spear shot through the crowd of spirits, along with a curse. Get lost. As she finished speaking, she landed right in front of Kai Tak, raised 2 fingers, and muttered something. Tien la duivong, dia diem amla. All the mirrors turned into dust. The swords behind her turn into streaks of light circling around her. Tai at Thien Ton immediately issues a command. The swords then head towards Kai Tak, who silently thinks to himself, this flashy move is useless against me. Even this top expert is no match. Thinking that, he kicked off and jumped to dodge the attack, but the swords kept chasing him relentlessly. Only then did he start to worry, how come this guy is becoming harder and harder to deal with? Can these flying swords still track their target? The king manipulates the flying swords with his hands, and no matter how far you run, my swords will find you and pierce through your throat. The girl smiles. Haven't you realized yet that that skeleton's speed is getting slower and slower? Hearing that, he reacted immediately, so I slowed down, but I still have plenty of energy. I don't feel tired at all. Just as he was wondering, a dazzling golden light appeared beside him, and the throwing knives pierced through his body, blood splattering everywhere. Kai fell to the ground with a loud thud, rolling uncontrollably to the distance. He slammed his staff into the ground, feeling easy to sit and talk. Damn it, why am I getting weaker? I should still have energy. Could it be that the rapid regeneration of the Vonglin Legion is consuming a lot of my energy, but still, I should have enough energy to fight? The White King puffed out his chest and said, Look carefully, Gok. Your Vonglin Legion will soon become a treasure to absorb energy for Little White. So you used the incredible pull of darkness to drain the Vonglin Legion's energy and then distributed it through the light system to the allied forces. She added, daring to face Xiaobai shows you're still too weak, and you're so confident. You're actually using your own energy to kill yourself. At this moment he was panicking. Wait, I haven't gone into battle yet. As soon as he finished speaking, White King Mac slashed him with a sword, decapitating him, blood gushing from his neck. Kai Tak's skull was knocked off and rolled across the ground, then somehow it rolled back to where Vua Mac was standing and hit her foot. He's still talking? I can't accept it. I haven't even fully used that power yet. Ignore his rambling. She gently took off her shoes. Then he stepped forward and said, Too bad you missed your chance, ignoring his confusion about what he was about to do. Macdone kicked, shattering the skull of the skull creature. Immediately, his Void Spirit Legion also vanished quickly. Seeing the ghostly figures disappear, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this time truly ended. The skull monster is dead, so that Void Spirit Legion has also disintegrated into dust. Hearing Xiaobai's praise, Leader Bai said, Well done, making Vua Mac blush with embarrassment. He happily said, This is the first time I have combined energy with her, and it has such a good effect. Now she is my most trusted ally. She shyly turned to look at him. Bach's energy is definitely extraordinary, not only helping me master the flying sword technique, but also allowing me to reach a new realm. Bach's powerful and passionate energy always attracts me. This feeling of both tenderness and intensity, that night you broke the taboo, was truly incredible. And the scene still vividly lingers in my mind. Every time I think of it, my heart races uncontrollably, and I can see that the Emperor's entire body seems to be stirred. Xiaobai panics and shouts, "It's not what I want." Vuomak's face is so tempting right now that I can hardly hold back. "I want to be with you, Bach." I blush slightly and ask again, "Is it okay here now, or should we wait until we get back?" As you just finished speaking, Bin Yi stepped closer, pressing her hot breasts against you. Lily was not far behind, grabbing your right hand and pressing her soft chest against Tu Bach. Bin Yi said, "It's really inconvenient to speak openly here, but it will be too difficult to wait until we get home." Lily nodded and said that Xiaobai, who made us all uncomfortable, must take responsibility. Turning sideways and frontally, you look surprised and shy. Bin Yi, Lily, even the two of you are reacting so strongly. The other girls are also a bit excited. Look around carefully. It's not just us who are reacting. Ma Fai, representing the men, also spoke up, saying it's only fair that Xiaobai gives us an explanation. Tiandu was anxious. "Everyone, don't worry, I've seen this scene many times and I have a way to handle it." Feng Yan and Ma Fi stood side by side, unable to take their eyes off, as Tiandu's fiery solution was too intense. She exhaled contentedly, then slightly licked her lips and asked everyone, "So how is it, everyone? Do you feel better now?" The king, blushing and biting his finger, surely has done a lot of preparation. While each person kissing Little White can temporarily satisfy their urgent needs, it's not a long-term plan. Seeing him sitting on the ground, sighing with lipstick on his face, after this battle is over, he must go back and fight with Little White for 7 days and nights. The young man quietly thought that a stronger energy link is powerful, but has too many side effects. Luckily, his own vitality and the divine power he just exchanged won't cause trouble, so he must use it carefully this noon. At the same time, on the other side of the Sai Yi Kodao, King Viet asked if he could feel something approaching, and Kola replied that it was fine. After all, if it's not a major divine being, 2 or 3 of them can handle it. The building in front of them stretched out into a golden glow. A giant snake shot out from there, along with deadly fangs rushing toward the 2 of them, and the huge serpent opened its terrifying venomous jaws and lunged at Kola. He simply closed his eyes, and a few small birds appeared around him with faint red mist. The Titan dragon bites down, causing debris to fly everywhere, and it's unclear whether Kola is inside the snake's mouth or somewhere else. King Viet asks, "What are you doing, Kola?" The main character just froze like stone, the cameraman stammered. Everything was lost, and Kola was eaten by that huge snake. This can't be real, right? If it goes on like this, aren't we all going to die? The giant snake lowered its body to the ground with a thud, waiting for the rest of its body to emerge, coiled up and letting out a roar. A blue shadow gradually appeared above its head, and Vu Viet wondered if there was another one, revealing a girl with a rather slender leg standing on the Titan serpent's head. That is the demon goddess Medusa, the divine authority, who calmly observed the Titan serpent and our divine authority. "You kids are quite rare, so you're Kola, defeating and charming everyone." Taking a puff, Vu Viet said, "I didn't expect it. Your divine officials all have some wrinkles, but it seems you misunderstood. It wasn't me who defeated them, but your pet that swallowed them." The representative spirit guardian number 3, the furious Kola, just finished speaking when the entire lower body of the giant beast surged forward, causing its mouth to puff up, and then it had to open wide, from which thousands of tiny drops flew out. At this moment, he finally appeared, raising his hand with a glowing red orb aimed at Medusa, then softly said, "The divine official surrenders." A fairy-like attack was released like a celestial bell, and Medusa quickly spun around and flew up to dodge the deadly strike. As soon as she landed, she spoke, "No wonder you can control so many drops, so you're a blood-sucking kwai." "By the way, along with the mythological system above my head, this is still the first time," Kola replied. "Really, I am quite experienced." Han thought to himself, "For a woman to dodge my attack in such an unexpected situation, she's not like the previous divine officials." Meanwhile, Vu also whispered to himself, "Kola, you must have sensed it too. That guy is not simple. You need to be careful." The two face each other, wind blowing high above, one with a tough exterior, the other falling apart. Truly remarkable. The narrator says reality is too cruel, yet Kola manages to emerge unscathed from the belly of the serpent. The fierce woman facing her also seems to have been frightened by Kola. "Ah, I hear her complaining. I hate noisy people. Kola, I'll be gone for a moment." "Vu, just listen to people, idiot. Just do a little mixing and it's fine." Why are you suddenly speaking up now? Do you want to die? I need to deal with these noisy troublemakers a bit. Medusa and the former dragon rushed toward the filming area, and the MC standing there. The MC was trembling with worry. That guy is heading toward me. I just want Guvu to make her angry at Kola. She closed her eyes. Am I going to die before I even confess to him? Is this what it feels like to be about to die? After a moment of silence, she slowly opened her eyes. What's happening? Did I get eaten? In front of her, Kola was raising a magic shield to block, then spoke. She is the person she cares about. Han looked at Medusa with a serious gaze. No one else is allowed to touch her. The scene in front of her made the MC so emotional that she dropped her mic. The girl was so excited, she actually said in front of the camera that she belonged to him. This is a confession of love. Everyone in the world already knows. The girl thought to herself that she was being held in Kola's arms, usually acting serious and cautious, but at the crucial moment he personally saved her. I've thought it through. After he destroys that terrible demon girl, we will get married immediately. I want to dedicate everything to him. Come on, Kola, I can't wait any longer. He looked back with tears in his eyes and a confused expression. Medusa spoke. It seems we've caught a whiff of the sour, sticky smell of love. I agree to wait a little longer for you two. Oh, I put my hand to my mouth and continued speaking. You can now give the ending to this love story. There's almost no chance left. Kola started to take things seriously. Stop jumping around. You're meddling too much. As she finished speaking, thousands of small bats appeared before her and rushed towards Medusa and the ancient dragon. The large platform was a bit uncomfortable, really unlucky. Too many bats, they didn't mean to. While it was still thinking, the small birds on its body started to suck blood continuously, and the blood of the ancient dragon turned out to be blue. In just a moment, the huge ancient dragon from earlier is now reduced to a pile of dry bones. Kola stepped forward and declared, as the leader of the spirit realm, my duty is to serve humanity, unlike a woman who is not interested in love. Hearing that, the MC felt like stone. Am I really being rejected? Is this love that hasn't bloomed already over? The camera sighed, such a huge snake, but now it's just a skeleton. Kola's display of power is truly terrifying. Only Vuviet realizes that it won't end so easily. That divine official is not so simple. While everyone is focused on the ancient dragon, footsteps suddenly approach from behind. Feeling that, Kola quickly turned back. Medusa, rushing forward, praised him for his quick reaction. But then she was too late, and she swung her hand to strike at him. It's unclear what made him suddenly blush like a girl. Surprised by the attack, Kola slipped backward to avoid the blow. He hugs her back as if he was just hit there by her, his face turning red with worry. The MC here wonders why he's so flushed. It's the first time she's seen it. Could it be that the previous blow already hurt him? Could it be that the big-breasted demon girl used an enchantment technique to seduce the man? At this moment, Medusa said, although this feeling is a bit weaker than mine, I have some doubts. I just pointed out that you are a woman, Kola. The shocking news is being broadcast live, causing a stir among everyone. The villagers started to discuss why Kola was wearing loose clothing to hide her true nature, and many girls wondered why she wanted to conceal her identity. As the king of the spiritual realm, how can you not face your people honestly? The MC also sinks into contemplation. She's a woman. Is she deceiving everyone? Have I loved him secretly for so long that I didn't realize it? He's just a warm and gentle person, not a woman at all. Vuvit thought that if it was a lie, it would eventually be exposed, but he didn't expect to be caught right in front of the live broadcast camera worldwide. The divine love affair has now surely exploded, and he feels a bit sorry for her. Can someone as proud as Kola handle this pressure? Medusa continued. Why hide her true identity as a woman? You surely have your own unspoken hardships. Right now, Kola replied with a stern face. What does that have to do with you? I smile mockingly. Your beautiful figure is hidden by that robe. What a pity. Maybe I should help you take it off? Kola asked, blushing. Take off my clothes? Do you have the guts? Medusa sympathizes. I can sense your indecisiveness and even some hesitation, Kola. Saying that, she steps down to prepare to attack. In the blink of an eye, her figure almost disappeared completely. Then suddenly she reappeared in midair with a formation in her hand, ready to strike at Kola, and said, This look of yours is simply not worth my effort. A series of large, venomous snake heads lunged forward, and the surprise attack made Kola quickly jump back to dodge. Before she could recover, Medusa appeared behind her, looking so unkempt that she definitely wouldn't win in a fight. Then I grabbed Kola's shirt with my hand. This made her blush and confused, so she stopped. But it's too late now, as he suddenly yanks her dress open, revealing her fiery figure, leaving Medusa wide-eyed in shock. Kola, wearing a Chinese-style dress with a daring slit, exposes her pure white skin. The revealing accents expose her flesh and ample chest, creating an incredibly alluring and shy image. She quickly covers herself with her hands, silently thinking, "My noble image built over many years is now completely shattered." Kola shyly lowered her head with a red face. "Now the whole world has seen this side of me, the peace of my spirit king. I clearly wanted to use this battle to strengthen my position, but I didn't expect it would turn out like this. Now I've become a laughingstock for everyone. How can I face the spirit realm in the future?" The people are buzzing about her seductive image, and it's true. Kola is indeed a woman, and a great beauty at that, with an incredible figure. Even I, Sai, has to exclaim how beautiful she is. Is that really her true appearance? When it comes to looks, I truly lose to a snake. The young cameraman with a nosebleed, she is clearly very beautiful and adorable. So why does she have to disguise herself in a serious manner? Vuvit explained that it was because of her appearance. Gula cared too much about others' opinions. She worked hard to become the image others expected, never living for herself. If this battle helps her find her true self, it's worth it. MC wondered, does Vuvit know that Kola is a girl? Oh, she hasn't said anything yet, just raised the herbal jar and took a deep breath with her eyes closed. Then it was explained that Kola possesses a rare divine-type ability, and she was originally destined to become a genius guardian admired by all, but her first battle unfortunately faced a huge setback. Her opponent was just a monster stealing food, but because of Kola's appearance and personality, that demon not only wasn't afraid, but also mocked her for no longer being a majestic spirit guardian. From then on, Kola walked confidently like a princess, donning a pink dress. To match her strong image, she abandoned her girlish nature, transforming from a young girl into the formidable Kola. She wants everyone to fear her. She wants to become a powerful figure that others tremble before. But a casual remark from Lord Manhwa on behalf of the Spirit King said he couldn't do it, that he was planning to retire, and that this matter suited her better than him. He also encouraged her, saying that Kola and the Spirit King's palace would rely on the original from now on. Vuviet continued. This was not originally Kola's duty, but she still took on the Spirit King's burden, sacrificing everything just to meet everyone's expectations. In front of the camera and the gaze of the live audience, Vuviet added that every bit of hope people placed in her was like a chain, but she was not angry. Just to deserve the title of Spirit King, she truly shouldn't bear any more blame. The villagers watching are moved to tears by those heartfelt words, and as Kola worries, she suddenly startles when she hears her name called from below. Vuvit and the two TV station staff shouted loudly, "Don't care what others think. Be brave and be yourself." This time, fight for yourself. She heard those words and felt a sense of relief, then calmly turned around. The voices of Vuviet and the others, along with images of Kola being broadcast live on the square screen to the crowd watching, everyone began to understand and sympathize with her more, no longer talking behind her back, and everything fell silent. Then they all cheered, encouraged, and fought for themselves. At this moment, everyone was united in their resolve, shouting slogans to fight for themselves in support of the Spirit King Kola. From individual voices to a united chorus in the square and even an entire kingdom, everyone now supports her wholeheartedly. At this moment, Kola stands tall, hearing the cheers and support from everyone, and Medusa realizes that her anger is beginning to subside. I think the people below are probably her friends. They are the ones who helped stabilize Kola. Now, Kola speaks up. I've thought it through. Male or female, Spirit King or Guard, those things don't matter right now. The most important thing I want to do now is defeat you. Then she looked straight at Medusa with a determined gaze and slightly raised eyebrows. Ah, I smiled. Very good. With that kind of aura, it's more interesting. Let's go all out and see who's stronger. Suddenly, a scar and a blinding light appeared on Kola's chest, and she gently raised her hand to it. Blood spurted from the scar, and the light grew even brighter. MC wonders what's wrong with Kola, suddenly bleeding. Is she injured? Vuviet smiles. Don't panic. This is her most proud technique, and if she can perform it, it means Kola has probably found herself again. The protagonist's eyes widen as they see the great treasure sword, the blood in her chest transforming into a massive sword. Kola grabs the hilt and pulls it out, with small snakes swirling around her. Then I spoke. I originally planned to use this move to fight Tutubak, but to thank you for helping me find myself again, I will make an exception, and let you see a little more. I am quite confident. I am much stronger now, and you basically cannot win. Medusa was unafraid. Indeed, you have become much stronger, but your tone is also too arrogant. As she interrupted, The snake hair on Medusa's head began to change and grow longer. They changed from green to white. Could it be that I have used my full strength? All their hair turns white, and huge snake bodies appear behind them. The MC observes the presentation, noticing that the hair of that light god radiates a very strong magic power. It seems she wants to summon some powerful monster. Medusa said, I have already agreed to Atmodius. I will definitely stop you. That's all you get, Kola. Now I am unleashing my strongest skill. The 9-headed serpent and the 9 heads of the giant dragon appear extremely mighty. The protagonist gazed at the giant serpent and couldn't help but marvel at how its body was so massive it seemed to cover the entire sky. Is this the assassin of the light god? As expected. Not simple at all. She widened her eyes, wondering if such a fierce beast could really be defeated, relying only on the blood sword in Kola's hand. The ancient serpent immediately surrounded Kola, roaring furiously, while Medusa remained calm, facing her directly. A warning was issued by A, but unexpectedly this old woman still had an ancient Kwa Xa sealed in her hair. She wouldn't unleash it unless absolutely necessary. A smiled and said, if you're afraid there's nothing to be ashamed of because its true power is incredibly strong, no one who has faced it has ever survived. Kola ignored her words and started counting, which surprised Medusa a bit. Surrounding her, familiar red aura appeared and counted from 1 to 8. In the end, there were 9 snake heads, truly a rare pet, and Kola was extremely confident, determined to capture it alive and bring it back to the fairy garden for research. Medusa, furious, said, Cora, you really underestimate me. Even now you still have the nerve to count? Shouted loudly, inflating her lungs. This time I won't hold back anymore. Get ready. When her aura surged, both Vuviet and the main character trembled. Not only them, but even this island itself quivered because of it. Noah, hiding nearby, thought to himself, this siren isn't the leader of the gods, yet she can control such a terrifying demon snake. The owner has told me to protect Kola. The opportunity is coming soon. Medusa, still not awake, causes her snake hair to stand up as she threatens, saying, you will pay for your arrogance and die, Kola. As soon as she finishes speaking, 9 giant snakeheads rush toward Kola to attack, spitting green venom directly at her. But Kola looked quite calm, closing her eyes and gathering strength within her body. Vuviet was a bit surprised. Kola closed her eyes again. What is she trying to do? Hurry and get away? If the demon snake bites her, she will only die. While everyone was worried about her, Kola suddenly swung her sharp sword, slicing through space and cutting off all 9 snakeheads at once. Blood splattered everywhere as the 9 heads of the giant snake slowly fell to the ground, powerless. Amidst the rain of blood, Kola remained calm. This was only for show. Medusa was terrified, unable to believe that a single strike could kill her 9-headed snake. What could she be relying on? She couldn't possibly have that kind of power. Even Vuviet, watching from the sidelines, had to exclaim how strong she was. Stronger than Kola, he knew, and this calm, composed aura felt like a true master. Could she have broken through her own limit and reached a new realm? Cora no longer stood still. She started to rush towards Medusa. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right beside Medusa and said, "You're defeated." But she still smiled and said, "Defeating me is useless anyway. You can't stop Lord Admetus." Cora didn't care about those words. She swung her sword once more, unleashing dozens of strikes, and told Medusa to be too noisy. As the sword's edge was pulled out, blood appeared on her face, and sharp cuts appeared on her feet. Not only that, her entire body was covered with wounds and blood constantly gushing out. Medusa now seemed to clearly feel her defeat, and in her eyes the image of Kola was somewhat blurred. Her eyes lowered, she coughed weakly, just moments ago still confident. But now, death is near. Medusa closed her 1,000 eyes and thought to herself, "I'm sorry, Lord Admetus. I couldn't stop Kola." Her figure begins to collapse, unable to protect the dignity of the divine. I have lost. Medusa falls from above, and the protagonist cheers aloud. Lord Kola has won. Where she fell, her body shattered into a sea of bright red blood beneath a clear blue sky that seemed timeless. Where is this? Is this heaven? Did I really die? Admetus approached and looked at her as she sat up. You're too pessimistic, Medusa. The end of failure isn't death, but that death can lead to rebirth. Admetus smiled and looked around, watching those beautiful energy objects. They are all waiting for you? Waiting for you to become a part of the divine? The transparent orbs contain images of others calling out to Medusa. Come here with us. The gods are awakening. Hurry up. The gods need you. Admetus hesitated. What are you still doubting? Has your love already been swayed? Or are you planning to betray your friend? Me. And hearing that Medusa suddenly froze, she said, What about you? Lord Admetus is my only friend. I have thought it through for the gods, for friends, For Lord Admotus, at the same time, Kola also descended and stood in front of Medusa's corpse. In front of the palace, a series of round shadows appeared, along with a faint trace of Medusa's breath, as she willingly offered everything to the gods. Kola looked up at the sky and sighed. It seems everything has come to an end. She gently turned to look at the 3 people beside her who had just cheered her on. Enzi thought to herself, "She's so beautiful, I don't even dare to look at him." Vuviet asked, "Kola isn't thinking about something." Before she could finish, Kola stepped in front of the camera and said, "I must give an explanation to the spirit realm." "Please give me an explanation too," the cameraman wondered. "What does the throne really want to do?" She took a deep breath and exhaled, preparing her speech. "I'm truly sorry. I deceived everyone. As the Spirit King, I lied to all of you. I sincerely apologize." She sighed and said that once I dealt with all the gods on this island, I would give up the position of Spirit King. Hearing that, the MC quickly spoke up, "Why give up being Spirit King just because you're a woman? What kind of reason is that?" The girl continued to argue fiercely. The fairy court under her control has always been doing very well, and she is truly the rightful ruler of the fairy court. Who else could become the fairy king besides her? Kola turned to ask, "Really, do you truly think that way?" Vuvit said, "There are others who think that way besides her. The cameraman agrees, and I support her too. Surely the people in front of the TV screen support her as well." The people in Dongthan Square shout her name. "Gula." Gula blushes, covering her butt with her hand. "I'm not as good as everyone says. I'm not even the strongest in the fairy hall. Can I really lead all the fairies?" "Of course I can." That's what Little White just said as he stepped out. Hearing this, Vuviet and the cameraman both looked back in surprise. Little White softly said, "Leading the spirits of the palace is not just about strength, but also about responsibility for this city. From what I see, you are more than capable of holding this position." Kola hesitated. "Why is Little White here? Is what he said sincere?" She smiled, "Of course, since I entered the palace. You have been the Spirit King. All along, haven't you always done very well? After all, I absolutely support you." Kola thought to herself, "I've always seen him as my biggest rival, yet he said that so casually. Was it because he was in front of the camera and trying to save face for me? With his strength, even if he has no ambition to dominate the world, he should at least aim to become the Spirit King for Uifeng. Does he not find these matters interesting?" "I must have overlooked something very important." She asked Xiaobai, "But almost no one has seen this side of me. Yet you saw it, and didn't seem surprised at all." Cora stepped closer to Xiaobai, feeling shy. "Could it be that you've known my true identity for a long time?" "I was just too nervous because it was my first time on TV." He secretly thought that Lisa had already revealed to him long ago that Kola was a woman, and although he was mentally prepared, he still felt surprised when facing her. His eyes lit up as he looked down at her blushing face. "Moreover, she still has that adorable, youthful appearance." Kola shyly raised her hand. "Do you really not like me?" You still can't take your eyes off her full breasts, wondering in your mind, is she really the same age as a young gentleman? She clearly looks pure and full of life, yet according to the records, she is a 56-year-old married man. Lost in thought, she suddenly feels the pink aura blending with the wind, whispering softly. These auras also make Gula momentarily startle, recognizing that they contain abundant energy. Moreover, they are all converging toward that direction. The mysterious auras are all flying toward the palace where Xiaobai's group is. On this side, the corpse of Roger, stuck to the wall by a fire sword, is also emanating a pinkish-purple aura. Noticing something unusual, Ma Fukui turned to look in that direction. He wondered what that distortion was. Is that guy still alive? The corpse of Long Qi also has a similar energy pattern. The remaining bodies also emit a strange aura, with an octopus on the beach and a pink headless corpse of Katat inside. All the corpses on the island emit that pink-purple aura. The monk thought to himself, has it already started? Could things really be this serious? Lisa's group looked through the pink hole, wondering what it was that was gathering at the center of the island. My knee explained that it was the great god queen she was drawing energy from the island. Every plant, every corpse here, even the traces of each battle will become her source of power, Ariel added, using energy. Modus has already used her mental control ability on me. Modus has already. She asked my knee, is it possible that Modus has two powers? My knee replied, your faction is different from ours. She doesn't understand the tricks of the great deity. Using energy is not Modus's supernatural power. She added, that is the divine power. Someone's legs are standing with dust flying around. At this moment, in front of Modus are two people, Tiobak and Kola, who seemed to suggest that Admotus might have established some connection with the divine, even possibly borrowing the power of the gods. I am standing above, absorbing power on the Mimkoi Nam Hiem Island. Surprisingly, even the Kangkon eclipse cannot stop me. I have never conquered someone like you before. I am excited. You are the first person to make my heart race like this. Little Silver looked at me and asked, "Are you the great deity I saw in the spiritual world? How come you've already transformed so quickly? Is it fate?" Admotus looked adorable. "I was just hoping to meet you. Come rest in your sister's arms for a bit. It's very soft and comfortable here. She really is a troublemaker." Xiaobai continued, "Since I killed the skull-faced guy, I felt that something was off. Infinite darkness can absorb uncontrollable power on its own. But after that guy died, the infinite darkness remained inactive and did not make contact. So it was you. The energy you absorbed couldn't kill us. You just wanted to buy more time." You become serious. These energies are meant to save the godly being, right? Kola stands beside you. Pondering in his mind, he has gathered so much intelligence. What exactly has he done? Admotus steps forward seductively, his gaze terrifying as if he wants to swallow you whole. And he even sees through your little thoughts, making me feel more and more excited. I blushed and looked adorable. I really want to ride on you and then slowly humiliate you. I guess I'm too bold. Just as it reaches the exciting part, those women also appear. King Mott said, "Stop dreaming of fairy tales. Only I can dominate Tubok." Lily also blushed, absolutely not allowing Tubok to do such things to you. Just thinking about it, I won't permit it. Kolat turned to ask Little White, "What are those two girls about?" But Little White didn't answer and thought to himself, this isn't the same as the previous strategy. As the energy continues to gather at the top of the palace, the king said loudly, "I am Little White's first woman. Anyone who dares to seduce Little White should not blame me." Lily also blushed and said, "I will use all my strength for Xiaobai because this is a battle for love." The Grand Minister smiled and asked, "Is that Xiaobai your name?" "Oh." I softly closed my eyes. "It seems many people are pursuing you. So let's start with her first." The two large eyes suddenly opened wide, staring at the two girls with artistic circles around them. As if hypnotized, the king's eyes turned red as he looked at Lily. On the other side, Lily also showed a somewhat strange expression. Xiaobai was panic-stricken. "What did you do to them? If anything happens to them, I will definitely make you pay with your life." Caring for other women like that in front of the water surface, aren't you afraid of making others jealous? Cora shouted, "What kind of disgusting words are those? The one who is our enemy." Xiaobai agreed. "Haven't you even figured out your position yet?" Atmodoth promised with a sigh. Truly a ruthless man. "By the way, I am a beautiful demon. I won't resort to tricks to kill people. I only satisfy human desires, especially that indescribable desire." I wonder how she interpreted it that made her blush. Could it be that very desire itself? On a clear moonlit night with a gentle breeze, the beautiful scenery makes my heart race as I sit there in just a simple top, feeling a very familiar sensation in the air, a pure yang energy that reminds me of the scene where Xiaobai and I broke the seal. Lost in thought, Xiaobai appeared before her and said, "I'm so hot right now." His eyes blazing red, his body full of energy, but he couldn't find a way to release it. "I feel like I'm about to explode. I'm so uncomfortable. Are you willing to help me out?" Vừa mặc, thấy con chép chép chuột mặt ma chỉ biết dỗ mật nuốt nuốt bột bật dầu tô ra quyến rũ nổi, yến tâm dị tiểu bạch, loại chuyện tốt nhũ này ta sẽ không tự chối dầu. The image of Little White looking super hot, her whole body burning with desire. "Come here, Vuamak." All her suppressed urges surge forth as she gazes at Little White with a longing, covetous look. Inside the enchantment, light flickers through the forest as a giant dragon appears before King Bai. She blushed and looked at it. The big dragon is really fierce, and it radiates a fiery aura. So exciting. The dragon's eyes turn bright red. Is the big dragon about to explode? And then the big dragon began to roar and open its mouth wide towards the White King. She was amazed. Could Xiaobai's power really reach this level, truly heaven-like? Meanwhile, a shimmering, dazzling palace appears, along with a pair of full, rounded breasts peeking out from a pure white dress and a stunning necklace. Lily, dressed in a wedding gown and holding a bouquet, looks incredibly beautiful, wondering if this is not the wedding of her dreams. She blushed shyly and touched her chest, thinking, if this was her wedding, then the groom must be him. When suddenly a voice rang out, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Xiaobai, looking sharp in his suit, said, "Lily, from today we are husband and wife." Hearing these sweet words, her eyes lit up and blood unconsciously dripped from her nose.
It's not just a drip, it sprays out like a water fountain. Forget the bed-making steps, let's go straight to the luxurious and noble bed. Lily, lying on the bed, sweat beading on her face, blushing, asked, Tubok, is this step really necessary on the wedding night? Tubok, having undressed and looking down, replied, That's right, this is called the wedding night, a very traditional and romantic ritual. The shy girl gently put her hand to her mouth and whispered, I understand. She touched his cheek and looked into his eyes, asking, So can you teach me? And so a sensual battle took place, clothes scattered everywhere, and at this moment, only love remained on the bed. That's what happens in the beautiful illusion, but in reality, the two girls are just acting out what's inside them. She sighed in admiration, seeing Bakvu, Mac, and Lily all look very satisfied. This is the power of the great god Quan. First, it satisfies the inner urges of the enemy and the people, making them want to stop but unable to, thus achieving the goal of mental control. She added, This guy's ability is really powerful. We need to be careful. But looking over at Xiaobai, he had disappeared without anyone noticing. Right now, Tutubuk has appeared right in front of Vu Mac and Lily, and the main character wonders what he is doing. Going up there alone, Vu Viet is worried and can't get too excited, or if even he falls for the trick, he'll definitely die. Kola thought, has Xiaobai found a way to awaken the two of them? The great god Quan hovers above the top of the tower and speaks down, yet still wants to break my power. I chuckle and glance at Xiaobai with one eye, but this time it won't be so easy. Look carefully at the expressions of Nguyendi's two friends. Vu Mac's face looked extremely satisfied, eyes closed, cheeks flushed, mouth open as he whispered softly. Lily was no different, but more gentle, both of them appearing very delighted. Tubut raised his hand and said, So what if it feels good? It's all fake. It's just a hallucination created by someone else. And then he glanced at the two girls in front of him preparing to act, his eyes fixed on their full round buttocks. Seeing that look, Admetus suddenly realized he didn't want to be the one to slap their buttocks. Watching the two girls lost in their dream scene, Xiaobai said, Hold on a little longer, I will wake them up. With a crack, two loud slaps rang out, tearing apart the illusion of the enchanted scene. Kola also opened his mouth wide, eyes wide in shock. Are they really spanking? Is he serious? But it doesn't seem to be very effective, he shouted. It's still not strong enough. Controlling the spirit god is no trivial matter. I have to be more forceful. Finally, Vuamak also woke up, looking slightly flushed and excited. Lily had also escaped, but kept her eyes closed, still enjoying. Vuamak wondered why his butt was red and sore like this. It's his first time trying this. Yet his skin is beaten, and his butt feels so good. Lily confidently confirmed that the sensation and technique felt very familiar. It must have been Xiaobai who did it. Hearing that, Vuamak also wondered how she knew so much. When did she play this game with Tubak? Lily replied, I won't say you know. This is a secret between me and Tubak. The other three girls watching also blushed shyly, yet it was successful, using the grace of light to channel energy into their bodies, thus breaking the illusion they saw. She shyly turned her face away, thinking that if she accidentally provoked them, she would also be beaten and spanked by me, Tubak. In her imagination, she would lift her hips and say to Tubak, Go ahead and hit me. Use your most teasing move to spank my butt. Breaking free from the enchantment, Xiaobai stepped forward and said, Stop arguing. The enemy is right in front of us. Wait until I deal with the Grand Marshal first. Once that's done, you can have whatever you want. I'll stay with you for a day and a night. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, with a look of confidence on his face. The king demands a ferry from the elephant. Is one day enough? I want 20 days. But Tubak agreed. A promise is a promise. In front of me, Atmodos leads June, having broken my mental control twice. What are you all doing in front of me? I just can't take it anymore. And by the way, a beauty like me standing here still has thoughts of flirting with other women. I can't forgive you. Keep playing, for my greatest power is the enchantment of love. With that, I blow a gentle kiss aimed at Xiaobai, and a mesmerizing heart-shaped illusion shoots out, leaving him momentarily stunned and confused. Gradually losing consciousness, Xiaobai's eyes turn completely white. His whole body emanates a mysterious pink aura from being hit by Atmodust's attack, causing the two girls to startle and look back. They hurriedly worried, What's wrong with you, little white? You didn't get hit by the spell, right? At this moment, she spoke up. It's useless. Calling him won't make him wake up. The power of this move is much stronger than the one used on you guys. Atmodust chuckled. I guess he's already eager to die now. Inside the illusion, a chain appears, and the space is filled with pink corpses. Surprisingly, the chain is being fastened around Atmodust's neck. She kneels and leans her hands on the ground seductively, whispering, Come here, master. Please love me.
Holding the chain in his hand, Little Bai looked down and asked, "A chain lock. You really like this kind of thing, huh?" Sitting on a chair, the positions of the two seem a bit reversed. Little Bai continued, "These toys are definitely more stimulating." Atmodust obediently says, "If the master doesn't like these things, I have others to serve you with." I also show a green face after all. Nosa still knows many other things. The spotlight shone brightly as Atmodust transformed to look more alluring, with black rabbit ears and a short rabbit tail wagging enticingly behind. Besides, I have many clones to surround the little white master. Do these things satisfy you? We will serve you wholeheartedly and make sure you never forget this for your entire life. My face remains expressionless as I give the order, showing no interest. Continue. Atmodust was surprised. No interest? This is the first time someone has spoken to me so disrespectfully. How strong are this person's desires? I must not show too much surprise. I have to stay calm. I am the beautiful demon. There is no man I cannot control. Atmodust in the illusionary scene said, "The master truly is extraordinary. Ordinary tricks won't move him. If I want to satisfy him, I must do my best. The next transformation is of your first love's pure sister. This time surely the owner will like it, but the result is no different. Keep changing. Switch to the image of a lonely, promiscuous wife. But Xiaobai is still not satisfied. Switch to a talented female superior with a slightly glamorous appearance, but she still gets ignored. A series of transformations, like pulling out tasks, the girl on the bus, cosplay fire girl, all failed to satisfy the little white's owner, making her feel somewhat exhausted. Atmodust wondered, "Damn it, why isn't it working with my charm? What does he rely on not to be moved?" Xiaobai interrupted her train of thought, telling her not to doubt herself. This isn't her problem. He smiled and continued, "Those games are all boring now." The answer shattered Atmodust into pieces. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing the young man sitting casually on the chair, how could he possibly fall for my tricks? I doubt it. Even though I lack real experience, I've watched a lot of movies and my skills are all based on intuition from them. How could he not be moved? He looked at you in shock. The person before him was too extraordinary, and the enchanting aura around Little White was gradually dissipating. He slowly opened his eyes to look at everyone. I was a bit stunned, but it seems like you managed to escape from the illusion just now. King Ma and Lily went from worry to concern. Finally, you're awake. They care about you a lot, truly living up to being my man. I knew you wouldn't be harmed. But what exactly did you do to the great god? Everyone is very curious about that. King Mo looked at him and said, "Since earlier the great god has seemed to be completely defeated." Seeing her trembling and distressed appearance with tears streaming down her face, it seemed like she was about to break down. Amodot's crying was also very stimulating, thinking this is truly humiliating, unable to do anything to that man in her own hallucination. This is even more unbearable than death. I am now a disgrace to the demon arts. Xiaobai moved closer and said, "Stop it, great deity. You are now very confident. That person can't beat me." Hearing the curse like an awakening, Amodot wipes away his tears. Abin Tam said again, "It's just the ability to resist my enchantment. Don't celebrate too early. The outcome is still uncertain." Xiaobai replied, "Until the coffin is seen, there's no need for tears, so I won't bother to say more." Xiaobai calmly commands with a golden aura, "Everyone else out now." As soon as he finishes, a barrage of golden light showers down. Vu's observation was also amazed and unable to recognize himself. Mu Lin wondered, this golden light isn't bad either. Is this the power that the light bestows? Have I, Xiaobai, already reached that level? Each flash of light reveals a person. They are the Bing Ni, Trak Kam, and Wai Ngok. Alongside them are Ma Fi, Fong Yan, and Noah. Ma Fi turned back and asked Noah, "Who is that old man I've never seen before?" He replied, "I am a direct subordinate of Little White. Someone as reckless as you obviously wouldn't know." "The master has a point," Xiaobai glanced and ordered sternly, "No arguing." Hearing that, Ma Fi quickly put his arm around Noah and said, "Don't worry, your subordinate is my younger brother. We will live peacefully," making Noah stunned even under the crown. The immense power forces the Grand Minister to face an army forged from light, Abmadoth feeling hopeless as he sinks to the ground, and thought, "It's useless. No matter how much I struggle, I can't win against this guy." Looking towards the palace, my only hope now is the god I have always revered. I have poured all my energy out, sacrificed everything to the gods, but they still give no response. I am clearly the one chosen by the gods. I was meant to overcome everything. But why do I have to face an opponent like this? She's starting to cry again. Oh God, have you stopped protecting me anymore? Xiaobai looked over and saw Abmadoth collapsing, which was quite touching. He said, she no longer has the desire to fight. It's time to end this. You all go together now just as I finish speaking. Everyone rushes over there. Ah, the poor one over there. I, Xiaobai, think to myself, you really are too cruel to bully others. Abmodath closed her eyes and endured. Damn it, how did she get hurt like this? Suddenly, she snapped upright, a sound like tearing the sky apart, accompanied by blinding light. Abmodath still calmly opens her eyes, puzzled about what's happening. She wonders to herself, am I okay? Could it be that the gods have intervened? Seeing the white, smooth skin and the curve of her hips in front of her, she was a bit startled. This image felt so familiar, like she had seen it somewhere before. Yes, no one else but you, standing in front of me, is the second deity, Ling Lung. Abmadoth asked, Ling Lung, why don't you take the chance to escape? Are you here planning to be buried with me? Ling Lung turned back and smiled. Rest assured, I've agreed to help you, and I will definitely do what I say I will do. I am someone who always keeps my promises. Ling Lung blushed a little at the compliment. Don't praise me like that, I'm very embarrassed. Her pink barrier is surrounding and blocking the continuous attacks from the coalition. Ma Fei is furious. What kind of barrier is this? It's harder than my fist. John Kong sighs. The barrier is truly powerful. Even pain from love can't break through it. Xiaobai said that although it is a miniature version, this is the barrier that previously prevented me. The king turned to ask, so if that's the case, Xiaobai has a way to open it. You nod, then release a faint aura of darkness, but I have to summon the Quithan outside first. You add, his emotional state isn't very good. Everyone don't be afraid. The barrier is still holding strong and blocking all attacks. Admetus asked, this barrier won't last much longer. My little Bach is very quick and might break it, so if you dare come here, you must have a way to escape, right? Ling Lung asked, Admetus, do you still remember how I became the god general? Ah, he replied. Now is not the time to dwell on the past. Ling Lung closed her eyes and recalled the past. There, she was bound and hung between 3 iron pillars, while the people below kept shouting to burn her alive. People believed she was the same as the food thieves, that she was a zombie. Someone below shouted, if we spare her, she will definitely harm more people. Our village must protect its people today. She cried out in despair, I just wanted to help. The people below are falsely accusing her of luring the food thief, causing many deaths in the village. The old man holding the torch in his hand smiled and said, it seems everyone agrees, no one has any objections. I will carry out the punishment now. He then turned and threw the torch at her, saying, go and die, you filthy thing. But suddenly, a dirty hand reached out and grabbed the torch. Startled, I looked over to see who had just saved me. The old man spoke. Who are you to dare interfere with the punishment? Do you want to die? That is Admetus. She was floating with her falling wings, saying, it's strange. Wasn't it you who just asked earlier? She held the torch in her hand, the flames flickering. And I have my doubts. The large fire spread throughout the village. The flames roared like they were swallowing everything around them. Below, the villagers in gray robes shouted to burn Ling Lung alive. The two sat there, the young Kuang Thi girl asked. You and I don't know each other. Why did you save me? Admetus replied. There's nothing I can do, someone as adorable as you who wouldn't want to see you burned alive. Ling Lung thought to herself, adorable? This is the first time someone's complimented me. Can a Kuang Thi be adorable too? A thief stealing food, but those guys are so reckless they want to burn someone alive. Why should you help them, damn it? Ling Lung sighed and sat there blankly, not knowing what to say. After a moment, she spoke up. I am a Jiangshi. Everyone fears me. I long to be accepted by others like me. I yearn to make the first friend of my life. She arched her back and continued, so as long as someone needs me, I will do my best to satisfy them. Admetus exclaimed, what is this? So you just want to be accepted? Now I am your first friend. Ling Lung was surprised and wondered if this meant they had become friends, to which Admetus replied, what else would it be if not? Do you still want a certificate for that? Next to the fire, a friendship was born, and a promise was forever etched in the wind. From now on, just follow me. No one will bully you anymore. Returning to the present, Ling Lung said, since we met, you've always protected me, but now neither of us can hold on anymore. Admetus sighed. If you're already in a desperate situation, what use are these words? Ling Lung spoke, surprising Admetus greatly. It's not the end yet. The zombie girl turned back and said, this time, let me stand in front of you. After saying that, she raised her hand and performed a gesture as if casting a spell. With her eyes closed and her hands at her waist, streaks of white like lightning appeared around her. It seemed like watermarks covered her entire body. Admotus shouted urgently. Ling Lung, what are you trying to do? Stop immediately. Ling Lung's entire body shattered into small, glowing glass shards. She sacrificed herself to the gods, along with her inherent energy. Maybe the gods can awaken from those fragments as they slowly fly toward the temple. A month has passed, and Ling Lung's entire body has flown into it, but the temple still shows no reaction. Admotus lowered her head sadly. What a fool I am to do this stupid thing myself. That bit of your energy could never awaken the gods. I sighed. This kind of thing should be left to the boss. Admotus silently thought that although she didn't know if adding her energy would succeed, this was the only way to succeed, and she had to give it her all. She gathered her energy, telling herself this was her last chance. If it didn't work, everything would be truly over. Admotus closed her eyes, tears beginning to appear on her face and hair. Please protect me, God. Admotus unleashed a powerful energy, her whole body also starting to shatter. At this moment, the barrier Ling Lung had rebuilt was shattered by a powerful force, creating a large hole. The fragments of the barrier fell onto Admotus, distracting her. Last time, only one person had broken it. This time he shattered the barrier directly again. Could it be that he's even stronger now? Suddenly I felt a certain power, my eyes widened in shock. What is that? This terrifying aura. Through the smoke, the figure of Totiobak appears. His changed appearance makes Admotus panic. Could he still be the same to Tiobak as before? A third red eye appears on Totiobak's forehead. At this moment, Bak officially transforms into the Atula form, surrounded by black aura, with countless fading eyes behind him. Your hair has also grown long in an instant, and your cold voice echoes, "It's been a while for everyone to wait." Kola couldn't help but be surprised. This is entirely the power of the Kui-Than. He actually managed to get something so terrifying? What are his limits, really? Lilith and Vu looked surprised. Lilith couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Wow, indeed. The long hair of Little White also makes others feel a desire for him. Little White now looks serious. Great deity, look at the good things you have done. So many people have died because of your divine power. Are you trying to make everything go smoothly again? Have I agreed or not? Xiaobai shouted loudly as he controlled a giant hand rushing toward Admotus. The giant hand grabbing Admotus leaves her unable to resist. She's sweating and panting, annoyed. What kind of trick is this? His grip is too tight, I can barely breathe. Little White calmly flew in front of Admotus. For some reason, seeing others struggle in pain makes my body feel very excited, especially when I see a naughty woman's appearance. It makes me more aroused, Little White smirked. Admotus confused. Wait, what do you want to do? Don't look at me like that. I'm a decent young lady. Don't come any closer. Xiaobai then stepped forward and lifted her chin. She trembled and could only close her eyes in resignation, wondering what to do now. Could she really be violated by this person in front of so many eyes, imagining herself being assaulted and unable to do anything? Seeing Xiaobai's hooligan behavior, Vu Viet below also felt helpless. Is Xiaobai losing his mind? The camera is still recording. The whole world is watching him. What exactly does he want to do? Gula also blushed with embarrassment when he saw it. Deceiving others. Although Totiobak isn't exactly a gentleman in his impression, he still can't do such a thing in front of so many people. Could this be a side effect of kneeling before the god? It must be because of this that his personality changed drastically, losing his sense of shame as time passed. Xiaobai stands in front of Admiral Ma in a daze. Her reaction is definitely not wrong. I am too familiar with this situation. She really isn't lying. She truly has no experience at all. The Admiral is crying and gasping for breath, looking very pitiful. Suddenly, a strong aura appeared around the tower, and Xiaobai and the Admiral looked up in surprise. Oh, what will come will come. Admiral Lanyan raised her voice. Tubok's team, it seems we should end here. Although this is not the outcome I wanted, it's all because of you forcing me. The divine being has absorbed my energy, and there's a sentence I must say, or I may never get the chance again. At this moment, Admiral's body is almost shattered, turning into shimmering purple lights that ascend and vanish, but my voice still lingers. When we first met, the words I spoke were from the bottom of my heart. I have no ill will. Do you remember what you wanted to say during our first encounter with Art Mordert? Xiaobai remembered that you are the first person to make my heart race like this. Xiaobai looked directly at the tower, thinking that only by dealing with your divine spirit could I find you and get the truth. The reporter points below at the top of the tower where the brightest light is, and you see energy gathering there. Their goal isn't to revive, but to steal the level ancestors' resources. Why is that thing appearing, with the heart-shaped light gathering into a large sphere on top of the tower? Then the sphere split into chaotic lights spreading in all directions. Lili Tu and Vu Ma felt worried, overwhelmed. What is happening here? Ma Fai and Sorcerer Noah are also quite worried. They're breathing heavy. What is going on? Could it be that the level ancestor isn't just one after all? Tuabak coldly watches those streaks of light swirling around. Indeed, interesting, everything is becoming more and more complicated. On Long Yen's side, a streak of purple light streaks across the sky above her. Long Yen glances into the distance, toward that direction. Over there, a figure was leisurely sipping bubble tea while strolling in the snowy wind when suddenly a light crossed the sky. Inside, they thought to themselves, that dangerous guy has been released. I just enjoyed a moment of peace, and now it's already this difficult. Things are becoming more and more complicated. That purple light is flying over some desolate mountain range in the continent. Long Yen gazes at that purple light and sighs. It seems the new era has begun here, and the Little Silver Clan has surpassed my existence. You absolutely must not resist or everything will be lost. Suddenly, a violent upheaval occurs near the Silver Clan. The water beneath the city surges with huge waves, and a massive figure appears underwater. The female reporter and the cameraman continue reporting as a massive figure surfaces from beneath the island, causing the female reporter to lose her balance and spin upside down, confused about what is happening. The female reporter saw herself about to fall into the sea, shouting and crying, "I can't swim." A staff struck the water, creating a green magic circle with freezing power. That is Noah, who struck his staff to activate a barrier, saving the female reporter and the cameraman at the last moment. He warned, those who don't know how to fight should leave quickly, because no one can guarantee your safety in front of this enemy. As the female reporter sat helplessly, a giant shadow suddenly appeared before her. That shadow froze her entire body, trembling with fear. So this is our opponent. From the first hint of steam, that monster gradually revealed its massive body. It is a thief of the food supplies from the Spirit Lake tribe. Its piercing eyes and jagged teeth, it speaks, "Mortal, your schemes to disturb the gods? Are you ready to face divine punishment?" Xiaobai looked at the giant fish in front of him without a hint of fear. "I, the god of punishment. See, your words are wrong. I came here today to kill the gods." With a determined look, "Are you ready? Die once more." As Xiaobai finished speaking, golden lights radiated over everyone preparing to fight. The giant monster's eyes suddenly appeared with pupils glaring fiercely. So this was the power bestowed by Wang Tree's gratitude, and it dared to face me in confrontation. But it's still like throwing eggs at a rock, not knowing its limits, as the giant monster loudly opens its mouth to absorb the golden aura surrounding everyone. Lily is panicked. This guy has drained all the energy from the light center, and what's even more annoying is that it was a precious gift from Xiaobai. Bayu was angry and upset. This is no longer just about energy. My clothes are too thin, and now it even wants to take my clothes away. Kola looks at the situation and feels helpless. How could they have such despicable tactics? Are we really going to fight it naked? Ma Fi and Ma Fukui had long been stripped of their clothes, both leaping high and shouting loudly. Being naked is nothing to fear. Real men have never been afraid. Then Ma Fi launched a fierce attack, wielding a domineering martial spirit with the mighty Ma Thap's powerful fists. Ma Fukui also joins in, Hellfire and the Foot of the Celestial. The master and disciple unleash powerful attacks on the monster. But it's completely unharmed. It mocks, "You fools. Are you just scratching my itch? Do you dare?" Its eyes start to glow brightly, and something that looks like corn appears. Then the monster suddenly unleashed its strongest attack, shooting huge, blinding lightning bolts from its eyes. Its attack was too powerful, and given the close distance, both of them couldn't dodge in time. Ma Fi didn't know what to do, so he just raised his hand to block the light, and his bravery and determination were indeed very strong. Suddenly a hand touched the monster's beam of light. That's Xiaobai, calmly absorbing all the power of the monster. Ma Fi and Ma Fukui watch in amazement. They've absorbed it all, and that fish looks even more exhausted. The giant fish immediately realized something was wrong, and that there was more to this. Could it be that the guy is... Without letting the monster guess, Xiaobai spoke. "Isn't it that you want to become stronger? I will satisfy your wish." Then he unleashed his ultimate power and directly attacked the monster's forehead. Tuebok's voice rang out briefly, descending below. The monster, after hearing that, was extremely confused, feeling a pressure weighing down on it. Unable to resist a mere mortal, the giant body was submerged into the sea, causing waves to rise. Xiaobai's power overwhelmed the monster, the sea swirling and crashing non-stop. Ma Fi and Ma Fukui couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That guy is really showy. I also want to go head-to-head with him. Xiaobai then turned back to remind them, "The camera is still rolling. Are you planning to live stream and take the bird for a walk?"
The two master and disciple quickly covered their faces in embarrassment. Mother Kui was panicked, thinking, what if the live stream makes it impossible for me to be outside anymore? But Mother Phi was confidently radiant, saying, what's wrong with taking the bird for a walk? I'm fine with that. The water has now become still. The monster, submerged in the deep sea, keeps asking questions. I'm not mistaken. That young guy is using infinite darkness, so why does he want to fight me? Could he have forgotten his mission and become dependent on low-level humans? Let me test him a little. If he truly betrays us, it's not too late to kill him. Since it's their home water, Bin Nhi and Trak Kam are watching the monster from the shore. If there's still no movement, it must be dead. If not, it's just pretending. Suddenly, large water stains appeared on the ice beneath her shoes. Tentacles emerged from under the ice, breaking through and attacking Trak Kam, but she skillfully dodged them lightly. She looked at the tentacles with curiosity, wondering if she wanted to play with them. I've seen this kind of thing before, but this time I'm not the target. As she turned her head, she immediately noticed something. She shouted, Bin Nhi is being restrained by those tentacles, choking her neck, legs, and arms. The monster's voice transmitted to Xiaobai, Little one, I can sense that this woman is connected to you. He wondered silently, is this guy really that sensitive? And how could he possibly sense it? He has noticed Bin Nhi. Could it be that he intends to? That monster suddenly shot up from the water with chaotic tentacles. Since Amhash and I are originally connected, we also have the ability to absorb energy. If I eat this woman, what will happen? The monster loudly spat out the water from its mouth. Maybe your life will also be trapped with mine. A beam of light suddenly streaked across. The monster bit down, but seeing nothing in its mouth, it took notice. Since when had Little Silver cut off the tentacles wrapping around Bin Nhi and protected her? The giant monster was displeased by this. Because you abandoned sharing a cell with me for a human woman. You have indeed forgotten your assassination mission and betrayed us. Sophia wondered fearfully about the worm person. That monster standing in front of me keeps making me nervous. Little Silver can really beat that thing. Jean holds his ground firmly, determined to win. Jean explains, ever since Xiaobai entered the Spirit Fairy Hall, Bin Nhi has been almost always by his side. She is the person Xiaobai cares about the most. Sophia was surprised to hear that, never expecting that Xiaobai would be so loyal and faithful. I was right not to follow the wrong person. Zhao Kai nodded in agreement. This fish has come into contact with the sovereign's rebellious spirit. He's asking for death. At this moment, the young man is carrying Bin Nhi and comforting her. Bin Nhi, just go to Kam Ti's place. It's too dangerous here. Wait for me to deal with this fish first, then I'll find the person. Bin Nhi's eyes are a bit sad, but she still obeys. Bin Nhi always listens to her master. That person will definitely come back to find me. Little Silver smiled brightly. Bin Nhi, don't worry. I would never deceive you. After Bin Nhi leaves, Xiaobai goes to Vu Viet. Can you help me with something? Use your teleportation array to send everyone away. As far as possible. Hearing these words, Vu Viet wondered what they meant. You want to face the food thief of the clan alone. Even you don't need to force yourself. Everyone should work together. Xiaobai only issued a vague command. This person and I both have the ability to absorb energy. Fighting with many people isn't the wisest choice. The important thing is, when I act later, I don't want to affect others. After hearing this, Vu Viet nodded silently. Then she reluctantly accepted his request. I understand now. I will do as you said. What's going on? Why am I completely afraid to go against his wishes? Is this his aura? She silently thought that Xiaobai had completely changed. The person he is now is truly a king. The waves rise again beneath the sea. The monster speaks. Once again, humanity's recklessness has brought us to this point. Your actions make all divine soldiers feel ashamed. You are not worthy to become the ruler of the universe. I will take over the 15 divine forces, seizing your endless dark power. Hearing that, the young Silver just chuckled. His face turned dark. I don't care if you're involved with the infinite shadow or not, and I have no intention of becoming the ruler of the universe. Now, I only think of one thing. Killing you. At this moment, purple lights appeared around your face from your third eye, and a powerful, dazzling purple attack erupted. This attack leaves the monster unable to dodge. It can only lament and accept death as the light source grows into a missile heading straight for the creature. A giant sphere slides along the back of that fish, growing bigger and brighter, causing a shockwave that shakes the entire sky. That attack left a large scar on the monster's back, still smoking, but the monster was unharmed. Luckily, my tough skin caused his strike to miss. It seems this guy's power isn't fully developed yet. I'm confident I can beat him. Little White flies in front of the giant monster.
You with a sharp tone, your luck isn't bad either. I almost let you escape. I just wonder if your mouth is as tough as your head as the third eye of Little White begins to emit streaks of purple lightning. The purple electric sparks from the third eye of Little White burst out intensely, enveloping the surroundings. The monster, seeing this, widened its eyes in panic. Wait a moment. But before the monster could react, Xiaobai shot a powerful lightning bolt into its mouth. The lightning pierced through the monster's tough skin. All you can hear is a roaring explosion as it turns into an enormous supersphere falling onto the sea surface. The sphere creates a powerful shockwave that makes the water churn violently. Xiaobai stands and looks at the sea, thinking to himself that there are no energy fragments falling. This guy is pretending to be dead, and the third eye on his forehead is still emitting strange purple smoke. At this moment, a transparent fishtail is swimming underwater. Xiaobai stands on the water, observing the waves and deducing that they first pretend to be dead to lower their guard, then strike from beneath the water. He closes his eyes, knowing their moves have already been predicted. A series of water dolphins began to leap up from the sea. Seeing this, Xiaobai pointed forward with his hand to attack, but suddenly the dolphins turned into water and fell back into the sea. You're just pretending to attack, so next they will strike from that direction. You glance to the left, then look to the right. Above, you look up and see a huge, blurry shadow of a monstrous fish spinning as it approaches. It bares its sharp, jagged teeth to bite your head, but you guessed right, little one. I've already figured out your plan. It quickly swallowed Little White in one gulp, feeling proud. If it couldn't consume your entire being, then I might as well eat you now. This is the price you pay for your arrogance. Everything I eat is absorbed bit by bit, and soon your energy will be mine, and your endless darkness will fall into my hands. Inside its body, the stench is so foul that Xiaobai has to hold his nose. Is this really inside that guy? It's unbearable. He's looking around to explore everything. Suddenly, a voice rang out, saying that my master had detected that his body was being violated, and Xiaobai was surprised to hear this. The violation is the stomach acid of this guy, and at this moment, his body is emitting streams of blue gas. The voice earlier was Lena, no mistake. Lena will heal the owner. Lena is prepared to continue treating the owner to fight the strong acid here, but Lena's owner's clothes are useless. Hearing that healing would cause the clothes to be lost, Little White casually replied, "It's okay. Anyway, there are few people left and no one will see." 10 minutes later, Little White's feet were standing on the guts of the monster, and as he looked at the surrounding scene, he confirmed his suspicion. I knew I was right. At this moment, his clothes have completely vanished, leaving only a few strips of underwear. He is still being treated, although this guy can absorb physical energy like me, but the remaining soul cannot do anything. All he can see are the cells inside the body of the demon fish, tightly restraining the young female souls. Admotus was tightly bound, trembling all over. Ling Lung was no better, her body also shivering uncontrollably. Seeing that, Little White felt pity. You all have sacrificed your lives for this so-called god, only to end up with such a tragic fate, still enduring such suffering even as spirits. This kind of god I don't believe in. After a while, the ropes binding those beautiful women were also loosened. Admotus gradually lost consciousness, dazed and confused about what was happening. "Oh, Xiaobai, you woke up. Come here and ask him. You're finally awake. Are you okay?" Seeing Xiaobai, Admotus is still dazed. After regaining his composure, Admotus started sweating profusely, his pupils constricting as if he had seen something terrifying. It turns out she saw that big and long thing of Xiaobai through the thin layer, and this scene froze Admotus in place. A lion collapsed onto the ground in panic. The cage breaker in the movie actually exists. Why? Xiaobai was still confused when someone shouted loudly, "Don't come over!" So that was Ling Lung. She stepped in front of Admotus. As long as I am here, no one will disrespect Admotus. Ling Lung was trembling with fear and closing her eyes. "If you dare to take another step forward, I will definitely destroy your protective gem." Hearing that, Xiaobai was unfazed, so scared that his eyes almost couldn't open, yet he still stepped forward to protect his friend. Seeing that, Ling Lung shouted loudly, "Stop right there! Don't come any closer! I will really attack you!" Xiaobai stepped in front of Ling Lung, opened his eyes wide to look clearly. "You have become souls drained of all energy. The gods no longer care about you. If I don't release you, you will be trapped in that guy's stomach forever, and never be reborn." Hearing this, the two ghosts both stared blankly in shock. "If you can repent and make amends, I can give you a chance to start over. I discovered a material called silica gel at the Research Institute, and I can mold it into your forms to serve as containers for your souls. The shape, sound, and even the structure of this container can fully revert to its original state. You are no different from being alive. Admiral Dutt looked remorseful. Truly, it was my fault that led to this situation. I caused everyone to suffer. Someone like me should be punished. So why did you save me? Shobai frowned deeply because I can. Just a simple sentence like that was like an arrow piercing the hearts of those two young ladies. The scene shifts, and Vu Viet, following Xiaobai's orders, evacuates many people to a safe island. Although there is temporary peace, she stands alone, smoking a cigarette on a rocky outcrop, lost in deep thought. But Vu Viet still worries. She recalls the moment she was about to enter the space, turns to look at Kola gazing into the distance. Everyone else has left, so we should go too. Hearing that, Kola immediately replies, I can't go. Kola is determined to stay. I have brought everyone to this island of desire, and I must take responsibility to the end. Moreover, I want to fight alongside him. Vu Viet sighed as he reflected. After so many years working closely with Kola, he had never seen her like this before. Could it be that she has fallen in love? At this moment, inside the abdomen of a certain spirit beast, Kola arrived here, observing the surrounding scene and thinking to herself that all the spirits are gathering in that direction. It's Tutu Bak using the power of his myriad souls. I just need to follow these spirits to find him. But is it possible that Tutu Bak deliberately got caught by this fire barrier, since his goal is the soul here? Thinking of this, her face started to flush. If it really was like that, wouldn't she be very embarrassed? And he would definitely think she was overly sentimental? Then she wouldn't have the face to be a person anymore. Apple's Dot lowered her head shyly. Her subordinate Lin Lung also blushed, both little demons kneeling at Xiaobai's feet, pledging to obey their master.
Cảnh tượng này gia ruột cô là chứng kiến. Thấy vậy cô nàng cũng ngồi mặt chữ A miệng chữ O. Tiểu Bạch thấy vậy thì cũng ngỡ ngàng gọi, dục cô là sao ngồi cũng ở dậy, ngồi cổ dưa hồ dĩ sợ tan chúa.
Hearing your question, Kola's body tensed up and her face blushed as she hurriedly explained, I'm just passing by here by coincidence. Please continue. Tubok quickly ran over to her to explain. Wait. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Kola turned away casually, thinking there's no misunderstanding between us, and I won't get jealous over it. Suddenly, the cloth tied around Xiaobai's waist came loose. The scarf falls to the ground, and Kola looks at everything carefully. Her eyes are fixed, and her cheeks are flushed. Her eyes clearly revealed part of Xiaobai's lower body. Her nosebleed started flowing like a stream as she panicked and thought, impressive. This is the first time I've seen this. This is what a young body truly looks like. So full of spirit. At the same time, her bra strap was also corroded by acid and gradually tore apart. Seeing the scene before her, Xiaobai couldn't help but blush and feel embarrassed. She shyly looked at him, panic-stricken, then looked down at his clothes. As she reached out, her clothes were completely worn away. Xiaobai stared in shock at her nearly naked body, her cheeks flushed red. Kala also glanced over the lower part of Xiaobai's body, sweating profusely. She was suddenly startled, quickly closed her eyes in the cool moonlit night. At this moment, she is wearing a very sexy bikini, which I crafted using the energy of the divine blessing. It's an emergency outfit for special times, not only protecting privacy but also providing excellent cold resistance. Looking at her body, the girl's face turned red. She looked very sexy, but this is clearly a bikini. If others saw her like this, she wouldn't have the face to be a person anymore. At this moment, Xiaobai also created a pair of pants to cover herself. You wonder why I seem unaffected by anything. Hearing your question, she was startled and thought, is he really concerned about me? She shyly replied while hugging her neck, but all of us have self-healing abilities to varying degrees, and I am exceptional at it. As long as I don't get killed by a single strike, I'm fine. After hearing that, Xiaobai was surprised and wondered if he also had such healing abilities. He's really impressive, she modestly replied. It's nothing. As the king of spirits, this little skill isn't worth mentioning. Xiaobai just smiled happily. Hearing her thank you, she became flustered and fidgeted. Don't overthink it. After all, you are still my subordinate. Protecting you is the duty of my spirit king. Now, on the sea surface, the waves are raging, and the fish demon is very confused and puzzled after such a long time. Why does my body have no reaction at all? Based on its digestive ability, it probably doesn't even have any residue left. As it was thinking, the body of the sea monster suddenly twitched like being electrocuted, and the spreading pain made it thrash wildly. It was confused. What's going on? My stomach hurts so much. Could it be that the fire still isn't dead yet? Inside the demon fish's body, purple aura was emanating, and Little White opened its third eye to shoot energy into its stomach. A thick stream of purple smoke billowed up as Xiaobai deduced that this guy's stomach wall might absorb my energy. Inside his body, my attacks probably won't work, and Cora looked worried. saying that escaping this place wouldn't be so easy. Tubok spoke to reassure him, then said, "Maybe not. Just give me a divine weapon, and I can cut this fish in half." Kola looked at her in surprise and then glanced down at her two smooth white bottles, sweating nervously and wondering if the divine weapon she mentioned was actually herself. Shobai replied, "That's right, I saw your sword. It is definitely a top-tier treasure of the world. It can surely help us escape from here." Kola hurriedly refused, "Absolutely not. That sword was forged from the blood of my chest, condensed with blood beads, so if you want to keep it, wouldn't it be like holding onto my chest? The number of tigers that die is limited. I will never hand over the sword to you." Tubok could only sigh helplessly. But after some thought, Kola decided to take out the sword to give to him because this was a special situation in a special time. "I'll only make an exception this once. You absolutely must not tell anyone else about this." Xiaobai quickly grabbed the sword and pulled it out with force. Gula shyly closed her eyes, clenched her fists, feeling conflicted. After successfully drawing the sword, blood splattered from her chest and Xiaobai held the sword tightly while reassuring her. "Don't worry, Kola, I am someone who keeps my mouth shut." Kola replied, "That's good." Looking at the sword in Xiaobai's hand, I can't help but marvel. It truly is a rare divine weapon, with a smooth, soft material. This feeling is truly unmatched, holding this sword tightly. His eyes grew more determined, my blood was already boiling, and his aura became more imposing than ever. Kola, standing behind, was amazed to see him wielding the sword so skillfully. She looked at him in amazement. How could he unleash the full power of the blood ring on his first time wielding this sword? I've never seen anyone like this before. He truly is an unparalleled genius. Little Bai immediately unleashed a powerful strike into the belly of the cursed fish, soaring up rapidly. This was the strongest attack, combining his strength with Duke Kola's, and no one could possibly block it. His eyes turned red, regret not leaving, a sweet pain. He swung his sword at the belly of the demon fish, leaving a long slash that splattered blood everywhere. The sword sliced through the monster's flesh, causing blood to spray everywhere. The sea monster seemed to feel the pain. Little White's strike was so powerful that blood splattered outward, mixing with the seawater to create a massive shockwave. This shockwave blasted out into space, passing through the Earth's crust. And now on some island, people on the ground saw the scene and stood in panic. King Mac asked, "Both islands are shaking intensely, like an earthquake." Lily too replied, "And this breath is very peculiar. It feels like Xiaobai, but not entirely Xiaobai." Bingni sweat drops and looks up at the sky. "Hey everyone, look up there, what is going on?" Lily too and Vuamak immediately looked up, both with expressions of shock. Is it real or fake? The sky is flooded, split in two, still glowing red from the terrifying power of the sword from Duke Kola's blood chest. At this moment, inside the belly of the demon fish, after witnessing Xiaobai's display of power, Kula was also amazed. The force was too terrifying. I could never unleash the blood ring to that level. This blood sword ring seems to have worked with him for a long time, clearly forged from his own blood. Could it be that he is actually the true owner recognized by the blood ring? Lost in thought, she was startled when a hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. So it was Little White, holding her tightly to him. "Why are you still doing that? We should go now." Then Xiaobai hugged her and shot straight into the sky, flying out of the fish's body, and the two of them hovered in the air between the sky and the clouds. Seeing her face looking quite tired, he immediately asked if her face was very red and her body very hot, wondering if she had internal injuries. Hearing this question, she became angry. "It's all because of the person who did this to the king. That's why I changed like this." The guy clearly knows, but still asks as if he doesn't. "My personal records say I am married, but that's just to hide my true identity. Don't think that just because I'm this age I've ever had any intimate contact with anyone before." She shyly scratched her head. Xiaobai finished speaking and swallowed hard. Then suddenly there was a shout from beneath the water. "You bastards! How dare you feed me dog food!" So that's the love fish. It's angry. "I'm just a spirit beast, and I've been beaten into this embarrassing state by you all. You will pay for this." It roars, "I possess the controlling power of the sea. No one has ever been able to defeat me in the ocean." "Don't go yet." The raging fury of the sea. Thousands of river fish surround Xiaobai and her scream. Xiaobai looks disdainful, thinking that you clearly don't understand the gap between us. The school of fish quickly rushes to attack Xiaobai. Xiaobai's third eye emits a hypnotic energy. The space suddenly turned into circles, and the fish stopped in place. The cursed fish was panicked. What's going on? What did he do? His raging sea of madness has been destroyed by him. How is this possible? Xiaobai then stepped forward with fierce determination. "How could you not understand? I told you long ago. You fundamentally don't grasp the gap between us. You keep talking, just look around yourself. You're definitely doomed." The demon fish looked around and thought, what could be here? This guy is just talking big. He's only pretending to be a god or a saint. Suddenly, thousands of eyes appeared around it, staring directly at it, making it start to panic. Why are there so many eyes? So annoying. Why can't my body move now? Tulatanan can block the opponent's actions, but now I have upgraded this ability to a comprehensive level. Thousands of red eyes appeared, increasing in number, all staring at the fish demon. This scene also made Kola panic. So many eyes all gathering together. Could they all be preparing to attack? That's hard to believe. Shobai orders to destroy the power of the demon gods. Thousands of eyes start shooting lightning towards the demon fish. The lightning attack left the cursed fish helpless, unable to resist or escape, and it could only roar in fury, desperately begging for it to stop. The fish was enveloped in a cocoon that formed a giant sphere, and a massive explosion with overwhelming destructive power shook the heavens and earth. Kola was immediately struck by the shockwave and marveled at how powerful the destruction was. Could it be the energy of the demons and gods? This move was truly terrifying. Perhaps no one can withstand this kind of attack. This strike from Xiaobai might be effective. In the end, only the image of the demon fish being burned to ash remains. Its body is gradually breaking apart into pieces of water. It leaves a sincere apology, Lord City Lord. I did not complete the mission you entrusted. Your Lord's endless darkness has been deeply affected by the light of gratitude. He has completely forgotten his mission of the dark core, and the fish demon has dissolved into shimmering sources of light. Seeing this, Xiaobai thought to himself that this was indeed beyond expectations. This guy's energy is truly immense, because he has devoured too many lives. But at this moment, Xiaobai began to feel that something was wrong. His body became dizzy. Can his body withstand this much power? Facing thousands of fragments of Xiaobai's weakening energy, he starts to gasp for air. No, his consciousness is becoming hazy. This spirit beast's energy really is too strong. My body can't handle it anymore. He gradually begins to fall. Damn it, he clearly won, but ends up like this. Unwilling to accept it, before falling to the ground, you were saved by a flock of birds acting as a cushion to ensure your safety. Kola anxiously calls out to you, Xiaobai, wake up, Xiaobai. You have defeated that spiritual beast. Now wake up, Tubok. Your body is turning red and your breathing is rapid. Only the sound of pounding can be heard. Kola is extremely worried. What should I do now? How can I save you? I really don't want you to die. She looked at the unconscious Xiaobai with tears streaming down her face. I had to summon my courage to come back and help you. This isn't the outcome I wanted. There are still many things I want to say to you after all. You must give me a chance now. She was crying, like rain. Her tears uncontrollable. Those tears fell drop by drop onto Xiaobai's body. Suddenly, a voice appeared. It seems you truly want to save our master? This voice startled Cora, and she asked aloud who was talking. Apmodut appeared and said, I have a way to save Little White, but I don't know if you want to try it or not. She asked, what is it? She was determined, as long as it can wake Little White up. I will do anything. Apmodut replied that the owner has absorbed too much energy, and his body can no longer withstand it. If it continues, his body might explode and die. Someone must bear the excess energy he cannot handle, and she asked again how to drain the energy. Apmodut immediately replied, twin cultivation. As long as I twin cultivate with the owner, that's the only way to save his life. Hearing the words twin cultivation, her cheeks flushed bright red with a question mark. Seeing her attitude, Apmodut was disappointed. Indeed, how could a noble spirit king like Kola sacrifice herself just to save my master? Kola looked at Teobach, who was dying on the ground, his body hot with sweat, steam rising from his heat as he struggled to breathe. She looked at the critically ill Xiaobai and agreed, as long as I could do the twin cultivation to save Xiaobai, I would agree to it, but I have never experienced this before. What should I do next? My body begins to tremble. Should I first take off my clothes? Seeing her look of hesitation, Apmodut reassured her, don't worry, although I lack practical experience, I have extensive theoretical knowledge of film basics. I can enter your body, use your appearance to join the master in the duet, Apmodut said, while feeling a bit embarrassed. Suddenly a voice rang out. It seems someone here needs help. That is Ling Lung, although I don't know what dual cultivation is. I am determined to move forward. Please let me enter the body of the person to perform the dual cultivation with the master. After hearing the proposal from the two little demons, Kola thought to herself, this is no longer dual cultivation, right? There are clearly 4 people now. At this moment, the souls of the two little demons begin to invade Kola's body. The 3 merge into one,
and the two little demons speak, "Come on, Kola, let's join forces with Tubok, who is still gasping for breath." Korra immediately lay down on his body, ready to perform the dual cultivation. "Rest assured, little Bai, I will do my best even if it means risking the honor of the Spirit King." "I will definitely save him," Apmadut said. "According to my theoretical knowledge, the first step must start with a kiss." Hearing this, Kola thought to herself, so they've already kissed just after starting. Can I really do something as exciting as that? She pursed her lips tightly, and Lien Lung also urged her on, no longer caring much, just going for it. So she pressed her plump red lips onto Xiaobai's lips, and they began a passionately intense kiss. Just a touch. Just a light touch. At this moment, Kola's breathing had become more hurried, and she glanced down at the muscular body of Tubok, thinking to herself, "It's just a touch. This is no longer a difficulty for me." Apmadut spoke, then the most crucial step, where success or failure depends on this. Kola wondered, what exactly is the most critical step? A moment later, Apmadut spoke, saying that the crucial step had been told to you, now it depends on you. You just need to reach a perfect state of balance between yin and yang with Xiaobai, and draw out the excess energy from his body to save him. Then the two little demons cheered for La. "Go on, La, you are everyone's hope. You can do it, go on, you can do it." Encouraged, Kola also made up her mind. I can do this, Kola has never backed down. So the two of them began their night-long act until morning, and everyone knows what they did. After waking up, it seems like La is lost in thought. I can't believe it. I really did a dual cultivation with Tutubak, and we are hugging each other after a long, exhausting night. Moreover, I feel my body full of Tutubak's energy. I did it. I saved Tutubak. When she turned to look, she saw Xiaobai sleeping soundly and healthily, drooling a little. Their faces were so close that La's face turned red again. It was too near. She could feel Xiaobai's breath. What should she do now? It seemed she couldn't control herself anymore. So, she immediately pressed her lips to Tutiobak's in a passionate kiss. At this moment, Tubok opened his eyes with a hum, scratched his head, and La quickly turned her back. She thought to herself, it's really dangerous, maybe he didn't notice. But Tubok immediately spoke up. I'm awake now. La was startled and panic-stricken, saying so. Did you know that I kissed you secretly just now? Xiaobai wrapped his arms around her slender waist. It's not just about what happened earlier. I also know what happened last night. Lady La, thank you for saving me, he said as he held her tightly. Hearing those words of thanks made Kola blush and sweat nervously. The two little devils standing far away could only marvel at how their hearts pounded so fiercely, beating non-stop. Do we need to step in and pull them apart this time? No need now. Let them be alone. Seeing that, Lin Lung asked Admetus, You must be very jealous, right? Admetus denied. How could that be? Lin Lung retorted. I know you too well. You can't fool me anymore. Lin Lung continued to persuade Admetus. Didn't the master say he would use silica glue to reshape our bodies? Wait until later. We can be like her too. No need to envy her anymore. Hearing that, Admetus grew suspicious. Even though she said so, I feel like the more you envy her, the deeper you've fallen into it, Lin Lung. Could it be that you've already drowned in it? Lin Lung denied it. That's not true. I'm not that kind of person. The scene shifts to a week later at Tin Lin Din Science Research Institute, where Admetus has been transformed into a human form. Oh, how wonderful. So this is my new body. Feels amazing, truly indistinguishable from my previous self. Even the flaws on their chest are perfectly restored and very elastic. Lin Lung is also very satisfied. Not only is the body made perfectly, but other details are also quite outstanding. My zombie clothes are no longer being published, and these few sad leaves are also very well made. It's truly unbelievable to have a body like this. Lin Lung shyly thanks the owner for caring for us so much, and no matter what you need us for, Lin Lung will do her best. Admetus also thanked the little silver, and I too want to thank you as well. Suddenly, Admetus's face turned red, and he shyly brushed his hair to the side. Are you familiar with this? I know many tricks. All right, I can be seductive and fulfill any type of desire you want. That night, we could only assist Duke Ko Lam. Then we all shouted outside in frustration. We have long been eager to experience being close to the body, and upon hearing Admetus's words, the little silver froze and raised both hands as if to signal stop. But before he could speak, the two little devils cornered him and made a plea, saying, We truly want to thank the owner. Please listen to us. The little silver was so scared after hearing that he broke out in a sweat and hurriedly explained, You two calm down a bit. Actually, you really should thank someone else. At this moment, someone's figure walked in. That is Li Han.
She slowly approaches. It seems the two of you are full of vitality. Looks like my silicone bonding technique was successful. Hearing that, the two girls look surprised. Oh, so this body of ours is actually her doing. Teacher Li Han arrived, and Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. Finally here. Responding to the two little devils, Li Han said yes. But because of the silicone adhesive body, there are a few things the two of you need to pay attention to. Then Li Han took out a book with an image of Admetus from her pocket. Li Han handed the two little demons this. Consider this your first meeting. It's a special gift from my body. The cover of the book features a very sexy image of Admetus. It's the silicone adhesive maintenance manual. Holding the book with my picture on it, Admetus exclaimed, using my image as a profile picture. Impressive. Lin Lung saw her own picture on the back and was also surprised. Huh? This pattern on the back. Isn't it me? The picture of Lin Lung on the back is just as hot. Then the two little devils seriously read the silicone glue maintenance guide, marveling at how amazing it is. Xiaobai here is calling Sister Li Han. I also have something to ask for her help with. Li Han immediately replied, What is it? If Xiaobai speaks, I will do my best. Upon hearing that, he continued, I want to ask you to make me a model. A fish. A super big fish. Li Han looked a bit surprised. A super big fish, so how big would that be? Little Bai held up his finger, not needing it to be too big, just about the size of a train. Li Han looked surprised after hearing that, thinking he was joking. Does he realize how much funding that would cost? The Research Institute's funds have already been drained by the director. Xiaobai listened and crossed his arms, saying, Funding is a big issue, but I will find a way. This fish is very important to me, Li Han agreed. As long as there's funding, I can create anything. But I also want to ask Teobok for a favor. That way it's fair. And he immediately agreed. Li Han glanced at the two kneeling women and said, Although my cow silic has been checked from all sides, there is still one central function I can't examine, and you don't want them to be discarded either, right? You're the person I trust the most, so please help me check it. I have a meeting to attend first, and after saying that, she hurriedly turned and headed for the door. Seeing this, Xiaobai anxiously asked, Wait, could the central function she mentioned be? Before getting an answer, Li Han had already run out and slammed the door. At this moment, he sighed thoughtfully. What is that? Suddenly, he smelled something, and a strange breath seemed to drift over. So it turns out those two girls kneeling are very excited. We heard everything they just said. What exactly is the central function she mentioned? The central function is obviously that, Xiaobai, don't just stand there. Hurry and help us check our bodies. No one will bother us now. Seeing the expressions of the two girls, Xiaobai's eyes showed helplessness. Can't you let me rest for a bit? There is a robot fish in the tank. Bin Yi warns it. The owner has instructed me to keep an eye on you for 24 hours, so behave yourself. It turns out this is a soul bound by the Van Hanjiang force, a spiritual insect, a pseudo-real force of the Tuito level. Bin Yi sat in a daze, watching the fish and thinking to herself, so this fire has become a soul bound by its owner and still retains independent consciousness, even disobeying commands. I've never seen a soul like this before. Is it because its energy is too strong? It seems to be somewhat connected to the owner's boundless darkness, and the owner even wants to find a way to reshape its body. This is to exchange for him keeping quiet. I must watch over it closely first. That little spirit is furious. I am a divine spirit of the Tuito level, praised by many as a god. If I enter that messy body, then go ahead, but how dare you throw me into this fish pond with these goldfish? Could I really be a pet fish? This is just too much bullying. Seeing the fish look agitated, Track Cam drew his sword. Duokong drew his sword towards the fish pond, revealing a ruthless and unchangeable look in his eyes. I will kill it. Bin Yi saw her hot-tempered sister and hurriedly stopped her. No, you can't, Kang. The master told me to watch over it. Hearing that, Chikum also let it go. Out of respect for Bin Yi, I forgive your life this time, but if you ever act so arrogant again, I will turn you into salted, grilled fish. Seeing Chikam's fiery attitude, Lin Khan was sweating all over. What's wrong with this woman? Why is she so domineering? Didn't she already see my past self, so isn't she afraid of me? The scene shifts to Duke Kola's magnificent palace. She was standing outside on the balcony, lost in thought, gazing at the moon, recalling the tender embrace she shared with Xiaobai. She suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my God, why did I think of that scene? I'm so embarrassed I could die. What's wrong with me? I only did it to save him. At this moment, there was a loud knocking on the door, calling out to Duke Cora. Hearing the call, she thought to herself, could it really be Tutu Bak coming to find me in the middle of the night? How bold of him. But when she saw Vu Viet opening the door, smoking a cigarette, and asking if she's still awake at this hour, she looked a bit disappointed and asked, "Why would Vu Viet be her? Vu Viet is a bit suspicious. Why not welcome him?" Vu Viet pressed further. Ever since she returned from the afterlife, she's been anxious all day. Could something have happened during the night when she returned to support Xiaobai? She shouted out in a cold sweat. I swear to the heavens that nothing is wrong. Seeing her distressed appearance, Vu Viet immediately realized that something indeed must have happened. But Vu Viet didn't ask further and changed the subject, saying, I don't want to interfere in your private affairs. I came for a main reason. The fake rations of the ancestor level, when restored, emitted 9 beams of light. And I have already arranged spies to track the location. To get the news, I guess I will have to wait a little longer. During this time, the Spirit Palace isn't having any major issues, so I might as well help her for a few days. I see she's been distracted lately, so why not take this opportunity to take a break, rest a bit, and reset her state? The Spirit Palace can't do without her. Hearing these words, Kola was moved to tears, thinking Vu Viet truly is good to her. At this moment, a sound rang out, startling her, and she wondered if she had heard it wrong. This time, it must be Xiaobai. She looked up at the top of the tower where Xiaobai was sitting on the peak. He smiled at her, still awake so late, gazing at the stars alone. Seeing your face, my cheeks turned red. I apologize and reply that I've been having trouble sleeping lately, so I went outside to get some fresh air. And why are you still here so late? Could it be that you want to do that again? I'm not a woman who's so easy to approach. Hearing that, Xiaobai quickly waved his hands and explained, Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that. I just want to borrow money. Hearing the response, Kola let out a sigh and thought I was overthinking. Wait a minute, you said you needed to borrow money earlier. After Xiaobai explained everything to Kola, she agreed, so that's how it is. In that case, I can lend you the money. Xiaobai then thanked her. She then made a condition, but this amount of money is not small. You must agree to one request of mine first. I happen to have 3 days off. If you can stay with me for 3 days, I will give you the money. Hearing her proposal, he immediately thought of inappropriate things. Spending 3 days together? Does she want me to exchange myself for the money? That would make me a gigolo. Kola quickly explained, No, it's not about doing anything like that with me. Just going out to eat something. It's just dating like normal people do. She lowered her head shyly. Consider this money as a personal sponsorship that doesn't need to be repaid. Hearing the words dating made Xiaobai's face turn red. He thought to himself, Dating me? Kola asked. So what, Xiaobai, you don't agree? Is it because I'm too old and you look down on me? As she spoke, she looked embarrassed.
Kola tiếp lời. Dạ là ngủi trung thanh rồi mà con mở mong muốn hẹn hò với người trẻ tuổi. Tới dừng là cô y nghĩ viện vọng. Tiểu Bạch vội vắng giải thích, không có chuyện dò dầu, cố tỏ ra buồn bã. Nếu anh muốn từ chối thi cử nổi thắng, tới van con cô thế chịu dung duộc.
She looked at you and wondered if, compared to the younger Lily Tu and Vu Mac, I must be much worse, right? Xiaobai blushed and stammered, No way, she's very beautiful. Hearing that, Kola happily asked, Really? So the date I mentioned earlier is true? Tubok gently replied, Of course I agree, it's my honor. Kola still wasn't quite convinced and asked again, So you agree with me, right? You can't fool me. At this moment, Xiaobai put on a very trustworthy face, reassuring everyone, and the scene shifts to the next morning. She says goodbye, have a fun day, and before leaving, he also reminds her, Got it, take care of that fish. It really likes to crawl into your pants. Someone called out to me and Tubok was startled and looked over. The voice belonged to Kola, who was wearing a pink off-shoulder top paired with shorts that highlighted her long legs and tiny waist, waving her hand and saying, Good morning. I came especially to pick you up. Xiaobai asked, surprised, La, why are you dressed like that? I almost didn't recognize you. La blushed and said, I just dressed a bit more youthfully. If you don't like it, I'll go change into something else. Seeing her youthful and energetic appearance, Xiaobai felt shy and blushed like a ripe tomato. He dared not look directly and turned his face away, thinking there's no need to bother, things are pretty good now. But you couldn't help but sneak a glance at her, thinking to yourself that normally she always appears regal and aloof, but when she's out having fun, she looks just like a beautiful young woman. So the two of them are riding together in a sports car speeding down the street. Dubach happily asked the noble lady, Where do you plan to take me? I will pretend to be an ordinary person today and go to a place I've never dared to visit before. Don't mock me once we get there. After a while, the two of us arrived at the amusement park, where everyone was lively and bustling. Duabak happily at the amusement park, so this is the place she always wanted to go to. Kola was now wearing glasses to avoid being recognized. I've always wanted to come here, but I was worried others would talk badly about me because of my identity. Bach replied, You really chose a good place, though you might not believe it. But actually, for some reason, I've never been to an amusement park before.
Hearing you say that, she chuckled softly. It seems that Xiaobai also has his own story. Now, a few people have recognized him and are whispering excitedly. She looked at the other person. Is that Xiaobai? Who is the girl next to him, really? Are they dating? But that girl looks quite familiar. Seeing everyone paying attention to them, Xiaobai secretly thought, Duke Kola cares a lot about others' gazes. I can't let her be recognized. So he boldly took her hand and pulled her through the crowd. Hurry up, I've been looking forward to this so much. She was startled by his hand and thought to herself, holding hands now, why is this so surprising? So they spent the afternoon trying out games together, from the horse carousel to the spinning ride and the slide, but they were too shy to say a word to each other until night fell. They strolled down a quiet street, and Kola thought to herself, it's been half an hour already. If this continues, it'll be too awkward. I need to find something to talk about. Then she spoke up, saying that today's amusement park didn't seem very fun and wasn't exactly what she imagined, and immediately she panicked, thinking to herself, oh my God, why did I say what I was thinking out loud? Tubag, still feeling shy, replied that maybe our expectations were too high, which is why we feel a bit disappointed, so perhaps we should see if there's something interesting ahead. Kola also agreed, I'll follow your lead. Suddenly, the two of them froze in surprise, their eyes wide with astonishment. In front of them is a hotel, and Xiaobai hesitantly said, this hotel is quick and elegant. Looking at the hotel, both of them also felt a bit shy. Cora's face turned red and he quickly said, well then, I'm just a little servant. Maybe we should go see what's ahead. You agreed immediately, fine, since it's still early anyway. So the two of them continued walking. But every building along this road was a hotel. Seeing that, the young man was surprised. Everything was a hotel. Do the elves at the top not have any other businesses to run? Kola listened and felt confused. I also don't know. After my vacation ends, I will naturally leave everything behind. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared, and a sudden downpour began. This sudden heavy rain soaked both of them, and seeing this, Xiaobai raised his hand to catch the rain with a puzzled expression. Why is it raining so heavily all of a sudden, with no warning at all? Suddenly, Gula called out Xiaobai. My clothes are all wet, so I nervously asked what to do next. Maybe I should open a teleportation door to send you home. She then clung to Xiaobai's shirt. Wait a moment, Xiaobai. My peace of mind isn't easy to come by. I don't want to waste it. Hearing this, Xiaobai also understood something. So, in the end, the two of them finally rented a hotel room. While waiting for Kola to finish her shower, he thought to himself, finally we've rented a room. This is also the first time I've done this with a girl, and she's even the elf king Kola. Although we've had physical contact on the island, the atmosphere right now still makes it hard for others to bear, as I think to myself and glance towards the bathroom. The alluring shadow of Kola fades into the mist as she finishes her bath, her face suddenly showing a look of confusion. She remembered her conversation with Vuviet, who said that the ancient Latin spirit king was now caught in a web of love, and if someone had fallen in love, they should bravely pursue it. That kid is still too naive. You need to take the initiative. Don't let others steal the chance to listen. Now that she's finished bathing, she gently steps out and calls, Xiaobai, if you hear me, jump in surprise and ask nervously, are you done bathing? She replies, yes, come back and look at me. So he gently glanced at her. She was wrapped in a very thin towel that highlighted her flawless white body. Kola looked at him with sparkling blue eyes and asked, do you like this kind of me? This question left Tubok stunned, only able to mumble. Suddenly, Kola pulled down her shirt, revealing her entire body. She nervously asked, so what now? Do you like it? I want to hear what you're thinking inside. Seeing her body in front of me makes Xiaobai stare blankly. She's looking at the thunder outside the window, looking very passionate. She is worried about her friend La of hers, the La that she calls Duke, whether she can really succeed in dating him or not. If she can't let go of her proud fairy king attitude, she might remain single for life. This time, don't care about what others think. For your own happiness, try one more time. Don't let me down, Duke, as she returned to Xiaobai's hotel room, now boldly and confidently pressing herself down on Xiaobai, who lay still, unsure of what to do. Is there no way out for me now? La's breathing started to become rapid. I regret this, too, Tubok. Let's go on a date for 3 days. Stay here and date. It's okay, Cora said. Don't worry about those details. Then Cora and the person you caused to get dressed burst into a flurry of clothes. The scene shifts to a pyramid emitting sound wave signals. The sound waves spread out intensely, and a purple eye begins to open. The man in the black coat says, I have sensed Lincoln's wave. After it temporarily appears, it then disappears. The person sitting above
calm but annoyed, asked where the last wave of Lincoln appeared. "Take me there." The man in the black robe replied, "That's a different origin from a distant place. I don't think this is so simple. We should wait for the elder to return and discuss it." But the man sitting above didn't bother to listen to him and snorted. "He shows his anger here. As long as Lincoln is there, the Shadow Emperor must also be there. I've been waiting for his news for decades. I can't wait any longer. If you don't want to fight me, then obediently take me there now." Seeing his anger, the black-clad man could only compromise and sigh, letting it go. The scene shifts to 3 days later above Sati Island, where a blinding yellow space portal appears, releasing a massive energy beam onto the ground, bringing back the man from earlier, still holding the apple in his hand. He stands there, observing intently. Lincoln is indeed here, and I can sense some of its residual energy, but it's only traces of a few remnants. It seems to have been defeated. Unexpectedly, there are creatures here capable of blocking the 10 divine beasts and the Dark Emperor, but if I come here, this won't happen. I will definitely trap the Dark Emperor alive. Now transitioning to the hotel. After 3 days and nights, Xiaobai and Kola have finished their task, and he has been lying on the bed, breathing heavily. Kola then sat beside him and said, "Thank you, Xiaobai. These 3 days have truly been hard on you. This is probably the happiest time of my life. Now I feel so alive, like I've turned back to 18. It's an amazing feeling. Furthermore, because I absorbed a lot of your energy, my strength seems to have made a breakthrough." Seeing that, Xiaobai also spoke up. "Actually, last time on the Sai Island, I still hadn't fully absorbed all of your leftover energy, but after 3 days of effort, the energy in my body has reached perfect balance with my body, and I am stronger than before. This can also be considered a form of cultivation, right?" Hearing the word cultivation, La was startled and quickly turned to ask Xiaobai, "Cultivation?" Then her expression became full of implication. "So if there's a chance to cultivate like that in the future, can you come find me?" Hearing this proposal, Xiaobai was stunned and asked back, "Are you serious? The hand touching your face has seduced my young heart, Miss La. I only want to cultivate with you for my whole life. This usually happens to the other person. Am I the one being caught off guard now?" At this moment, Lady La gently approached and called your name. "I'm Xiaobai. I have fallen in love with you," she said as she placed a passionate kiss on your lips. So the lively scene outside with the crowd gossiping, is it real or fake? Did I misunderstand? Since when have they developed such a relationship? This is the hottest news of the century. Queen Linduk, Kola, and I, Tubak, are holding hands and walking together. This is what a couple in love looks like. They really are a perfect match. My name is Xiaobai, and I truly inspire admiration. Seeing so many people talking about it, Xiaobai turned to her and asked, "Not wearing glasses is okay, but others will recognize you." She gently replied, "I've thought it through now. As long as you're by my side, I don't care about anything else. This is my matter. Others have no right to interfere." At the same time, somewhere on this continent, the intelligence agents Vu Viet sent finally found what they were looking for. It looked like a giant sphere with a bumpy surface, emanating a strange green aura. "We found it. 2 people are looking at the green sphere and shouting. That's Long Viduang and Bo Lo Lo." Long Viduang said, "The fire-level primordial creature shot out a total of 9 beams, and this is one of them." Bo Lo Lo, smelling the scent from the sphere, exclaimed in amazement. "It still emits a breath of the fake power creature from its body, so it seems the 9 rays of light are 9 eggs born from this pikefish," Viduang countered. "The pikefish is a milk-fed animal that doesn't lay eggs. It is probably a newborn of the level of the ancestral fake power." Hearing this explanation, Bo Lo Lo felt a bit embarrassed and thought to herself, although what he said has some truth. Why is he so arrogant? If he hadn't helped me on the island with his lethal move, I wouldn't have listened to him. At this moment, Wei Yang ordered her to go and retrieve it, to deliver it back to the Divine Spirit Hall so the mission could be completed. Hearing his command, she hesitated and asked, "Why do I have to go and move it? I am a girl after all." Viduang pushed up his glasses arrogantly with one hand and apologized. "I have a habit of being clean and can't touch dirty things like that." Hearing this, Bo Lo Lo could only feel resentful and angry as she swung her broom to push away that egg in frustration. "Why do I have to choose someone like this as my partner, who doesn't understand anything about elegance and refinement? So annoying. It makes me so angry." Suddenly, Viduang sensed something, as if someone was behind him, so he quickly looked back but saw no one. Was it just my imagination? Over here, Long Yen is hiding behind a tree, thinking to herself, "Well done, Viduang. You should be more cold-hearted with other girls and using the mission as a pretext to approach our Viduang. What a dream." "Don't worry, Viduang, I won't let any mother take her child away." A moment later, the egg was completely separated. Bulolo called out to V Duong saying, "I've finished, let's go back and wait for orders." Suddenly, V Duong realized something and shouted loudly, "Watch out behind you, Bo Lo Lo." When she turned around in surprise, a figure with a faint purple aura appeared, and she wondered to herself, who is that fire user? Why didn't I sense anything? And his target is also this egg. So it turns out that guy is Van Vu, the Imperial Guard of the Dark Emperor, and he looked down on us saying we're just low-level humans and daring to attack the Dark Emperor's head. Stop fighting immediately, or I'll strike you down. But Vi Duong managed to stop him and reassured Bololo. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Then he activated the triple ice barrier wall. Seeing V Duong fighting to protect her, the young witch also helped out with her magic shield. The two of them fought together to push back Van Vu, but their strength was no match for him. After a fierce battle, V Duong and Bololo were struck multiple times by Van Vu and then slammed into the rock wall. The witch suddenly spoke, apologizing for causing trouble and saying if you hadn't come to help me, I wouldn't have put you in such a terrible state. Hearing that, V Duong cleared his throat a few times and said, "Now is not the time to talk about these things." Van Vu landed in front of the two, raised his hand, grabbed the token, and asked, "So why do you want to take the Dark Emperor's item? What does dealing with that spirit beast have to do with you? Did he send you here? Answer my question honestly, and I might consider sparing your lives." V Duong tries to get up. This guy's strength is not ordinary. We are no match for him. I will think of a way to hold him back. You take this opportunity to escape. But hearing Vi Duong's words, the witch refused. "No way. But V Duong ordered us to obey, or neither of us will survive. Please, if I die, ask you to deliver a message to Long Yen. Just tell her. I forgave her long ago." Hearing V Duong's words made my father tear up openly, this fool. Seeing you two like this, Van Vu stepped forward and said, "It seems you don't want to answer me anymore. This is not a wise choice. If you want to seek death, I will grant your wish." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared from the sky and struck where they were. Just as Long Yen appeared, she appeared and stood in front of the two, her face full of anger. "Who do you think you're helping?" Seeing the person before him, Van Vu looked down on him. Here we go again, a human seeking death, not bad strength, much more interesting than those two fire beasts. He sneered and handled the spiritual beast with fire, but before he could say a word, he was hit with a punch that distorted his face and sent blood flying everywhere. The power of the punch sent him flying far away. Long Yen shouted loudly, "I am your mother." Van Vu soared into the sky, red lightning bolts striking his body. This power is so terrifying it shakes the heavens and earth. Long Yen is still furious, daring to attack my son. Even if I am the heavenly king, I would not tolerate it. The witch was stunned by what she just saw and thought, "Isn't that Long V Duong's mother? She's really powerful." V Duong looked surprised and asked, "Mom, why are you here?" Hearing V Duong's question, she was a bit startled and quickly explained, "I was just passing by while taking a walk." At this moment, she realized, "Wait, I didn't hear wrong just now. V Duong called me Mom. It's been many years since he last called me that." She felt happy, truly touched. Even though it was just the word mother, it brought hope back into her life. Surely, this is the light of love. Unexpectedly, Van Vu suddenly interrupted. "He's too powerful. He hasn't tasted the punch in a long time, and you've successfully caught his interest. Your strength is great, but your spiritual weapon is still a bit lacking. You're not the one he's looking for. If that's the case, I have no reason to kill you." Hearing these words from Van Vu, Long Nia was confused and didn't understand what this guy really wanted to do. Suddenly, Van Vu burst into laughter and said, "Woman, come with me so we can have many more generations with better quality." "Her body is filled with power," she roared. "Don't talk nonsense to me. What are you? And you want to have children with me too. I only need V Duong. Her body radiates a dazzling light." Seeing this power from Mother V Duong, Father couldn't help but marvel at how strong her energy is. This must be Mother Ningguo's true strength. She really does love him. Meanwhile, Van Vu was also stunned, thinking to himself, this energy feels so familiar. Could this woman possibly be? A pair of pure white wings suddenly appeared. Long Yen transformed into the great heavenly messenger. Long Yen spoke. "I haven't used my skills in a long time. Today is the perfect opportunity to take you out for training." Seeing this, Van Vu realized something. The great heavenly messenger's power is a gift of divine light. Now I have a reason to kill. At the same time, at the Spirit Refinement Research Institute, the Spirit Beast model was finally successfully crafted, and the Silver Fox looked at the model. The body I agreed to with her is now complete. Lin Khan inside that robot fish's body now has eyes shining like stars. So cool, this giant body made of titanium alloy is truly perfect. Is this my new body? Little Silver smirked provocatively. Not yet, it's not yours yet. Tell me everything you know about the infinite darkness. As long as I am satisfied, this body will be yours.
The fish thought to itself, "Sorry, Lord Dark Emperor, nothing can refuse the titanium alloy armor."
Then it began to recount how the primordial era in heaven and earth was a chaotic place. And now 2 great angels have been born.
One of the angels possesses the light of grace, the Holy Crown Emperor, while the other is an angel with infinite darkness, the Dark Emperor. The Holy Crown Emperor shares his power with all things to give the world a chance to survive. The Dark and Light Emperors absorb energy from all things to bring death to the world. Because of their fundamental differences,
the Holy Crown Emperor and the Dark and Black Emperor will only clash repeatedly.
their final battle will escalate into a war between 2 forces, and if fought, it will last for 100 years. In the final moment of the fight, the Dark Emperor will not retreat from the Light Emperor, to the point that his body is destroyed. In order to revive later, the 10 beast bodies exhausted all their strength and ultimately protected the center of the infinite Shadow Demon. We originally wanted to help the Shadow Demon escape the war and find a place full of energy to give the Shadow Demon a chance to survive. But then the accident happened. To prevent the Dark Emperor, she couldn't bear to abandon her shameful body, so she mobilized all her strength and used the Luminous Core to seal 10 divine spells with us. This is also the reason why the Luminous Core was sealed, causing our energy to become very unstable, which eventually led to multiple openings. Then we traveled to this world. It was also because of our arrival that this dimension experienced some anomalies, leading to the emergence of false powers. And so, your humanity gained special powers. Hearing Lincoln's story, Xiaobai questioned him, "You really are completely shirking your responsibilities."
"Are you really crossing over here by coincidence?" Lincoln asked, confused. "I don't understand what you mean." Xiaobai frowned. "You're just looking at this continent full of opportunities for survival, right? The life energy here is so abundant that it can allow your Dark Emperor to be reborn. Am I not wrong?"
After hearing that, Lincoln froze in shock, realizing he couldn't hide anything. Kola also inquired, "Are the 10 divine beasts the 9 luminous immortals you mentioned, and what exactly is your relationship with the Dark Emperor?" Xiaobai threatened and demanded the truth, "Or else I will make you all go crazy." Lincoln was shocked to hear that. "Rest assured, I will tell everything. Our 10 beasts are originally the pets of the Shadow Emperor, but we are also his vessels." Kola then asked, "What does it mean to be a vessel?" Lincoln continued explaining, "The power of the Dark Emperor is to seize and absorb the energy of all things in the world. Even though he is an angel, he cannot withstand infinite energy. And as the divine weapons of the Shadow Emperor, we are responsible for storing energy. Whenever she needs it,
we are always ready to sacrifice our own energy to the Shadow Emperor. Therefore, only by gathering all 10 divine beasts and channeling their energy into the core can we have a chance to awaken the Shadow Emperor."
Hearing this explanation, Kola thought to herself that this must be the Dunki, like a battery charger for the Dark Lord. Although Tubok inherited her power, he doesn't treat us like the Dark Lord. I have absorbed a lot of excess energy from Xiaobai, but Xiaobai doesn't see me as an equal. I shyly look at you, while you are now angry and ordering Lincoln, "From now on, I am your master. You must go east. You can not go west." Kola looked at you and hesitated because she was friends with Xiaobai, and also because she was someone who would only get stronger the more she fought. Lincoln had also submitted, looked at you, and spoke, "Your master has a message I must remind him. His dual aura of light and darkness in his chest is truly formidable. They are the innate talents of the owner, but also the curse of the owner. The Dark Emperor and the Holy Light Emperor are both within his body, and as soon as news from this dimension leaks out, so the owner will become the main enemy of the Imperial Guard and the Holy Cross Army, falling into endless pursuit." Hearing this, Little White just let out a light sigh, "So I am actually the target of attack. You look at the shadowy dual nodes on your chest. After all, the ones interested in me aren't just a few people. Let them come, see what they can do." Suddenly a voice calls out, "Bia Bia, I've been looking for you for a long time." You turn around and see it's Safia, so you immediately ask her what's wrong. Safia's body has become hot and sweaty, breathing rapidly. My left chest feels uncomfortable. I feel my heart pounding very fast. I've never felt like this before. "What is Tian Tubok doing?" Safia hurriedly explained. "You misunderstood. It's not what you think." I felt a sudden surge of great power descending, and this feeling was very familiar. It seemed to be connected to me, and I only felt uneasy and had chest discomfort because of this. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai began to think. Her power seems to come from the same source as my shadow of darkness. After hearing this, she breathes a sigh of relief, surprised, thinking it was just someone here to kidnap Xiaobai. Xiaobai strokes his chin and ponders.
This power, sharing the same source as hers, also links to mine, and based on Lincoln's intelligence, I can infer that this power might be— Lincoln interrupted, saying that the Imperial Guard of the Shadow Emperor must not reveal their whereabouts, or they will be doomed. Xiaobai, furious, shouted at the bastard not to interrupt him while he was speaking. Moreover, since they've come to my door, how can I hide in the shell? The boy said with a confident smile. Then he put his hands in his pockets, looking a bit silly, and called out for the Imperial Guards. I want to face him directly. Sophia looked at him and thought to herself that he really has a lot of spirit. His growing strength truly makes others unable to bear it. Turning back to Wen Wu and Long Yen, the two were preparing for an extremely fierce battle. The witch looked at Long Yen with admiration, impressed by her powerful ability and her form as an ambassador. Your mother can really defeat that monster. Viduang also agreed, maybe so, since ever since she became a guardian spirit, she rarely uses her supernatural powers. He looked at his mother and said, I've never seen her use her powers before. I don't really know her full strength. Long Yen was about to attack, thinking to himself, Viduang, watch carefully and see how Mom handles that damn brat. Then she sang out, Don't go yet, the three-star angel, her angel wings emitting golden light to form a massive wave. Van Vu saw this and thought to himself, the attack is so fast, this kind of strike can't possibly defeat us. A giant sphere sped toward him, but he quickly flew up to dodge it. He turned back with a contemptuous smile. The power was enough, but unfortunately his speed was still a bit slow. While Van Vu was underestimating Long Yen, she suddenly appeared right in front of him, the fool who was just looking somewhere else. Van Vu was extremely shocked and thought to himself, how could she possibly get in front of me like that? Before he could regain his composure, he was kicked right in the face and fell from the sky, causing a shockwave explosion. Long Yen, with a judging tone, I don't know why the first thing I saw in your eyes was dislike. Just like seeing an X. I really wanted to kill you and use this move to finish you off in one go. Holy light heaven realm. Holy light rain. Thousands of beams of light shot toward Van Vu, shattering the earth and rocks. Viduang watched his mother fight in shock, wondering if this was her full strength. So powerful. No longer just level 9. After attacking, a large crater was formed on the ground. Long Yen was satisfied. Viduang, this time your mother didn't disappoint you, judging by this level of destruction. That bastard is probably dead too. Below the pit is Van Vu lying flat. He stared blankly with wide eyes, then shouted loudly, I've been blessed. Quickly unlock my energy. Suddenly, a purple light descended from the sky, startling Long Yen. What's going on? That guy isn't dead yet, and still has a way out. The purple light shone directly onto Van Vu, who spoke, For convenience, I can cross dimensions, so I have to seal part of my own power. I just barely won earlier. It was only 3 parts of my strength. Now let me show you what hell really is. A purple light from the fairy pierced through her arm, leaving her stunned and confused. That light had cut off Long Yen's arm, making her extremely panic-stricken. She looked at her fallen arm and thought to herself, This is not how I want to end up. Long Yen, clutching her bloodied arm, thought angrily, Damn it, I absolutely cannot fall. If I fall, Viduang will have no one left to protect him. Viduang, seeing his mother's arm cut off, clenched his fists in anger, his power erupting. That bastard, I will definitely not forgive him. But now Viduang was already wielding his weapon and flying straight toward Van Vu, shouting, I don't care anymore. I will stop him now. Long Yen saw her son rushing forward and immediately called out to stop him. Don't, Viduang, you'll lose your life. Van Vu glared at Viduang with disdain. Humans are fools. Do you want to seek your own death? Viduang unleashed the ultimate ice storm, an enormous block of ice freezing Van Vu's body solid. Viduang, wielding his weapon to crush Van Vu's body, charged forward, shouting, Die! But before he could act, a purple light shot out from the ice, piercing through Viduang and rendering him unable to resist. That stabbing made Viduang bleed, and though he was furious he couldn't do anything, he thought to himself, Damn it. Still not enough. Seeing his son being beaten, Long Nguyen Tuk was so angry he lost control, and Viduang quickly released my Viduang. Viduang is now held tightly by the purple light, trembling all over. The ice block has been shattered by Van Vu's power. Van Vu remains intact, acting calm and unaware of his limits. None of you combined can match even one of my moves. So why not offer your energy as a sacrifice to the Divine Beast's proof? Being part of a Divine Beast means contributing your strength to the reincarnation of the Dark Emperor. For low-level humans like you, it's an unparalleled honor. Long Nguyen went mad, repeatedly kicking with his foot to push himself up. Mrs. Thai throws a giant sphere towards Van Vu and warns him not to talk nonsense, or she will cut him into 100 pieces. But before she can reach Van Vu, he swings a strike at Long Nguyen's stomach, causing blood to spray everywhere. The witch covered her mouth in blood and spat out, so both mother and daughter were cut down and fell into the crack. Witnessing this scene, the witch swore to the heavens, "Today I will risk everything with you." Then she begins to recite a spell, reaching an extreme level of power, and suddenly a blood-red fireball appears in the sky. Van Vu looks on in astonishment, confused about what's happening. It turns out to be the Great Fireball technique. Seeing this, Van Vu dismisses it with disdain, considering such petty tricks insignificant. Then he suddenly inhaled the entire fireball into his mouth, sucking forcefully. He had absorbed the entire fireball, causing his mouth to swell, and his body was completely transformed. Then he blew the fireball toward the witch. She was so stunned and scared she couldn't run, thinking to herself, "It's over. We can't defeat this guy." Then she was hit by the sphere, and in the end, all three of them fell into Van Vu's hands. He stepped on Long Nguyen's body, causing her to scream in agony. Van Vu looked extremely proud, possessing a power similar to the Light Emperor, a force that made others feel nauseous, beginning to sacrifice people. Seeing this, Long Nguyen knew she couldn't escape and whispered, "I'm sorry, dear. Your mother couldn't protect you well. I'm sorry, my child." Van Vu raised his spear, ready to stab Long Nguyen's body, when suddenly Tieu Bak appeared and blocked him. He, seeing someone blocking his way, angrily asked who dared to stop him. Looking at Xiao Bai, he wondered when this person had come beside him, and he hadn't even noticed. Little White stared at him intently and said, "Insulting someone with great power. Are you tired of living?" Van Vu's heart was pounding wildly for no apparent reason. Seeing that, he broke it out in a sweat and thought to himself, what was happening? What was that sound? Was it his heartbeat at this moment? Van Vu suddenly realized and quickly jumped away from Tu Bak. He was extremely alert, thinking to himself, what's wrong with me? My heart is pounding so fast. Could it be that I'm scared? Moreover, this guy's grip is very strong. Just a fist from Xiao Bai made Van Vu's hand tremble. He looked at Xiao Bai and wondered why, despite seeming normal, he felt so afraid of him deep inside. Moreover, his breath was strange, both familiar and yet deeply repulsive. Even in his final moments, Long Yen still cared about his child. Don't die, Vai Duong. Meanwhile, Vai Duong here was glaring and panting heavily, and the witch was also gasping for breath without saying a word. At this moment, Xiao Bai asked, "The imperial gods of the Dark Emperor, right?" The one who attacked was truly cruel. Wen Wu also replied, "Those who know my identity are the ones who murdered the spirit beast." Suddenly a voice echoed, "Leave the injured Xiao Bai to us. You must deal with that bastard yourself." Xiao Bai clenched his fists and replied, "I was just about to do that too." So it turns out Kola and Sophia are riding the spirit beast to secretly support Xiao Bai. Seeing the spirit beast carrying Xiao Bai's people makes Van Vu's eyes go wide. What exactly is the spirit beast? Wasn't it already dead? And who are those two women? One person radiates the power of the Four Brightness, while the other possesses the same energy as the Dark Emperor. Why are they standing side by side as if nothing is happening? Suddenly, the ground cracked open and purple lights appeared. While Van Vu was caught off guard, Xiao Bai approached and punched him so hard that blood spattered. It seems you're very curious, right? Van Vu was extremely surprised and suspicious. How could it be so fast? Is this the speed humans can achieve? With just one punch from Xiao Bai, Van Vu was knocked far away, flying through 3 mountains. Coughing and gasping, he marveled that it's not only speed but also incredible strength. Xiao Bai has already arrived and landed in front of him. After taking a hit, you probably have the answer now, right? He gently approaches Van Vu and asks, "Tell me who I am." Van Vu just stared in surprise, feeling that unless the Emperor of Darkness, Xiao Bai, was leaving, he was emanating the power of the Emperor of Darkness, and Van Vu realized that the person was His Majesty, the Emperor of Darkness. Then Van Vu knelt down and begged for mercy at Xiao Bai's feet, asking to be spared for his blindness and for not recognizing the Dark Emperor, confessing that he deserved death. At this moment, he thought to himself that he had suspected all along that humans could never possess the power to suppress him. But if it's the Emperor, then it makes perfect sense. Although his appearance has changed greatly, his infinite shadow power cannot be altered. At this moment, Xiao Bai switches to a different energy and asks, "I didn't expect that the one who was blind just now still can't see me clearly." And hearing this, Van Vu finally looks up to see him again.
Tiểu Bạch nhắc lại một lần nữa, ngồi hay nhịn cho kỹ ta rốt cuộc là ai. Nhịn thấy phần hào quang rực rỡ của Tiểu Bạch, Van Vũ lắp bắp quang chỉ ân tự, ngùi là thanh quang dai dẻ. Van Vũ, angry and trembling with rage, dared to mock and tease me. Go die for me. Then he threw an energy sphere at the little white, but he only had to tilt his head to dodge his attack. The energy sphere shot out behind Xiaobai, glowing brightly, revealing the duality of light and darkness on his back. Van Vũ realized that the jade pendant on Xiaobai's body, as well as the core of the holy light and the Dark Emperor, were all on him. In the end, which side he was on and who he truly was remained a mystery. Xiaobai stepped closer and replied, I am neither the Dark Emperor nor the Holy Light Emperor that you often talk about. I do not stand on either side. I am myself as I speak. The power of the Dark Emperor and the Holy Light merge within Xiaobai's body. Seeing through everything, hearing Xiaobai's words makes Van Vũ tremble with fear. He begins to think. Look at me, this guy is really arrogant. He's very strong now and can't fight him head on. Then Van Vũ raised his fist and shouted loudly, Kid, don't get too cocky. Killing me isn't that easy. But instead of attacking Xiaobai's body, he punches the rock with his hand, causing the entire mountain to seem like it's about to explode. At this moment, he took the opportunity to escape. As he ran, he was smug. Haha, that fool let his guard down. As long as I hide in this forest, even a god couldn't find me. Today, he still spouted some foolish words, not taking sides, thinking he could fight against the Imperial Guards and the Holy Light Templar, sitting at the bottom of the well. Truly naive. Even if he couldn't gather 10 divine beasts, just transmitting the intelligence here back would ensure he dies without a burial site. After the smoke cleared, Xiaobai couldn't see Wenwu anywhere, but he stood there calmly with his arms crossed, not even bothering to grab his weapon before leaving. Does he really think hiding deep in the mountains will keep him safe from us? He immediately shouted for the sword to merge, and from her chest the sword of Kola began to appear, leaving Sophia stunned and confused. What's going on? Her body started to heat up as she explained that Xiaobai was enduring my blood contract, and such things should be announced beforehand. Then the blood sword from her chest flew over to Xiaobai, and she silently cursed. Such an unexpected move is really awkward. Xiaobai reached out to catch the sword, handling it with great familiarity. He picked it up and examined it. Duan Kola, her sword seemed to enjoy being in my hand so I could test the power of our union once again. He kept swinging his hand to slash basic sword strikes, and these strikes had already split the mountains in half. Then the fragments of the mountain began to fall, and Van Vũ turned back to look. He was panic-stricken, sweat pouring down like a stream, secretly wondering if it was real or fake. Little Bai has appeared, the foxtail is exposed, and the Imperial Guard of the Shadow Emperor. Then he swiftly rushes towards Van Vũ like lightning. You smile in horror, don't run anymore, you're already dead, he thought to himself. Damn it. I have fought alongside the Dark Emperor for many years, but I've never seen such a tragic situation before. Is this what you call excessive bullying? He shouted. No, I absolutely cannot die here, especially at the hands of the one who wields the power of grace. So he hurriedly ran away. Seeing Van Vũ stubbornly refusing to give up, Tubok asked, Are you still not willing to surrender? Van Vũ was now calling his comrades. Quickly open the passage for me so I can leave here. A passage opens and he's about to escape, thinking he will definitely survive and return, bringing the secrets here back, then lead the Imperial Guards of the Dark Emperor to kill you all. Seeing Van Vũ about to escape, Tubok immediately swung his sword, already saying that the person was surely dead, so why not believe it? Then he swung his sword to cut off Van Vu's escape route at the pyramid. The black-clad subordinate standing guard realizes something from Van Vu's orders. Not only does he unlock the energy, but also forces me to open the passage first. Someone like him must still be in trouble. Suddenly, the black-clad subordinate realized something and turned pale. How could this be? Van Vũ, the left guard, was already dead, and what passed through the passage wasn't Van Vũ, but his bloodied head. The 3 subordinates opening the passage were inevitably stunned. I already said wait for the Grand Elder to return and decide, but this guy acted on his own. Van Vu's strength may not be on the same level as the squad leader, but he's still considered a formidable guard of the Imperial Guards, and I never expected him to die such a tragic death. At this moment, a girl among the subordinates spoke up. That realm also has experts of such caliber, not only killing people but also presenting their heads to us. She brushed off her black armor. Revealing long white hair and a beautiful face with one eye covered, this is a blatant challenge to the Imperial Guards of the Dark Emperor. Besides the Crosslight Army, no one dares to confront us, understood? Guardian La Tuyen. Orders. Immediately gather all squad leaders. We are subordinates of the Dark Emperor. We must not let others look down on us. Wait for the Elder to return, then we will kill to avenge Van Vũ. At Xiaobai's place, Wang Dong carried a sword on his shoulder and looked at Van Vu's headless corpse and the radiating streaks of light.
This is the energy of the elite guards, and it's really not a small amount. I will absorb it all. All that energy was absorbed by him. Later, Kola stood among the falling debris, heading towards the young master. Has he already dealt with that guy? I still want to help him. I replied that I could handle him alone, and asked how long Viduang and the others were doing. Kola jumped down, and although they were seriously injured, I used blood magic to stop the bleeding foreigner. Well, Little Silver, since you've taken care of the enemy, could you return the sword to me first? Her face flushed with embarrassment, knowing that sword was also part of her body. If he kept holding it like that, her body would become weak and helpless. Hearing this, the Little Silver was guilty, apologizing for taking her stuff without permission, as the night fell gloomily. The two of them sat down to talk, with Xiaobai sitting on a giant green egg, and Cora asked if it was really okay to kill the imperial gods of the Dark Emperor. Now, we don't understand the one who declared war, he replied calmly. They have already targeted us long ago. Whether we kill those gods or not won't change the outcome. He expressed his thoughts that if we are afraid, their army will come here, and the entire fairy realm will be reduced to nothingness. On the other hand, if I bring back this person's head to show strength, it will make them more fearful and buy us more time. Kola marveled in amazement at how clever he was to think so far ahead. She asked what his next plan was, and the Little Silver patted the giant egg he was sitting on, saying we must awaken this egg first, and then conquer all the fake food sources of the level of the Tuito. Your face is thoughtful and calculating. As long as we gain their support, we hold a greater chance of winning, and it also gives us more opportunity to negotiate with the Shadow Emperor. Kola is somewhat skeptical. Negotiating with the Shadow Emperor, can such a thing really succeed? Shobai replied, these are just my thoughts. If it succeeds, we can avoid a major battle. If not... Before he could finish, Law was already furious, standing up and shouting loudly, then let's fight them to the end with the king here. No one should even lay a finger on him. Her reaction surprised Xiaobai. Why is she suddenly so agitated? Law's face showed determination. Tell me what to do to awaken this egg, I will definitely help you. Shobai hesitated for a moment before saying he needed to go to Nunu Kingdom to find Bai Vu Mak. This made Lagua become confused and ask again, whom are you looking for? The scene shifts to the fairy sword maiden of Nie Kwok. Relaxing in the pool, she wonders why after so many days Teobach still hasn't come to find her. Has he forgotten their appointment? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. He had promised to stay with her for 20 days and even said they could do whatever they wanted. So was he planning to break his promise? Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her. Who said I wanted to break my promise? Little Silver, with one hand holding the giant egg, stepped out of the teleportation circle. Didn't I come to find you already? Hearing Little Silver's voice, she happily stood up. Little Silver, you really came. Every time I need you most, you appear. Do you know how lonely I've been lately? Quickly move that big egg aside. Xiaobai obeys her and pushes the giant egg to the side. Shouting loudly, now let's start fulfilling our promise. I can't wait even a minute longer. With your seductive figure and the alluring scent of water, do you want to try? Kola suddenly appeared and broke the atmosphere Lord Bach was overthinking, and when he saw her, he was startled. Oh, Kola. Kola stared intently. I and Xiaobai rushed from afar to the female nation. Not to watch the two bathe. Xiaobai immediately fell silent when feeling guilty. Feeling excited, so what do you want? 3 of us bathing together? Kola suddenly felt embarrassed. 3 people bathing together. How could she say such vulgar words, feeling proud? What's wrong? Are you scared? I saw through it long ago. You have feelings for my Little Silver. But I am not a narrow-minded person. I don't mind if the 3 of us bathe together. Anyway, the more people there are, the more exciting it gets. Kola listened in shock and couldn't speak. Tubak thought to himself, truly worthy of being the Silver Clan leader. Kola coldly replied, stop joking. As a noble person like me, Kola, how could I share a bath with others? And besides, as a spirit king, I can't bathe in this small pond. But after a while, I saw both of their clothes thrown on the shore. Kola was soaking in the water, her face blushing as she sighed, feeling truly relaxed. Who would have thought even this small pond could have such a special scent? I asked her. Niem said it's not necessary, but her body is very honest, and Kola has never bathed with Teobach, right? Kola replied, bathing is nothing. I've done even more impressive things. Of course I don't believe that, she sneered, with her indecisive and hesitant personality. What harm could she really do? I think she's just bragging, but I'm not like that. Tubak likes it best when I take the initiative. Kola is getting angry now. I no longer live as I used to. I've changed a lot because I want to pursue Xiaobai, and you wouldn't understand our situation. Seeing the 2 girls arguing over me, Xiaobai feels awkward. How did things come to this?
I didn't come here to watch you two jealousy. You're starting the main part. I'm here just to borrow the soul core. I need to use it to lure out more fake beings. Then I'll transfer their energy to this egg, which is the best way to awaken it. I immediately remembered the golden silkworm, the spirit core, which I took from her. Later, the spirit core was taken out and placed next to the giant egg, and according to Xiaobai, this spirit core needs fresh blood to be controlled. That way we can attract fake food from all around, she shouted confidently. No problem, leave this to me. She then summoned her power and appeared, wielding the blood of the evening. The drops of blood cover the soul orb, the smell of fresh blood spreading through the air everywhere. The three of them stand with their arms crossed, waiting, and the young master speaks. All that's left is to wait quietly. Right now, I really need energy. No matter how many fake foods come, I will turn them into my nourishment. To fight against the Dark Army from Ditu Nguyen, I can't rely on my strength alone. I not only conquered all the level ancestor mimics, but also want to share my energy with many others. I want everyone to become stronger with me and form a team capable of fighting against the Imperial Guard of the Dark Emperor. After a while, a team of demonic-grade fake food experts led by the Blood Lotus Shade Giant tracked the smell of blood to the young Silver, and the leader said, "Those of you far away can smell the strong stench of blood. Only a few of you are here, which really disappoints me and my clan. You're not even worth the old man's teeth anymore." Suddenly, a burst of light shot out as I charged forward and kicked him in the head. So he shattered into 100 images, speaking out to defend. Our little Silver is not something small. He is the strongest man in the world. Coralla also held her sword and jumped high. Yes, I can prove this matter. She drew her sword in a single stroke and then lightly landed on the ground. All I can say is that a person who can always trust Xiaobai is only someone like Lady La, who with just a few sword moves, she shattered one of them into pieces of stone. At this moment, Xiaobai is standing with his arms crossed next to the soul-summoning flag. He senses someone approaching, glances at them, and has finally lured a few skilled opponents. The two love cats appeared on either side of you, claiming a strange attraction that brought us here. It seems this is now the game with the flag. The white one is the twin goddess Miu Yu, a divine-level fake, a white linker, watching Teobach cautiously. What is your true plan in luring so many fakes here? My twin sister Miu Yu, the orange one, Quat linker, looks very angry. Sister, don't waste words with him, kill him first and then talk. Icy-eyed, I looked at them coldly, so big a tone for killing me, then let me see what your strength is. Quat linker sneered, her confident tone making it seem like she was sure to win. She laid down her hands on the ground, ready to fight so that everyone could see her, thinking of our strongest move, Miu Yu. It immediately moved so fast that its figure was invisible. While the young Silver stood with arms crossed, watching its moves, the young Silver observed and commented, not bad fast speed, but its eyes didn't follow precisely. Bach Linker stood to one side watching his sister, secretly assessing that she could only have such a fast speed, but she had to try very hard. She was the most diligent person he had ever met, and more importantly, her chest was truly excessively large. This is a quick and light trap. Although her breasts are that big, she still maintains such speed. Truly impressive. My sister can't be beaten either. The white linker is gradually closing in, jumping right behind me. It smirked smugly, you fool. Your speed has left you so terrified you don't know which way to run, so I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Xiaobai suddenly reached out and grabbed its leg, thwarting its evil plan. Then there was a chaotic fight. Xiaobai grabbed its leg and threw it to the ground. It was unconscious. Feeling that he had been too rough, Xiaobai raised his hand and apologized, saying he had used too much strength. Seeing her sister defeated, the white linker anxiously called out, "Sister, are you okay?" Quoque linker was now unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Bach linker immediately raised its claws. "You bastard, you've completely driven me crazy. Wait until I cut you into 100 pieces." It then swung its claws toward Xiaobai, unleashing a fierce slash. You look at it calmly, this move is pretty cool too. You quickly dodge the claws of the evil spirit, dodging to the left, then to the right. I assess it, but it's still too slow. The white linker has been provoked to madness and can dodge my attacks so easily. This can't be, I must use my ultimate move now. Its eyes glowed blue as it charged forward with claws ready, using the heaven and earth trap technique. But when it struck, Xiaobai was no longer there. At this moment, Xiaobai was behind the white linker, who spoke up. No need to struggle anymore. It's over. He gently hit her, causing the white cat to fall to the ground unconscious. This amount of fake energy in the 100 forms of the female nation was all destroyed by the three of them, and the energy from these fake forms was also absorbed by Totio Bach. The twin cat demons have transformed into two adorable cats, one white and one orange. Kola's eyes lit up when she saw them. They're so cute. Can I take them home as pets? Shobai replied, if you like it, I'll give it to you. I didn't absorb all their energy, so they turned into this form. Kola happily looked at the two cats, thank you, Xiaobai, while wondering why she liked this thing when she still preferred larger pets. Xiaobai glanced at something, then spoke, leading to the crucial scene where they all looked at the giant egg together. The king looked worried, wondering if releasing such a monster outside was really safe. Kola blushed and nodded, saying it's not a problem. Maybe even some unthinkable things will happen. He glanced at Kola and asked, what's so fun about this? Kola dodged again. It's nothing, and I don't think anyone would understand anyway. Xiaobai cleared his throat loudly. I'm about to start. Please help me guard. Xiaobai stood facing the egg, reaching out with one hand to touch it. He thought to himself, this time I must control my energy precisely. As long as I can reach the level for it to recover, I will stop immediately, making it easier to control in the future. He spoke up. Go outside, divine beast of the Dark Emperor. The egg immediately released some water, then it cracked open, and a creature inside shot straight into the sky. The three of them looked up together. Did we succeed? That is another primordial level fake creature. It is a bird with a long beak and large wings flying in the sky, a sky I haven't seen in a long time. Feeling the freedom of flying is truly wonderful. I really can't believe I still have the chance to soar to the clouds. The three of them looked up at it flying around, clearly very excited and completely ignoring our existence, probably because it had been locked up for too long. You shouted loudly, hey, have you flown enough? Once you're done, come and meet your owner. The one who set you free is me. The bird sneers and looks down. You humans think you can be my master? Do you really believe releasing me will control me? You're so naive. My master is only one, the Dark Emperor, and this bird is a level 1 fake, a primordial mimic in the form of a chick. Kola reminds it that it's best to understand the situation, as the energy on your body was collected by the three of us. The angry king is right, that unknowing fool. Do you believe I can kill you in a few minutes? Little Bai coldly looked at it and saw that you still haven't figured out who is truly in control of the situation. I am giving you one last chance. Do you accept this, master? After finishing, he suddenly unleashed his power. The force shot straight into the sky, making the bird sweat. You're deceiving people, right? Humans can actually cultivate to this level, but relying only on martial strength won't earn my recognition. I have supervision that can see through everything, a vision so powerful it can reveal the true nature of things. Lying, truth, conspiracy, scheming, both the past and present, I can see through them all. Even gods in the heavens must reveal their true form before me. Especially you humans, with one of my eyes I can see through your underwear. Thinking it and doing it, it immediately used its vision to see through all three people below. It looked first and saw her inner clothing, wondering what that guy has been staring at us for all this time and what he really wants to do. Kola responded, feeling that this gaze was very strange, as if I had no secrets in front of it. The bird looked at the two women and then assessed, just two overly nourished women, nothing worth watching. Now it was the man's turn. He stared intently at the little white, then again at the light and dark core. The light emperor and dark emperor inside his body. Could there really be such a thing? Moreover, this man has gone through so many killings, it's truly unbelievable. This is an experience that all men dream of. Little White interrupted his train of thought and asked, have you seen enough yet? The question I asked before, so give me an answer. Seeing Little White's demeanor, the bird pondered and felt that the imposing aura was truly terrifying. This is really the bearing of a true king. I simply cannot refuse him. Maybe this man truly equals the talent of the Dark Emperor. No, even surpassing the Dark Emperor might not be impossible. After thinking, it begins to fly down. The three of them watch it, so it has figured things out. It seems to be acting reasonably. It bowed its head to Xiaobai, the subordinate of the great beast willing to serve its master, willing to be a horse or a tool for the master. Xiaobai was pleased. Very good, easy to teach young ones. After subjugating the fake level thief giant, Xiaobai assigned it a difficult task to guard the three of them. Xiaobai sat on the grass to release the energy within its body, in addition to providing energy for the giant. There is still a lot of excess energy in my body. Now it's your turn too. I want you both to become stronger. Bak Vomak was delighted to hear this. Really? Then let's start quickly. Everyone has been looking forward to this. We've been tired all night, and I need Teobak to replenish my energy. Kola seems worried again. Training with 3 people is really difficult. How can we do it one by one? Besides, I've never tried training outside this wilderness before. Is this really possible? Vomak, looking annoyed. Why are you so slow like a turtle? Didn't you say you were more proactive now when I and Xiaobai are about to settle things? It's outside in this wilderness. The grass here must be softer and more comfortable than your home. If you don't want to join, then forget it. Vomac whispered in her ear that at that time he and Xiaobai would train separately, and she could only stand by and watch. After listening to Vomac's influence for a while, Kola also agreed. Training together isn't impossible. I will try my best. Please let me join. Xiaobai reminded them. Then Min first. This time there's a lot of energy, so the training process will be very tough. Are you two ready? The two girls with determined expressions nodded and said, Come on, I won't admit defeat. Hearing that, Xiaobai was pleased and said, Very good. Then our training officially begins. After a night of hard training, the rooster's crow announced a new day. Wu Mo woke up stretching and basking in the sunlight, feeling refreshed and full of energy, while Xiaobai also responded with vitality, saying, I feel the same. I've never experienced such an abundance of my own energy before. Maybe now I can compete with Master Mokha. Xiaobai also spoke up. It seems both of you are very satisfied with your training, so let's test our progress a little. Holding your breath and focusing your mind, you channel your strength to its maximum. Let me see how much you have truly grown. Cora is full of confidence, little white. Watch my Chengguo. I haven't been lazy for even a minute. King Mian by my side refuses to lose. I am the one who has sacrificed the most in this cultivation, and King White Mian will not lose to you. After they finished speaking, the two streams of energy shot out, causing the entire forest to shake. Daibong outside was stunned. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Little White smiled with satisfaction. Impressive. This power is truly astonishing. If I can help everyone reach this level of cultivation, we can definitely stand against the Imperial Guard. Two streams of energy radiated out, forming two large spheres. As the aura spread throughout the forest, this power had created a large pond, and Vuamat couldn't believe his eyes at the sight. This is the result of training with Xiaobai. I've become stronger, and not just a little. Kula over there is pleased, Lord Bai. Don't celebrate too early. Lord Bai Mian didn't understand and just huffed. Kola replied. It seems my cultivation is even more arduous than yours, and the big hole caused by my power is larger than the White King's. The White King pouted. You were only slightly stronger than me to begin with, so it's normal that my explosion created a bigger hole. There's nothing to boast about. Then suddenly, her expression softened into gentleness. If it truly couldn't be, I could always find Xiaobai to train more. On a clear, breezy night, even when the Holy Light City was silent and deserted, only the whispering wind passed by. On a tall rooftop, Lily too sat absent-mindedly with a bit of ease. The night was long and dull, and she thought only here could truly make a person feel most relaxed. After all, this is the most beautiful police station in Saint Light City, located on the mountain with a carved image of the spirit Tutubach, her first disciple. The sculpture is intricately carved and truly as beautiful as a statue. In the eyes of a hopelessly in love, it shines strangely bright. It's truly beautiful. Even a stone statue can make others feel happy. Lily too sighed. As she was lost in her dreams, Lisa arrived, revealing that Lily too was here. She was also surprised by Lisa's appearance, noticing her face was very red. Seeing Lily too's focused attention, Lisa realized she was appreciating her carving work, but she couldn't understand why anyone in the world would blush at a stone statue. So Lisa also understands now why. She marvels at how beautiful it is. Even a stone statue can bring joy to others. Lily too finds it a bit amusing. Didn't she just say earlier that there's no one like that in the world? And Lisa admits she didn't realize it. Lisa thinks that luckily Xiaobai designed the teleportation gate for Holy Light, so it escaped its previous predicament and everyone's lives are getting better. Lily too also affirms that Xiaobai is a trustworthy man, and without him, Holy Light might have been harmed by the divine radiance out there. Lisa confesses that mentioning him makes her miss Xiaobai a little. This stone statue is good, but still not as good as a real person. Lily too agrees. Now she really wants to know what he's doing. Lisa asks softly, but have Lily too and Xiaobai already had close contact with each other? Lily too froze upon hearing that. Why would she ask such a personal question? Lisa chuckled, just asking casually. She didn't mean to pry, so if she didn't want to answer, it hadn't happened yet. Of course we have. Lily too shouted to deny it. We've had a few intimate encounters, she blushed. Lisa also blushed upon hearing that, and it wasn't just once. It's really too much. Truly admirable. Lisa also took the opportunity to mention that when she was seriously ill, Xiaobai treated her, but she didn't mention that they only kissed once. Suddenly, Xiaobai's voice rang out. Are you both here? The two girls were startled and looked back suddenly. Xiaobai appeared out of nowhere, sitting on the roof, and asked if they were still awake so late, watching the moon. Lily, too, was so moved that she shed tears, crying out like a wife reunited with her husband. "Tiubak, finally, you're here. I missed you so much." And she ran towards him. Tiubak was stunned, unprepared for this, and could only let out a sound of surprise. And then the love explosion erupted, with Lisa at the foot of the mountain unable to compete. In just a moment, Lily too was firmly on top of Tiubak. I'm still not fully recovered, my face is flushed, and I ask what she's doing, also reminding her that her hand is in the wrong place. Lily too, lost in love, doesn't understand what Tiubak is saying, and her hand is caught on something. It's clear she also felt a bit strange. Could it be? Realizing she had placed her hand in the wrong spot, she was indeed right. Lily too's nose was running, she had grabbed that thing. Xiaobai calmed down, but his current appearance made him feel a little pain. Lily too immediately stood up and moved away, leaving his face exposed. The obedient girl sat down quietly and kept apologizing, saying it was because she couldn't control herself earlier. Lily too felt guilty and blamed herself for not being good enough, for hurting Little White, and she truly didn't mean to grab his treasure. Little White, feeling helpless, reassured her that it was okay. He comforted her and said he was no longer in pain. After all, it was her first time like that. And Lisa, listening nearby, was a bit surprised. Is holding the treasure of Xiaobai such an exciting thing, or is it not the first time they've done it? Lisa couldn't hear clearly, and her face turned red. Xiaobai continued to make misunderstandings, and what's more, isn't it true that she has already done similar things before? Lily too felt extremely embarrassed and asked him not to say such things anymore, feeling utterly ashamed, knowing very well that she was very sensitive. And Lily too blamed herself. Lisa was still stunned listening to this, especially since it was even more outrageous than just holding a treasure. What exactly did the two of them do? She was so angry she was trembling. In Lisa's imagination, they really did something outrageous. Lily too even asked if they were going too far now, but Tiubak reassured her it wasn't, and that it could be even more outrageous, so everyone would know what had happened. At this moment, Lisa's confidence completely shattered in disappointment, and seeing her dazed below, Lily too couldn't understand what was wrong with her, thinking she must be overwhelmed by something, or very disappointed. It turned out Lisa was disappointed because she thought she lacked that kind of charm, and on the path of love, she had completely lost to Lily too. Tiny White told Lisa that he came to everyone because he wanted their help. He wanted to build an elite combat team and thought the two of them were very suitable, whether they would agree to join. Lisa was surprised. Did Tiny White specifically come to invite her? But she didn't know how to fight. Tiny Bach promises to help both of you become stronger. Isn't Lisa also capable of predicting the future? If she had greater abilities, she might be able to foresee even more. Lisa was somewhat skeptical, wondering if it was really possible since she had never tried before. Tiny Bach encouraged her to give it a try, saying that as long as one's skills keep improving, they can continuously develop greater potential and abilities. But earlier, he had something to do and asked Lily too if he could borrow her sword. She had no problem with it, as long as it was for Tiubak. Late at night, Tiubak performed a few skillful moves that left Lily too and Lisa in awe. Landing on the ground, Xiaobai proudly claimed that his swordsmanship was not bad, and Lisa marveled at how impressive he was. Truly incomparable. It turned out that Xiaobai had carved images of Lily too and Lisa onto the mountain on either side of his statue. Lily too was delighted that she could carve the statues of her and Lisa so accurately, which required not only exceptional swordsmanship, but also impressive artistic skill. Xiaobai felt shy, which was understandable, as he used to be quite fond of art. Lily too asked why he carved the statues of both of them in this place. Xiaobai said he saw his statue standing all alone, so he wanted you two to stand there as well. Lily too, hearing this, was completely oblivious and calmly expressed such bold thoughts. Does Xiaobai mean to say he wants to relieve his loneliness through you? Xiaobai saw that Lily too looked quite adorable, so he asked if she was misunderstanding his intentions. Meanwhile, Lisa was even more persistent, wanting her to stay with him. Clearly a marriage proposal signal? This stone statue is his vow of love to her. Could it be that Little White wants to stay with her forever? Growing old together? Lisa thought to herself. Clearly just now he was being intimate with Lily too, and in an instant he was showing love for someone else. So this is what men are like. Xiaobai looked at the two people beside him and seemed to be misunderstanding more and more. After Xiaobai's gentle persuasion, Lisa and Lily too had regained their composure. Lisa apologizes for not being able to control her emotions. She has always lived in the inner palace. No man has ever spoken to her like that, so it's normal for her to lose control for a moment, and Xiaobai should understand her. Lily, too, also explained that she is naturally sensitive physically, but if she receives too little stimulation, she can't handle it, so she can understand her behavior just now. Xiaobai cleared his throat. He could see it. Both of them have their own secret skills. Their needs can wait until after they finish their business. They must first eliminate all the fake food sources in the transformed area of Than Quang. He just needs to look and see that there is a fake food source of the Tier 1 level over there, and he has to absorb a lot of energy to subdue it. Then she would distribute the energy to both of them so they could become stronger. Lily felt a bit disappointed, thinking she had to wait until she subdued the higher-level fake food before starting. What a pity. She had thought she could already absorb Xiaobai's energy now. Lisa agrees, so they should seize the chance to find that fruit and finish what she's been waiting for. Xiaobai blushes and asks the two girls to wear bikinis, which is quite a strange request. Just as expected, Lily, too, and Lisa both said in unison, "Bikinis?" At some beach outside the holy city, Tu Buck said the Daibang saw a fragment fall into this sea area, and they have to go underwater to find it. But Lisa was confused. Since it's at the bottom of the sea, where will they change into bikinis? Lily, too, shyly asked if they should change right in front of Xiaobai, wondering if that might be a bit too direct. Lisa was no different, but they would be together sooner or later, and if he was a bit persistent, they would agree. Xiaobai was very practical. If they were changing bikinis, wasn't there a forest over there? They should go over there to change. So the two girls had no choice but to walk away. Lily, too, reminded him to be honest and not to peek, and Tubok assured them to be at ease. He's not that kind of person. He looks directly without sneaking. The two sexy girls are trying to change quickly. Xiaobai has already finished changing outside. It seems he can't wait any longer. Maybe they're hoping he will take a look at them. Contradicting earlier, Xiaobai thought that just a quick glance back would be enough for them to understand. As he turned around to look, the hot girls stepped out, and Xiaobai asked if they were already done. Lisa was the first to step out in her tight green bikini and asked Xiaobai what he thought. "Is her bikini pretty?" Xiaobai replied straightforwardly, "Very pretty, even better if she wasn't wearing anything." Lily, too, also stepped out, feeling shy because her bikini looked a bit strange. If Xiaobai didn't like it, she would go change, but Xiaobai liked it very much. It would be perfect if she didn't wear anything. He supported her wholeheartedly. So everything was ready. They started to dive into the sea. One after another, all three of them sank to the deep ocean floor. Suddenly, a flash of light caught Lisa's attention, making her think there was something over there. Maybe that egg. With all her determination, she was sure she would find it first this time and make Xiaobai see her differently. Indeed, she has found a strange object. The evidence of the ultimate level fake food has finally led her to it. Once this egg hatches, she can be with Xiaobai. Lost in thought, another strange object is approaching Lisa. She quickly realizes she must inform Xiaobai immediately. But when she turned back, a fierce shark was already standing right in front of her. Lisa was extremely panicked. Could it be that her bad luck has struck again? She hasn't become Little White's wife yet, and now she's already buried in the belly of a fish? Maybe her future won't be like that after all. The fierce shark has no intention of forgiving Lisa for touching its territory. Lisa, lacking any combat experience, mutters to herself that she's dead and wonders if this is how it all ends. Just like hero Lily too appeared, she kicked the fierce fish right in the mouth, making it cry tears. Furious that it scared Lisa, Lily too cursed it as a rotten fish and told it to eat its part. Before she could strike again, the monster ran away to save itself, and after the fear subsided, Lisa realized she hadn't been eaten by the shark. Lisa realized Lily too had saved her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she hugged Lily too tightly and thanked her profusely, thinking her life might end right here. She truly lives up to being the pride of their holy city. Meanwhile, Lily too can't breathe because Lisa is holding her too tightly and her face turns pale. Immediately, Lily too lost her ability to breathe and ran out of air. Will she be buried at the bottom of this sea? Lisa realized she had gone too far and desperately tried to wake Lily too up, hoping she wouldn't die here. Realizing the situation was a bit tense, Little White appeared and restrained the two dying girls, then used his power to carry them to the shore first. Firing at such a high speed, neither Lily too nor Lisa could grasp the current situation. By the time they opened their eyes, they had already been flung onto the shore. So the two girls landed uncomfortably and with a strong impact. Knowing they were safe on the ground, the Little White quickly moved on to carry this large, cold, and heavy egg ashore. You start to attack. This is your ultimate move. Shoot with all your strength like a cannonball. So the egg was also shot straight onto the shore. At maximum speed, Little White quickly followed closely behind the egg and then gently landed it, avoiding any rough contact that might cause it to break. As soon as he reached the shore, Xiaobai apologized for being a bit reckless earlier and asked about their condition. Lisa struggled to say that Lily Tu had truly run out of breath and blamed herself, saying she was the one who caused Lily Tu to drown. Lisa didn't know how to perform CPR either and was worried Lily Tu would drown and blame herself forever. Seeing Lily Tu struggling on the shore, Xiaobai realized that artificial respiration was the best way. Xiaobai actively performed artificial respiration on Lily Tu, recalling the rescue steps. First, lift her head, then pinch her nose. Take a deep breath. When you see her chest rise, stop blowing and quickly remove your mouth. Blowing so many times like that, about 20 times a minute. Lisa next to her was a bit confused about the process, feeling a little jealous, wondering if she could also get this kind of benefit. If she had known earlier, she might have needed to be pumped with a few more liters of water. After intense first aid, Lily Tu spat out the accumulated water in her body. Lisa realized she had vomited seawater, and Xiaobai also confirmed that it was successful. Lily Tu struggled to stand up, still trembling after narrowly escaping death. She realized she had lost consciousness earlier. What exactly had happened? Was it Xiaobai who saved her? Lisa confirmed that it was true, that just now Xiaobai also kissed her passionately, and then she woke up. Truly miraculous. Lily Tu was very curious. Can a kiss like that really save someone? She had never heard of such a thing before. Could this be the legendary kiss of true love to awaken a soulmate? Lily Tu's eyes sparkled brightly. Indeed, Xiaobai is the Prince Charming destined for her, and this is the best proof. Blushing at the compliment, Xiaobai looked embarrassed. Don't look at her like that. It's just a special emergency measure. He thought to himself, it seems that in another world, there's no technique like the artificial respiration just now. Suddenly remembering something, Lily Tu had said that she spoke carelessly at sea, and she was startled. So he knew about it too. Sure enough, nothing could be hidden from Xiaobai. Lily Tu recounted that it was when she was in the female nation learning from the White King Mac, and besides cleaning others, she had actually learned a few special techniques. Suddenly, a huge and terrifying tornado rose from the sea, its power surprising everyone. Xiaobai thought, what's going on? He's still not fully conscious. Is the fake food from the sea coming here on its own? From the distant sea, a sudden voice rang out, so you are the ones daring to bully my people. No one here in these waters dares to mess with me. You've truly picked the wrong person. Tiubak recognized this voice as very familiar, and Lily Tu also agreed, feeling the same way as if she had heard it somewhere before. Could it be that from the tornado, Ariel suddenly appeared, riding on the fish that had just grown earlier, which Lily Tu had kicked with a single strike, and it was crying out that it was them. They are definitely the ones, especially the woman in the middle, who acted extremely cruelly, and she must avenge it. Ariel was a bit interested, led by that woman, so she would deal with Atta. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was suddenly surprised by the person standing before her. It was Tu Tiubak, along with the queen of Thanquang City and the leader of the Swordsman's Guild. Xiaobai looked confused and asked if she wasn't a subordinate of the great god official, the daughter of the sixth sea god, Ariel, here to cause trouble. Seeing Xiaobai, Ariel blushed instantly, her expression stiffening, as if her sacred object had a minor conflict with you all. She specifically came to atone for her sins. Lisa thinks that atoning for her sins is unnecessary. She might as well join Xiaobai's elite team since she has the power of the Great Sea. Someone will definitely have money. Ariel feels a bit confused, especially about her position. She could become part of a group with Xiaobai, just like the Grand Minister and Ling Lung. The poor shark was beaten and crying, clearly saying he was avenging himself. So why has it turned into an apology now? After successfully forming the alliance, Xiaobai announced that tonight they would clear out all the fake supplies in this sea area, which is a very difficult task, and asked if everyone was ready. Everyone is ready, but the situation isn't over yet. An ambusher appears again. She sensed a tempting scent leading her here. Turns out there's a bikini party. And there's a handsome young man, her type. If you don't mind, let her borrow Xiaobai for a few days. She's a divine-level fake food, a spirit driver, Nyai Ngai. She boasts that her body feels much better than the others, so how about letting her take the lead in loving you? Nai Nai still tries to seduce Xiaobai. Her techniques will definitely leave you unforgettable for a lifetime. Following her will never make you regret. Little White found it a bit amusing that in front of Lily too, she dared to seduce him so blatantly. Is she playing with fire? Nai Nai immediately became interested at the mention of fire, and asked if that was what they called an insatiable desire. Lily Tu truly couldn't stand this person. Don't even dream about it. She drew her sword and charged, certain that the desire of the Little White wouldn't be on her. The sword immediately swung straight, splitting Ngai Ngai into two, and since her body was water when cut apart, Ngai Ngai was like splitting in half and fell straight to the ground. But Little White knew this girl was not easy to swallow. This sticky thing was still moving wildly, as if even cutting the skin was ineffective. Indeed, it was so. The two water pieces on the ground immediately reconnected into a complete whole, and Nai Nai appeared again. She approached Xiaobai, asserting that she was not some sticky thing but a hybrid spirit messenger with a sour maternal aura. If he didn't believe, he could check for himself. Nai Nai gently coaxed Xiaobai, reassuring him to feel the spirit hybrid's aura a little. Little White was also slightly moved. Is the fake food now becoming gentler and bolder? Is it because you've almost killed all the brutal types of fake food? Little White wondered. And sure enough, it couldn't resist the beauty, so Little White acted truly. You confirm that what Nai Nai said is correct. This feeling of being both firm and soft is truly extraordinary. Nai Nai has achieved her goal, and judging by Xiaobai's surprised expression, she's not just a little reckless here. Continuing the effort to win over the little white fox with the red hair, Ngai Ngai proudly shows off her secret skills. And the little white fox seems a bit mesmerized, but is there something even more impressive behind her? Because her body is water, she can split into multiple selves to let Xiaobai experience it a little. You're amazed, thinking that winning with quantity tricks is enough. But if that's all there is, it's still not enough to be truly attractive. It's not that simple. Her body can do more than just split into copies. She can also transform into different forms based on others' thoughts. If you want, she can make him appear right in front of you, no matter what style you like. She can satisfy you. She can even adjust her own body to suit her wishes. Lily was stunned, acknowledging how truly powerful she was, and that she could also modify her own form. Lisa also thought it was too overpowered. It's been a long time since she saw such a godly ability, truly defying the heavens. Ngai Ngai asked Xiaobai again. She already had that intention, but he still refused to go with her, saying he had something important to do. Little White is recruiting members again. Ngai is really quite remarkable. If she doesn't mind, she could join you since you need people right now. She can join Little White's elite team, but Ngai is confused. What elite team? While negotiating, suddenly a series of vines shot out from the forest, wrapping tightly around her and climbing up to catch people. The first to be caught was Ngai, who was surprised by where all these vines came from and why there were so many. They bound her so tightly she almost couldn't breathe anymore. Even Lisa got caught. What's happening? The energy in her body is gradually disappearing. These vines seem to be trying to absorb the essence within them. Even Xiaobai and Nai Nai are suspended in midair, and a strange person's legs are stepping out from the forest. She is a mysterious girl who claims to have heard something very interesting and wants to join Xiaobai's elite team. She is a divine-level illusionist, a seed of wisdom, Kalam. Kalam's face clearly resembles that of a man, yet she is young, delicate, and graceful, and she believes her strength is extremely great. The girls around were all surprised. What's going on? That guy clearly has an extremely hot body, so why does he have a face that looks like a fake man? Everyone found it really disgusting. Her facial presence is truly strong. Is that guy a pervert or what? Immediately, Xiaobai refused the invitation to join, saying her team couldn't accommodate her because her aura was very different from the others. Not stopping there, Xiaobai also criticized Koch Lam for being so ugly that she outshined even the most hideous villains in those melodramatic films. Koch Lam was so angry she trembled all over. Throughout her life, she hated being called ugly the most, and now she was drunk and wanted to take revenge. So if you come to her willingly, don't blame her for being ruthless. Suddenly, multiple tentacles grew from her hands, aiming to kill Xiaobai. If she couldn't eat you, she would crush you, and she would drain all your essence until not even a drop remained. Kachlam thought everyone would regret it and become dry for her. Not accepting herself every day as a dry person would make her wither. Ariel also doesn't want to end up dried out like salted fish. She doesn't want to wither away like that. Kachlam was furious. This is the consequence of making her angry. In just a few minutes, you will lose your lives. But she realized something was wrong. The rate of energy absorption was not like before. She sensed that it wasn't her absorbing their energy, but rather her energy was continuously fading away. Kachlam realizes it was someone else who did this. It was Xiaobai, and she asks if he is the one who absorbed her energy. Xiaobai remains indifferent, and only now does she realize that, honestly, he doesn't know how much energy he's absorbed. But if anyone dares to take his energy, then Kachlam is the first. Little White insists she has mistaken the wrong person. Knowing she is about to run out, Kailam kneels and begs for forgiveness, asking Little White to spare her life. She is willing to do anything for her.
refers for him. But Xiaobai refused, saying there's nothing she can do for him. She can only become his nourishment, so please accept her fate. Catch Lamb's body was being drained more and more, and she begged him to stop. But the process happened too quickly. She withered like an autumn tree. Then she fell, as if the wind could still push her. After absorbing nutrients, Xiaobai has become much stronger. Every day I marvel at how powerful it is, absorbing the other half's nutrients in an instant. And I also feel like my own energy has become even stronger. Is this the ability of Xiaobai? She realized that Xiaobai is very talented and can follow him, which is very promising. Thanks to everyone's efforts, mainly the protagonist, all the energy sources in the Holy Light City's sea area have been destroyed, mostly involving many main characters. And all the energy from these food sources flows into Xiaobai's body, still the main character. Lily sighs in admiration. His power is truly strong. Soon Xiaobai will share his energy with us. And Lisa is also curious about how Xiaobai's energy will turn out. Every day is so confusing. Why are they so hopeful and even blushing? And Ariel doesn't really understand how sharing energy works either, but since they've joined Xiaobai's team, she thinks they probably will get a share too. Tiny White says his body can no longer withstand this energy, and asks everyone to share the burden, reassuring them that everyone will have a part. Every day, and Ariel feel a bit awkward because when she first arrived, the little White had already been sharing energy with them, which isn't very good. They've trained hard for years but only become slightly stronger. Ariel said that for skilled people, energy is even more important than life itself, so such good things should be left to them, since they are the main focus. Xiaobai smiles because everyone is really kind, but he will be fair to everyone and will not favor anyone. But now there's a difficult problem. There are 4 of you, so who will go first? Lisa said they have never gone through this stage before and still need to learn a lot, and Ariel agreed and invited an elder to demonstrate. Hearing that, Lily too volunteered to practice first, even though she wasn't very skilled at this. But since she is the senior and it's her responsibility, Lily too feels a bit shy and will try her best to teach, so watch and learn. Then Lily too approaches Tuobak and signals him to start the stage. Now Little White is full of confidence, so he respectfully obeys the order. The energy sharing process begins, set against the picturesque deep sea scene. I'm not sure what they did, but it made everyone around them very excited. Lisa was surprised because this was the first time she saw this way of sharing energy, and it was more powerful than she thought. Jumping with energy is similar. Clearly, this is something I am very talented at and well suited for my abilities. Ariel Ingaitho was also surprised, so it turns out that doing this can also make you stronger. Ngai Ngai confidently believes that everyone has probably learned all the steps, so there's no need to hold back anymore. Ariel is surprised. She learned everything so quickly. Ngai Ngai once again believes that practice is the only true test of truth, whether she can learn it or not. Can only be known through trying. She is not someone to give up easily. So the 3 of them united and charged forward. On this side, Xiaobai is in the process and realizes all 3 have risen together, so he's not afraid either. Having been busy all night, the final energy-sharing ritual has been completed. Many who have worked hard through the night are now satisfied and ready to sleep, bearing the deep marks of Xiaobai's brush, their power infused with the light of kindness that leaves a lasting imprint. At the same time, Xiaobai had been fighting all night without sleep. As he was admiring the scenery, another illusion appeared and asked if he was the one who woke her up, and Xiaobai confirmed that it was indeed him. She thinks that as long as she agrees to submit, she will fulfill a wish for you. Any wish you have. Because she is a Raj. Xiaobai then told her to become his little brother. Araj thinks you're rude. She's Araj, and you're telling her to be a junior brother to humans. Are you tired of living? Tuobak feels helpless. He just wanted to save his strength. After being subdued, Araj also became obedient, calling Little White Big Brother, with the little brother completely overshadowed. From now on, her life is also linked to Little White's. As Little White continuously tames the fake level Tuito in a distant place far from the divine love, there are already signs of activity in the origin. At the Holy Light Cross Army, during a certain battle, a female general just finished fighting and lost again. She believes that if the Holy Light Rescue Army hadn't arrived late, the Cross Army wouldn't be in such a tragic state. I am the Holy General of the Cross Army, Commander Reyna. Starting today, you will never fail again. At the heart of the Holy Light Cross Army, life continues to be bustling and lively. The Eastjoy market is bustling with the lively chatter of young, vibrant girls, when suddenly a muscular figure enters, drawing everyone's attention. However, she seems to be someone they are not too unfamiliar with. She is the Forward General, a girl who wonders, Forward General Reyna. Why did she come back alone like that? Did she lose the battle? The girl next to her is wondering the same.
It seems like this is a very common story. People around continue to talk, wondering how many times she has lost, to the point of being uncountable, as Reyna returns with a slightly injured body. Since Reyna took command of the Crusaders, they have yet to win a single battle, and the people of the Heavenly Realm continue to criticize. They believe that every time she returns alone, perhaps she is abandoning the Crusader generals just to survive. Let this person lead the Crusaders, and they will never win a battle. Reyna still tries to stay calm as she endures the mocking criticism, while the people grow more furious. They believe she should feel ashamed of the soldiers who died, and even more ashamed of the hero title bestowed upon her by the Heavenly Emperor. Traveling to the ancient city of the Crusader Kingdom, Reyna informed the guards that she wished to request an audience with the Holy Emperor. The guards also reported that the Emperor knew for sure she would come and had given instructions. The Emperor wants her to repent before the statue of the Heavenly Emperor, stay here in penance for a day and night, and then he will come to see her. Without saying anything more, Reyna immediately knelt in repentance. As the front-line general, losing was naturally her responsibility. Even if the Emperor didn't say anything, she would come here herself to reflect, Reyna thought. Reyna is now deeply regretful about her fighting style. Every time she was just a little short, just a little more patience could have allowed her to wait for reinforcements. She almost managed to defeat the Imperial Guards of the Dark Emperor, but in the end, her entire army was annihilated. From behind, a stone was thrown directly at Reyna. It was the soldiers, furious, throwing stones at her, asking why she still dares to show her face here, why she didn't die on the battlefield instead, and some mothers even demanded she return their children. That mother approached with a large spiked club and relentlessly struck Reyna's head, blaming her for her daughter's continued absence and demanding that she return her daughter to her. Because she struck suddenly, Reyna was wounded and bleeding, but the ruthless woman still wouldn't spare her, hitting her a few more times and cursing her as a traitor. Today, she would beat her to death and go pay for the fallen soldiers. When the blood-soaked whip finally stopped, the woman was exhausted. Reyna's bed remained silent throughout, despite her severe injuries, and then the woman left. Today, she declares she will spare your life, but warns that if she sees you again, she will beat you. Every time she does. From the top of the tower, the mysterious man holding a glass of wine watches Reyna being mistreated and feels pleased, once the ruler of the Holy Light Crusaders. General Reyna, once a hero known for her bravery, is now reduced to a beaten and battered rat, her reputation completely shattered. The woman lying on the bed adds a few words, saying it's not thanks to His Majesty, because if he hadn't secretly caused trouble, she wouldn't have ended up like this. The man turned back with a sinister look, blaming her for being too straightforward, not understanding others' preferences. The woman on the bed is the general of the Central Army. She is inviting him. If that's the case, shouldn't His Majesty come over quickly and seize her with force? Is that little woman even more attractive than her? The treacherous and twisted face of the Emperor, in this world you are the most attractive. The old man comforts himself. After a day and night, just as planned, Reyna finally stood up to complete her task. It's been 24 hours now. Can I take her to see the Emperor? Reyna defied her will, determined this time to get answers. Why did the rescue troops agree to her plan but not arrive on time? Why did they come too late when everything was hanging by a thread? The former emperor once brought that person to her and entrusted him to her so she could elevate him to a higher position. She has done it. She always respects the emperor's will, but why does the emperor treat her like this? A front-line guard led Reyna and asked her to follow, and she immediately obeyed without hesitation. The guard sensed something strange. The wounds on her body had completely disappeared. Even her skin looked better than yesterday. She believed that Commander Reyna had an immortal body. Led through a side gate instead of the main road, Reyna asked confusedly if this wasn't the way to the mainland, and the guard explained that during the general's long campaigns abroad, what she didn't know was that the emperor hadn't discussed state affairs on the mainland for a very long time. Now those days are always spent handling state affairs in the bedroom. In the emperor's bedroom, a girl with a broken bamboo pole was thrown out. June, standing in front of the figure before her, was scolded because this was not her first time serving him, so why couldn't she make him satisfied? She was so scared she cried, begged for forgiveness, and promised to try twice as hard to please His Majesty. He is the second-era Holy Light Emperor. Jack has 5 million, and he is still criticizing the girl, so now she has no second chance. He boasts that in his harem there are many women, but only Bia truly understands him. Jack's ambitious expression is clear. Only Bia can make him indulge in the highest level of pleasure, and now he only wants her. The emperor immediately ordered the girl to call Bia here at once. Just then, Reyna arrived and witnessed everything, and Jack even asked her if she had already bowed before his sister's statue. now wanting to plead with him. Jack leeringly gazed at Reyna, complimenting her increasingly curvaceous figure, and shamelessly told her to replace Bia since she hasn't arrived yet. After all, he was craving her so much. If Reyna can please him, he will not hold her accountable for losing, which Jack thinks is very beneficial for her. Hearing such nonsense, Reyna went crazy. What does he think war is? Just a child's game. Every soldier who dies on the battlefield is a blood debt owed to the Dark Emperor's army. Reyna shouted, "This hatred has already soaked in fresh blood. Just one word from you could wipe everything away." Feeling insulted and annoyed, she thought Reyna was very bold to speak to him like that. Maybe the place of the Holy Cross Army is also the Holy Cross Emperor. One word from him can make her strip everything on his bed. Jack begins to recount the past, thinking Reyna has forgotten what his sister's fate was. She wanted her not to take everything, but to put him on the throne. And now she wants to rebel. Reyna retorted that while the Holy Cross Army was drenched in blood fighting, all he could think about was love. When their reinforcements refused to come, Jack stepped back in fear as Reyna approached, begging her not to come closer. Afraid of what Reyna might do to him, Jack warned her if she knew what she was doing, this was a great act of rebellion. Reyna is now extremely angry. If the former emperor knew Jack had become like this, she would definitely support her decision. Reyna decided to punish him. Jack was panicked, wanting to punish him, thinking Reyna was still chasing after him. After all, he still carried the blood of the Holy Light Emperor. He was the legitimate heir of the 10 armies. No one had the right to punish him. Before he could speak, the despicable emperor's face was immediately struck by Reyna's kick. The woman supporting him is obviously her, so of course she has the right to kick him down. Reyna declares that Jack has insulted the reputation of the Holy Light Emperor, and she will not forgive him. Another thief. Jack was kicked so hard that he shattered the wall and was thrown outside, landing on the street where many residents were going about their daily lives. No one knew what had just fallen from above, whether someone had fallen or not. Everyone was unsure, as if something had flown out of the palace. Jack, battered and shirtless, collapsed onto the ground, bloodied and with Reyna's mark clearly visible on his face, coughing up blood from his severe injuries. Upon recognizing the Emperor, the crowd was panic-stricken. It was the Divine Light Emperor, so how did he end up in such a battered state? Who could have the audacity to do this? No one could have imagined who dared to commit such an act. And that is General Reyna. She flew out of the palace with Jack, warning from above that if he didn't want her to become the general of the provincial army, he should say so directly. Reyna was willing to lay down her armor, but his mistake was not to involve the thousands of soldiers of the Cross Army. This is not something a mere pretender should do. So the crowd had more drama to talk about. Everyone was surprised that the daring person was General Reyna. They thought she had given up on life, as if they had heard a terrible story. Not caring, Reyna continued to scold Jack, saying he wasn't as wicked before, and if the former emperor were still alive, would he still dare to be so arrogant? Jack, the petty coward, resist and don't drag me into forcing him. You've endured enough, and you fundamentally don't understand what he wants. Feeling extremely agitated, Jack painfully blames me for always interfering to arrange his life. She is dead now, and has Reyna with her, relying on the hero title given by her brother to point 5 fingers at him. Jack still raised his voice. Here he is the king, and he can do whatever he wants. No one can stop him. At his age, Jack believes there's nothing wrong with liking women. All the glory and wealth he has, what right does he have not to enjoy them? Among the common people, Jack is a bit reckless to openly reveal that he wants to tarnish Reyna's heroic reputation, make her a failure, seek revenge on those who constantly supervise him, and make everyone pay the price. Overestimating herself, and being so arrogant to think Reyna can do anything to him. Reyna simply said that she can only take his life. The female general immediately transformed into a long spear, emitting a shining light, and the crowd could see that it was Reyna's ultimate technique, the Golden Silver Supreme. Has she really started to fight? This is clearly a deadly move, a ruthless strike, shining like an arrow shot from above straight at Jack standing helplessly. Jack could only stand and watch as disaster drew closer, ultimately having to call on a woman to save him, and he relied on her to rescue him. And sure enough, the arrow stopped. Seeing the person in front blocking it, Jack recognized the familiar back, something he had observed countless times and could never mistake. Bien had truly arrived. The Thanquang Cross Army followed the order. General Reyna betrayed and attempted to assassinate Emperor Thanquang. This is a crime so heinous that no interrogation is needed, Bien declared defiantly. Jack below was satisfied because he had someone to protect him. Bien declares that General Reyna will be executed on the spot. As soon as he receives the order from Bien, A series of soldiers rush into battle, each full of fighting spirit. They are simply following orders from their superiors. But Reina has no intention of fleeing or backing down. She is still standing firm among the soldiers, pushing her weapon forward. Reina didn't expect there to be so many guard ambushes here, all of them elite troops. She thought Bien already knew she would turn against Jack today. Bien didn't deny it, only advised her not to speak recklessly. Bien says she was just leading the nearby patrol guards and happened to encounter Reina attempting to assassinate His Majesty, and she turned back to confirm with Jack, asking if what she said was correct, since His Majesty is under protection and Jack wouldn't dare interfere. Even now, Jack still hasn't given up his womanizing ways, and his only focus is on Bien's chest. Whatever she says is just fine. He complains to Bien that his face hurts a lot right now and really needs her to give him a massage. She also understood and didn't refuse, but called on the Emperor to come here, saying she would treat him. So, the situation turned intimate in public, with Jack pressing his face against Bien's chest, and she even told him to be at ease because this was his warm island. Jack himself is also very dependent on her. With Bien here, no one can hurt him. So the surrounding crowd has more gossip to talk about, and of course Bien notices that. She turned back to retort, "Do you still dare to criticize His Majesty, you servants?" And she even said she would cut out their tongues. Returning to the aerial battle, Reina was fighting against Bien's guards. She thinks that even if Reina grows wings this time, she won't be able to fly. As long as they overthrow Reina, the old forces left by the former emperor will all be destroyed. But contrary to her thoughts, Reina is still fighting passionately. Do they really think they can catch the general just with a few of them? They are underestimating her. Gradually, one by one, the guards fell wounded and collapsed, their bodies covered in injuries, until they all dropped like rain. Jack became worried and asked Bien what to do since her guards had all been defeated by Reina. Bien reassured him that His Majesty need not worry because with her here, Reina wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. After dealing with the guards, Reina landed firmly and continued to criticize Che and Bien, claiming that the Emperor's deteriorated state was because of Bien. But when she was out on campaigns, she had already begun to use her own methods to win the Emperor's favor, secretly seducing him with her large breasts. Reina continues to analyze how her manipulation of power tarnishes her reputation, driven by the fear of the treacherous ministers that the former emperor had bestowed upon her, and Bien fears she will hinder her malicious plans. Yet Jack, blind as he is, continues to defend her, demanding Reina be silent and not allowed to insult Bien. Protected, Bien becomes even more arrogant, saying, "See, she and the emperor truly love each other. No one believes Reina's accusations, and instead, her rebellion is exposed openly." Feeling helpless in front of this couple, Reina sighed, and at this moment she called out to Holitin, thinking that if Jack became king like this, she couldn't blame her for not respecting the former emperor. With a swift move like a flash, a streak of light shot through the debris, and she finished the task quickly. The holy light emperor endures this. Reina has taken his life. After executing divine justice, Reina remains expressionless, unafraid despite having just executed an emperor. The soldiers were stunned. What just happened? Did Reina attack His Majesty? But they couldn't be sure because everything happened too quickly. They simply couldn't see clearly. Jack, in pain, desperately tried to say his last words to Beer. Why didn't she protect the king just now? But the person he trusted simply apologized because Reina's sword was too fast for her to react in time, causing the emperor to fall and the blood from Reina's wound to spill out uncontrollably. But in the end, he also realized that Beer's intentions were completely deliberate. But there was nothing he could do anymore. The scene of the emperor collapsing and losing his throne, witnessed by most of the soldiers. Everyone was panicking. Has the great Holy Crown Emperor really died? Has Reina killed the great Holy Crown Emperor? Beer looked very satisfied. Finally, Reina has taken action against His Majesty, and she even praised Reina for enduring until now, which shows she's quite formidable. The only thing is, Your Majesty is the destined ruler, and Reina has taken his life, so I don't know what to do, whether to step aside or not. Reina doesn't seem too surprised by Beer's attitude. Isn't this what she wanted all along? She probably used her hand to kill. From her expression, she must have seen through everything. Beer even keeps laughing nonstop. It's true that she can't hide her emotions. Beer is happy but still denies that she's just joking around. So the battle began to eliminate Reina. She warned Reina not to talk nonsense. Her stubbornness really makes others dislike her. Today, no matter what happens, she will execute Reina to avenge the emperor. But of course, this is just an excuse for her irritation. Beer's anger reached its peak. She harbored a deep grudge against Reina and wanted to kill her to the bone marrow, Seeing Beer so agitated surprised Reyna a bit. Suddenly, one of Reyna's arms began to turn into pure gold. The gossiping townspeople were surprised when General Beer's ability to have golden eyes appeared, eyes that turn any object into gold. Reyna checked her own hand, thinking that with such petty tricks she still thinks she can defeat me. She's underestimating me a bit. Without hesitation, Reyna decisively cut off her golden arm. Even without using them as weapons, just chopping off the part turned to gold was enough. For Reyna, it was nothing. Reyna declared in front of her own cold energy that Beer's golden eyes were basically ineffective. Seeing this, Beer remained calm. Commander Reyna seemed to be somewhat more capable than others, but the cold energy ability has its limits. If her entire body turns to gold, what would happen? Beer taunted Reyna. Of course, Reyna hadn't considered this possibility, and Beer quickly repeated his attack once more, with fierce golden eyes. So the power spread almost everywhere, forcing Reyna to move quickly to avoid it. Previously, Reyna reasoned that if she kept being attacked continuously, she would also be in danger. Reyna started to look down at the civilians who had also turned to gold because of him, and of course, they had nowhere to run. Does her attack make any difference? Beer, wanting to deal with her, has caused so many people to die. She's basically a madman. Reconsidering everything, Reyna realizes she can no longer fight her in a prolonged battle, or the entire fortress will be destroyed by this madman. The only way left is to fly up high and deal with her. Not wanting innocent civilians to be caught in the crossfire again with a madman, Reyna decides to fly up, knowing it will put her at great risk. Her body is gradually turning to gold, but she remains determined that victory or defeat will be decided here. Because the wall soldiers have all died, including the Holy Cross Army and the former emperor, she must defeat Beer. Up high, Beer still remains arrogant, clearly unable to do anything, choosing to fight her because of those fools. Beer believes that the truly pathetic weakness of Reyna is her greatest flaw. He thinks Reyna has completely fallen into her trap, even teasing her with his tongue. Suddenly, sharp chains shot out from both sides, piercing through Reyna as she was moving upward, leaving her no time to react. Reyna realizes this is the protective weapon of the fortress. Why are they attacking her? Reyna is in agony, trembling. Even at this moment, they still refuse to believe her. Below, the guards are still fighting. One of them happily claims to have shot and killed the emperor. Of course, by now, Reyna can do nothing. When she turns back, Beer is already in front of her, reminding her that she now understands everything. A defeated person like her, who even killed their emperor in front of so many people, how could they believe what she says? Reyna, this time you lost again, Beer declared. And this time you died for good. Then cast a golden spell at Reyna to finish her off, realizing she could no longer escape. Reyna painfully could only silently apologize to the former emperor for failing to preserve the legacy he built. A flash of light emitted, Reyna had completely turned into a solid gold statue. Beer noticed something strange. Just a moment ago, she saw a streak of light pass by. Could it have been her illusion? But she quickly ignored it, thinking that she had been too sensitive lately. Anyway, Reyna had already been turned into solid gold, and her biggest enemy was no longer around. Beer happily laughed out loud. From now on, she would be the ruler of this land with no one standing in her way. At the same time, far away from the Holy Cross Army, a young boy just woke up. He is going about his usual morning routine, none other than Little Silver. Suddenly, while taking a shower, a flash of light suddenly appears in the bathroom, catching him off guard. This event makes him exclaim, "I swear, what exactly is going on? Is it really a spirit?" Reyna was suddenly transported here. She was also surprised, thinking she had turned to gold and died. Why am I here? Could this be hell? It doesn't look like what I imagined. When I woke up, the scene before me made me panic, and the little silver boy also realized he was a bit careless for forgetting he was on the toilet, quickly trying to cover up, but it was enough to surprise Xena. Since the wall soldiers have been on the front lines for a long time, she finds the man in front of her truly handsome. Among their 10 cross soldiers, except for the second emperor, all are women. This is also the first time she has seen such a scene. Could it be that all boys are like this? Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked if Xiaobai was a messenger from hell. He looked confused, wondering why he would be a hell envoy. Xena continued questioning, saying that both the living and hell require the messenger to perform a cleansing ritual, and that he was preparing for it. Since she is dead, she wouldn't resist. Xena shyly blushes as she insists on continuing the ritual herself, while the little silver remains confused, asking what kind of ceremony or cleansing it is, until she suddenly rushes out from the bathroom, clearly up to something. Xena, still lost in her thoughts that she has died and eager to meet the emperor again, believed that the young servant was the messenger she had asked to perform the cleansing ritual, so she proactively tried to remove her pants. The young servant was startled and stopped her, asking her to wait a moment, puzzled why all the women wanted to take off his pants like that, and wondering if she couldn't just explain what was going on. Xena still insisted that she had let down the expectations of the Heavenly Emperor and must repent to him, begging the messenger to stop tormenting her. Xiaobai began to analyze, noticing that her breath seemed somewhat familiar, and since she mentioned the Heavenly Emperor, she might actually be... The scene shifts to the bustling kitchen where Bin Nai is focused on cooking. As her owner has recently been busy recovering from a serious injury, her body must be exhausted, but as a loyal wife, she must share this responsibility. Bin Nhi proactively stewed a ginseng soup to nourish the little silver, which probably isn't too much to ask. After finishing, Bin Nhi happily brought the food in, informing the little silver that her meal was ready and asking to help nourish her body. No, sister, please keep your dignity. Your imagination skills are really a bit strange. Bin Nhi happened to see everything and suddenly asked what her little silver was doing. After a thorough explanation, Xina clarified everything, and the three of them finally enjoyed a nutritious breakfast. The little silver finally understood the whole story. So that's how it was. Indeed, she had guessed that Xena was part of the Holy Light Crusaders, and Bin Nhi was similar, also making some connections. Xina also became a bit more alert. If Xiaobai wasn't an envoy of hell, then she wouldn't be dead. But why was she teleported next to him? Xiaobai explained that someone must have saved Xina and then teleported her here, but Xina believed she didn't know anyone in this world, so who could have gone to the trouble of saving her? Xiaobai immediately carved a mark from his neck, thinking that besides one person, who else could it be? Reina was surprised to realize this was a divine gift insignia, which was not the energy core of the Heavenly Emperor, so she wondered why it was on Xiaobai's body. Reina continued to reaffirm her belief, thinking that Xiaobai must be the oath of the Heavenly Emperor, sensing the danger from Xina's subordinate, which is why he risked rescuing her. Reina became more respectful, convinced that he was the Heavenly Emperor, and her guess was correct. Tubak also thought the direction was probably correct, but some details were missing. He was not the oath-bearer of the Holy Light Emperor, and saving Xina was definitely not him. He asked Bin Nhi why she felt this atmosphere was a bit strange, as if her body was getting hotter, and Bin Nhi, hearing this, also started to feel a little warm. Tubak asked her what potion they had given them, and Bin Nhi honestly replied it was the deer ginseng soup with tiger marrow. Tubak was confused. He was already a man among men. Wasn't that already recognized by everyone? What do you still need this for? It seems like neither of you can withstand the effects of this nourishing soup anymore. Reina still firmly believes in her own thoughts, steps closer to Tubak, and thinks that the Emperor shouldn't pretend anymore because she knows he was the one who saved her. The one who refuses to acknowledge her is surely blaming her for being unable to protect his legacy. She will go and confess her sins to His Majesty. Reina begs Tubak or His Majesty to strike her, to vent his anger on her. Reina still stubbornly and incomprehensibly insisted that Xiaobai was the Heavenly Emperor, asking why he still remained so indifferent to her. She had sincerely atoned for her sins, but does Your Majesty still not see her sincerity? Reina decided that if the Emperor didn't vent his anger on her, she would feel anxious and guilty. Xiaobai became very awkward. Now she was sure that he was her emperor, and no matter how she explained, she didn't want to hear it. What should she do to do the right thing? Not knowing what to do, Xiaobai pressed Reina's head against her shoulder so she could blame herself. Being so pitiful, wanted to ask the emperor if he had saved her, then why didn't he forgive her? Perhaps it would be better to let her die in his hands. Realizing that Reina was truly very sad, Xiaobai thought that to resolve this, he had no choice but to go along with her wishes, so he reluctantly played the role of the saintly protector. Xiaobai decided to follow Reina's lead and raised his hand. If she wanted him to hit her, then he wouldn't hold back anymore. So Tubak kept hitting Reina relentlessly, and despite the pain she was willing, she believed she deserved it. She continued to beg the emperor to punish her cruelly, just to be forgiven, whatever it took. Tubak is very dedicated to his role, thinking that hitting her a few times might help him cool down. But now the emperor is furious. So instead of just one, Tubak decides to use both hands, and Reina turns around, thinking that Tubak is holding a bow in both hands. But with such a powerful attack, can she really resist? The young nobleman did not hesitate to continue hitting Reina as she wished, also hoping that Reina could let go of her sorrow. The pain doubled, but Reina endured because this was the punishment the emperor had given her, so she had to accept it no matter how difficult it was. Bin Nhi beside her watched the scene and sighed at how impressive the move was. After being beaten to exhaustion, Reina thought that although the process was extremely dangerous, she could still endure it. She has endured the cruel punishment of the emperor. Now, can anyone forgive her? Xiaobai, seeing her remorse, temporarily forgave her out of compassion,
and Reina happily thanked the emperor for his mercy. Bin Yi, witnessing the punishment nearby, shyly stepped closer to Tiubak and didn't know what to say. Having just experienced such a severe punishment was truly shocking, and she wished Tiubak could do the same to her once. Bin Yi also admits that she is truly uncomfortable now. Only Tiubak's power can save her. Tiubak realizes that this nourishing potion has taken effect. Indeed, it was a mistake to drink that early. There's no other way, so she has to use that trick one more time. Reina was surprised that the Empress also wanted to accept the punishment, thinking that Bin Yi must have committed a crime. Bin Yi denied it, but she was happy because Xena called her the Empress, and she thought she looked very much like that kind of relationship with Tiubak. But she was just simply Tiubak's servant. Xiaobai didn't like her speaking about him that way, and gently reprimanded Bin Yi, telling her she was not just a servant, but actually his queen. Hearing those words, Bin Yi's heart suddenly pounded. Could Tiubak be confessing to her? Reina beside her, witnessing this romantic scene, also couldn't help but be moved. Morning has passed again, and all three are deep in sleep. In his dream, Xiaobai sees himself standing in front of a fortress. Strange, you're clearly sleeping, so why did you come here? The little silver in the dream is standing lost and confused in an unknown place. I don't understand what kind of strange place this is. What kind of mess is this? Suddenly a voice rings out. I am Little Silver. What are you standing there for? Come in. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Tiny Silver follows the call, asking who is calling him, urging the other to reveal themselves quickly, as pretending to be gods or demons in front of him could lead to serious consequences. He quickly steps into the deepest part of the grand hall. The person above, with a shining golden body, thinks there aren't many who dare to speak to her like that. And indeed, Xiaobai is very impressive. She doesn't find her appearance surprising at all, and even manages to move someone as capable as Reina to her side. I really like you more and more. Xiaobai realizes that this must be the leader of the Holy Light Crusaders, also the true form of the Light Seal, so the Holy Light Emperor must be her. The other person confirms that they are indeed the Holy Light Emperor. Xiaobai continued to question, asking what the true purpose was behind creating this illusion and bringing him here. The Holy Light Emperor told Xiaobai not to be so fierce. Couldn't he be a little gentler with her? She didn't mean to hurt him. After all these years, she has been trapped inside the still stone of this research institute. It was truly very painful. Luckily, it was thanks to him that she was able to break free. Tubak explained that it was just a coincidence, and not really his achievement. Suddenly, the Emperor seemed to move a little closer, and the Holy Light Emperor quickly grabbed Xiaobai, wanting to get a closer look at him. He looked very ordinary, so why are so many girls so fond of him? Xiaobai realized that this Holy Light Emperor didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Tubak's gaze looked down, and he realized it was the first time he saw such a dazzling chest. Truly impressive. The Holy Light Emperor had caught him off guard. Did he just peek at her chest earlier? Tubak quickly denied it, insisting he was just mistaken about the prodigy. The Emperor thinks you're really someone who says one thing but means another. It's this illusion armor that keeps you from letting go of your obsession. She'll change the illusion to help you relax more. Suddenly, the surroundings turn into a bedroom, and Tubak, confused, wonders what this woman is really trying to do. Now, this illusion makes you feel much more natural, right? Xiaobai turned towards the source of the voice, and when he looked back, the Emperor was already lying on the bed. How about that? The Emperor asked, seeing the mighty Saint Light Cross leader sitting on the bed like that. Has it made you unable to bear it anymore? If you can't stand it, come over here. I'm not asking you to hold back because I think you've already been moved. But contrary to the Emperor's thoughts, Little Silver said she didn't need to bother seducing him like that anymore. This beauty tactic had long since become ineffective on him. The Emperor was surprised. If she was already like that, why hadn't Little Silver been moved? Reina once told you that among the Holy Light Crusaders, her deceased younger brother was the only man she ever cared about, so she didn't need to pretend anymore. Being exposed made the Emperor panic, and Xiaobai was no less affected. Ignoring the Emperor's despair, Xiaobai sat down on the nearby chair to see what she would do next, but it seemed the Emperor was having a different thought. Tubak begins negotiating with the Celestial Emperor, aiming to win over the Holy Light Crusade. It seems very beneficial for him. If he's going to make such a deal, he must be fair to the other side. He asks the Celestial Emperor what she desires most. The Holy Emperor looked a bit uncomfortable, clearly seeing that she now only has a mass of energy. She suggested to Xiaobai a material he possesses, which is a miraculous substance called silica gel. She wants Xiaobai to use silica gel to craft a new body for herself, as she also desires to possess a new form.
Moreover, with the support of the Holy Light Crusaders, Xiaobai will have a better chance against the Imperial Guards and even the Dark Emperor. This deal is truly enormous for him. Of course, I know I will benefit a lot from this deal, so I decide to accept it. But one thing makes me hesitate, that I won't be able to call her Holy Light Emperor anymore, which sounds very awkward. Tubak also didn't know what to call her, so he asked if she didn't have a name, because calling her by name would sound much more friendly. He realized that so far, no one had actually given her a name. Tubak thought to himself, even her name isn't set yet, so he simply suggested the name Fai Fai, which sounded much nicer and more familiar. So, Emperor Jin also thought it wasn't too bad. Fifi, from now on, that will be your name. Almost all the contract procedures were completed, and Tubak stood up, thinking that Emperor Jin should now take him out of this illusion. But she said that he still couldn't leave yet, that there is an important matter that I haven't finished. I wonder what part is missing. Emperor Fifi hesitated. Wasn't it that I agreed to shape her only after I had her measurements? But I still don't have her 3 measurements, so how can I create a perfect one? The Holy Light Emperor wants the body to be perfect. So she took the initiative to let Xiaobai continue. He must see her body before he can leave. Reflecting on when he subdued the giant eagle with the fake food-level Tuito damage, he now possessed the ability to see through everything, no matter how thick the clothes. But looking at Fifai's eager expression, he really couldn't bring himself to interrupt. If she was so determined to get married, he would just let her do so. Xiaobai remained still, watching Empress Fifi do whatever she wanted, ready to act so he could measure her body. Fifi quickly stripped off her clothes, insisting that Xiaobai look carefully and not miss any detail. And surprised by her boldness, Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Even though he could see through everything, seeing the Holy Light Emperor naked before him was still quite shocking. Fifi saw that Tubak was taking a bit of time, so she was already dressed. Tubak told her to wait a moment, because if she wanted perfection down to every detail, even her pores had to be examined. Wasn't that what she said about not missing any detail? Fifi agreed that she had said so she decided to go ahead and watch everything. Then she took off her socks. After observing for a while, Tubak paid attention to Fifi's feet, which made her wonder if there was something wrong with her feet. Little Silver praised Fifi's legs for being bright and beautiful, like a work of art. So, Fifi suggested that maybe he wanted to touch a little, because just looking might not be enough to remember clearly. Tubak agreed with this idea, saying it made sense. Only by paying close attention could he truly notice. So it's better to obey and follow orders. Returning to the real world, it is now getting dark, and Bin Ni is worried that Xiaobai still hasn't woken up, wondering if the owner's vitality has been completely exhausted. Vina also observes, and although they are both sweating now, they can see from his expression that he seems to be enjoying it very much. After a thorough check, Xiaobai quickly woke up. Bin Ni was relieved that Xiaobai had finally regained consciousness, and Vina also asked with concern if he was all right. Xiaobai reassured both of them that he was fine. It was just a dream, while they secretly did some mysterious things while he was asleep. And with the state of his body, could it be that your restorative effects still haven't worn off? Bin Ni immediately objected, as her restorative power had already been fully released onto the owner. Seeing that Tubak's face looked very good and his whole body was covered in sweat, she had no choice but to strip his clothes off.
Tubak cảm thấy khó hiểu. Vừa nay trông ngồi như vậy thật sao? Về na nội dung, con cô vẻ rất nồng, cảm giác con rất kịch thịt. Tubak dò mắt ngại ngùng, cậu lại phản ứng mãnh liệt như vậy sao?
This isn't like you? Could it be because you touched Fifi's foot? Bin Ni started to worry about Tubak again, seeing how strange he was today. Could he be sick or something? From the dream, Xiaobai started to pay attention to Bin Ni's legs, and Vina also said she was very worried about his safety. Could it be that he was injured inside the dream? So maybe she should check his body just in case. Tubak also quickly shifted his attention to Vina's legs. So he was speechless with himself, wondering why he was so obsessed with legs, truly a pervert. Maybe he's not really that kind of person. At first, Admotors tried thousands of ways but couldn't move him. So she overlooked this method and thought it was useless, until now he finally realized that his weakness is actually his feet. Tubak suddenly realized that if he wants to become stronger, he must overcome this weakness, but it's not as easy as it seems. Bin Ni was confused why Tubak wasn't paying attention. If something was bothering him, he could just tell her. Tubak quickly left the room, revealing that his weakness was indeed his legs, so embarrassing, and he wondered how he could fix it. As she moved to another room in the house, Xiaobai was surprised when a pair of legs suddenly appeared in front of him. Those belonged to Admotors, who was inside watching a movie. Everything only showed the image of the legs, and Admotors sensed a man's scent nearby, thinking that her Xiaobai must have come to love her. But when he turned back, the person was gone. Maybe it's because she's been watching too many movies lately and became more sensitive? Xiaobai quickly hid behind the door, which is really unhealthy, watching inappropriate movies in public, and he also wondered why everyone's legs were all exposed like that. Tubac noticed the room behind the door and secretly looked inside. It was Lin Lung's room. She felt someone needed help and she truly wanted to assist them. If not, Lin Lung would feel very uneasy. But the image was cropped to just the legs. She realized someone was there. Was someone outside the door? Just now at Lindin Science Research Institute, Tubac came to see Lai Han to ask for her help with something important. And Lai Han recognized it was Tubac, her face starting to flush again. Li Han quickly turned back and asked why Tubac was still looking for her at such a late hour. Could it be that he needed her help with something? Luckily, today, she was the only one on duty, so she could help with anything. Tubac confesses that he has a favor to ask of Miss Lai Han, but first there is an important matter to settle. He only looks at her feet, asking if she can put on her shoes first, as the black socks might make him a bit uncomfortable. So she was surprised. Does her foot smell? She clearly takes good care of it, but Tubac said it's not about the smell. Tiny Bai shyly said that his problem was just that whenever he saw her legs, he would feel embarrassed. Hearing this, Li Han rolled her eyes and thought, oh my god, is Tiny Bai really a legendary pervert? But this actually made her happy, because if Xiaobai fell for her, a mature older sister, it would be natural for him to like her. Lai Han quietly took the opportunity tonight when no one was around to lure Xiaobai into her trap. Lost in thought, Xiaobai asked her what she was thinking, making Li Han nervously deny anything was wrong. Xiaobai had told her about using silica gel to create Phi Phi's body. Lai Han said that she had used up all the good stuff for creating Admodus's body, but there's no need to worry. Of course, she kept some of the best for herself. Tubac was delighted, truly trusting Lai Han. Li Han led Tubac into a room and asked nervously if this was her office. Li Han explained that it was Director Liu's office, and since Tubac had killed him, the room had become her private storage. Tubac felt guilty, but Director Liu wasn't killed by him. Li Han thought that didn't matter anymore. After all, he died for him. Suddenly, Li Han bent down, confusing Tubac. It seemed she was trying to find the silica, which she clearly remembered had been stored here, so why couldn't she find it now? Because the view was a bit inconvenient, Xiaobai turned away and told her not to rush. They had plenty of time and could take their time searching. Suddenly, Li Han straightened up, remembering that the silica box was placed on top of the cabinet. She found it on a high shelf and only knew to stand on a chair to reach it. But it seemed that wasn't enough. So she asked Xiaobai to hold the chair for her because the box was placed too high. Xiaobai also could not refuse, but that meant his view would be quite inconvenient if it was placed so high. Wouldn't it be better to just let him get it directly? Why make things so complicated? Besides, ever since you arrived at the Research Institute, Lai Han has been acting very strangely. Xiaobai suddenly thought, could it be that Li Huan did it on purpose, trying to seduce him? In the end, Li Huan, from above, found what she was looking for. She had taken the silica. But because the force was too strong, it caused Li Han to lose her balance and fall backward. Lai Han painfully slowly regained her composure, only feeling that her butt hurt a lot. But when she opened her eyes, both she and Xiaobai were in very awkward positions. Xiaobai blushed and reminded Lai Han that she had accidentally revealed everything. She still didn't understand until she suddenly realized and screamed. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly crossed her legs and nervously asked if Xiaobai had seen everything. Xiaobai wondered if she meant wetting herself. He honestly admitted that he had indeed seen everything, even some details that were unnecessary and very obvious. Li Han feels awkward, even admitting it outright. What does this mean? This reaction is probably not normal. If you've seen it, at least your heart should race, or your face turn red. Li Han remembered how Xiaobai looked so close and familiar with other girls. So why does he act like nothing happened when he's with her? Li Han feels sad. She has tried so hard to show herself. Why can he stay so calm? Doing that is at least a bit disrespectful to others. Li Han finally poured out her feelings. Isn't she attractive enough? Hearing that, Xiaobai looked a bit embarrassed. Disappointed by Xiaobai's attitude, Lai Han asked if she was still somewhat beautiful.
Xem ra cô không chỉ dẹp hồn vai phần ma con vợ cũng xinh dẹp rồi. Li Han nghe vậy càng tiến lại gần hồn. Nếu cậu dẹp như vậy, tại sao cậu phải cố kiềm chế bản thân? Trông cậu không giống như dạng bình tinh chút nào.
Li Han asked if Tubac had anything on his mind, and he immediately became evasive. When he saw her in the fishnet stockings, revealing her embarrassed expression, it was a scene she would never forget in her life. Could it be that he wanted that after all? Realizing she couldn't hide it any longer, Xiaobai decided to come clean. You said that soon you will enter another dimension to fight the Holy Light Cross Army, but before you go, you discovered this fatal weakness. Tubok has no resistance to women's legs. If you don't overcome this weakness, your trip will be doomed. Li Han still thinks that liking feet is a very normal thing, nothing to be afraid of. It's not a death sentence at all. Xiaobai said she was so naive because she simply didn't understand anything about the Holy Light Crusaders. The members of the Holy Light Crusaders are all women and extremely dangerous. The scary part is that they all wear fishnet stockings. Xiaobai said that if that's all, he could handle it, but if things get worse, it would definitely be bad. Li Han wondered what the worst-case scenario was. It's the combined skill of the lower attack chain, continuous white foot strikes. Then you'll die with nowhere to bury yourself. After hearing everything, Li Han understood your worries, so the next plan would be easier. So what does that mean for Little Silver? The black robes of the Spirit Hall are definitely not inferior to their white robes. This is a battle between black and white. From now on, let me help you complete a difficult and brutal training. The training focuses on those spots. Do you mean to say you want to? If Tiobak is right, it means facing those points directly. Li Han continues to extend her leg towards Xiaobai. If he dares to face her directly, he can overcome his weaknesses. As if striking a vulnerable spot, Xiaobai becomes shy, and the difficulty of this training course seems a bit high. Li Han says this is just a small test this time. Besides black stockings, she also has many other styles. The outcome of this special training will depend on your attitude, and the styles of stockings will change accordingly. Will Xiaobai dare to accept this challenge from Li Han as the difficulty gradually increases? Xiaobai quickly agrees. Everyone asked if they had heard any strange sounds, of course. Everyone had heard that strange noise coming from the director's office, right? Someone more attractive, and this sound actually resembles Sister Li Han even more. They couldn't find her anywhere after she left earlier. Maybe she's hiding in there. As everyone was talking, Li Han suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She looked a bit disheveled, and everyone asked worriedly how she was doing, why her clothes were so messy, and she was panting heavily. Did someone bully her, or should they call the police? Li Han suddenly became serious, asking everyone in the research room to listen carefully, to put aside their work and follow her, because Tubok now really needs everyone's help. Li Han explained that if everyone just participates in a special training course with her, Tubok will have a chance to overcome his weaknesses, and only when Tubok becomes stronger can the Spirit Hall stand firm. As long as her training is successful, everyone will be heroes of the Spirit Hall. Li Han declared that their Spirit Hall members could never be defeated by the woman of the Holy Light Templar, because the Spirit Hall is the strongest. In the room, after a tiring night of training, Xiaobai was exhausted. He really didn't expect these training points to be so difficult. Li Han's power is indeed formidable, so it's wise to keep a heart full of respect. The door opens and Li Han leads in a formidable army, seemingly having given Tubok enough rest, and this is the luxurious meal she prepared for him. Because of Tubok's poor performance last night, she decided to make this training course even more difficult. Tubok was stunned. Could she be planning to make everyone join this training? She's trying to kill him. So naive. Only a few people like this are allowed. You can't act without her permission. Hurry up! The crowd lines up at the door. This is a great opportunity for everyone to contribute to the celebration, so surely no one will miss it. The girls were surprised, never expected to meet Xiaobai this time, and to be able to help him through such a difficult training, a famous person like him not feeling ashamed. What would he be like if he knew? Each girl had her own thoughts, and just imagining it made them feel happy. Xiaobai started to panic. Could it be that she brought all the women from the research room here, right? Yes. Li Han turned back to warn everyone to follow her orders and not to act on their own. 3, 2, 1. The special training session begins. And so 3 days have passed continuously. Li Han is now exhausted. More than 3 days have gone by. She no longer has any spare socks left. Maybe now it's time for the research instead. Tubok stands there amidst thousands of pairs of socks as Li Han declares the special training session over. Perhaps now he has overcome his weakness. Little Bai thanks Li Han and now feels great. Little Bai has reached a whole new level. After overcoming his weakness, and with Li Han's support, Tutiobok finally crafted the body for the Holy Light Emperor Fi Fai. Fi Fi marveled, is this really a body made from gel silica? Tubok was very confident. Isn't it very exquisite? It is indeed very delicate, but Fi Fi hesitated a little. Do we really need to position her like that? It looks quite awkward. Tubok explains that it was just to test the functionality of the gel silica core, nothing serious. What the gel silica core can do and why he blushed so much, Fi Fi is confused. Tubok didn't say anything more. She would understand later. For now, she just needed to enter her new body first. Phi Phi quickly integrated her soul into the new body, which fit perfectly, and she was surprised, unbelievable. Silica's S technology was truly impressive. This is a 2-star feeling of freedom. It's truly miraculous. Tubok told her to move around first to adapt to the new body. Phi Phi also quickly practiced, her limbs very agile, just like her original body, and every detail was perfectly restored. Fifi praised that Xiaobai's skills were really not bad. Revealing everything about her situation in the police district was truly the right decision. Tubok thought it was just some basic techniques, and didn't need to look so surprised, as long as she felt satisfied. Phi Phi suddenly noticed a book at the top, which was the Silica Gel Maintenance Guide. After a quick read, Phi Phi started blushing when she realized how to maintain her body like this, which truly is a difficult task. Sensing something was off, she remembered her body had previously assumed that posture. Could it be that Tiobak had ever given her a major maintenance? So she looked straight at Xiaobai, thinking that if it really was like that, the consequences would be unimaginable. She is the Holy Light Emperor, representing purity. How could she do something like that after all the years she has protected her image? Wouldn't it all be ruined now? Tubak asked her why she was blushing like that. Is there something wrong? And lost in thought, Phi Phi suddenly realized that Tubak had been beside her for a while, and she nervously asked what he wanted to do with her. Tubak was speechless at Phi Phi's attitude. He was just sitting on the sofa after all. There was no need to react so excessively. That stance might just be a coincidence. Your nervousness really makes the Holy Light Emperor look bad. Phi Phi explained that she was just a bit excited, and it seemed that Xiaobai hadn't used his wings for her, but he was confident that he wouldn't overlook something important like that, and told Phi Phi to press the crystal on her chest. Fifi is confused about how the wings here can control the skin, folding so conveniently. Good job, Tubak. Your skills are indeed exceptional. If you've made Phi Phi's body so perfect, then it's time to fulfill their promise. And next, they will go to the Holy Light Crusaders to deal with the BIA. This isn't just about physical confrontation. It's about her risking everything, asking if he's truly prepared. Xiaobai stood up, ready, having prepared everything, and now he was fully prepared. Phi Phi praised. Truly, she was not mistaken about him. She thought that once everything was ready, she could call Xena and start the journey, but Tubok was still hesitating. They could depart now, but he wouldn't take the two of them along. Xena, the Holy Light Emperor, is the only one I've chosen. If I don't take you, who else would follow? Could there be someone stronger than you? Amodius walks in confidently, believing there's someone stronger than Phi Phi. Isn't that why she's here? Amodius is waiting to provoke Phi Phi. Isn't it said that the Holy Light Cross is all women, catching the fake innocent woman off guard? Amodius, I have my skills. Hearing that, Phi Phi became angry. Is she mocking me? Why can't she see that Amodius is stronger? Seeing her opponent get angry, Amadeus remained calm. She hadn't said anything yet. Does Phi Phi want to go out on a mission with her, or is she jealous? Jealous? Phi Phi feels guilty. Is she really jealous because of Xiaobai? Seeing someone staring at her intently, Xiaobai is confused. Even the Emperor must wonder if he has truly fallen in love. Furthermore, another spiritual being appears, and she says she can sense someone here in need of help. If she could bring Ling Lung along, she is sure she could be of some assistance. She probably doesn't have any special tricks to deal with the woman, so Tubok probably won't take her anywhere, she thought. Tubok decided to complete the team, making Phi Phi beside her as still as ice. Why am I being compared to those two? Again, why is it always like this? Am I really that worthless? I used to be the Holy Light Emperor, sought after by many. Now I am ignored. Like this. Is this just the impermanence of life? Tubok seemed to realize something and asked Phi Phi if something was wrong, but she quickly denied it. She definitely wouldn't be upset over that. She basically didn't care. He could take whoever he wanted. Xiaobai gently explained that she is the Holy Light Emperor of the Crusaders, and it would be truly cruel to make her kill her own people. He reassured her to let him gather the troops himself and wait for the true queen to appear, which would be the real respect for her. Understanding Tubok's subtlety, Phi Phi was moved to blush and realized that he was such a warm person. Unable to hold back, she embraced Tubok tightly, wanting to thank him deeply, but he thought thanking her now would be a bit too much. So, Phi Phi took the initiative to say she would wait for him and thank him when he returned, and hearing that, Tubok blushed. Amodius, frowning, said that Phi Phi was just an innocent pretender, and Lin Lung agreed with this view. After saying goodbye, the three of them, led by Phi Phi, headed to the Holy Light headquarters. Through the space door, they arrived at the Holy Cross Army. Looking at the scenery above, Xiaobai thought that the Holy Light headquarters wasn't too bad. He finally noticed Zaina's golden statue in the sky. He signaled to Atmos Earth to go down and greet everyone, and to also take the Zaina statue to be destroyed. Atmos Earth quickly obeyed. Amodius quickly descended, greeting the women of the Holy Light and introducing herself as the subordinate of the Master to pay her respects. The Holy Light's crossguards responded curtly, asking who she was and why she dared to enter the Cross Army, as if she had no regard for her life. Looking at her outfit, it's clear she's not a decent person either. The soldiers judge Amodius, and if she's sensible, she should leave quickly, or their master won't let her go unpunished. Amodius said that insulting her is fine because she's shameless, but since you also brought Little White, she won't let it go. Then she activated her combat mode, glaring with a strange energy. Do you really want to seek your own death? Suddenly, the soldiers also automatically knelt down. Why is that? Their bodies involuntarily dropping to their knees. But clearly kneeling before someone else, they didn't feel humiliated. In fact, they seemed very happy. So, what's going on? This is a feeling they've never experienced before, like a desire within them fully satisfied, pushed to the point of chaos. Amodius mockingly calls them a bunch of foolish girls. She only released a little bit of her power, and you all couldn't handle it. But this scene is very rare. It is considered a punishment for someone who disrespected her master. Amodius quickly turned to Xiao Bai and asked if apologizing like that was enough to satisfy him. Tubut from above said that he only asked her to go down and ask them. There was no need to go that far. He thinks that while taking the chance to do the main thing, seeing his comrades turned into something else in this world really makes people unhappy. Amadeus nodded obediently, pouting as she said she would leave immediately, secretly wondering why she had to be so aggressive with her. It was only because she had to stand up for him. Suddenly, Amadeus thought that Xiao Bai was so angry, probably because those barbarian soldiers over there were all just mediocre. He simply couldn't stand them. She might be able to unleash many powerful abilities, and this scene would definitely make Xiao Bai laugh. Xiao Bai thinks that Amadeus is curious about some things. Ling Lung agrees and asks if he needs her to advise him, but Xiao Bai quickly stops her, fearing she might follow the bad example. Lost in thought, a strange shadow appeared in front of Amadeus. Her infantry unit was in such a state it must be them, right? She dares to ambush the headquarters of the Holy Cross Army again, and she asked Amadeus what her true purpose is. She is the general of the Holy Cross Army, and the others. Amadeus didn't expect his prediction to be correct so quickly. Has she already appeared? She resumes fighting, and if she appeared on her own, she would definitely let Xiao Bai see a bit. The others are confused, so what does this mean, asking one thing and answering another? Amadeus explains that it's similar to her foot soldiers. All of them will fail against this ultimate move. Except for Xiao Bai, no one has been able to escape this technique yet. She unleashes a great power. Whoever is affected will be doomed. Only now do the Xia realize that this guy is using a spatial magic attack. By the time they realize it, it's already too late and they have suffered heavy blows, making her senses even more difficult to rely on. Amadeus feels triumphant. No matter who they are, as long as they are under her spell, they must bow before her and then sink into her joy. The deeper they fall, the harder it is to escape, and in the end, they will be exhausted and dead. Amadeus looked at the helpless Xia lying on the ground, realizing that her opponent was indeed formidable. The Exas are now exhausted, their faces pale and their breaths shallow. Amadeus turns around, thinking that once this mission is over, the Exas will be handed over to the young master, and she believes capturing them will surely make the young master very pleased. She looked up to the Kiai and firmly believed that sending her here to face the Crusaders was the right decision because, after all, no woman had ever escaped her grasp. Amadeus examined the statue and the chain, contemplating that both were crafted from precious gold, and destroying them felt somewhat regretful. At that moment, a sudden noise made her turn around, her eyes immediately scanning to see who was there. The sight before her made Amadeus stunned to see the Za standing up. Inside, she briefly wondered whether her magic or her body had become ineffective. But the flashing red light on the enemy's bodies quickly dispelled her worry, confirming that her magic was still working. Remembering previous times, she knew well that even powerful beings like the King Mac or Li Li Tu would lose their ability to act and consciousness when affected by her magic. However, in the face of the formidable attack from the enemies, Amadeus kept wondering why this time was an exception and what the opponent relied on to stand up again. Once more, she was surprised as the enemies suddenly disappeared from sight. But she quickly reacted when she sensed the attack coming from behind and considered it just trivial tricks not worth her attention. However, the Qiyi now unleashed the 3 supreme French techniques. A powerful punch crashes toward Ammonius, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. The force of the punch is so great that she loses her balance and is knocked to the ground, even flying back a significant distance. Despite the pain, she still tried to sit up, her mind constantly pondering the overwhelming power of this move. Just the gust of wind was enough to blow her away. Ammonius looked at the Exa and couldn't help but admit that they were truly terrifying, curious about why the opponent could still fight on despite being in such a state. At this moment, Xiaobachi suddenly appears and explains that it is due to instinct, as the Xia are fighting based on their instincts. He says that the XA rely entirely on muscle memory to fight, and even without consciousness, their fighting strength does not diminish. He advises Ammonius not to focus too much on the effects of her magic, but to concentrate solely on fighting, saying that even if she uses all her strength, she cannot be defeated. Hearing that, Ammonius replied that she understood and admitted she had been too concerned with trivial matters. Then, she straightened up, standing tall and confident, declaring that she was the great spirit commander of the corpse realm, and as long as she was determined to act, dealing with a few enemies was a simple matter. Xiaobai then handed Ammonius a small spinning top and told her to use it to attack the Exas. Ammonius took the top and moved toward the Exas. They rushed at each other, fighting fiercely. The Za threw a powerful punch, but Ammonius quickly dodged and remarked that the Za's strength was heavy, but her speed was even faster. Then, Ammonius swung the turntable up, declaring that the Exas should accept the gentle guidance of the great deity. She struck the turntable forcefully into the Exas's face. The sound of the turntable hitting echoed through the space, powerful as a thunderclap. The Exas scream in pain as they are struck by the spin, and seeing their reaction, Ammonius purses her lips, thinking that they are starting to tremble, even though they have lost consciousness. She will still feel the pleasure that the unconscious bring. Filled with excitement, Ammonius decides to make her opponents feel twice the pleasure. She immediately unleashes two consecutive techniques, Ngia Madeo Jiaoqi and Kung Fengbo Vutuk. Each of her strikes was powerful and precise, like an unrelenting storm pouring down on the enemies. Ammonius's inner strength was channeled into every attack, pressing hard against her opponents and leaving them little chance to fight back. The legs of the Sa gradually revealed heart-shaped marks, clear signs of the power from the technique Ammonius had used. Lin Lung immediately obeyed, turning her face away without hesitation. She secretly thought that although she really wanted to follow her master's orders, her curiosity had won, and she couldn't help but wonder what kind of technique the same style martial art truly was. Thinking she could secretly take a quick look without being noticed, she slightly tilted her head to observe. But as soon as she saw it, Lin Lung couldn't help but be so surprised that she covered her mouth with her hand to hold back her emotions. Her sinister eyes are fixed on the battle, secretly thinking that this situation is too exaggerated. The Exa are enduring the power of that technique, which leaves thousands of heart-shaped marks on their bodies, deepening the pain mixed with pleasure that Ammonius has inflicted on her opponent. Seeing this, Ammonius chuckled softly to herself, thinking that just a little more teasing was enough to break them. And she remarked that they still couldn't satisfy her, and that this was truly disappointing, as if their limits only extended this far. But Ammonius's gaze suddenly turned serious, as she sensed something unusual. Despite being overwhelmed, the EXA displayed a strength she never expected. Confusion is evident on Ammonius's face as she begins to wonder if these three kings are hiding their true power. From outside, the young Silver can't help but feel intrigued, noticing that Amadeus's breathing has changed, a sign that her unease is starting to take over. At this moment, the Za with radiant wings spreading wide slowly takes to the sky, loudly declaring their strength. They call themselves the General of the Xa, the rear guard of the Holy Light Crusaders, bearing the mission to protect the royal city. The Za declared that despite enduring attacks and insults from Amadeus, she would never retreat. She affirmed that protecting the imperial city was a sacred mission entrusted to her by the Holy Light Emperor, and it was her unwavering will to fulfill that mission that became her source of strength to keep fighting, no matter the challenges. Amadeus stood watching, secretly thinking that this time the Sa were not just relying on instinct, but had directly regained consciousness, their sense of mission so strong they could resist enchantment, making them even more unpredictable. Not wanting to let the situation drag on, Ammonius leapt up, her sharp eyes ready to deliver the decisive blow. She insists that if the Xesi can resist the enchantment, then Little White alone is enough to complete the mission. Amadeus decisively tells the Xei that the opponent should disappear. The Zaya also did not hesitate and was ready to face it. She declared that Xina was the one behind the Emperor's murder and that no matter the risk to her life, she would not let Amadeus touch the sacred statue. The two sides clashed.
each strike illuminating the space around them with blinding light as the surroundings trembled. Just as the battle reached its peak, Xiaobai suddenly charged in to stop both of them. He stands firmly, ordering them to stop and asserting that there's no need to risk everything like this. The others listen, wondering if they have misjudged him because this is a full-force attack in a state of calm. Despite her full power blossoming, Xiaobai easily held back while her 3 domineering strikes were considered the most formidable. Seeing the doubtful look in Jia's eyes, Xiaobai immediately glanced at her again. That action only made Jia more angry. She shouted loudly, asking who he was, why he was interfering, and what he wanted to do, asserting that she had no relation to him. Xiaobai remained calm, looking at Jia steadily. Then he said that General Sina was not the culprit. Tubat suddenly raised her hand high, her calm action startling the others into stepping back. Prepared, she quickly stopped her and asked what she was about to do. Tubok's eyes gazed into the distance, directed at Zena's statue chained by golden cords, affirming that Zena is not the culprit and does not deserve such shame, and he wants to prove Zena's innocence. Without warning, Xiaobai suddenly unleashes an immense power, which erupts like a fierce storm, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. The Exas couldn't hide their awe at the immense power of the little white, who only needed to wave his hand to unleash such destructive force. They wondered if, just aiming a little more precisely, the entire city might have been flattened. As the brilliant golden light begins to spread across the sky, the people stare in awe at the shimmering rays like tiny stars illuminating the heavens, leaving her stunned. In a crowded area nearby, the villagers all look up at the sky, murmurs spreading as everyone is amazed by the magical golden glow. Some wonder if that light is a miracle, while others insist that General Zena's statue has turned into gold dust. Standing amidst the shimmering golden light, the pink-haired girl gazes with a confused look and whispers that the feeling is strange, as if she can sense everything General Zena has experienced. The girl silently thought that this was everything Zena had endured, so it turns out Zena was not the sinner of the Holy Light Crusaders as everyone believed. Next to her, the blonde girl with a voice full of regret said that Zena had sacrificed so much, yet they kept thinking badly and blaming her. That is truly outrageous and unforgivable. Meanwhile, Coxa cast a suspicious look at the young noble and questioned him about what illusion magic he used to put them in this state. Her voice was full of disdain as she said that the young boy thought he could control public opinion this way. Hearing those words, Amadeus could no longer contain his anger and grabbed his whip. With a cold glare, she loudly demanded why Coxa dared to speak such disrespectful words to the young noble, and boldly declared that if Coxa dared to insult her again, she would give her a few slaps to teach her a lesson. Faced with Amadeus's threat, Coxa not only showed no fear, but also challenged him outright, telling him to go ahead and hit her because she was not afraid. Coxa's arrogant attitude only made Amadeus angrier. Just as the situation seemed about to escalate, the young noble spoke up calmly but with authority, asking both of them to stop this pointless quarrel. Instead of arguing, they should focus on understanding the real reason why Zena ended up in such a difficult situation. You tell Coxa to let go and try to feel. Immediately, Coxa felt as if she had been transported into a completely different world. In front of her, General Beers was sitting on Emperor Jack's lap with a playful expression as she asked whether he had already sent troops to reinforce the front line for Zena. Jack replied that as long as the rescue troops arrive, Zena can definitely inflict serious damage on Omdi's guards, and this time Beers has achieved a great feat. Beers straightened her posture and asked Jack if he felt that Zena's contributions and sacrifices were too great. But before he could respond, she quickly said to send the rescue troops back because Zena no longer had the ability to win. Jack hesitated, saying that Beers was a great minister and he couldn't afford to offend her, as offending her could lead to unpredictable consequences. But this time Beers used her charm to say that the Templar order belongs to Jack, not Zena. So there's no need to endure or tolerate Zena. She affirmed that Jack, as the ruler, is above all and doesn't need to heed anyone's feelings. With a seductive voice, Beers stepped closer and declared that she was here to help Jack reclaim his power from Zena, to restore everything to the rightful owner, so Jack could become a true king. Jack was captivated by her words and actions, gently caressing Beers' thigh as she continued to persuade him, sweetly saying that with her sincerity, Jack would surely not refuse. Finally, Jack licked his lips and agreed that she had done very well, affirming that he would not only accept, but also reward Beers generously. He declared that from now on he would do whatever she wanted. The Exas are now blushing and gasping for breath, feeling an overwhelming pressure inside that they can't release. Amadeus, seeing this, looked at Tubok with suspicion and asked loudly what exactly he had shown to Coxa that made her look more and more embarrassed.
Tiobak simply replied that it was just images of the emperor's daily life, but he didn't expect it would cause her such a strong reaction. Kazan kneeling on this round, images just seen flashing through her mind. She silently thought, I never expected the great emperor to be such a person. Could it be that those two conspired to harm Zaina? And if what I just witnessed is true, then that man Zaina is truly pitiful to be hung up like that. Thinking about this, a wave of guilt flooded her heart, and she questioned herself whether she had also become a sinner, now lacking the face-to-face the late emperor. Tiobak calmly and firmly told Kaksa that she had already seen what she needed to see, and whether to believe it or not was up to her. And your presence here is not only to show her those things and to confirm that first, but also to clear Zena's name. The second, as expected, is to settle the score with the mastermind behind everything, and that person is none other than Beers. Hearing this, Kasha silently thought that if Xiaobai truly aimed for Huang Tanti with his current strength, she basically couldn't stop him. But from Xiaobai's attitude, she also understood that he only wanted to target Beers alone. Tasha gently shook her head, saying that Xiaobai's search for Beers at this moment was indeed unreasonable, because Beers was currently commanding the army and participating in the front-line battles. Kasa admits that Beers is temporarily not returning, but Tiobak is not too worried and says there is still time, so they will wait outside Huangtan. He then turns to Amadeus and tells her to quickly find a resting place first, and she asks about the small forest, wondering if they can stop and fight Lin Lung there. Cao Sa quickly stopped him, surprising Xiaobai, and asked if she was planning to buy a house for them. She simply said she was just curious about the relationship between him and the Holy Cross Crusaders. So why was she acting like that? Xiaobai replied that this was a promise he made to a friend named Faifi, who also knows Cao Sha. Hearing that name, Cao Sha was a bit surprised and couldn't remember ever meeting that person. The scene shifts to a quiet house outside the city, and Xiaobai looks around, saying that although this place is just a corner of the suburbs, at least it's better than camping out in the open. Amodius, hearing this, says that although she claims she doesn't want to, she still finds a way to arrange a decent place for them to rest. Lin Lung seemed a bit regretful, wanting to experience what it was like for the three of them outside for a bit. Hearing that, Xiaobai said that he increasingly felt Lin Lung was more understanding, and Lin Lung hesitated before sharing that Amadeus had shown her some study materials. She shyly admitted that she still has a lot to learn and always tries her best, never daring to be lazy. Lin Lung looked at Xiaobai with a determined gaze and said that if he needed her, she was willing to sacrifice everything at any moment. Xiaobai just smiled softly, feeling that Lin Lung was truly innocent and pure. Outside, it was now night, with a clear moon and a gentle breeze. Xiaobai is soaking in the hot spring, feeling relaxed in the warm water. And even in this remote wilderness, the hot spring is a kind of pleasure not to be missed. The guards are secretly watching Xiaobai as the general protecting the Holy Light Cross Army's palace. She thinks observing their movements is not an unreasonable thing. She told herself she wasn't the type to peep, just doing her job, but suddenly she blushed shyly. At this moment, the muscular little wight enjoying the water made Jia Xia blush. She felt a bit shy and wondered in her mind if that was a man or not. With a muscular body and well-defined muscles, Xiaobai gently runs his hand through his hair, revealing his stunning physique. From above, the exes continuously gaze, their hearts filled with complex emotions, and she quietly thinks about how many years she has lived. But this is the first time witnessing such a scene. If she were to die now, she probably wouldn't feel regretful. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a spot on Tiobak's back where there was an unusual object, which she thought was an infinite symbol of gratitude and hidden knowledge. Kasha is captivated, feeling conflicted, thinking that perhaps the Emperor and the Shadow Emperor no longer exist. Yet, this thing appears on Xiaobai's body, unless he has some connection with those two. She remembered what Xiaobai had said earlier, that he and she shared a friend named Faifi, and she guessed that Faifi was the Heavenly Emperor. She shook her head, telling herself now was not the time to think about these things. She lay on the ground, thinking that the more important thing right now was watching the man bathe. Suddenly, Kak Sa raised her head, surprised by what she saw. They see Lin Lung secretly watching and wonder why she's acting like that. Aren't they allies? Why is she sneaking a look? Meanwhile, Lin Lung herself feels incredibly excited as she watches Xiaobai bathing. She told herself that she had learned a lot of knowledge, and now was the time to practice, to reinforce what she had learned. Lin Lung continued to think she needed to find a reasonable reason to approach Tiobak, a reason he couldn't refuse. She imagines herself having the chance to be with Xiaobai during the hot bath, picturing a romantic scene of the two of them making love in the warm water. Lin Lung slowly approaches Xiaobai, walking carefully, telling herself that opportunities only come to those who are prepared. The onlookers saw Lian Lung approaching Xiaobai and couldn't help but feel angry, thinking she was shameless to approach that man with such an intention. Lian Lung remained undeterred, with only one thought in her mind: to muster all her courage and express herself. Then everything will flow smoothly like a river. Recalling Amodius's advice never to miss an opportunity when prepared, Lian Lung asked, pretending to be surprised as if she had just happened to meet Xiaobai here. Little White was a bit surprised and then asked why Lian Lung came here. Lian Lung explained that she was out for a walk, heard the sound of water, and came to check it out, all with no intention of spying on Little White. Xiaobai smiled and said that Lian Lung's lying skills had reached a new level. Lian Lung bent down and whispered that there is a disadvantage to bathing alone that Xiaobai might not have realized.
Tiểu Bạch Tổ mở hỏi là gì và Lian Lung dập rằng do là không thể tự tắm sạch phân luận của mình. Lian Lung dễ nghĩ Tiểu Bạch dễ cố kỳ lung dục, mặc dù cố về yếu ớt những lục tay của cổ ta lại rất mạnh, chắc chắn sẽ khiến Tiểu Bạch cảm thấy thoải mái.
Lian Lung confidently believed that Tiobak would not refuse and quietly put on her gloves. Tiobak, although secretly wondering what Lian Lung's intention was since no one would walk around with a towel like that, still responded that if she was so prepared, she wouldn't want to trouble Lian Lung. At this moment, a gentle breeze blows outside, making the atmosphere even more relaxing. Lian Lung said she was starting now, and Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, asking her to apply a little more force. Lian Lung gently caressed Xiaobai's back, who looked satisfied, and asked her to apply more force. Lian Lung didn't hesitate and increased her strength as Xiaobai requested. Xiaobai, who seemed unwilling to stop, kept asking for more intensity. Lian Lung smiled and said, as long as Xiaobai felt comfortable, she would definitely satisfy him. While Lian Lung's hands continued their work, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could it be that just a little more, and they might take a step further? From afar, Kak Sha watched Lian Lung massaging Tiobak's back and couldn't help but think to themselves that she was truly cunning. The onlookers felt uncomfortable because she dared to use the back massage as a way to approach the men, even with a towel barrier, but Lian Lung was still very close to those firm muscles. What they secretly envied, she thought to herself, was that she had never touched a man's body before, and she was even more curious about what it would feel like to press her hands on those muscles. When the back massage was finished, Xiaobai happily said that it had been a long time since he felt so comfortable, and he thanked her, and Lian Lung shyly replied that it was only her duty. But then she hesitated before adding that she had worked hard to give him the massage and wanted to make a small request in return. Xiaobai agreed immediately, saying that as long as he could do it, he would definitely help. Lian Lung softly said that she had broken a little sweat while massaging Xiaobai's back earlier, so now she wanted to take a shower again. She shyly asked if Xiaobai could help her with back massage. In his mind, Xiaobai had already guessed this would happen, but still smiled and replied that if Lian Lung helped him with his back, it would be only fair that he help her in return. Lian Lung was slightly surprised, but secretly thought that the lessons from Ad Modest's videos had finally paid off. Then she slowly smiled and took off her outer clothes, placing them neatly on the ground. The gentle splashing of water as she steps into the pool, Lian Lung turns her head back and asks if she's ready and whether Tiobak is prepared. Xiaobai nodded softly and said that Lian Lung should take off her clothes for convenience. Lian Lung blushed but still acted reasonable and said that removing her back brace naturally required taking off her clothes to be comfortable. She shyly began to remove her clothes layer by layer, starting with the outer garment to reveal her jade-like, healthy shoulders. From a distance, she saw Lian Lung had already undressed, her heart boiling with anger, wondering whether she should do something to stop her and catch up. But before she could act, she suddenly sensed a familiar breath. Lian Lung slightly furrowed her brows and quietly said that this was indeed Amadeus's breath. Xiaobai, standing in the water, could only sigh inwardly, thinking that everyone has come together, and perhaps they could all gather for a game of poker. You just wanted a quiet bath, but even that isn't peaceful. From the shadows, Amadeus appeared with a deep, calm voice, but full of curiosity, as he searched for Xiaobai and Lian Lung in the bedroom and unexpectedly found both of them here. Amadeus teased, saying that at midnight they would bathe together under the moonlight. So are the two of them planning to hide from here to enjoy a private bath? Then she half-jokingly, half-seriously said that even if she is a demon, she still knows how to be jealous. Tiobak reluctantly reassures her, gently saying that she shouldn't be angry, because after the bath he planned to find her. But now that she's here, it's easier to just bathe together. Amadeus sneers and replies that she's not forcing Tiobak. Since he voluntarily invited her, she won't refuse. Amadeus remembered how she felt extremely uncomfortable when Xiaobai protected the woman of the Cross Army during the day and emphasized that he must compensate her. Xiaobai agreed and asked how she wanted to be compensated. Amadeus shook her head gently, saying that Tubok had misunderstood her meaning, and Tubok asked if she didn't want him to sign their backs at the same time. Lianlung immediately responded with a chuckle, saying that a little heat might make it even more interesting. Amadeus's sharp eyes flashed with a serious look. She had no opinion on the shared bath, but the latching onto her back was a different matter. This is not just about supporting her physically, but about soothing her wounded spirit. Amadeus continued with a slightly cold tone, saying that not only does Xiaobai need to sign her back, but he must also do a full body massage to satisfy her and make her less angry. Xiaobai just chuckled softly and said that it truly was very much her style. Lianlung, standing nearby, felt a surge of surprise and secretly wondered if this matter also involved her. Tubot turned to emphasize that signing their backs was just a task, so might as well do it all at once. With his strength, it's not a problem. Amadeus nodded in agreement with a teasing tone, saying that he truly understood her, and the harder he pressed, the more satisfied she would be. Lianlung glanced at Amadeus, secretly thinking that this woman was indeed too clever. With just a few words, Tubok had completely agreed, making her feel she still had much to learn. Amadeus urged Tubok to start immediately, and Lianlung didn't hesitate either. She was very chi-dai. Just as Xiaobai was about to act, a loud voice shouted for him to stop, as Casa would not allow Amadeus and Lianlung to do such things. The two women turned around with furious eyes, and Amadeus casually asked if Casa had lost her mind to dare ruin their plans. Lianlung also harshly criticized that Caxa's actions were too outrageous, but Caxa refused, boldly saying that doing such things within the territory of the Holy Light Crusaders was truly despicable. However, she immediately changed her tone, saying she would pretend not to see anything but only if they let her join in. Amadeus sneered and mocked Caxa for changing her attitude faster than flipping a book, while Lianlung nodded in agreement and didn't forget to sneer. Amadeus recalled what happened yesterday when she deliberately provoked Caxa, suggesting that those words might have awakened the hidden fire within her, causing her to lose control and quickly run toward them, with a resolute tone saying that if Tubok dares to refuse, she will take back the house so that everyone will be left with no choice but to live on the streets. Xiaobai sighed and asked if she was threatening him, but Casa was completely fearless, confidently replying that she didn't care much. No matter what happens today, she must have him. Xiaobai felt awkward, and using their home to threaten really put him in a difficult position. He turned to ask for Amadeus and Lianlung's opinion. Amadeus shrugged and said she didn't mind sharing a bath, especially since she didn't want to sleep on the street. Lianlung reluctantly agreed and said she would help if Caxa needed assistance. Xiaobai turned to look at Kasha and asked if she had heard clearly. Kasha blushed shyly but couldn't hide her excitement. She muttered to herself that they agreed without hesitation and truly didn't see her as an outsider. At this moment, the three women were already dressed, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked toward Xiaobai. Caxa quietly thought that reason was telling her this was wrong, but her heart and body obediently sat here waiting for Tubok to embrace her. And then that moment arrived as Tubok placed his hand on her back, a gentle motion, but one that felt completely different. Caxa softly whispered, with a satisfied expression, that this feeling is unbearable, and wondered if this is the sensation women have always longed for when being embraced by a man. Xiaobai let out a long breath, like a gentle flame spreading across his chest. He quietly whispered that he would unleash his full power before starting. His strength is very powerful, so he advises all three to endure a little to avoid pain. Then, Xiaobai begins his work, using his strength to sign Amadeus's back. Amadeus could feel every movement of Tubok's large hand, and this sensation was so extraordinary that it kept lingering in her mind. The coordination between Teobok's hand and Chekhun brought her a comfort she had never experienced before. Then Xiaobai moved on to Linglung, carefully massaging her back so his hand glided lightly over her soft skin and lips. When it was her turn to cut away, Xiaobai applied more force than before, and the cutting sensation not only affected her body but also touched her soul. Despite the pain, she couldn't deny the pleasure rising within her. It was gradually dawn, and Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes to a scene that left him stunned. The three girls were sleeping soundly, each only wrapped in a thin piece of cloth. His gaze swept over each of them. First Linlung with her graceful body and gentle face in sleep, then Amadeus lying in the middle with a face full of satisfaction. Finally, a wide shot reveals her usual toughness replaced by softness in deep sleep, leaving you confused about what you did last night. The faint memories begin to resurface in his mind. He remembers that after he finished with them, Amadeus said it felt really comfortable. Her body became softer, and she admitted that this experience would stay deep in her memory forever. Linlung also agreed that she could never forget that feeling for the rest of her life. Amodius turned to ask Kat Iksa to repeat that last night she was beaten many times, which surely left an impact, making her feel like it was not enough. Katagite nodded, admitting that maybe everything was a bit excessive, but the feeling of being whipped was truly amazing. She continued saying that if they could take one more step, she wouldn't have any objections. Amodius smiled with a mischievous glint in her eyes and said that in that case, they would do their best to satisfy Kat Iksa, considering it as a debut gift. Amadeus confidently states that this is her ultimate art. Xiaobai, still looking confused, asks Kat Sha what exactly she is referring to after saying they did a lot last night. Kat Sha gently blushed and replied that Tiobak should stop pretending to be naive. She lowered her head hesitantly and then said that she was talking about something only possible when two people truly understand each other. Kat Sha emphasized that it's not something normal, it's something only married couples can do together. Her eyes, both shy and reproachful, asked Tiobak if he had completely forgotten everything from last night, and if he was planning to avoid taking responsibility. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai gently raised his eyebrows and replied that Kaisa had completely misunderstood. He clearly stated that what happened last night was not initiated by him, but Kaisa was the one who forced him. If that was the case, then the one who should take responsibility is not him, but her. Tiobak continued explaining that last night, because Kat Jia was extremely weak, he basically couldn't resist. Kat Jia, confused and unable to believe what she just heard, began to reflect on her actions and wondered if she had become the kind of woman who just goes along with others, like Beat. A wave of doubt and self-blame rose within Kat Xa, thinking she had committed an unforgivable violation. Even she felt unworthy of the purity of the Holy Cross. Army, and these thoughts made her feel guilty and unable to forgive her own actions. A sense of responsibility began to rise within Kat Xa, and she realized she had to take responsibility for Tiobak to make amends for what she had done. She gently told Tiobak to come closer, saying there were some things she needed to say, and her words made Tiobak feel anxious, unsure of what she would say next. Katsa pulls Tiobak's hand and urgently asks him to follow her quickly because time is running out. Tiobak, surprised, asks where she is taking him while Linglung and Amadeus are still asleep, but Katsa only tells him not to ask too many questions and to just follow her, and everything will be clear. She emphasized that they needed to seize the moment, but before Linglung and Amadeus woke up, they had to finish the task quickly. Xiaobai suspiciously asked Kat Xia why she had to hide from Linglung and Amodius to do this. Kat Xia looked at you with a suggestive gaze and said she wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made. Her eyes became more alluring, and she gently said that since she took the initiative last time, this time she would let Tiobak take the lead, as if to reconcile the two of you. She urged him to seize the moment and promised she wouldn't resist. Xiaobai looked at Kat Xia with a cunning expression. If she wanted to make peace with him, things wouldn't be that easy. Kat Xia blushed shyly and said, "Isn't it true that it was Tiobak who suggested it first?" Tiobak emphasized that just thinking about what she did last night would stay with him forever, and he wanted her to remember that always. Kat Xia immediately interrupted and told Tiobak to stop talking. She had no intention of arguing, then suddenly leaned in and kissed him, catching Tiobak off guard. He was surprised and said that this was completely different from what Kat Xa had said before. She just smiled and explained that she was in a hazy state last night, so this time she wanted to experience it more clearly. The thin cloth on Kat Xa's body has now been removed. The morning passed in fresh air, and at this moment, Lin Lung has woken up. She wondered where Xiaobai and Kat Xia had gone and whether they were in any danger. This thought made her want to stand up and look for them. However, Amodius woke up after her, and Lian told Lin Lung not to worry too much, because no one could hurt Tiobak. Amodius continued to advise Lin Lung that Tiobak also needed some privacy, and it was best not to disturb him, suggesting they both stay here and wait. Everything would be fine. The weather is clear, butterflies fluttering and landing on flowers and leaves. Katsa lies exhausted, his mind empty, not wanting to do anything. She thought she was sick, and this empty feeling might be a residual effect of love. Tiobak said it's called the time of the sage, which surprised Kaksa. He explained that this empty feeling is the brain's response after an event. When the body relaxes, desires and pursuits fade away, and the mind reaches a state of non-self, like the sage Tai Ren. Kaksa was amazed and said that Xiaobai was truly impressive because he seemed to know everything, and she thought she needed to learn a lot from him. Xiaobai simply replied that with more practical experience, she would understand. Sa recalls the previous scenes and affirms that if she has entered the state of a sage, it proves she is very compatible with Xiaobai. She says everything feels like a dream or illusion and expresses her absolute satisfaction with him. Sa confessed that just touching Xiaobai's muscles, she could feel a surge of happiness rising from deep within her. Sa assures you she is not lying to deceive you, and if you don't believe her, she will prove it. Saying that, Sa places her hand on Xiaobai's firm muscles. Immediately, Kaksa's whole body felt as if an electric current was passing through her, and the sensation of pleasure almost drove her crazy. Tubok was surprised to see this reaction, even though he had experienced a similar situation before, but this time the feeling was completely different. Kaksa wobble and kneel, catching her breath. She asks Tubok if he saw clearly, affirming she didn't lie to him and that this miracle truly happened. She said that this proves they are destined to be together, arranged by fate. Kaksa shyly and hesitantly said that from now on she will be Tubok's woman and promised to do her best to treat him well. Tubok listened and was surprised, his eyes wide with amazement. Could it be that everything was related to the glow on his chest? At the Spirit Palace in Xiaobai's mansion, Fai Fi is lying on the sofa, staring at the TV screen, which shows a couple exchanging sweet words, affirming they cannot live without each other. Fifi quietly thought to herself that the man in the movie was really lacking charm, not having a single bit of the aura that Tubok always had, direct, straightforward, precise, every afternoon, giving off an unbeatable, refreshing feeling. Just then, a red-haired girl hurriedly ran in, looking at Fai Fi's calm expression. She couldn't help but worry and quickly asked why, even though Xiaobai was in a dangerous and distant world, he still remained so composed. She mentioned that the three of them were facing formidable enemies like Beers and the Holy Cross Army, wondering if Xiaobai was truly safe from any danger. Fai Fi calmly replied that there is no need to worry and advised the red-haired girl to relax and enjoy life, because Beers, although cunning, could never be a match for Xiaobai, even if the Holy Cross Army was large. And no matter how powerful it is, it can't trouble him because Fai Fi secretly gave Xiaobai a small gift, a special ability that allows him to control the weather and face any challenge with ease. The red-haired girl quickly asked what kind of power that was. Fai Fi slowly explained that all members of the Holy Light Templar are manifestations of her energy, completely independent and under her control. Fai Fi relaxed on the sofa, explaining that Tubok's safety was due to her genuine goodwill towards him, a feeling that unconsciously influenced others and created a powerful effect, and that Tubok also carried her core energy of gratitude, making this influence even stronger. Fai Fi calmly said that this kind of influence is not just limited to the initial feeling. Just one touch is enough to activate its full effect. With deeper contact, the effect is amplified, and anyone involved will be caught in an inescapable whirl of emotions. She gently told the red-haired girl that instead of worrying about Xiaobai, she should be more concerned about the soldiers of the Crusader army. After a night at the hot spring outside the city, Xiaobai and his group returned to their residence to rest. Katza's wall soldiers also returned and began to rest after exhausting too much energy. Although she tried to relax, her mind was still immersed in yesterday's scene, as if trapped in a dream she couldn't wake up from. In the misty rain, Katsa kept calling Tubok's name, wondering if her actions were too bold. In her dream, Tubok replied that this was nothing compared to the many greater dangers waiting ahead, and Katsa could only scold her for being so reckless. Thinking of this, she felt so happy she was trembling. Katsa immediately ordered her subordinates to go to Tubok's residence. A pink-haired girl brings breakfast to the door and announces she is here to care for the meal and sleep for the three of them under the orders of General Katsa, with breakfast provided by the Templar army. Xiaobai opens the door, thanks Katsa for her thoughtfulness, and accepts the food, while the pink-haired girl says there's no need to be polite because it's her duty. As she was handing over the items, the pink-haired girl's hand accidentally brushed against Xiaobai's, and instantly she felt her body go numb as if she could no longer control herself. Her legs grew weak and almost uncontrollable, on the verge of collapsing. She wondered why a light touch could cause such a reaction, feeling ashamed and unable to face anyone. Tubok quickly asked if she was okay and if he should check her health, but the pink-haired girl immediately stammered that she had something important to do and hurriedly left, leaving Tubok standing there pondering. He thought to himself that there must be something wrong with the way he was dressed and prepared. Not long after, a knock on the door piqued Xiaobai's curiosity, wondering who it was.
Tiểu Bắc mở cửa va lan này. Một nhóm y tá của Thanh Quang Thập Tự Quản xuất hiện. Họ nói rằng cần kiểm tra toàn diện cho cậu và yêu cầu coi áo dễ kiểm tra. Mọi người gieo tố về nguồn mộ cậu.
Tubok was a bit surprised, thinking that his sister had just left with the food when the nurses arrived. Something was off, but he still cooperated calmly, even curious about what they wanted to do since they couldn't really hurt him anyway. As Xiaobai took off his shirt for the checkup, one of the nurses couldn't hide her surprise at his well-defined, perfect physique, almost losing control as a nosebleed involuntarily started. and she couldn't resist the urge to touch him. Sensing the strange reactions from the nurses, Xiaobai decided to seize this opportunity to test the hidden effects of the Guangqi Tu. While a nurse was checking, he calmly said that if this was a general examination, it should be more comprehensive. He gently took her hand, placed it on his chest, and told her that his heart was beating fast and needed a thorough check. The moment her hand touches Xiaobai's skin, an overwhelming wave of emotion floods over her, and she immediately feels dizzy, unable to stand steady. The other two nurses hurried over, their eyes full of suspicion, even questioning Xiaobai about what he did to make their colleague like this. However, the nurse who just knelt down immediately shouted, telling them not to speak to Xiaobai with that attitude, insisting that she was fine. On the contrary, she felt a strange sense of comfort, as if she never wanted to leave him. As the nurse knelt on the ground with eyes full of admiration, she softly whispered that Xiaobai was truly extraordinary, his body like a precious treasure. Just a light touch was enough to make her entire body go numb with disbelief. Overwhelmed by excitement, she turned to the others and said that if they didn't believe it, they should try feeling it themselves. The three remaining nurses looked at each other with suspicion. They had never been so close to a man's body like this, but they also couldn't believe that a single touch could produce such a powerful effect, and then all three decided to try it together. Buyback calmly smiled and said that if they were curious, they should check for themselves. His words were like a call to action, and the three hesitant hands simultaneously reached out to his body, unable to resist. When all three hands touched Xiaobai's skin, an immediate strange sensation flooded through their bodies. The short-haired nurse felt so overwhelmed with pleasure that she could no longer stand. The second nurse was equally excited, her eyes shining as if she had found the most precious thing in life. While the third nurse seemed lost in a dreamlike trance, her body limp and her mind completely immersed in a hazy state. In their minds, a divine policeman appeared, surrounded by endless sea of clouds and shimmering lights like precious gems, and they thought they were dreaming. The unfortunate nurse said she never expected such beautiful scenery at the world, feeling like she had wasted half her life. The long-haired nurse agreed and said that if this is a dream, she really doesn't want to wake up now. At this moment, a huge dragon suddenly appeared. The short-haired nurse was the first to climb onto the dragon's back, feeling its majestic power and ferocity. The long-haired nurse quickly followed, her heart pounding in sync with the dragon's rhythm. The third person, though hesitant for a moment, finally couldn't resist and climbed onto the dragon's back, feeling an unprecedented thrill. The dragon turned its head, its voice echoing like thunder, asking if they wanted to take a stroll through the winds of the heavenly realm. The long-haired nurse was extremely surprised to hear that. As the dragon sped away at an incredible speed, they felt a powerful surge of energy and the scenery changing rapidly, leaving them breathless. They enjoyed the formidable aura of the dragon and felt sensations of pleasure they had never experienced before in that moment. The three of them seemed to forget reality, wishing time would stop so they could forever hold on to this incredible feeling. When reality returns, the three realize they are still kneeling beside Little White, their eyes filled with awe. Little White realizes that this is the effect of the fourfold gratitude, but its power is too overwhelming. He secretly thought that if this situation continued, the Holy Light Templar would collapse without even fighting. After this test, subtle changes began to occur within the Holy Light Templar, and the members of the squad wondered if what they experienced that miraculous day had been shared with everyone in the army. Every 10 passes become 100, and soon the entire complete city knows about Xiaobai's hidden power. A power that makes them want to stop, but can't. To experience the beautiful feeling of this rumor, everyone in Huantan headed to Xiaobai's residence. Two maids approached and introduced themselves as the most beloved maids from a famous maid shop in Huantan. They said they would now be responsible for taking care of Xiaobai's meals and hiding him, and asked for his help. Immediately after, two close guards approached and introduced themselves as the elite guards of the Holy Cross Army, saying their duty was to ensure Xiaobai's safety. Next to her, Amadeus sat beside Ling Lung and asked if being with Xiaobai made him as crazy as those others, but Ling Lung replied no. She explained that being with Little Bai is really fun, but only at the final stage do things turn crazy, and it's a step-by-step process. Amadeus then said that the members of the Holy Cross Army are not like them. She remarked that just touching Xiaobai was enough to make them go crazy on the spot. Amadeus commented that everyone in the Holy Light Templar acts like madmen. Everyone seems eager to compete for Xiaobai with them. She thinks their physical sensitivity is truly astonishing. Soon after, the entire Holy Light Crusaders were stunned by Xiaobai's power. The Holy Light Crusaders' own efforts were not in vain. Meanwhile, on the distant front line, General Base's troops remained completely unaware of the events unfolding behind them. At this moment, a female guard hurriedly ran into the camp to report that the envoy of the Imperial Guard Amadeus had arrived. Upon hearing this, Bise immediately ordered them to allow entry. Not long after, footsteps echoed from outside. Chief Lackey appears with a dignified demeanor and a cold voice, remarking that it's rare to find someone so calm during breakfast when meeting him, and he considers Bees the first to dare do so. He continued to emphasize that a woman capable of killing a king to rebel and seize power could not be an ordinary person. In response to this insinuating remark, Bees calmly replied, asserting that it was actually Xena who killed the king, and she was simply carrying out her duty in a dire situation. Lackey dismissively brushed off her explanation, saying that for him, the outcome made no difference. This caused Bees to fall silent for a moment before he continued to ask her to be direct about her purpose, without beating around the bush. Bees maintained a calm demeanor, appreciated his straightforwardness, and began to explain her purpose, saying she invited him to discuss a cooperation plan. Hearing the word cooperation, Lackey looked slightly surprised but remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Bees emphasized that the Holy Light Crusaders and the Shadow Emperor's Guard had been fighting for many years without any results. She explained that since both the Holy Light Emperor and the Shadow Emperor had passed away, there was no longer a valid reason for either side to continue this conflict. She proposed that if the two factions united into a single army, there would be no power left in the world capable of opposing them. Lackey silently pondered for a moment before stating that her idea was admirable, but unfortunately, it could not be realized. Hearing that, Bees couldn't hide her curiosity and wondered whether he still wanted to remain loyal to someone who was no longer alive. In response to this question, Commander Lackey replied calmly that the Dark Emperor is actually still alive. All the soldiers of Bees were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. She slammed her hand down on the table. Her sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Lackey's soul, and she said this joke couldn't be taken lightly. He continued with a calm expression, explaining that they had detected a signal coming from a distant dimension. They sent someone to investigate, but that person returned as a cold, lifeless body. Lackey slowly continued, his voice deepening, saying that on that corpse they found two familiar energies, the infinite shadow and the radiant light. These words made Bess even more anxious, as she asked with suspicion whether he meant that not only the Dark Emperor, but also the Holy Light Emperor were still alive. The elder nodded slightly and replied that it was not certain, but at least it could be confirmed that the two core dark divine orbs still existed. Lackey looked directly at Bees and emphasized that if this issue was not resolved, their cooperation would be impossible to reveal, causing Bees to fall silent for a moment. Outside the window, the clear sky stretched beneath the thick canopy of trees. After a moment of contemplation, Bees spoke, saying that although these things were hard to believe, she understood the intentions of the Grand Elder. If they go to the other world together and eliminate the threat, she wants to know if Lackey is willing to cooperate with her or not. He responds. The Grand Elder affirms that he would never betray his loyalty to the Shadow Emperor, even in thought, and this statement makes Beast laugh, thinking he truly knows how to joke. She continued, pointing out that the secretive Viquan army has been quietly gathering forces, but their target isn't necessarily up her side. Lackey was slightly surprised why Bees knew their arrangements, but Beast just shrugged and frankly admitted that hiring a few Viquan as spies for herself was never difficult. Bees shifted the subject, his sharp gaze fixed on Lackey, asking directly if his long-standing preparations to go to the other dimension and personally deal with those two threats were also for the Emperor's sake. At this point, the Grand Elder interrupted, saying he only went to reclaim the Infinite Shadow, which rightfully belonged to the Imperial Guard, and he didn't want to get involved further, so he stood up and prepared to leave. Bees gently smirks, a cunning smile on her face, and eyes full of hidden meaning. Before Lackey leaves the room, she softly asks why someone as talented as him has to work so hard for a dead man. She continued to affirm that living forever in the past is meaningless because people must look forward. Beast's final words made Lackey stiffen and then turn around, her sharp eyes staring directly at her. Seizing the opportunity, Bees continued to say that she and he are actually alike, both possessing exceptional talent, and that people like them must live for themselves, not for anyone else. She emphasized that if they could obtain the Shadow Core, the entire world would be in their hands. Bees spread her legs wide, in a pose both seductive and daring, then tilted her head slightly, her voice full of enchantment as she said that if he agreed to her terms, they could sign a pact right here, a forever agreement that would never be betrayed. Lackey raised an eyebrow slightly, asking skeptically how she intended to sign, and Bees, her eyes sparkling with mischief, chuckled softly, saying surely he understood her hint. Bees boldly said that, of course, she would use her body to sign the agreement. Her daring words made Lackey flinch for a moment, then a smile flickered on his aged face, and his eyes lit up as he replied that that method was indeed not bad. At that moment, the clothes on Elder Lackey's body had been torn apart. Outside, the sky was peaceful, with a gentle breeze and a bright moon. Beast, lying satisfied on the bed with a look of contentment, softly sighs and comments that it's no wonder she is the leader of the Imperial Guard, her sword still sharp, earning admiration. She chuckled softly and continued, believing that the partnership ritual between them was complete. The elder turned away, waving his hand to signal he no longer wanted to hear any more flattery, and said he would come to see her again tomorrow. Bees chuckled to herself, thinking that his greed had endured a long battle all day and still wasn't satisfied. But the elder didn't appreciate her teasing and was angered, feeling her words were foolish. He just wanted to say that they need to prepare to leave immediately and cannot delay any longer. His words clearly indicate that they must go to another sacred place to eliminate the danger they are facing. Transitioning to the fairy palace at Dracula's residence, a quiet and mystical space. Dracula, now lying on the bed, her face showing exhaustion and a lack of joy, said that just a few days after the little silver left, she already felt life was missing its meaning, unable to enjoy food or sleep peacefully. Even lying still on the bed brought no interest.
Vợ Việt nghe vậy bỗng lên tiếng một cách lo ngại, cho rằng tính trạng của Dracula không phải là dấu hiệu tốt tuy nhiên.
Dracula ignored Voviet's words and shouted out, full of irritation, asking what she was talking about and why she was so agitated. Voviet continued to express her doubts, asking if Dracula might be pregnant with Tubok's child. Her words made Dracula hesitate for a moment, but then she burst out laughing, thinking to herself that she was truly pregnant with the Silver's child. A feeling of happiness floods her heart as she thinks that finally, she and Tubok have a love that bears fruit, which she believes was predestined by fate. Dracula feels joyful, sitting contentedly on the bed and dreaming of the future. She imagines Xiao Bai returning, and then they will hold a grand wedding and start a new life full of happiness. Dracula dreams of a romantic honeymoon by the sea, and then a simple, joyful life with little Silver and little Silver, a happy family. She smiles, telling herself that the greatest joys in life are just like this, and she promises to have many children for little Silver so they can enjoy a full and fulfilling life together. Voviet stood beside him, unable to help but marvel at Dracula's blindness in love, but he said nothing. Suddenly, a powerful earthquake struck, leaving both of them in the room bewildered. Dracula, with his sensitivity, realizes that this is not just a simple earthquake, but the appearance of a powerful energy source. The sky outside the window darkens, and many flashes of light begin to appear. Powerful beams of light shoot straight down to the ground, causing the surrounding rocks to fly up and creating flashes of light against the dark sky. The earth is tinged with a strange hue, reflecting an incredibly powerful energy. At this moment, the elder Lucky appears, stepping in with a determined look and a cold but confident voice saying that the primordial anomaly has finally appeared. The trace of the shadow core has emerged here, and General Beer, standing nearby, looks around and comments that this place seems normal. She continued speaking, but with such a vast area, finding the two stones would not be easy at all. Just then, Bordobon, the Imperial Guard, appeared and confidently declared that he would take on the task of locating the Dark Twin Core because he could sense this special energy source. General Beers looked at Bordobon's confidence with surprise and admiration, commenting that the Imperial Guards truly are hidden talents and formidable opponents. Bordobon confidently stated that no matter how vast this area is, he can easily determine the location of the Shadow Twin Orbs. He begins to restore his mental wave power to comprehensively search, dispersing it throughout the surrounding space. The two energy sources from the Dark Twin Orbs quickly spread out, scanning every corner of the area, searching for any traces or noise that might indicate their hiding place. However, after a while, Bordobon looked surprised, his face becoming eager as he said, "It was impossible. I couldn't find anything. There are no traces of the Shadow Core here, no signs of them at all." Tuong Quan Beers stood nearby, his eyes cold, and immediately remarked that they must have some special concealment tactics, which is why finding them has become so difficult. Bordobon, although confused, quickly regained his composure and admitted that if that's the case, they will have a harder time solving the problem. Hearing that, Tuong Quan Beers remained calm and then spoke with a tone full of patience and determination, saying that if that was the case, they just needed to wipe out all of humanity in this dimension, and the problem would be automatically solved. Kanquang City, once a mighty city of the Kisi nation, now lies in a sea of flames, a scene of devastation beyond imagination. The air is filled with the screams of the people, cries for help echoing through the streets. From above, thousands of shining fairies descend rapidly, causing massive explosions and unleashing a terrifying disaster. The enemies in black outfits with arrogant smiles keep attacking, unleashing their power on the weak people below, claiming that the locals are too fragile. This battle is much easier than those against the Templar Knights,
and if it continues like this, everyone will be wiped out soon. Amidst the brutal scene, a furious scream breaks the silence of the space. Lily, too, leading the city's defense force, looks at the enemies and shouts that they have no right to treat the Holy Light City as a place for free destruction. Without hesitation, Lily, too, charges into the enemy ranks, each strike targeting them with fierce and precise waves. She stands tall on the battlefield, unafraid of the overwhelming power of her foes. With a powerful sword strike, Lily, too, made the enemies fly back and retreat temporarily, terrified by her strength. She knelt down, holding her sword in front of her, her unwavering determination unshakable. As she looked around and saw the heartbreaking scene of innocent people, a fiery rage ignited in Lily, too's heart. She vowed that those responsible for this pain would not escape punishment. Determined to avenge those who had fallen, she raised her arms and prayed with all her heart, calling out Than Guang, begging for his aid, hoping that a miracle would happen to save the people of the city. Suddenly, a miraculous light from the divine light radiated out, surprising everyone around. They didn't understand what this light was, but the soothing sensation it brought was truly strange. The wounds on their bodies that previously hurt and bled now healed completely, with no pain at all. As soon as this miracle happened, Tuyen appeared, looking at Lily Tu and saying that not only was Lily Tu's combat ability extraordinary, but her healing skills were also truly remarkable. She then continued questioning whether Lily Tu had a part in the death of the bodyguard Van Vu. Lily Tu, hearing that, her eyes sharpened with fury as she questioned if Tuyen was the leader of that group, warning her that if she was the one in charge, she wouldn't let her go. Tuyen chuckled softly, her gaze cold and fearless. She calmly said that if words couldn't do the talking, she would use force to make Lily Tu speak. The scene shifts to a remote mountain area of the Sword Fairy Nai Kingdom, where Nguyet Tain is now lying on the ground in pain. She tried to stand up, glaring at the woman in front of her, challenging her about her purpose in attacking the female Nai Kwok and why she launched such an assault. The woman opposite remained unfazed, coldly replying that she was Anfa, the Radiant Cross Army. The Bak Ku Chung said she was looking for 2 gems, Quang Chien Tu and Vo Han, then asked Nguyet Tien if she knew where they were hidden. Nguyet Tien was startled, realizing they belonged to Tu Bak, and kept wondering if that woman's goal was indeed Tu Bak. Anfa coldly replied that from Nguyet Tien's expression, she could guess she knew something. But she received no answer, and she warned that if Nguyet Tien refused to cooperate, she would follow the orders of General Beers and wipe out everyone in the area. As soon as Anfa disappeared, Nguyet Tien was still confused about her speed and didn't know where she had gone. But she suddenly sensed Anfa behind her. Anfa sneered and said that it was too late to react now. Suddenly, a sword shot toward her, causing Anfa to startle. Its power was so great that the ground trembled, rocks flew everywhere, and Anfa was thrown back. She collapsed to the ground, annoyed and wondering who had ambushed her like that, secretly furious and vowing not to forgive this person. Just then, a woman appeared and asked Anfa who gave her the courage to speak like that. She is Vu Mak, who claims that on this mountain she is the boss. Besides Xiaobai, no one has the right to control her, and she laughs, thinking that Anfa is seeking her own death by coming here to cause trouble. Anfa confidently responds that no matter who Vu Mak is, she is not worth a dime in front of the Holy Light Cross Army. She threatens to call her teammates, and once her signal is sent, the entire Holy Light Cross Army will arrive, and everyone here will die. Not long after, the deadly army of the Silver Radiant Cross appeared, declaring that anyone who dared to resist would be killed on the spot. Anfa smiled confidently, believing that everyone would regret opposing her now, and confidently asserted that they would pay a heavy price for this act. Therefore, Vu Mak calmly looked at Anfa without fear and said that Anfa only knew how to intimidate others. She said that if she just called people, she could also call others to come. Vu Mak firmly stands on the sword's edge and declares that if Anfa dares to attack on the territory of the female nation, it will be Anfa's people who are seeking their own doom. She raised her sword and immediately ordered the Sword Sect disciples and the Flying Sky Sword Corps to charge into battle, cutting down anyone in their way, shouting slogans for the sect master and Nu Ni Kwok, determined to fight the Anfa group. The Anfa group refused to back down, insulting Vu Mak as a bunch of fools and ordering their soldiers to advance, ready to confront each other. Immediately, 2 powerful energies clashed, creating a blinding flash that seemed to tear the surrounding space apart. Meanwhile, in a distant part of Sacred Light City, in the sea area, a dark aura envelops the surroundings after the city's reconstruction as a blue-haired girl standing afar senses a powerful and terrifying hidden force on the island. This feeling is both familiar and makes her alert, so she warns everyone not to underestimate the enemy and calls for full combat readiness.
Thiện dự, dùng bên can Noa, cảnh báo rằng một nhóm nguy hiểm giang tới. Và Noah nghiêm túc dập rằng dựa vào trận thế này, chừng chắc chắn nhằm vào chủ nhận, nhấn mạnh rằng tuyết dồi không dễ chứng uy hiếp ngôi gió. He ordered to eliminate them immediately to prevent any future threats. Thien Du looked up confidently, asserting that since the opponents were all women, everything would be much easier, and he was sure that this time he wouldn't need anyone's help. Even alone, she is capable of handling everything. Noah stands beside her with a calm voice, but clearly disagrees, believing that Thien Du intends to use that move. What he thinks will cause negative effects. Thien Du responds that Noah shouldn't be too arrogant. Those proud little fairy girls, are they truly divine beings or just hiding deep desires inside? She thought that freeing them from their false masks was just an act to help them understand themselves better. The strange mist from Thien Du quickly spread, making the female opponents feel uneasy. One of them warned everyone that this mist was toxic and to stay alert, but Thien Du remained indifferent, dismissing their precautions and believing that sealing energy was useless. Because her lewdness is transmitted not through breath, but through skin contact, she sneers provocatively, urging her opponent to give up their futile resistance so she can witness their most primal nature. The green-haired girl watches from afar with a serious expression. She couldn't help but feel angry at Thien Du's despicable actions. Such tricks were truly contemptible, she thought. But she couldn't deny that her body was gradually heating up, and strange, uncontrollable images began to appear in her mind. The group of female opponents gradually lost their composure, their minds like being drawn into another world. In their minds, images of a lush blue beach with soft white sand gradually appeared, both enchanting and mesmerizing. The images of the girls become clear amidst the blue water as laughter rings out while they play. One yells that it's annoying not to get soaked, and others reply that playing like this at the beach is the only way to have fun. The green-haired girl lying on the floaty watches everyone, thinking to herself how long it's been since she saw them so happy. Ever since the war with the demon emperor began, every day has been filled with chaos. But just a brief moment of relaxation like this is enough to feel a simple happiness. And then she wished that right now a man would come and put sunscreen on her, and her soul would truly fly to heaven. Just as she was lost in her dream, the sea suddenly rippled. A man from the water looks up. Standing in front of her and seeming to hear someone call him inside, it's Xiao Bai. He smiles and asks if she just mentioned needing someone to put on sunscreen. Her words made her feel confused, but before she could react, he squeezed the cream onto his hand and said that his technique was both skillful and comfortable. Do you want to try? The green-haired girl blushed shyly, thinking to herself, is this the legendary paradise where dreams suddenly come true? The green-haired girl still seemed lost in her enchanting thoughts, her wide waistline arching as she confidently declared that only when the lotion was applied thoroughly from head to toe, leaving no spot untouched, could she truly enjoy the bliss of this paradise. This scene makes Ariel shake her head from afar, her eyes full of caution, commenting that her power is truly terrifying, as so many strong enemies lost their fighting ability in an instant. Hearing this, she agrees softly that this power has no limits, and everyone must keep a safe distance from the green-haired girl. Thien Du smiles faintly, confidently asserting that the only way to cure her depravity is to find a man, then mocks Noah, asking if he has the courage or if he'll fall at the first battle. Noah shakes his head, saying he's too old and lacks the strength despite his will, and that he is absolutely loyal to his master and will never betray. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere, full of contempt, emphasizing that relying on these dirty tricks to think you can defeat the Holy Light Cross Army is truly delusional. At this moment, Bobo appeared, her eyes focused on the golden book in her hand as if praying, and she solemnly called upon the Holy Light God, asking for strength. She takes responsibility for guiding the righteous path of the Holy Light for the warriors lost in the whirlpool of temptation, as Bobo stands tall with eyes full of determination, her plea echoing to declare that she will use the divine power of the Holy Light to cleanse all the filth of the world and end the reign of evil forces. Meanwhile, the green-haired girl suddenly snapped back to reality in a panic, looking around and realizing that the guy in swim trunks who had just applied sunscreen to her had disappeared, leaving the front part unfinished. The other girls also felt disappointed, all lamenting that the wonderful feeling was too brief and they hadn't enjoyed it enough. Seeing this, Bobo suddenly burst out, emphasizing that everything they just experienced was an illusion created by the enemy. She shouted, asking if they had forgotten the main purpose of this mission, that they came here to avenge and seek justice for the Emperor, not to indulge in such illusions. Bobo scolded them, saying they should be ashamed of their current shameful appearance, then turned to Beers with a cold gaze and directly asked why the Holy Light Crusaders had to ally with Amde's Imperial Guards. Those who were once their enemies, Beers calmly replied that this was the time for her to learn the truth about the Emperor's death.
She explained that years ago, to prevent Amde, the Emperor had fallen into another distant world with her, where the beings of the otherworldly race sought their power, and those people had ruthlessly killed both the Emperor and Amde, while also stealing the Shadow of Darkness. This is the first time they are strong enough to face the beings of the otherworldly realm. Even after hearing the explanation, Bobo still couldn't hide the confusion and inner conflict. However, Beers did not let her respond and reminded her that she was the one who had been nurtured by the Emperor, and now that the Emperor was dead and his body was missing. Don't you want revenge, or are you questioning whether Bobo feels guilty for the deep gratitude to the Emperor while being so emotional? Beers' words like a wake-up call for Bobo, who bowed her head to apologize, admitting that she was overly emotional and felt deeply ashamed. This time she declared she would risk everything to fight, using all her strength to repay the kindness of the Emperor and fulfill their mission. Goodness is filled with rage and cannot tolerate that girl destroying the wicked illusion she created, the remorse and darkness invading her mind. When thinking about the helpless, uncontrollable desire of those little devils just now, everything below disappears in an instant. Noah, with the experience of a seasoned demon master, realized that Bobo was no ordinary foe. She possessed not only great power, but also belonged to a higher realm like his own. She seriously unleashes her power of chaos and depravity. As her will rises, golden light shines through the gaps in the dark clouds above. A meteor shower appears, bringing blinding light and destruction down to the earth. As chaos erupts and smoke and flames spread everywhere, Ariel stands nearby, completely stunned by the scene. It's hard to believe that someone like Bobo could have such incredible restorative power, and Ngiani also said Bobo wants to completely destroy her island. Rocks and debris fly everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. However, amidst the dust and destruction, a flash of light from a magical shield suddenly appeared, causing Bobo to recover. This makes her realize that the demon master from the other dimension is not to be underestimated. His power is truly formidable. Without Noah here, this island would already be in danger. Noah stood tall, fully aware of the mission entrusted to him by his master, and with great trust he vowed not to disappoint even if it meant risking his life. Using the power of the wind spirit, he unleashed a colossal tornado that swept away everything in sight, causing the tiny angels to be thrown into chaos by the fierce wind, unable to move, their aura overwhelmed by the mighty vortex, leaving them helpless and unsure of how to respond. The green-haired girl observes the situation ahead, her eyes flashing with caution as the chaos from Noah's cyclone puts the army at a disadvantage. She thinks that if the Kung Fong Qian isn't destroyed in time, the entire army will be wiped out. With that determination, she quickly charged forward, dodging the fierce wind attack, trying to get closer to Noah. Noah immediately sensed her presence, spun around, and with a sharp gaze assessed her speed. So fast it was almost unbelievable. Enough to escape the damage zone of the windstorm, Noah quickly deduces that this girl is an assassin, skilled in close combat. The confident green-haired girl moves closer, secretly thinking that the weakness of the mage priests is when they are forced into close quarters. If she can break through this defense and get close to Noah, the chance to end the battle will be in her hands. Suddenly, on another side, one of the little angels of the Legion was unexpectedly attacked. The thin but extremely strong red cords tightly wrapped around her body, rendering her stiff and completely unable to move. Confusion is written all over her face as she keeps wondering how she ended up in this situation. And the shame and helplessness make her even more tense as she cannot move. They move as if alive, writhing with each movement, their grip tightening painfully and terrifyingly. Filled with rage, she eyes Noah just a little more, and she could reach him, ending the battle with a decisive blow. At this moment, Trey-Du approached the scene with a mocking smile, her thoughts echoing sarcastically that the girl was too naive to think she could face Noah relying only on her strength. A wind mage of great power, the girl bound by red cords grows even more furious upon hearing this, tightening the red cords in her hand before sinisterly smiling and declaring that Atta is not only with Noah. If the owner has assigned the task of guarding her corpse to them, it means their strength cannot be underestimated. These words made the green-haired girl suspicious, and thoughts about the true identity of those facing her flashed through her mind. At that moment, Ariel bent her body, raising her hand in a gesture as if praying to the guardian of the sea, begging for strength from the ocean to lend her a hand. Underwater, a giant whirlpool began to form, signaling that something terrifying was about to surface. Not long after, a giant sea monster burst out of the water, causing a fierce wave that knocked the little fairies away. Panic and screams filled the air as they urged each other to stay far away, knowing that if they were touched by the monster, death would be unavoidable. The water keeps boiling, with huge waves crashing onto the shore. Ariel stands firm in the sea, confidently declaring herself as the daughter of the ocean, asserting that on the sea, her opponent has no chance of winning. At the same time, my knee began to recover her hidden spirit fairy technique, with colorful spirit magic orbs appearing around her. Then, my knee ordered them to prepare for battle. The mocking smile quickly faded when one of them realized something was amiss. Inside those tiny spheres lies a strange power, causing their teammates to be pulled in as if falling into a deadly trap. Chaos erupts and fear is evident on their faces as my knee watches her opponent's reaction. A cold, indifferent smile appears as she confidently declares that this is the price to pay for underestimating her and that the secret magic of the Lake Fairy is beyond the reach of ordinary spells. The Bobo witnesses this scene and cannot help but be furious, grinding his teeth and uttering words full of rage at the arrogance of the opponent. They dare to turn the Silver Slaughter Legion into laughingstocks, and such actions are an unforgivable insult to the honor of the Legion. In her fury, she clasped her hands together, secretly drawing power from forbidden dark magic and divine punishment rituals. A brilliant golden light spreads, enveloping the surrounding space as if an angel is about to deliver divine punishment. The power from Bobo and the Forbidden Book immediately strikes Ariel. My knee is also affected and cannot react in time. Tiendu stands nearby, stunned by this powerful attack. The bovine seer looks at them and says in a serious, cold voice that anyone targeted by it will have their soul dragged out and permanently sealed within the forbidden demonic magic. Tiendu collapses to the ground, motionless amidst the chaotic battlefield. My knee and Ariel also fell victim to the same fate as the power from the cursed beast, and the forbidden magic spell overwhelmed them. Suddenly, she stopped and realized a soul was missing. That being Noah, who had disappeared since the ritual was revealed, making her wonder if he had escaped without leaving a trace. At that moment, Noah appeared from behind, breaking her confidence and revealing that he had used a concealment spell, a special type of magic that completely hides his presence. Without hesitation, the Guardian reactivates the forbidden magic, unleashing a devastating spell to plunge everything into chaos. Bobo's eyes burn with fury, refusing to believe that these spells could make her falter. They are merely futile efforts that fail to scare her. Noah channels all his power to summon the Ice Frost Dragon from the barrier spell. From the sky, a giant dragon appears, emanating an overwhelming aura that causes everything around to tremble. Its appearance made Bobo realize that Noah knew how to use the summoning magic system, so she quickly activated the divine barrier to create a protective sphere around herself. As soon as the ice dragon appeared, it swiftly swallowed the sphere Bobo had just made, then soared away with the sphere in its mouth. It crashes down from above at a terrifying speed, causing rocks and dust to explode into chaos, heading straight for the teleportation gate whose glowing door spreads light across the space. The residents in the area froze in fear and asked if anyone saw the giant dragon just fly past. Others confirmed they saw it clearly from the teleportation gate, even with a person in its mouth. They believed that the one being swallowed must have died when the dragon struck so fiercely. At this moment, Bobo slowly opened his eyes, panting heavily, and said that if it weren't for her sealing the divine barrier, the dragon would have torn her apart long ago. She placed her hand on her forehead, furious at Noah and vowing not to forgive him no matter the cost. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the silent space. Noah stepped in front of her and asked about the souls Bobo had sealed in the book, demanding she reveal how to free them, and promised that if she did, he would rather die. But Bobo only responded with firm resolve, saying he shouldn't harbor illusions because those souls could no longer be saved. Bobo's forceful act makes Noah angry. He says that's not the answer he wanted to hear, and then curses Bobo to die. His staff emits a powerful aura and strikes directly into her stomach. The club strike caused the surrounding earth and rocks to shake violently and the space to shift fiercely. Still, Bobo remained still without resistance, and reminded Noah that if he killed her, it would mean that his comrades sealed in the book would also surely die, as their souls could not endure much longer in the sealed space. Noah, undeterred by her warning, confidently replied that as long as their souls still exist, everything can still be saved. He looked ahead with an angry gaze as he saw a group of intruders entering the spirit palace. He sneers that a mountain has no tigers and that monkeys just claim to be kings. If his master were here, all these people would surely have no place to bury themselves. With that, Noah raises his hand and unleashes his power on the outsiders. An enormous surge of demonic energy erupted, violently tearing through the surrounding space, causing the earth and rocks to shatter and fly apart as the scene shifted to Totiubak's residence. The black-clad men, upon entering, were bewildered as they suddenly found their bodies lifted uncontrollably into the air. Bin Yi appears amidst the chaos and declares that during her master's absence, she takes responsibility for protecting the estate. With her determination, she activates her gravity field, causing the entire area to fall into darkness. with weight hundreds of times heavier than normal. At this moment, thousands of luminous celestial beings descended from above, causing continuous explosions on the ground, shattering rocks and splitting the earth into large chunks. One of the black-clad figures couldn't withstand the force of gravity and was forced down, falling face first to the ground in a miserable state. They rushed towards Bin Ni and threatened her, declaring that opposing the Demon Emperor's imperial guards was a foolish act. But before he could do anything else, a powerful burst of gunfire suddenly shot straight at him, knocking him back and leaving him frantic, confused about what just happened. Vu appeared, holding the two guns with a cold but confident expression, declaring that no one is allowed to touch Bin Yi, and that if they want to attack this territory, they need to bring at least a whole army to be enough. Meanwhile, one of the black-clad men screamed in pain as blood flowed from a wound caused by sharp hair strands, as thin as blades piercing through him. Immediately after, Ein Nyok appears with a sinister gaze, urging him to use his own blood to feel that the pain he endures is the price of true love. The three girls stand on the rooftop, calmly facing the situation. The black-clad group looked up with fear and shame, as a small territory made them suffer serious, self-inflicted injuries. They were furious when the three girls blocked their way, and one of them declared that if they were stopped by these women, they would have no face to face the Great Elder, so they all agreed to use their full strength to wipe out this place at all costs. The three girls looked up at the sky as a helicopter appeared. One of them frowned slightly and irritably remarked who would bring such a formidable thing that dims their aura, claiming only she could do that. The person on the helicopter loudly called out, asking the three girls to step back a little, warning that if any accidental injury occurs, they will have to bear the responsibility themselves. The black-clad people below looked up at the ominous figure with annoyance, and one of them asked what that noisy bird was, wondering if it was a special summoning beast. Li Han sat on the helicopter, adjusting her glasses slightly before looking down at the black-clad men and mocking them for not realizing that this was not a strange bird, but an armed helicopter, a masterpiece she herself had invented, and without giving the black-clad men time to react, Li Han began to activate the weapons. A barrage of destructive missiles is launched from the helicopter, crashing into the ground and causing a massive earthquake. Vu angrily criticizes Li Han for her reckless actions that could blow up the entire area and demands she be more careful. Li Han, though seeming remorseful, calmly explained that the destructive power of this missile was quite strong and smiled softly as if it was part of her plan. Suddenly, a shadow darted past so quickly that she was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with surprise, unable to recognize what it was. The black-clad man faces her with a cold expression, asserting that the presence of the Dark Emperor and the Imperial Guards only fuels Han's fury, leaving him no way out and vowing not to let anyone pass this point. The black-clad man prepares to strike directly at Li Han's helicopter, intending to send her to her death. Han hesitated not, unleashing dark magic and twin magic bullets, hurling two spheres of power toward her. The two streams of energy clashed, creating a dazzling light that seemed to drown everything around in brightness. At that moment, a long-haired girl suddenly stepped forward and said, "If you can't fight back, why choose to attack secretly?" She swiftly struck the black-clad man with her sword, then gently stepped onto the machine, quietly sheathing her sword. She turned back and said that only the Little Silver could move freely in this place. The scene shifts to the peak of the Holy Mountain, now immersed in a sea of snow. A lower-ranked person sighs while holding a bubble tea and says that the cold weather has even cooled his tea. A group of black-clad individuals stand around, observing him and whispering that someone living alone on the mountaintop like him is truly suspicious. One of the subordinates calmly replied, "Don't misunderstand. He just doesn't want to go to work." One of the black-clad men suggested that he must be living here to protect something special, and the others agreed in unison. Assuming it could be the core of the infinite secret scheme, the subordinate still holding his bubble tea said he didn't care about that. He continued saying that the only thing he needed to protect was the bubble tea. The black-clad group didn't believe him. They told him to stop pretending because no one loved bubble tea that much and thought he would give up after a single fight. Ha listens, and Len Lung says there's no need because he just needs to be taken to meet their boss to discuss something. The next scene shifts to a place engulfed in flames. Lily has now stabbed Tuyen Tuyen in the chest. Tuyen Tuyen realizes that even in this distant alternate world, there are still powerful swordsmen like her, and they have underestimated her. Len Lung replied that there are many stronger people here, and if they have any intentions towards the young master, they will bring disaster upon themselves. She drew her sword and said that although her blade cannot immediately end a life, it will make her opponent die slowly in pain and regret. This is also a form of revenge for the innocent people of St. Light City, Lily said. Then she would continue to support the fairy clan. The scene shifts to a desolate place filled with trees and mountains. King Mac stands proudly on a rocky outcrop like an unmoving statue. She said that it's finally over. Those people are not simple. Their clear target is the young master, and it seems the Divine Spirit Hall is in danger. She thought that if she didn't deal with them quickly, the young master wouldn't be happy, and after completing her mission, she would be the first to make the young master happy and pleased. The scene shifts to the teleportation gate, where Lily has flown through and confidently believes she is the first to arrive for support. Just then, Vuamak appears and says, "Little Silver, come back quickly. After I finish defeating them, we'll have a grand battle of 300 rounds." When the two women saw each other, they were both surprised. Mac King questioned Lily, asking why she copied him and came here, wondering if she thought that doing so would steal the heart of the young master. Lily replied that although she also missed the Little Silver, she wasn't as cowardly as the Mac King. This argument didn't last long when Dracula asked both of them to calm down because now is not the time for rivalry or jealousy. Vo also joined the conversation, affirming that Dracula is pregnant with Tubok's child, so no matter how much they compete, they will only be second. This statement made Vuamak feel out of place, and Lily was also surprised by what he said. Vuamak couldn't stay calm and collapsed, wondering why, despite her and Tubok being close many times, there was no result, while Dracula was lucky enough to have this. And she couldn't accept it, and wondered if their chances still weren't enough. Lily couldn't stop crying as she painfully thought that her dream of becoming the Silver's wife was now shattered, and wondered if her love for him was pure enough to deserve acceptance. Dracula turned back and said that they should stop because it seemed like a conflict was about to happen. Everyone looked up and saw a giant object in the sky. It was a colossal eye casting its gaze upon them all. The scene shifts elsewhere, and Beers appears hesitant because she never expected this world to be so complicated with swarms of bugs. Feeling exhausted from killing each one, she decides to use a powerful technique to completely destroy the city and resolve the problem. Elder Lucky stood beside her, surprised to hear the dark words from Beers, even though she represented light, making him feel that she truly was a terrifying woman. Then she sang out, demanding all the flies and bugs to die. Immediately, the giant eye opened, emitting a series of blinding rays. The light enveloped everything around with a blinding yellow glow, making all the residents feel uncomfortable. Men grew restless. Women were confused and bewildered by what was happening. Beers and Elder Lucky stand above, watching everything, pleased to see the chaos has ended, and now finding the two stones will be much easier. As soon as Beers thought that, Mukha appeared behind her and criticized that it was Beers who caused the spirit to become so chaotic, making Beers startled and confused about what was happening. She turned around and wondered why Mukha hadn't turned to gold like the others. The Elder Lucky was also surprised to see Mukha appear without her noticing. Beers, feeling excited, asked who she was and what she meant, believing he was the thief who had taken the luminous soul core. Having only managed to say a few words, she was slapped hard by Mukha and was sent flying away. Mukha coldly said that Beers should learn to speak politely because respecting elders is a basic courtesy. At this moment, inside the fairy city, everything has turned to gold, with a brilliant light covering the entire space. Meanwhile, the outer city remains shrouded in smoke and flames, a chaotic and brutal scene, raising concerns about how to face the men of the world. Inside, she silently thought that only by splitting Mukha into 100 pieces could she vent all her hatred. At this moment, Elder Lucky stood behind Mukha, his eyes full of contemplation, fully aware of Beer's strength but still amazed at how easily Mukha slapped her away without even a shadow. His power far surpasses his imagination, and that formidable strength can only belong to a self-proclaimed deity from a different dimension. Mukha stands still, gazing up at the giant eye in the sky. Inside his mind, he briefly thought that the eye might be the culprit turning the divine spirit into gold, so he decided that destroying it would restore everything to normal. After thinking this, Mukha began to suppress the power in his hand, with waves of energy gradually gathering and emanating a terrifying pressure. Grand Elder Lucky stood behind and felt insulted by Mukha's arrogance in turning his back on him. Anger erupted within him, and he declared that Mukha would pay for his arrogance. However, Mukha calmly replied that if he were in his position, he wouldn't act like Elder Lucky, causing Lucky to feel a moment of confusion and wonder if the old man had eyes behind his back to see everything. But Mukha didn't let him think for long and continued saying that he would definitely put those words in his opponent's mouth before acting. Elder Lucky sternly declared that Mukha shouldn't show off his power because a small energy sphere like that couldn't pose any threat. Mukha ignored the words and calmly replied, "Just watch with wide eyes," before suddenly pointing at the floating sphere in front of him. The sphere immediately moved, rushing like a shooting star straight at the giant eye wide open in the sky.
In that moment, the eye emitted a blinding light, and the entire space was filled with the vibrant colors radiating from the sphere. The giant eye, unable to withstand the power of the sphere, shattered into tiny pieces, and the dazzling golden light disappeared. Lao Trung Lao Lucky now couldn't hide his confusion, secretly thinking that just a gentle move from Mukha was enough to shatter the golden Qi-dong, and acknowledging that Mukha is truly the strongest in this dimension. A thought immediately flashed in his mind that as long as he could eliminate this person, everything would be resolved once and for all. Mukha turned around, his gaze resting on Elder Lucky, and contemptuously said that he should not wait patiently for him to finish with the woman before coming back to deal with him, because he would return quickly. Hearing this, Elder Lucky angrily retorted that this was not a public restroom where he could come and go as he pleased. Before he could speak further, Mukha's gaze shifted to his feet, his expression suddenly changing as he asked with a hint of meaning for him to look at what was beneath his feet. Immediately, Elder Lucky roared and began chanting an ominous dark magic spell to summon the evil god Descent. From the ground, a huge black hand suddenly sprouted, causing the entire space to tremble. The hand slammed down forcefully, creating a violent shockwave that melted all the gold patches Beers had previously used in his magic. In that moment, the dark evil god Dakneet appeared, Judah and towering in the space, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light full of deathly aura and overwhelming murderous intent. Mukha stood motionless, gazing at the giant monster before him, feeling surprised and muttering that he never expected the summoned beast to be this enormous. A thought flashed through his mind that if he could defeat it, he must go to Dracula to claim a deserved pension for his efforts. Elder Lucky said that humans all know the Dark Emperor created 10 divine beasts, but that's just what he tells outsiders. In reality, the Dark Emperor has 11 divine beasts. It's just that among them, one with overwhelming power is hard to control, so the Dark Emperor deemed it a failed product. Lucky said that the divine beast Dagnus is actually the strongest of all, and now is the time to show its terrifying strength to the world. Dagnus fires a destructive laser beam from its eyes, destroying everything around it. Mukha quickly dodges the attack from the laser beam fired by Dagnus. That power spreads throughout the space and quickly expands everywhere. Mukha thinks to himself, this force is truly not to be underestimated. I wonder if I can withstand its attack. It's as dark and tough as it seems. Nothing simple about it. Grandmaster Lucky says that the god Dagnus doesn't need to hold back anymore. Just unleash the anger you've been suppressing, because no one can stop you now. He sneers, believing that the Dark Emperor no longer exists. Dagnus begins to unleash his power, a purple light erupting from his body and spreading outward. Dagnus unleashes a burst of dazzling light, destroying everything around him. The surroundings are torn apart, debris flying from the devastating force of the light. Lucky thought to himself that this was the true appearance of the divine being, and ordered Dagnus to level the city in an instant. As the dust settled, only Dagnus remained standing in a scorched land. Grand Elder Lucky said that a single burst of energy like that is enough to destroy a whole city. If the divine had such power, yet was abandoned by the Emperor, it really shows a lack of judgment. But then Lucky suddenly realized something and was stunned, thinking, wait a minute, what is this aura? Why isn't that guy dead yet? Lucky feels a surge of anxiety as he realizes something unusual. He looks at Mukha and wonders how he could possibly save all of humanity turned to gold. Could it be that he wrapped energy around those who couldn't move to control them and escape the disaster? Mukha looked at Lucky and said, do you think destroying the Divine Spirit Hall will be the end? Clearly he was pretending, but still didn't understand what was really going on. Mukha continues and says, as long as there are survivors, the divine fairies will never perish. Lucky scoffs and says if he wants to carry such a heavy burden to fight me, the divine, then he's truly the most foolish person, then orders the divine Dagnus to examine them for him. The divine mage fires a sphere of energy, a brilliant light illuminating the space as it rushes toward Mukha, creating a powerful gust of air. Mukha thought to himself, I have already allocated most of my energy to others. Now only a small part remains. Can I withstand this attack to protect them? Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Mukha, saying that only with him can the people of the Spirit Palace be protected. That is Little White, who tells Mukha to rest for a while so he can continue handling it. The energy sphere flies toward Little White. Tubuk immediately raised his hand to block the power from the sphere and said that Dagnus is just a frightening name. The energy contained in this dimension is too ordinary and not enough to fill the gap. Are you afraid of revealing that you met the Shadow Emperor? Dagnus looked surprised to see Xiaobai.
Lucky was suddenly surprised and worried, thinking that Tiubak absorbing my divine attack was an endless darkness, meaning he had mixed in the power of the Dark Emperor. Tiubak approached Fifi and told her to lead Mr. Mook and the others from the Spirit Palace a little further away because he felt he needed to stretch and loosen his muscles. Fifi just smiled and reassured him that everything would be fine. Tiubak asked Fifi if she could restore the people turned to gold back to their original state. Fifi replied that although her power was no longer what it used to be, she was still the Holy Light Emperor and could dispel her former subordinate's energy. Lucky wondered to himself why the Holy Light Emperor hadn't died yet, while that guy dared to laugh and talk to her, no matter which divine being they were. Lucky thought to himself that he used to believe the old silver-haired man was the strongest here, but now it's clear that he was mistaken. Things are getting serious, and at this point, the only way is to gather all forces for a desperate move in hopes of escaping. Shobai said he understood Lucky's plans, and that even if Lucky wanted to use the chaos to escape, he couldn't, because he wasn't fighting alone. He then ordered the Holy Light Crusaders that the tall, arrogant man and the one with the forehead scar would be handed over to him, and he demanded they eliminate all enemies on this planet. The sarcastic voice sneered, daring to use the name of the Holy Light Crusaders to stir trouble here. This is truly the worst crime. I must eliminate this sect. The red-haired fairy girl continued. Saying that she and the Holy Light Emperor had only returned to the Crusader headquarters a few days ago, and already the fairy palace has been destroyed to such an extent. She said this is her second home, and she will absolutely not forgive anyone who causes trouble here. The female elves flew towards Lucky, making him start to feel afraid, and unexpectedly Xiaobai had gathered the Holy Cross army under her command. His schemes are too deep, and now he's even stealing from homes. His escape route is blocked. Lucky decides to risk everything and shouts that he will use his strongest techniques, the Divine Destroyer and the Demonic Sword. Darkness, holding a great sword, swings it at Xiaobai and says, "Die, you little brat." Xiaobai remains unmoved and lets Darkness's sword strike him, but unexpectedly, the sword breaks, and Xiaobai remains unharmed. Lucky, speechless and sweating with fear, said, "This demon sword is of poor quality. Let me show you the treasure of my friend." Tiny Bai broadens his stance, and the form of the Quithan Jianglam descends. His regained power causes the light to burst forth brilliantly and spread throughout the space, making the surrounding air vibrate intensely. Grand Elder Lucky secretly thought, could it be that he truly possesses such immense power that even the environment is affected? A subordinate observing nearby thought that Xiaobai had reached a level where he could control the Quithan, and he admired him more than his master, secretly thinking that perhaps he could finally rest assured and retire. The light from Xiaobai's power flashes intensely, instantly creating a Quithan entity in the form of A2 with bulging muscles and overwhelming aura. Xiaobai stands confidently, challenging Lucky with his gaze as if to say, "I wonder if you dare to test whether my Quithan or your evil spirit is stronger." Chief Elder Lucky ordered Dagnus to step forward, refusing to be intimidated by Xiaobai's aura. He was certain that Xiaobai was not an evil emperor, and thought to himself that the only way was to take advantage of the fierce battle between the two Kui gods to find a way to escape. However, Dagnus remained motionless before the blinding light of Atula, which made Lucky extremely angry. Thousands of eyes from Dagnus gradually opened, but his body could not move. Lucky was confused, silently wondering what was happening, and feeling a deep fear rising within as he questioned whether Xiaobai possessed a power that could immobilize beasts and overpower Dagnus's will. Little White stands firm above, calmly saying that he rarely uses this form, so he needs to stabilize it. Then he commands the Quithan to launch a test strike. Immediately, Atula strikes, and the force causes Dagnus to stagger and lose his footing. The unleashed power sent Dagnus soaring far away, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere, and large cracks began to appear on the ground. Lucky felt his whole body in pain, breathing heavily as he muttered in despair that his bones and flesh had been scraped off. Such a blow was too terrifying, far beyond his endurance, and even the peak Emperor of Darkness might not reach this level. But when he looked up, he saw Dagnus flying straight toward him. Panic made him shout for Dagnus to stay away, but it was too late. Dagnus's massive body pressed down directly on him. Now he cried out in pain, trembling under the overwhelming weight of the Quithan. Meanwhile, Atula still hovered majestically and invincibly in the sky. Xiaobai confidently declared that the price to pay for attacking the spirit of the divine realm was something they could not bear. "You say that their lives will have to be left here." Immediately after, Atula throws out thousands of punches, each one so powerful that the earth and rocks shake violently. The ground trembled violently, as if nature's fury had been unleashed. Xiaobai looked down at the beastly creatures crushed beneath his divine quill, his eyes full of contempt, and straightforwardly said that their master was still alive. Yet they hurriedly fought over the shadow of endless darkness, which was truly pathetic. Then, Tubok's gaze settled on the gem in front of his chest, and his voice became gentler as he said that he had already cleared 1,000 barriers for her and asked if she had any objections. Immediately, the gem lit up and a girl appeared from within. The girl looked at Xiaobai with a slightly teasing tone and said that since you said such foolish words, how could she have any opinion with you? And the death of those beastly creatures was truly not a pity at all. She then turned to Xiaobai, mentioning how you once created a body using silica gel for the Holy Light Emperor, and subtly tilted her head, implying that she also wanted to have such a body. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she wrapped her arms around his neck, and said that if she had that body, Xiaobai could do anything with her because he was quite skilled at those kinds of things. Xiaobai gently replied that she was a bit too impatient and emphasized that such things should be built on a foundation of feelings first. But the girl refused to back down, insisting that since there are no outsiders here, he doesn't need to put on a show because she has been inside him for a long time and understands all his tricks. Isn't the way he casually get on the car and buy tickets just so characteristic of him? Suddenly, Xiaobai realized something, gesturing for the girl to go back inside and saying that it seemed like a fly had just flown by, and after dealing with it, they could continue talking. Xiaobai turned his face toward the sound of footsteps. That's Beers, coldly recalling how he was punched by a certain gentleman and asking if that's not enough, and if he still wants to come here to find trouble. Beers hurriedly explained that he bears no ill will. She said that everything was forced upon her by the elders of the secret guard, not her own will, and deep down she always pursues peace. So this time she came here only to seek an opportunity to join the light. She said that since she's so pitiful, maybe Xiaobai will accept her and say that as long as she's by his side, she can do anything. Xiaobai looked at Beers coldly and asked if she was using her body to seduce him. Beers shyly said this isn't seduction, but showing true feelings. She continued, a man like Xiaobai would inspire admiration in anyone who looks at him. Suddenly, Xiaobai reached out and strangled Beers, making her gasp. Her body tensed up as she stammered, thinking to herself that Xiaobai enjoyed this kind of stimulation. But the feeling of suffocation made her panic and think that if she couldn't seduce Xiaobai, she would surely die. Xiaobai looked at Beers with a cold, icy gaze and softly said that her beauty was not enough to tempt him. Suddenly, a faint scent wafted by, causing him to frown slightly. Without hesitation, Xiaobai threw Beers to the ground, his voice carrying a gentle yet cruel tone, mentioning her willingness to sell herself to climb up, and that using poison to punish her was truly fitting. Then he emphasized that once these toxins take effect, the desire within will erupt endlessly, and if she cannot satisfy it within a day, death will surely come. The toxins quickly spread throughout Beer's body. She begins to gasp for breath, feeling her body growing increasingly strange, her mind gradually turning frantic, constantly whispering that this sensation is like falling into paradise, making her feel so stirred up and unable to stay still. Beers screams wildly, her bloodshot eyes desperately searching for any man who can help her release her fury. In her rage, she curses the men she previously exploited and blames them, saying they were just stepping stones beneath her feet, yet when she needs them most, they are nowhere to be found. Her legs tremble as she struggles to stand, her body rolling on the ground in pain and despair without a man, as the sky darkens and shadows envelop her form. And when the final storm subsided, Beers lay motionless, her body seemingly drained of all vitality. Tubok stepped closer and softly muttered that she had completely died, with no energy left in her body. However, he coldly declared that he didn't care at all about this weak energy. After fighting alongside the darkness, the Alliance achieved victory. Half a year has passed, and today everyone gathers to witness a historic moment. The sound of footsteps approaches, and Xiaobai steps forward with a commanding presence. That appearance made everyone can't help but admire his handsome looks and charming demeanor. Xiaobai approached and told Dracula thank you for your hard work and dedication to the divine spirit. Dracula replied that it's what she should do and thought that just imagining a peaceful life with Xiaobai in retirement was enough. Xiaobai secretly thought she shouldn't say such words in front of everyone, and Dracula realized her indifference and apologized for her momentary excitement. Admiral Dutt said that seeing Dracula display affection in front of so many people really makes others jealous, and Lin Lung also commented that everyone should take care of Xiaobai, live peacefully and united. Next is the most important crown transfer ceremony. Dracula handed the crown to Xiaobai, saying that he is the new Spirit King and will take on the responsibility of restoring the Spirit Palace, and asked if he agrees. Xiaobai affirmed that he is willing to accept this responsibility. As the crown is placed on Xiaobai's head, applause erupts everywhere, with everyone shouting his name and taking pictures of the new fairy king, while Xiaobai stands tall and proud, declaring that from today on, he will be the new ruler of all. News about Xiaobai's rapid rise spreading worldwide has everyone excited. In the cold, snowy mountain, a man is drinking bubble tea, watching the news, and smiling, saying well done, now he can finally rest assured to entrust his daughter to him. At the same time, Noah was also reading the news and saying that Xiaobai truly was their master. According to him, he was right, and soon the master would fulfill his dream of dominating the world. Queen Lisa, upon reading the news, couldn't help but be impressed and commented that Xiaobai is a man who truly captivates her, deserving of his achievements, and emphasized that next, their two nations will strengthen their alliance through marriage as the scene shifts to a peaceful night with a cool breeze. Xiaobai steps outside, stretches, and reminds himself that even though he has become the Spirit King, he still can't give up his habit of running at night like when he was training. Suddenly, he noticed Vian standing nearby. Xiaobai was surprised and asked why she was here at this time, and Vian shyly replied that she just wanted to meet him, to remind him of their old promise. Vian softly says that even though Tiobak has become the Spirit King, she still remembers their promise, that when he ascended the throne, he would marry her, and she has always been waiting for this moment. She also admits that she is not as talented as Bin Yi, nor as noble as Dracula, and cannot compare to the other girls beside Tiobak. But she truly loves you and wants to marry you. Xiaobai was a bit surprised, thinking she was proposing to him. But at that moment, Vu Mac appeared and said that unexpectedly Vian was blocking the door to Xiaobai's house to confess her feelings because she believed this was her own plan. And claiming that she is the one truly worthy of Xiaobai, Vu Mac affirmed that they are a match made in heaven and that Xiaobai should choose her. Lily also stepped forward to criticize Vu Mac for her haste in proposing to Xiaobai, believing that success cannot be achieved with such recklessness. However, Vu Mac remains determined, even bargaining for the wedding dress to prove her sincerity. At that moment, Dracula appears, smiling and commenting on the lively chaos everyone is creating around Xiaobai. She also claims to be the most deserving of being chosen by Xiaobai as her wife because she is the highest-ranking guardian in the fairy palace. This makes Xiaobai uncomfortable because he just wants to find a quiet place and has no desire to get involved in this complicated situation. At this moment, Bin Ai stepped forward and affirmed that her heart had belonged to Xiaobai for a long time and expressed her desire to marry him. Xiaobai, hearing this, felt tired but also understood the wishes of everyone around him. He sighed and declared that if everyone wanted to marry him, they could all come here to do so. He coldly said he would take all the girls here and end the competition.